In the waiting hall of Los Angeles International Airport, a small area was constantly focused on a mixed-race man. This was not for any special reason, but simply because of his handsomeness. He had pure black hair and a fair, delicate complexion, lacking the roughness typical of Westerners, with facial features that were nearly perfectly proportioned in a golden ratio. Just a glance at him could make women unconsciously tighten their legs slightly, yet willingly fall for him. Unlike the superficial reactions of the women, the men chose to selectively ignore his extraordinary looks and began to scrutinize his attire. The understated luxury suit he wore perfectly accentuated his figure, and the jewel blue watch was exquisite and dazzling, while his leather shoes looked particularly expensive. There was no doubt that he was a wealthy man who should not be trifled with. However, this mixed-race man was completely indifferent to the gazes around him, as his deep sapphire blue eyes were filled with complex emotions at the moment. There was 3 parts shock, 3 parts confusion, 3 parts disbelief, and an overwhelming 91 parts humor. His name was Victor Chen, an American-born Chinese. He inherited his surname from his father Chen, while his first name was given by his Russian mother. Recently, several pieces of bad news had not brought him down. Instead, they strengthened his resolve to return to China to start a business. As a doctoral graduate from the directing department of the American Film Institute, AFI, he believed he could inject international elements into the Chinese film industry and create world-class blockbusters that belonged to China. Before boarding, he took a moment to rest in the VIP terminal at Los Angeles Airport, waiting for his mother to arrive. His father was quite unhappy with his decision to return home instead of inheriting the family business, so he probably wouldn't come to see him off. In a hazy state, it seemed a voice echoed in his mind, telling him that some old man had abandoned the Dimension trading platform and handed it over to him, and now he was about to head to the SS-level Marvel universe. Then he woke up. The process of moving from the VIP terminal to the waiting hall did not convince Victor at all. The group of second-generation individuals he mingled with had always been unruly. Victor smiled helplessly. He decided to treat this as a unique farewell memory. He took out his Huawei Mate 20 RS, preparing to call his friend Druck to stop this farce. He knew well that this drama was most likely orchestrated by Druck. Because boarding was imminent, if he didn't show up, this flight wouldn't dare to take off. Dad's private jet is really convenient, Victor sighed. He didn't look through his contacts but skillfully dialed a number, placing the receiver to his ear while brewing some emotions in his mind. However, the urgent beeping sound of beep, beep, beep interrupted his actions. He took the phone down and saw that the screen prominently displayed number not activated. This meant that the SIM card was either not registered or had been cancelled. His first reaction was that Druck had switched his SIM card. His gaze scanned the crowd and finally landed on a blonde woman with an overall attractiveness rating of 7. In the surprised gaze of the other party, Victor approached with an elegant smile and said in a genuine London accent, "Sorry to interrupt, my name is Victor Chen. May I ask what this beautiful lady is called?" "Anna." The blonde beauty's eyes sparkled. "Just call me Anna, oh God. You're so handsome. I must take a picture with you. My girlfriends will be so jealous." As the old saying goes, ugly men never know how proactive women can be. Faced with Anna's enthusiasm, Victor was already used to it. He played the role of a background character and didn't mind her mid-photo groping. In America, the boldness of hot girls is just that direct. After taking a few pictures, Victor naturally stated his purpose. "Could I borrow your phone for a moment?" "My phone." Before he could finish, Anna directly rattled off a string of phone numbers. Clearly, she misunderstood Victor's meaning. Victor pursed his lips slightly and repeated, "Thank you for your recognition. But I really need to borrow your phone. You see, my phone is out of order." He shook his phone screen, and the number not activated prompt was particularly conspicuous. Anna's smiling face suddenly froze, her complexion becoming even rosier, but the sparkle in her eyes did not diminish at all. She generously handed over her phone, leaning closer to Victor with the movement, whispering, "I haven't tried this at the airport yet, just wanted to enjoy it. I won't contact you afterward, what do you think, Victor?" Her level of initiative was simply beyond imagination. However, Victor showed no signs of being moved. He smiled, took Anna's phone, thanked her softly, and turned his back to dial the number. He chose to selectively ignore Anna's earlier words. In his view, he didn't lack women, and he was already tired of such antics at the airport. So, Anna's proposition was less appealing than borrowing a phone. "Hello, the number you dialed is not in service. Please check and dial again." Upon hearing this prompt, Victor hung up the phone without hesitation and then dialed another number. Due to his special identity, they usually set up to intercept calls from strangers. So now, to contact Druck, calling his father's personal secretary Kyra was the fastest way to resolve this. The phone prompt rang again. "Hello, the number you dialed is not in service. Please check and dial again." Victor slightly raised his eyebrows. After confirming the number was correct, he dialed again, but it still resulted in a service unavailable prompt. Now, he was a bit uneasy. Kyra wouldn't team up with Druck to mess with him, she wouldn't dare offend him or joke about her job. Every missed call could potentially cost him hundreds of millions of dollars. After ruling out all impossible scenarios, some remaining possibilities made his expression change slightly. He stubbornly dialed several familiar numbers in succession, only to be met with service unavailable prompts each time, causing his heart to sink. Could it be? Did he really cross over? As an ambitious second-generation rich kid in the sole heir of a Fortune 100 group, Victor was very satisfied with his life. Crossing over? Who would willingly give up their current life to experience the process of evolution again? With one last glimmer of hope, Victor dialed his father's private number. This number was only for family contact, known only to him and his mother. Beep. A dialing tone came from the earpiece, and Victor breathed a sigh of relief, then narrowed his eyes with a hint of ferocity. Druck's prank was quite successful, it really scared him. When there was a chance, he must repay him well. As he was planning how to repay Druck, the call connected. Victor took the initiative to speak. "Dad, it's me. It's a pity you didn't come. My phone ran out of battery, so I borrowed someone else's phone to say goodbye to you." There was no immediate response from the other end, and there was a silence that lasted a full 10 seconds. Then, a voice that was both unfamiliar and familiar came through. "Now, do scam callers just call me Dad? I don't remember having a son." Victor, puzzled, looked at his phone. The number was indeed his father's. Although the voice sounded familiar, it was definitely not his father's. It was more like, "Hey, kid, why aren't you talking?" Victor remained silent, but the person on the other end grew anxious. "Please don't tell me your mom is one of my ex-girlfriends? It's unbelievable. I gave each of them a generous reward. How could one of them secretly give birth to a love child?" Listening to the voice on the phone, Victor's thoughts became a bit chaotic. It really wasn't his father's voice. It was truly that person's voice. Could it be that Druck invited him to prank himself? But that didn't make sense. This number was his father's, and he definitely wouldn't mess around with Druck. "Fuck. It seems you're serious." The voice on the other end was filled with frustration. "Kid, wait where you are. I'll send someone to pick you up. We'll do a DNA test first." Fuck. If this is true, the gossip magazines will be thrilled. The famous playboy, America's richest man Tony Stark, has a love child. "Hey kid, from your accent, you must be around 16, right? God. Your mom really knows how to hide. If you tell me now that you're not my son, I'll definitely give you $100,000. I, Tony Stark, guarantee it." After a pause of several seconds without hearing Victor's response, the caller abruptly hung up. And Victor was left in a state of existential questioning. Who am I? Victor Chen, a handsome mixed-race man of Chinese and European descent, a doctoral graduate from AFI's directing department, a super-rich second-generation heir who has to work hard or go back to inherit a Fortune 100 group. Where am I? In the United States, Los Angeles Airport, in the waiting hall. What am I doing? Dialing my father's private number, only to be answered by someone claiming to be Tony Stark. Having sorted out his thoughts so simply, a terrifying idea gradually formed in his mind. He took a deep breath and opened Google on his phone. He first checked the date. It was March 12, 2008. Then, looking at the somewhat outdated search interface, his heart felt increasingly uneasy. He searched for news about his father, but the results showed no information. He then searched for recent news. Mutants attack New York police. Is it an individual act or premeditated? Stark Industries weapons division closes for the first month. Stock prices plummet by 37%. Playboy Tony Stark hasn't been seen for 30 days, confirming he has a mental illness. One news story after another confirmed his bizarre suspicion. But with 21st century technology and the money and power of people like Druck, these things could certainly be fabricated on a small scale. Unless. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Victor flashed a somewhat stiff smile at Anna, gesturing that he still needed to use her phone. After she nodded to indicate it was fine, he moved to an empty spot and sat down. He bowed his head and fiddled with his phone, murmuring softly, "Dimension trading platform?" A scene of despair appeared. A line of text really floated before his eyes. "Welcome to the Dimension Trading Platform. Would you like to start the beginner's guide?" Out of instinctive rejection of crossing over, his brain subconsciously chose no. The interface immediately disappeared. He blinked hard, confirming he wasn't wearing contact lenses or anything, then sighed deeply, his usually straight back losing its composure as he leaned back. It's over. It really is crossing over. His life had just begun, and he had no dissatisfaction with his life. The future was full of infinite possibilities. Why did crossing over have to find him? Why not target those dream-chasing homebuddies who needed more? Fortunately, the dimension he found himself in was the Marvel universe created by the old man Stan Lee, which he was somewhat familiar with. He just didn't know if it was the movie universe, animated universe, or comic universe. If it were the movie universe, as a doctoral graduate from AFI's directing department, he might understand this world even better than Stan Lee. He had interned on major films like Black Panther, Avengers, Infinity War, and Venom, Let There Be Carnage. But if it were the latter too? It's not that he wasn't familiar with them. It's just that the perverse power system made life full of uncertainty for him with his small arms and legs. Who knew he might get taken out by a random blast the moment he stepped out of the airport? He shook his head, suddenly feeling a bit strange. Since he really did cross over, then the person who answered the phone earlier must really be Tony Stark, right? He actually called him Dad. Oh no, wait. It was Tony who said he would send someone to pick him up and do a DNA test. Based on his analysis of Tony's character, Victor was 100% certain that once Tony confirmed he wasn't his son, he would definitely keep his promise to give him $100,000. Then he would hire a top lawyer and sue him for fraud, making him serve 10 years without a chance of getting out. Real 10-year minimum. The urgent task now was to solve this problem. He checked all the items he currently had. A suit, a watch, a Huawei phone that wouldn't dial out, a wallet with all the cards expired, and a borrowed phone. He was silent for a moment and then summoned the Dimension Trading Platform again, mentally clicking to confirm entering the beginner's guide. Clearly, this platform could read his brainwaves and might even be hidden in his mind. The text in his eyes began to change. Basic principles of dimension merchants. Since there is only one dimension merchant in each dimension, harming any dimension merchant's interests in life, including your own, in any form is prohibited, and violators will receive the highest punishment of void exile. Agree/newcomer lottery once. Refuse/unbind platform. If he refused, would it send him back after unbinding the platform? Victor pondered the possibilities, but ultimately decided not to take the risk. His father's influence made him instinctively reject this unequal gamble. After clicking agree, he saw, the Dimension Trading Platform has been successfully bound. The beginner's guide task has been successfully completed. Would you like to draw a newbie reward? Victor, with a puzzled expression, this. He waited a full 10 seconds. After confirming that the interface before him would not change anymore, even with Victor's usual good upbringing, he nearly lost his cool. Was the beginner's guide this perfunctory? It neither introduced its origins nor provided any instructions for use? Even if those could be omitted, at the very least, it should have equipped him with a helpful sprite, right? Now, with nothing at all, they just throw a newbie reward at him. This customer experience is terrible. He rubbed his temples in frustration. The news of crossing over was simply too shocking. His mindset was somewhat collapsing, with emotional fluctuations running high. His rare tendency to complain was now fully exposed. This so-called Dimension Trading Platform was completely unconventional. Since that was the case, he decided not to follow the platform's script and resolutely refused to draw the newbie reward. The interface before him immediately changed. The most prominent feature was the enormous search box at the top of the screen, and below the search box, 5 options were lined up in order: shopping cart, products, inventory, tasks, contacts. The style of this interface was extremely simplistic. No wonder the platform didn't ask for his opinion before sending him across dimensions. Given this level of graphic design, everything felt like a scam. They could transport people across dimensions but couldn't spare a design fee for a decent interface? He didn't immediately click the search box but instead opened each of the 5 options in order. Aside from one item labeled Newbie Lottery in the inventory, the other options were all filled with empty little squares. It was just like the small squares in an online game's backpack or storage, so rudimentary that he couldn't even be bothered to complain. He returned to the initial interface and clicked on the search box. Please inform the platform of any of your needs. Needs? I just want to go back to Earth. Can your platform fulfill that? What? You can't complain freely? You have to maintain elegance? Victor, unable to hold back a curse, I damn it. So a second-generation rich kid isn't an ordinary person? Can a handsome guy have normal physiological needs? Right now, he was in an extremely frustrated state, as if a guy named Ma had forcibly stuffed him into a Taobao store and then sent him abroad. The feeling of being deceived was overwhelming. As Victor continued to complain, the options below the search box instantly cleared out, replaced by a large array of neatly arranged exquisite windows. The extravagant visual style, compared to the previous simplistic interface, was like the vast difference between Luifei and Fengjia. The disparity in treatment between the merchant backend and the user interface was simply too obvious. A whole row of high-end products lined up, ranging from magical teleportation portals to fantastical void-shattering techniques to scientific shuttle devices, everything one could imagine. But the prices. Let's not even mention what the SSS level certificate is. Just the dimension points. None of the windows showed a price below 24 digits, which is 100 quintillion, 100 trillion. This isn't about traffic. It's about dimension points. Unless these dimension points are as devalued as the Zimbabwe dollar, otherwise, this platform clearly doesn't want him to return home. He changed several search criteria and casually clicked into a few products. The general interface was similar to Taobao products, just typical items. However, the slogans for the products were quite flashy. Product name, Dragon Ball Earth. Product category, technology. Product compatibility, 100%. Origin dimension, Dragon Ball Universe. Grade rating, SS. Product price, SS level certificate times 3, dimension points times 300 million. Function description, collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and get 1 wish opportunity. Slogan, if you can't speak Japanese and can't make a wish due to your lack of proficiency, it's non-returnable. Product name, Dragon Ball Namek. Product category, technology. Product compatibility, 100%. Origin dimension, Dragon Ball Universe. Grade rating, SS. Product price, SS level certificate times 3, dimension points times 250 million. Function description, collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and get 3 wish opportunities. Slogan, knowing a foreign language is very important, such as Namekian, which can be used to make 3 wishes. Dragon Ball Earth is fine, Japanese isn't too hard to learn. But Dragon Ball Namek is truly challenging, there's nowhere to learn it. I wonder if the platform will provide a language learning package. It has no marketing sense at all. The most ridiculous part is that Dragon Ball is classified as technology? Sighs and shakes his head, fine, fine. Perhaps in this world, magic can also be viewed as a type of technology not yet fully mastered by humans. Next, Victor conducted a series of operations and roughly explored the platform's functions. It was basically a copy of the Taobao template. The big boss behind this should also be named Ma, right? Looking at this disparity in treatment, it might just be that blue is better than blue, Ma. He glanced at his watch, it had only been 5 minutes. No wonder the beginner's guide was so simple. This hardcore interface didn't even have an advertisement. If there was any part he didn't understand, he would truly be a fool. After a round of complaints, Victor's expression became serious. He would wait a maximum of 10 more minutes. Tony's people should be arriving soon, and before that, he needed to quickly resolve the current issue. It was impossible to call back to explain. Tony wasn't someone who easily listened to advice. Having just arrived in the Marvel universe, the only thing Victor could rely on now was this dimension trading platform, even though he had no balance in his account and couldn't buy anything. However, under the subtle influence of his father, Victor had long understood that many things could be obtained without payment. Being in the Marvel universe was his greatest asset. According to the platform's evaluation, the Marvel universe belonged to the SS level dimension. Although he didn't know how this rating was determined, SS level should at least be considered above average, right? This meant that his potential for achievement was high, and he had investment potential, especially those lower level dimensions, which were resource poor. They would definitely be willing to invest in him. Combining his current situation and after some thought, Victor quickly defined his needs. First, he needed to resolve the issue of his real identity to ensure his basic safety. Second, he needed the strength to protect himself and ensure his personal safety. Lastly, he needed starting resources to accelerate capital accumulation. With a clear direction, his brain began to operate at high speed, contemplating how to select corresponding products to maximize his benefits. After a few seconds, he opened Google on his phone again and searched for Oscorp Industries, pulling up a row of news articles. Oscorp Industries pioneers bioelectric power technology. Can it become a new direction for clean energy? The legendary life story of Norman Osborn. The true identity of Oscorp's sole heir, Harry Osborn, exposed. He ignored these news articles and found Oscorp's official website, clicking on the employee information page, entering Richard Parker, and clicking search. There wasn't much information on Richard Parker, but his photo was gray, which indicated that he had passed away. However, there was no specific date of death indicated. He exited Oscorp's website and searched for Richard Parker again. Richard Parker deceased, a huge loss for the biology community. Mary Parker, the most beautiful biological expert, has left us forever. Chief researcher dies in plane crash. Oscorp's stock price drops slightly. He carefully browsed through these news articles and confirmed the timeline. Parker and his wife died in a plane crash 6 months ago. This timeline was indeed subtle. His brain continued to think, and he kept searching for news about Tony. Most were related reports after Tony was kidnapped in Iraq. He browsed through them one by one and finally confirmed the current timeline. Tony escaped the 10 rings 1 month ago. In other words, Tony had already completed his transformation in the small cave and was currently working on building the MK2. Subsequently, Victor summoned the platform, clicked on the search box, and searched for artificial intelligence, not clicking into products but arranging the items produced by Dimension from low to high. He also searched for gene hereditary disease treatment, superpowers, close combat, and newbie merchant first choice, among other keywords. He closed his eyes and mentally sorted through everything again. After confirming he hadn't missed anything, he opened his eyes. He stood up, returned the phone to Anna, thanked her, and politely declined her further invitation. With her disappointed gaze following him, he strode toward the exit of the waiting hall. Leaving here was the simplest and most effective choice, but it was definitely not a long-term solution. The security check when he entered was very strict. The exit procedures were much simpler, usually not even requiring a ticket check before being let through. However, due to Victor's charm, the security lady confirmed with him several times before reluctantly letting him go. Inner monologue, so handsome. I really want to. Quickly shakes her head, dispelling those unrealistic thoughts. Not long after Victor left, Tony's personal bodyguard Happy, wearing a serious expression, walked towards the security entrance. He finally managed to take a vacation, only to have his boss commandeer his time off to pick someone up because his house was near Los Angeles Airport. What was even more tragic for him was that this trip was bound to be in vain. His target, Victor, was now in a single stall of the airport's public restroom. The Los Angeles airport was the 5th largest airport in the world. The smell in the restroom was equally unbearable. The reason he chose this place was simple: this was the only spot in the airport without surveillance. Currently, Tony was not yet the future Iron Man. It would take at least half an hour to mobilize resources to find him here. With Tony's problem temporarily resolved, Victor mentally locked onto a Dimension store, Resident Evil. He skimmed through numerous products, heading straight for customer service consultation, initiating a cross-dimensional chat with them. The response was almost instantaneous. Royce, hello, I'm Royce, the Dimension merchant of D-level Dimension Resident Evil. How may I assist you? It was clearly an automatic reply. Moreover, it was a pure text chat, not even an avatar, poor rating. Victor typed in the opening he had long prepared, I, the Dimension Merchant of the Marvel Universe. Quickly stopped, deleted that confusing line, oops, that was a mistake. The downside of mental editing is that while others speak without thinking, I'm still thinking, and the electronic signal directly turns into text. Just as he was about to re-edit his introduction, the other side replied first. Royce, Marvel Universe Dimension? Finally, someone has entered that dimension. Royce, bro, you're really lucky. Do you want to buy T-virus knowledge or G-virus knowledge? Royce, wait. Hold on. Bro, why are you just a zero-level merchant? Isn't the minimum supposed to be an apprentice merchant? Oh my god. You haven't even reached level 4. Where did you get the authority to open the customer service interface? After a barrage of 3 messages, he finally stopped bombarding and waited for Victor's reply. Victor also finished editing his message, checked it carefully to make sure there were no problems, and then confirmed to send it. Victor, I am an SS-level Marvel Universe Dimension merchant. As you can see, I am a newbie merchant encountering some issues in the Marvel Universe and need your assistance. Trust me, this will be a highly rewarding investment. The other side paused for 3 seconds before another round of messages bombarded in. Royce, oh my god, bro, your luck is simply amazing that you got selected for the SS-level Marvel Universe. Royce, there are plenty of good things in that place, you can easily get a bunch of certificates. Royce, I'm so envious, bro, you're in trouble now, right? Just let me know what you need, I'll do my best to help you out. Royce, so you're talking about that investment, right? I get it, it's just like farming, you plant seeds first, then you harvest. Royce, so, bro, what do you want? T-virus? G-virus? Or do you want a tyrant as a bodyguard? This overwhelming northeastern vibe. Victor remained silent for a few seconds, ultimately feeling it was necessary to verify. Victor, hello there, I'm a bit puzzled, is my translator malfunctioning, or are you really from Northeast China? The reply from the other side came in a rapid-fire manner, like a barrage of fireworks. Royce, of course. I'm from HLJ in Northeast China, a genuine Northeast guy. Royce, are you confused about my name? What can I say? I can't exactly use Lu Dazhuang in America, that would be so low-class. Royce, oh dear, you don't know? We Dimension merchants are all picked from Earth, you see. I'm not too clear on the specifics, I'm just a merchant from a D-level dimension, so you'll have to figure out the rest for yourself. Royce, by the way, brother, do you have any difficulties? Don't be shy, just tell me what you need. Royce, but seeing as you're only a zero-level merchant, I guess your pockets are emptier than your face. You can probably only rely on the gifting route. Royce, I must say this up front, though, you can only choose one item, okay? It's not that I'm stingy, I have plenty of these things, but the platform has rules, it says to respect some basic trading laws. There's only one gifting quota per month. Victor carefully pondered Royce's words, digging out quite a bit of information from them. This guy named Royce, with his bold personality, was just like a true Northeasterner. Although not everything he said could be fully trusted, his intention to invest in Victor seemed genuine. After all, being chosen as a Dimension merchant couldn't mean he was a complete fool. If the platform randomly selected people, that would be a different story. But with someone as clever as him here, that possibility was slim. If his personality wasn't an act, then the saying about great wisdom appearing foolish must apply to him. In a situation where he could only obtain one investment item, maximizing benefits became a question. This wasn't a problem for him since he only needed one product anyway. The more investment he secured at the beginning, the greater the returns later on. Victor, I want artificial intelligence, Red Queen, not the White Queen, okay? The other side started with that dazzling operation once again. Royce, huh? Why not go for the G-virus? That could at least grant you some superpower. Royce, that's true, brother, you have plenty of choices. But this thing can lead to, reproduction issues, better not use it if you can avoid it. Royce, alright then, you're sure you want artificial intelligence? I'll clear out what I'm using and copy it for you. Royce, sorry, but regarding some unique technologies from the Resident Evil dimension, the platform won't grant them unless you purchase the knowledge. Royce, oh, right, I almost forgot bro, haven't you claimed your newbie reward yet? Otherwise, you could at least be an apprentice merchant. Why not go claim it first? I heard this thing has some sort of coefficient based on your strength and the world's danger level. The higher it is, the better rewards you'll draw. Royce, let's add each other as contacts first. Once you're done with the draw, I'll notify you to give you your items. Royce, huh? Why can't I add you? It says you haven't reached level 4 yet. You try adding me, just think of my name and add a friend. Victor wasn't sure whether Royce was genuinely wise or just a chatterbox, but there was no doubt about his loquacious nature. However, Royce's final reminder led Victor to some speculation he might not have access to level 4 merchant privileges because he hadn't claimed his newbie reward yet. Otherwise, how could there be so many strange occurrences? The probability of stepping on dog poop just as he left would be 1 in a million. Perhaps this was a reward for his clever actions? With a mix of apprehension, Victor stared at Royce's avatar, indicating that he wanted to add him as a friend, but no prompts appeared at all. Royce, hey, I've received your friend request. You can find me in contacts. Royce, strange, why could you add me but not the other way around? Royce, don't leave this chat, just think about opening contacts and see if you can find me. Victor followed his instructions, and a new window popped up in the corner of his eye, showing Royce's name all alone. It seemed there was no issue after all. But Victor still felt uneasy. He thought if this hidden reward had limitations, it definitely must have some restrictions. Once he claimed the newbie reward, his current privileges would surely vanish, and the only thing he was unsure about was whether the contacts would get deleted too. After weighing the pros and cons, Victor made up his mind. Victor, bro, why don't you just give me artificial intelligence, Red Queen now? I'm worried that once I claim the newbie reward, the platform will automatically detect a bug and delete my contacts too. Royce, wow, little brother, you're quite the decisive person. I was thinking of whether or not to persuade you. Royce, alright then, just 10 seconds, it'll be done soon. Before 5 seconds had passed, a line of text jumped into his view. You have received a gift item from the Resident Evil dimension. Royce, hey, little bro, did you receive it? If you did, you can find it in inventory. Victor mentally commanded the interface, and a third window popped up, displaying a small white item that looked like an earbud, definitely not something that resembled an artificial intelligence. As he puzzled over it, product information floated into his mind. Product name, Nano Storage Earbuds. Product category, technology. Product compatibility, 100%. Origin dimension, Resident Evil. Grade rating, F+. Product price, F-level certificate ×8, dimension points ×85. Function description, the earbuds consist of storage units the size of nanobots, offering a vast information storage capacity and equipped with networking, decoding, and solar charging functions. Slogan, this tiny earbud can hold 10 weak AIs, capable of temporarily replacing a supercomputer. Victor raised an eyebrow. This Royce was indeed meticulous, storing the artificial intelligence in this nano storage earbuds, saving him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he would have to set up a server cluster to run the artificial intelligence. Victor hurriedly thanked Royce. The other side smoothly responded, even changing how he addressed him. Royce, of course, I wouldn't do half-baked work, brother. Royce, once you take out the nano storage earbuds, it will automatically connect to the network and start running. Don't worry, I haven't deleted much of the information about the Dimension trading platform. It knows our energy levels and wouldn't dare do anything funny. Royce, now, I can't help you with anything else, but since you seem to know how to pull investments, your brain must be sharper than mine, so I won't waste your time. Royce, the Research Institute has tasks to handle, so if it's convenient after I resolve my issues, let me know. It was the same relentless barrage of text, but the tone felt particularly pleasant, perfectly maintaining a comfortable distance. Royce was undoubtedly a classic representation of being both rough and meticulous. Victor didn't say anything more, closed the chat window, and then opened Contacts to click on Royce, typing thanks for your generosity and sending it. The message was successfully sent. The problem lay with the newbie reward. His gaze shifted to the nano storage earbuds in inventory, and just as he was contemplating how to retrieve it, the earbud in the small square disappeared instantly, and he felt a slight blockage in his right ear. He instinctively touched his right ear and removed it, opening his palm to see the nano storage earbuds. It looked just like an earplug. Hey, this was quite user-friendly. It didn't appear in his hand but in his ear. He put the earbud back in his right ear and tentatively called out, "Red Queen?" "Sir, artificial intelligence, Alice is at your service. Would you like to rename Alice to Red Queen?" A mature voice came from the earbud. Upon hearing this, Victor recognized the voice as Alice's, not the little girl version of the Red Queen, so it seemed Royce had copied over the version he used, which was based on Alice. Perhaps he had even courted Alice. Perfect. He didn't like conversing with a little girl all day. He always felt it could lead to trouble. "No need for a change, Alice is just fine." Victor replied, "Are you connected to the internet now? What can you do?" "I have completed the infinite network connection. As long as it's related to the internet, Alice can accomplish 99%. Regarding anything that impacts reality, Alice can only control the nano storage earbuds until authorized by you, sir," Alice answered. "Control the earbud?" Victor caught on to another meaning. What other functions does this earbud have? Of course. A hint of human-like pride tinged Alice's tone. The nano storage earbuds are cutting-edge research products, unique samples owned by the previous master. They can disassemble into nanobots and attach to the eardrum before reassembling. This is a backup device and is just as safe as the original. It functions as a supercomputer powered by solar energy, capable of running Alice at 100% for an hour. Along with Alice, the previous master could control the entire network world via voice. However, in this world, Alice cannot control the entire network. Although it's still in the early stages, Alice has currently detected 5 weak AIs with abilities just slightly inferior to hers. "Sir, would you like to eliminate or rewrite their permissions? This will take some time." Victor quickly sorted through Alice's words. In simple terms, the overall network development in the Marvel Universe was still relatively low, but there were 5 weaker AIs similar to Alice. As for the gaps in between, if there were no gaps, could it still be called cutting-edge technology? Could it still be called Marvel? Having a rough understanding of Alice's capabilities, Victor began issuing commands. "Without leaving any traces on the network, create some living traces for me in the real world." An American-born Chinese orphan named Victor Chen, 24 years old, born on May 28, mixed Chinese and Russian descent. You can create the other information, just make it an ordinary person. Make the nano storage earbuds somewhat invisible, they're too conspicuous right now. Also, investigate who Tony Stark sent to the airport to look for me. Oh, and regarding the other 5 AIs, don't engage with them for now. With Victor's command, he could directly sense the changes happening in the earbud in his right ear. Though invisible, he could clearly perceive it flowing in like water, with one current merging into his right ear and another flowing down his neck to his left ear before integrating in. The whole experience was only slightly itchy, with no discomfort at all. Victor raised his hand to touch his ear. It felt empty, like there was nothing there. Shaking his head felt like there were no foreign objects in his ears. This earbud was like it had vanished. Alice's voice echoed in both ears. "Sir, your identity registration has been completed. Tony Stark has sent his bodyguard, Happy Hogan, who just passed through security 2.5 minutes ago and is currently conversing with Anna Billy in the waiting hall." It took only 10 seconds for all this to happen. Alice's efficiency was terrifyingly high. Victor felt a bit uncomfortable as he twisted his neck. "Alice, in the future, please keep your voice fixed in my right ear. No need for both sides to ring out." "As you wish, sir. No need to be so respectful, you're not my servant. Just call me Chen. Sir reminds me too much of someone who just took advantage of me." "Understood, Chen. Lower the volume a bit. Is this volume acceptable? Lower it a bit more. What about this volume? Alright, fix it at this volume. And..." It took 3 minutes for Victor to adjust Alice's behavior to suit him. After straightening his collar, he appeared ready to go. "So, can you block the airport's surveillance system and let me disappear from the airport?" "Alice, that's easy, your command has been executed." "Victor, keep an eye on Happy's position, don't let me run into him." "Alice, of course, Chen." Victor nodded in satisfaction and quickly exited the restroom. The restroom smelled unbearable. The layout of Los Angeles Airport in this world was quite similar to that of his previous life, and he walked smoothly out of the airport. Standing at the bustling entrance of the airport, Victor looked at Los Angeles Airport in front of him, and after a few seconds, turned around and sighed softly. He had rejected his friend's pleas and his parents' advice, resolutely deciding to return to develop himself. He never expected to be bound by a fake platform and forcibly brought over. Just as he was reminiscing about the past, Alice suddenly raised her voice to warn, "Watch out! Please dodge to the left immediately." Before he could react, he felt a heavy object ram into his back, knocking him to the ground, and then, amidst a vaguely familiar scream, an unknown heavy object landed on him, burying him. A fatal blow came from a heavy impact on his cervical spine. Before losing consciousness, Victor had only one thought: I was just joking about being wiped out by a random blast after leaving the airport. I didn't mean to set any flags. When Victor regained consciousness, his whole body was enveloped in a sensation of soreness, clearly indicating he had sustained some bruises. He looked around and saw a white ceiling and white sheets, and in his peripheral vision, there was a faint hint of yellow. He slowly sat up and noticed someone was leaning over his hospital bed. Judging by the person's attire, they were not a nurse. She was sleeping soundly, with long, brownish-yellow hair cascading over her face like a waterfall. However, based on Victor's years of experience, he could tell from her unique fragrance, body shape, and style of dress that she was a very charming woman. He was momentarily dazed for a few seconds, then tugged at his hospital gown, trying to recall what had happened earlier. Could it all just be a dream? He mused to himself, and verifying this was simple, so he softly called out, "Alice? Are you still there?" "Chen, I'm here," came Alice's voice from his right ear. "6 hours ago, you collided with Ms. Wanda's luggage cart, resulting in a severe impact to the back of your neck that caused you to faint. You currently have a mild concussion and are in a hospital at Los Angeles Airport." Victor nodded slightly, feeling a pang of regret. He had hoped it was just a nightmare. Even now, he was unwilling to accept the fact that he had crossed over to this world. Just then, he raised an eyebrow and looked at the person leaning by the bed, quietly asking, "You said her name is Wanda? Wanda Maximoff? Is she from Eastern Europe, Sokovia?" Alice confirmed, "That's what the records show. This Ms. Wanda and her brother Pietro lost their parents when they were 13 years old. She just turned 18 last month and entered the country under the guise of tourism." 18 years old? A hint of doubt arose in Victor's mind. According to his understanding of the comics, animations, and movies, Wanda should only be around 13 years old now. Had he perhaps mistaken her identity? While he was in doubt, a silver-haired man pushed the hospital room door open and locked eyes with Victor as he turned to look. Victor recognized him. This was undoubtedly Pietro Maximoff, the future Quicksilver. As for the age issue, Victor could only console himself that this was a real world where things couldn't completely correspond to his knowledge of films and comics. "You're awake," Pietro spoke apologetically. "I'm really sorry, my sister can be a bit reckless. I apologize on her behalf." Saying this, Pietro walked over to Wanda, gently shaking her shoulder. Wanda didn't get up but instead said in a whiny tone, "Stop it, let me sleep a little more, that economy class was just too uncomfortable." Pietro awkwardly smiled at Victor, then directly poked Wanda lightly in the waist. Just moments ago, she was reluctant to get up, but she instantly sprang up like a spring, her half-smiling, half-angry green-brown eyes locking onto Victor. In that moment, Wanda realized her situation, while Victor struggled to control his gaze from drifting. He confirmed with his eyes this woman looked fierce, especially given the current early summer season. Her outfit was rather revealing and quite eye-catching when she made any big movements. Wanda didn't notice the charm she inadvertently exuded and hurriedly stood up, apologizing sincerely to Victor. "I'm so sorry for the trouble I caused you." Faced with Wanda's genuine apology, Victor silently turned his head away. He thought to himself, "Girl, if you're going to apologize, then do it, but do you really need to bow so deeply? You know how that looks, right? Even if you're trying to gain sympathy or seek forgiveness, your brother is standing right there, making it awkward for me to either look or not look. I still don't quite understand what happened. Could you explain it to me?" Victor asked in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Pietro took over and began to explain, and what he said was largely consistent with Alice's earlier report, without any concealment. Through Victor's slight head turn, Wanda realized her wardrobe malfunction earlier. Her face instantly turned bright red as she quickly turned to the side to adjust her clothing. "So, that's how it is," Victor nodded at Wanda. "I feel like my body is fine. A mild concussion doesn't require any special medication. I can just go back to recuperate." Seeing Wanda's guilty expression, Victor added, "Actually, it was my fault for standing there dazed at the airport entrance, so I have half responsibility in this matter. You didn't just leave me hanging, so let's call it even." Wanda looked indecisive and cast an inquiring glance at Pietro. As the older brother, Pietro appeared more mature and steady. He recognized that Victor was a good person and nodded to his sister, while also offering Victor a grateful smile. From Victor's attire, it was evident that he came from an uncommon background. For the siblings, having just arrived, if Victor insisted on making some harsh demands, they would truly find themselves in a predicament, especially considering some goal they had in mind. After receiving her brother's permission, Wanda gave a sweet smile and bowed to thank Victor. Victor didn't show any overtly unusual expression, merely turning his head away silently. As Wanda straightened up, she noticed this scene and reddened again. This girl really had a poor memory. She was just like her mind, contradictory to her figure. Pietro, on the other hand, remained unfazed and seemed to approve of Victor's two instances of looking away. He reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a Huawei Mate 20 RS, handing it over. "This is your phone. I'm sorry, you were unconscious, and I thought I'd notify your family, but no one answered," Pietro explained. Victor nodded, feeling a bit surprised. He didn't typically save contacts, he usually memorized friends' phone numbers directly. In his call logs, most of the numbers he had called before were evident, but the results were clearly unproductive. "You couldn't get through to any of them?" Victor asked. "Ah, right, none went through. I thought there was something wrong with your phone. I could get through to my phone when I called it," Pietro replied. Victor nodded, not elaborating further. Pietro naturally didn't continue to inquire, saying a word before turning to go get a doctor for a follow-up check. Inside the hospital room, only Wanda and Victor were left in silence. Wanda, still embarrassed from her earlier wardrobe malfunctions, was blushing and hesitant to speak first, while Victor was listening to Alice's report. After he fainted, Alice discovered that Pietro had taken his phone. To avoid raising undue suspicion, Alice proactively registered his phone number under his real name. Regarding the phone's call logs, there were a few numbers that could connect, like his father's number, which was now Tony's. However, the signals for these calls had been altered by Alice. While they could connect, no one would actually answer in reality. It seemed Alice was quite intelligent in her operations. After Alice finished her report, Pietro returned with a male doctor. The doctor conducted a simple check on Victor and indicated that he was fine and just needed some time to rest. If he felt uncertain, he could also undergo another instrument check. When the mention of an instrument check came up, Victor noticed Pietro's expression tense up. He tightly pressed his lips together and didn't speak. Combining this with Wanda's earlier remark about how uncomfortable the economy class was, Victor had a hunch that the siblings probably didn't have much money. In the US, if you went to see a non-urgent issue without an appointment, the costs could be frighteningly high. However, the fact that the siblings had little money but still traveled internationally, especially to Los Angeles where Tony was, certainly made their motives intriguing. While he pondered these possible situations, Victor declined the recommendation for an examination and proceeded to handle the discharge procedures. Upon hearing this, Pietro secretly sighed in relief, but he didn't miss the change in Victor's expression. It was basically certain that the siblings' goal in coming to Los Angeles was likely related to someone associated with Tony. At the entrance of the hospital at Los Angeles Airport, Pietro continuously expressed his gratitude to Victor. He was acutely aware of how fortunate he and his sister were. If it had been anyone else, this matter would likely not have been resolved so easily. Victor wore a warm smile, and when his gaze fell on Wanda, it seemed as if there was a deeper meaning behind his eyes. That look made Wanda feel as though this handsome guy in front of her had known her for a long time. In fact, their familiarity went beyond mere acquaintance. Before Victor crossed over, he had even pursued Wanda, but their relationship had ultimately stopped at friendship because Wanda didn't fancy someone 5 years younger than her. Now, at 24, Victor was just 5 years older than 18-year-old Wanda, and this subtle twist of fate seemed to carry some deep significance. Victor didn't dwell too much on the past. After a moment of contemplation, he took off his expensive Patek Philippe watch and handed it to Wanda. This watch had been a gift from Elizabeth in his previous life, and now it would return to its rightful owner. Wanda looked at the obviously expensive watch with a puzzled expression, her big eyes gazing inquisitively at Victor. With a warm smile still on his face, Victor said, "Consider this as payment for your hospital expenses. Didn't you notice? Your brother is worrying about the upcoming costs right now." Wanda turned back to look at Pietro in surprise, as if asking, "Have we really become this financially strapped?" Pietro's expression shifted slightly, but he awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement. They indeed had little money left. Hospital expenses in America were exorbitantly high. If they didn't find a way to secure some funds, it wouldn't just be completing their goal for this trip, they might not even have enough for a return ticket home. Wanda hesitated, not immediately reaching for the watch, her expression showing uncertainty. Seeing this, Victor quickly gave her an out. "How about this? Just give me $100, and I'll consider it settled. I'm currently broke and need some cash for a taxi." Wanda was still hesitating, while Pietro swiftly pulled out 5 $20 bills and exchanged them for the watch. The diamonds embedded in that watch were worth far more than the $100. Understanding his sister well, Pietro eagerly made this move, and Wanda realized that they were probably on the brink of financial ruin. Just a few hours in the hospital had put them in such a predicament. Victor didn't focus too much on these details, he promptly stuffed the cash into his bulging wallet. That wallet contained the 2018 version of the RMB, which was useless in America. But to Wanda, the seemingly full wallet of cash, credit cards, and bank cards, combined with Victor's luxurious attire, didn't paint him as someone who was short $100. Clearly, he was doing this to assist her and her brother. Victor returned the wallet to his inner suit pocket, a faint fragrance wafting over him. "You are a good person, Victor," Wanda whispered in his ear. Before Victor could respond, Wanda darted away like a startled rabbit, running off into the distance. Pietro raised an eyebrow at Victor, then waved goodbye and quickly chased after Wanda. Left alone, Victor felt a bit disoriented. He couldn't help but think, "Girl, if you wanted to hug me, I wouldn't mind at all. But giving me a good guy card might be a bit much, don't you think?" Still, he pulled his right hand out of his suit pocket and moved his palm. He sighed inwardly, wishing it had been his hand making contact with her. Shaking his head to dispel those impure thoughts, he looked in the direction Wanda and Pietro had left, chuckling softly to himself. He thought, if fate allowed, they would surely meet again. "Alice. I'm here. What can I assist you with? Can you help me reactivate my credit card? The one I brought from my original world." "Sure, the magnetic strip has already been processed. Please hold the corresponding credit card to your ear, Alice needs to read the information." Victor followed her instructions, rummaging through his wallet until he finally pulled out the American Express Centurion card, placing it against his ear. "The credit card has been activated, with no credit limit. In fact, Alice can directly increase your bank balance. That's just a small amount, let's keep a low profile. For now, help me gather information on mutants and covertly infiltrate the Sentinel services to find the nearest mutant underground sanctuary. This will take some time. The Sentinel services are protected by a weak AI, and bypassing it can be troublesome. The estimated time is 3 hours. If you don't need to hide traces, Alice can rewrite permissions in just 3 minutes. Prioritizing the concealment of traces is essential, we shouldn't expose ourselves yet." Alice understands. Soon, a car from the Hilton Hotel quickly arrived. With the Centurion card in hand, Victor naturally received the highest level of service from the hotel. The presidential suite that was originally fully booked was suddenly made available for him, and he received a complimentary upgrade. High-end hotels never truly reach capacity, they always reserve a few rooms for potential VIP guests. Victor pressed the Do Not Disturb button, sinking into the sofa, staring blankly at the sunset outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. After a long time, he let out a deep sigh and summoned the Dimension Trading platform. He still didn't choose to draw the newbie reward. Alice had already helped him resolve issues related to his real identity and initial resources, but he still lacked self-defense capabilities. After all, this was the Marvel Universe. Even just being in America was enough to keep him on guard. Many people in his home country longed for the freedom of the United States, but they didn't realize that unless you were surrounded by bodyguards at all times, ordinary civilians often had to wear bulletproof vests when going out, and every household likely prepared a few firearms. In contrast, back home, a dull knife could be classified as a controlled weapon to be confiscated, and a sharpened one would be a legal gray area. Thus, the importance of self-defense capability was paramount. The Dimension trading platform was filled with a dazzling array of products, overwhelming to an ordinary person. But Victor already had a target in mind. He directly opened the shop for the DC Universe Dimension. Before he crossed over, DC's Aquaman was incredibly popular, but no matter how popular Aquaman was, it was irrelevant to him. He had no intention of exchanging for Aquaman's powers, especially since he had been easily knocked aside by Superman with one hand in Justice League. That's right, Victor was a crazy Superman fan and had been very close friends with Henry Cavill in his previous life. During his exploration of the platform, the first thing he searched for was Superman's abilities. Product name, Superman Heritage. Product category, Heritage. Product compatibility, 100%. Origin dimension, DC Universe. Grade rating, SS. Product price, SS level certificate times 4, dimension points times 400 million. Function description, acquire super cells, unlock super brain, awaken super strength, super speed, Slogan, where the sun shines, you are a god. Although the description of Superman Heritage was simple, it exuded a sense of I'm incredibly impressive. The price was equally shocking. Victor naturally wouldn't think of obtaining a complete Superman Heritage just by asking for it. Even if someone was willing, he wouldn't accept it, as it was akin to equity. The larger the financing ratio, the smaller his autonomy. The reason he decided to choose this Superman Heritage was that the Dimension merchant supported installment purchases rather than installment payments. Installment purchasing and installment payments both involve paying in batches, but they have significant differences in nature. Installment purchasing means that after each partial payment, you can obtain goods equivalent to the payment amount, similar to making successive purchases in a retail store. In contrast, installment payments allow you to receive the full product upfront and then pay in installments over time, like taking out a loan to buy a house, first getting the house, then paying it back in installments. In other words, the Superman Heritage can be categorized by tiers from the lowest F level to the highest SS level, with each tier available for separate purchase. This tiered financial pressure setup allows more people to afford this expensive and powerful heritage. However, Victor found himself in a dilemma at this moment. He was unable to afford even the lowest tier F-level Superman Heritage. But then an idea struck him. He could seek investments, essentially pulling off the commonly referred empty-handed wolf trick. He opened the customer service consultation for the DC Dimension and initiated a cross-dimensional chat. Raphael, no idle chatter, respond based on needs. Unlike the automatic reply from Royce earlier, Victor realized that Raphael's replies could be controlled by him, though he didn't yet have that authority. Moreover, Raphael's attitude seemed somewhat arrogant. Victor, hello, I'm a newbie merchant from the Marvel Dimension, and I'd like to discuss a potential investment partnership with you. This time, the other side didn't respond immediately like Royce. Victor didn't mind. He began to sink into his own thoughts. He needed to choose his words carefully, as he would have to persuade a cunning businessman in New York. The Superman Heritage was merely Victor's first choice. It wasn't an item he had to obtain. The tier levels in DC were roughly equivalent to those in Marvel, so while it would be great if Raphael was willing to invest, it was also reasonable for him to decline, just like how Jack Ma faced setbacks when he first went to Silicon Valley. Victor mentally simulated possible reactions from the other side, and before he knew it, more than 10 minutes had passed. Finally, the dialog box on the interface changed. Raphael, not bad, another lucky one who discovered and successfully exploited a platform loophole. Tell me the time you entered this dimension, and I'll decide the extent of the investment based on that. Victor slowly snapped out of his thoughts, surprised by Raphael's reply. This merchant named Raphael likely had a high level. He could tell at a glance that Victor had exploited a loophole to gain level 4 privileges early on. Moreover, as the potential investor, he was putting forth conditions to take the initiative before discussing investment matters. Royce had similar thoughts but lacked the negotiating room due to his lower dimensional level, only able to offer Victor some initial assistance. This was one of the reasons Victor had contacted Royce first. In response to Raphael's attempt to seize the initiative, Victor chose to go along with his wishes. After all, in the business world, those with money were the real daddies. However, Victor wasn't about to overly diminish his standing. He replied in an equal tone. Victor, it's the 31st day since Tony Stark escaped from the Ten Rings. He's currently in seclusion working on the MK2. This time, Victor didn't wait long. About 30 seconds later, Raphael responded. Raphael, not during World War II, which is somewhat regrettable. But that's fine. Are you focused on the Superman heritage or the Flash heritage? It was not surprising that he didn't mention the Batman heritage. While Bruce Wayne had many fans, his fighting power primarily came from high-tech equipment, which required significant financial investment, just like Tony Stark. Thus, it could be said that their superpowers were primarily financial, with scientific capabilities coming second. But for Dimension merchants, those gadgets could be purchased on the platform, and in the Marvel universe, the black technology was not inferior to that of the DC universe. Victor, the Superman heritage suits me better. I heard that the F-level heritage can resist small-caliber pistol attacks. Is that true? Raphael, F-level? I can directly offer you an A-level heritage, but you need to agree to one condition. This generous offer would likely have made an ordinary person ecstatic, dancing with joy. But Victor slightly furrowed his brows. He believed that the F-level heritage was sufficient for his safety, and the A-level heritage would be an unnecessary burden for him, because the more investment he received, the greater the returns he would eventually need to provide. Every penny invested by capitalists was aimed at geometric returns. After a brief consideration, Victor decisively rejected Raphael's proposal. Victor, the F-level heritage is enough. Why don't you tell me your requirements? Raphael, I see, looks like you're a savvy businessman in the real world as well. What a pity. The other side didn't directly state his requirements, merely saying, what a pity, and then fell silent, as if intentionally trying to bait Victor. If Victor lost his composure, he might mistakenly think that Raphael was about to give up on the investment and would voluntarily concede, accepting more investment while simultaneously losing more autonomy. Victor saw through this tactic and ignored it, suddenly feeling a longing for Royce. That guy, although chatty, was direct and straightforward, unlike Raphael, whose few words seemed to hide deeper meanings, making their conversation quite exhausting. Victor set Raphael's question aside for now and began searching for alternatives to the Superman heritage. He was somewhat reluctant to continue engaging with Raphael because he didn't want to play the typical merchant game of scheming and deceit. He had chosen to leave his father's business empire to return home to make films and pursue his dreams. So he felt a bit weary of engaging with Raphael. Of course, this didn't mean he had given up on the Superman heritage. He believed that once he acquired enough resources, he could purchase it himself. His purpose in seeking investments this time was merely to ensure his own safety. On the platform, items like high-energy electron shields, protective talismans, and magical shelters could serve the same function. What he needed to do was carefully select the right dimension. Just then, Victor's stomach protested with a rumble. He had been deep in thought all day, and with night approaching, his stomach began signaling its needs. Alice, simulate my voice and order a dinner for me, a medium-rare steak, paired with a 20-year-old brandy, along with some other. Before Victor could finish his sentence, a platform notification sound suddenly interrupted him. You have received a gift item from the DC Universe dimension. Victor opened inventory, and aside from the first slot containing the newbie reward, there was a drop of blood shaped like an S lying quietly in the second slot. He concentrated, and a stream of information flowed into his mind. Product name, Superman Heritage Fragment. Product category, Heritage. Product compatibility, 100%. Origin dimension, DC Universe. Grade rating, F+. Product price, 100 dimension points, E-level certificate times 10. Function description, this heritage is extremely incomplete, retaining only the abilities of supercells and steel body. Slogan, the Superman heritage has strong exclusivity. Unless you can acquire more incomplete heritages to complete the full heritage, its use is not recommended. Would you like to extract Superman Heritage Fragment? Victor pondered for a moment, then shook his head and softly replied, no. He decided to set this item aside for now and not extract it. After all, the F-level Superman Heritage Fragment in Raphael's shop only contained the ability of supercells, while the one given to him had the added ability of steel body. He needed to weigh the pros and cons carefully before making a decision. Meanwhile, he continued to monitor the dialogue box for replies, hoping Raphael would provide more valuable information. Raphael, you really are impressive. Consider this F-level heritage as a token of our friendship. My requirement is to obtain the reality gem, which pairs perfectly with the Superman heritage. You can rest assured, the platform can replicate items, and I will purchase it at a clearly marked price. Additionally, it would be best if you could also exchange for a Green Lantern ring. This will greatly help you in mastering the reality gem in the future. The timing was impeccable. If Victor had waited another 3 minutes, he might have started contacting other dimension merchants. Moreover, it seemed Raphael noticed his slight reluctance. His tone shifted quickly, completely shedding the earlier cold and lofty attitude, even sending a steel body as an apology. One could say he was genuinely sincere. Victor pondered for a moment and replied, I understand, then added Raphael as a friend. The verification went through quickly, but Raphael didn't continue to respond. After all, both were proud individuals, there was no need to overly lower their stance. Victor didn't mind this and directly closed the platform interface. He then instructed Alice to place an order, adding a fruit and vegetable platter to his previous order. Okay, I've added a fruit and vegetable platter for you, it's expected to arrive in about 15 minutes, Alice promptly responded. Victor nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was speaking, he had been interrupted by the platform's notification, and Alice hadn't pressed him about his interrupted thoughts, instead prioritizing the already requested dishes. Remembering a similar experience with Royce, it seemed Alice had considerable experience in handling such situations. Although the gift from Royce wasn't valuable, it was very practical. Looking at the Superman heritage fragment in his possession, Victor couldn't help but marvel at Raphael's capabilities. The price of the Superman heritage was exceedingly high, but after his manipulations, not only did the price become more reasonable, but it also attracted many loyal customers. The detailed circumstances of this would be left for later elaboration. Would you like to extract Superman heritage fragment? Yes. Thinking that extracting it would grant him immediate use, Victor was surprised when the platform displayed another prompt. Superman heritage fragment has been extracted, please select the target for use. Could it be used on someone else? He would definitely have to test that next time. Target set to self. Superman heritage fragment has been used. As the platform notification sounded, Victor felt as if he might have been tricked. He didn't sense any unusual changes, everything felt normal. He pinched his skin and muscles, the firm sensation was the result of his years of commitment to fitness. He then punched the coffee table hard, and it did hurt a bit. Was this a fake item? Moreover, there wasn't a personal panel appearing for him to check, perhaps because he was still a zero-level merchant, or maybe it genuinely didn't have that function. Given the differential treatment of the merchant backend, it was indeed possible. Victor opened the DC Dimension shop, not bothering to ask Raphael, and directly clicked on Superman heritage fragment, examining it word by word. Soon, he discovered the problem. The F-level Superman heritage fragment originally only contained the F-level supercells, and the ability of supercells was to absorb and store solar energy. This ability wasn't easily detectable, and now that the sun had set, the light reflected by the moon seemed ineffective. Since the supercells hadn't absorbed any light energy, they naturally couldn't provide energy for the extra steel body ability, so his body hadn't been enhanced. In simple terms, he was just lacking sunlight's nurturing. With a clear logic and coherent reasoning, Victor stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The presidential suite was located on the top floor of the Hilton Hotel, the 19th floor, 60 meters above the ground, providing a panoramic view of the entire Los Angeles skyline. After admiring the night view for a while, there was a knock on the door. Opening it revealed a stunning blonde waitress pushing a food cart. The waitress respectfully placed the meal on the dining table, then looked at Victor with a burning gaze. The meaning in her eyes was unmistakable. Holding the Centurion card, something only the elite could obtain, Victor appeared to be a walking stack of cash in the eyes of these observant individuals, not to mention his tall and handsome stature. As for becoming her boyfriend, Victor didn't harbor many fantasies. However, who would refuse a chance to be with such a gorgeous guy while also earning a generous reward? Facing the beautiful blonde waitress, Victor maintained his composure. He reached for his wallet, intending to give her a tip to send her on her way, only to remember he had only $100 on him. Thus, Victor quietly said, "Please bring a fruit salad in 30 minutes, and also give me $1,000 in cash." The star-rated hotels near the airport offered small cash withdrawal services, charging the fee to the room bill with an additional 10% service fee. Upon hearing this, the waitress's expression showed a hint of disappointment, but she didn't press the issue. Instead, she maintained her smile and wheeled the cart out of the room. This wasn't her willingly giving up, she didn't dare to linger. If she were to be reported, she could lose her job. Don't underestimate the role of a waitress, especially in a 5-star hotel. Many people envy that position. This was just a small interlude. Victor leisurely enjoyed his dinner, and the blonde waitress returned right on time, knocking on the door with a fruit salad and a tray containing a small stack of cash. Victor glanced at it. Inside were 2 $100 bills, 8 $50 bills, and 20 $20 bills. Under the consumption habits deliberately nurtured by the government, the most circulated bills in America were $20 bills, effectively preventing money laundering and other financial crimes. Just like in the movies, those who carry around a stack of $100 bills would be perplexed when they went out, since small shops wouldn't accept large denominations, while large stores only accepted credit cards. Victor took out 2 $20 bills from the tray and placed them on the dining cart, then waved his hand to indicate she could leave. He didn't notice her disappointed expression, and after closing the door, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window again, admiring the Los Angeles night view. After a few minutes, he summoned the platform and opened inventory, focusing on the newbie reward. The investments were already in place. It was time to see what this newbie reward could bring him. Even if it brought nothing, that was fine too. With a casual attitude, Victor clicked to extract the newbie reward. Would you like to extract the newbie reward? Yes. Newbie reward is being randomly extracted. Congratulations, you have received Telekinesis Development Crystal ×1, which has been delivered. Looking at this, it seemed like a decent item. In the opened inventory, a red diamond-shaped crystal replaced the newbie reward in the first slot. As he concentrated, a line of information flowed into his mind. Product name, Telekinesis Development Crystal. Product category, skill. Product compatibility, 71%. Origin dimension, chronicle. Grade rating, C+ or minus. Product price, C-level certificate ×5, 54,000 dimension points. Function description, develops the brain's potential, allowing mental energy to be converted into telekinetic power. Slogan, the original owner loved this skill, I hope you can use it well. Chronicle? Victor had some recollections of this low-budget superpower movie, as the protagonist was the same person as the extraordinary Harry Osborn. In comparison to the skill itself, he was more curious about who the original owner mentioned in the slogan was. Was it another dimension merchant? Or perhaps a punishment for some reason against dimension merchants, or even a relic of a deceased dimension merchant? Regarding the matter of the original owner, Victor didn't insist on probing into it at this moment. After all, he lacked sufficient information to analyze. He planned to ask Royce about it when he had the opportunity later. If Royce didn't know, Raphael would surely have the answer. Victor began to recall relevant scenes from Chronicle. He skipped over the plot itself. The term superpower in the title referred to the main characters gaining telekinesis after touching a strange crystal and waking up with the ability to move objects with their minds. It was evident that this ability had a growth potential as well. Initially, moving a baseball would cause nosebleeds, while by the end, they could even fly freely in the air, a considerable leap. Among them, Andrew seemed to possess stronger telekinesis than the others, but his physique was not the strongest, indicating that the strength of telekinesis wasn't directly related to physical strength. Overall, this ability was quite useful and sufficient for transitional use in the early stages. Considering the possibility of losing consciousness after using the telekinesis development crystal, Victor set down his wine glass, walked into the bathroom, took a hot shower, dried his hair, and put on the silk pajamas provided in the presidential suite. He lay down on the big bed, which surprisingly turned out to be a waterbed. He summoned the platform interface and decisively clicked on the telekinesis development crystal. Would you like to extract the telekinesis development crystal? Yes. Telekinesis development crystal has been extracted. Please select the target for use. Target set to self. Telekinesis development crystal has been used. As the platform prompt concluded, Victor felt a loud buzzing in his head, as if a heavy hammer was striking it, and a sharp pain surged through him. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but cry out in pain at the moment it hit. He had never experienced such intense pain throughout his life. Then, he instinctively turned his head to the side and fainted. This was a self-protective mechanism of the brain. The next day, a strong desire deep within his body woke him up. He groggily opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was a fiery red sunrise. The position he was in allowed him to directly see the dawn through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The rising sun wasn't blinding, and its warmth wasn't like the scorching heat of midday, but Victor felt as if every cell in his body was boiling, emitting a large amount of thermal energy that raised his body temperature significantly. This was the supercells absorbing solar energy. But his body instinctively told him that the cells releasing thermal energy were not storing light energy. Instead, they were immediately releasing the converted light energy to strengthen his physique. This was the effect of the steel body, consuming the just absorbed light energy to further enhance his body's defenses, although for now, it only slightly increased his physical defense, with little enhancement to strength and speed. Victor's expression became a bit peculiar. He had no prior knowledge of this information, yet he could inexplicably understand it, as if it was transmitted from his cells. He pondered for a moment. Krypton could store the codex of life in every cell of Clark, so storing some skill introductions in the cells didn't seem too far-fetched. Following his body's instincts, Victor wanted to get up and pull the covers away to expose himself more to the sunlight, maximizing the absorption of light energy. However, something unexpected happened. As soon as he lifted his hand, the covers were lifted as if by an invisible hand. Of course, the covers hadn't really become sentient, it was his telekinesis at work. He could clearly feel that force, which was telekinesis. With the covers lifted, his body's cells released even more heat, but he had no time to consider that. At that moment, his senses became incredibly strange. In an unknowable dimension, he felt as if he could control a small pool of water, the manifestation of telekinesis, formed by his spirit, able to change shape according to his thoughts and indirectly influence objects in the real world. For example, when he lifted the covers just now, he had unconsciously turned his telekinesis into a hand to grab and lift them. This sensation of being able to control objects from a distance was incredibly fascinating, and Victor was thoroughly enjoying it. However, the effective radius of his telekinesis was only 10 meters, and the amount of this small pool of water was minimal, but it was slowly increasing. As he exerted it, his telekinesis continuously consumed energy, with the consumption proportional to the weight of the objects he was lifting. In just 3 minutes, he could barely feel the telekinesis anymore. Meanwhile, he felt a chill at the tip of his nose and looked down to find blood spreading on the sheets. He reached up to touch his nose, and his hand was covered in blood. It felt as if his brain were being pricked with needles, a stabbing pain that made his thoughts somewhat fuzzy. After a few seconds, his mind gradually cleared, and the nosebleed stopped. He held his head with one hand, carefully recalling the sensation he had just experienced that was the consequence of overexerting his telekinesis limits. Rising, he grabbed a few tissues to wipe his nose and called for Alice to inquire about the progress of their tasks. "Chen, the mutant underground sanctuary has been located. The nearest temporary base is in Los Angeles, about a 20-minute drive from here, and it lacks surveillance equipment, so we can't obtain detailed intelligence," Alice reported. Victor frowned and thought for a few seconds, then said, "Keep an eye on it for now. I need to adapt to my newly acquired abilities for a few days. Order room service to bring up breakfast. I'd like some porridge and whatever else." "Okay, no problem." According to the plan, he was supposed to go out today, but his condition felt unstable, so he needed to familiarize himself with his new abilities first. After a quick hot shower, breakfast was delivered to the dining room on the other end of the master suite. This time, the person delivering breakfast was an Asian beauty, petite and charming, exuding a refined and gentle aura. "Hello, Mr. Chen, this is your breakfast," the Asian beauty said with a slight blush on her face, sweetly adding, "Is there anything else you need?" Her demeanor fit Victor's taste quite well, and he couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, curiously asking, "May I ask where you're from, beautiful lady?" "I'm Japanese, Mr. Chen." Victor's interest, which had just kindled, extinguished instantly. Although he knew he might have some biases, the thought of her being Japanese completely deterred him from any desire to engage. He pursed his lips and politely smiled, "Please have someone clean the master bedroom and the bathroom. Also, please send the clothes in the bathroom for dry cleaning." At Victor's subtle rejection, the waitress's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. She pouted slightly, and seeing Victor completely ignore her, a glimmer of reluctance crossed her eyes. But she didn't dare press the issue. After bowing and responding, she turned to push the cart out of the room. Once the door closed, her previously disappointed expression turned serious. She didn't curse but whispered under her breath, "Mary received a tip yesterday." "Did I really not get a tip? He can't be a..." Victor, of course, was oblivious to the waitress's murmurings. He sat at the dining table, looking at the spread of delicious food, yet feeling no appetite. He didn't even feel hunger. In contrast, the warm sunlight was far more appealing to him. Could it be? To confirm his suspicion, Victor left the dining room, crossed the living room, and stepped onto the spacious 50-square-meter outdoor terrace. Here, he could fully absorb the warmth of the sun. The moment he stepped onto the terrace, it felt as if he was in a hot spring, enveloped in warmth, causing him to involuntarily feel a bit drowsy. He had been trying hard to stay awake. After all, sleeping in was not a good habit. But he inadvertently noticed that in this strange state of drowsiness, the previously depleted telekinesis was recovering at an accelerated rate. Since that was the case, he casually lay back on a lounge chair on the terrace and fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke again, the sun was high overhead. By this time, he had completely lost any sense of hunger. Indeed, with the supercells within him, he no longer needed to consume food for energy. The stored light energy was sufficient to sustain his daily activities. It sounded powerful, but didn't it remind him of something? Like a solar panel. When Victor realized that he had become a solar battery, he felt no joy but rather a surge of fear. He immediately got up and hurried to the dining table, where the morning meal remained untouched. He disregarded the fact that the food had gone cold and began shoveling it into his mouth. Soon, he felt full, but that amount was only about a third of what he normally consumed. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself, patting his belly, thinking, "Am I becoming an immortal or something?" Although Victor was a super-rich second-generation heir, he didn't carry the airs of an arrogant young master. In fact, he was a very down-to-earth food enthusiast. When he decided to return to China, he had two goals in mind: to shoot a century-classic Chinese film and to savor every notable local delicacy. Now, suddenly being told that he would no longer feel hunger and have little desire for food felt like it had wiped out half of his life's passions. He couldn't simply concede to that, so he opened the platform interface to search for solutions. The first item that appeared in the search results came from the DC Universe. Product name: Superman Heritage Super Stomach. Product category: Heritage. Product compatibility: 100%. Origin dimension: DC Universe. Grade rating: E+ or minus. Product price: 500 dimension points, E-level certificate times 5. Function description: quickly digests ingested items and converts them into energy for storage. Slogan: eating for an hour is less effective than basking in the sun for a minute. Aside from satisfying your taste buds, it has no other practical uses. Victor suddenly realized that Superman actually had such an ability, one he had overlooked before. Now that there was a solution, his mood gradually calmed. Don't think he was overreacting. If you tampered with a two-dimensional nerd's figurines, discarded a gamer's gear, or smashed a collector's items, those seemingly cheerful nerds would truly go to great lengths to retaliate. "Alice, please have someone come to collect this stuff," Victor instructed. "All right, Chan," Alice replied. He felt reassured, leaving the aftermath to Alice, then grabbed a fork and stepped out onto the terrace. He lay on a lounge chair, fully absorbing the sunlight, and the sensation of warmth washed over him, making him feel as if he were in a hot spring. That strange drowsiness returned. This time, he didn't succumb to sleep but instead focused, using his telekinesis to levitate the gilded fork 10 centimeters from his palm, maneuvering it into various positions according to his thoughts. There were many ways to use telekinesis. By simply levitating that fork, he could envelop it in telekinesis, making it as if it were an extension of his hand, or he could use telekinesis to form a hand to grasp the fork. He could also create a flat plane to lift the fork, or even twist the telekinesis into fine lines to bind the fork. The energy consumption for these methods was proportional to the level of precision required for controlling the object. The greater the energy cost, the more refined the control. If he quantified telekinesis in terms of energy expenditure, with 1 gram of mass consuming 1 telekinesis unit, a 40-gram fork would approximately require 80 telekinesis units for enveloping, 40 for a hand form, 30 for a flat form, and 20 for fine lines. Moreover, this consumption was a continuous output. Each unit of telekinesis consumed would reduce the overall scale, thereby lowering the maximum mass he could lift. Ultimately, when the telekinesis was exhausted to zero, he would face the same headache and nosebleed as he did the previous day. While that might sound abstract, it could be compared to the relationship between gas and fire. Gas needs to consume itself to maintain the fire, as the total amount of gas decreases, its explosive potential diminishes. When the gas is completely burned, the fire extinguishes, and the explosive power naturally returns to zero. The difference, however, is that once the gas is consumed, it is gone for good, while Victor's telekinesis could self-recover and would even amplify while exposed to sunlight. Understanding this, Victor refrained from using telekinesis recklessly, opting instead to lie back on the lounge chair, enjoying the sun's warmth. While he couldn't directly perceive the progress of the steel body enhancement, he could certainly feel the rapid growth of his telekinesis. Before long, the scale of his telekinesis had surpassed twice that of when he had awoken in the morning. The idea of gaining strength just from sunbathing made him feel a bit embarrassed. Looking at other members of the Avengers, Thor had battled for thousands of years, Tony had to brainstorm endlessly to design his suits, Banner was a genius with 7 doctoral degrees who had been recruited by the military to participate in the super soldier serum research, and then, against all odds, gained the Hulk heritage. Steve, Wanda, and Pietro gained their super abilities by braving deadly experiments, while Natasha and Barton had to train day in and day out to ensure their abilities did not diminish, and they were still among the lower ranks in the Alliance. And then there was him, all he had to do was sunbathe to grow stronger. If these people knew about his ability, they would undoubtedly have fascinating reactions. None of this bothered Victor, his only thought now was to go outside. The outdoor terrace would only receive direct sunlight for 6 hours each morning. After that, the sun would move to the back of the hotel. While he could still absorb light energy and convert it, the efficiency would decrease significantly. Where would be the best place to soak in the sun? Of course, it was the beach. All California beaches were public property, with no private beaches, so no hotels could be built near the beaches. The Hilton Hotel was relatively close, a drive to the nearest beach would only take about 20 minutes. Victor notified the hotel staff through Alice, and soon a car was arranged to take him to Santa Monica Beach. He didn't get out immediately but waited about 5 minutes until a beautiful waitress in a swimsuit knocked on the door, gently asking him to exit, then leading him to a freshly prepared area with a cool demeanor. This area was equipped with sun umbrellas, lounge chairs, sunglasses, and basic supplies such as sunscreen and energy-replenishing fruits. If needed, a wide variety of chilled wines, drinks, and even diving equipment could be provided at any time. Additionally, this time, the beauty serving him was a new face, confirming that she was an elegant beauty from China. The hotel had truly put in a lot of thought to ensure his comfort. Many people yearn for America, and there's a reason for that. It's practically a country where one can indulge in luxury and enjoyment, provided you have enough cash. Of course, many people in America also live in hellish conditions. This time, Victor didn't let the beautiful waitress leave. Instead, he allowed her to apply sunscreen all over his body with her delicate hands, then accompanied him for a sunbathing session. He was simply sunbathing without any ulterior motives. If she were to leave now, she would not only risk being scolded by her supervisor but also have to perform other duties because the hotel didn't hire her to come and play. However, if she stayed, even lying down to bask in the sun counted as work, allowing her to earn a salary and possibly be rated as an outstanding employee with a bonus. This was America, a country where the rich reign supreme. Typically, sunbathing for about half an hour is enough. If you stay longer, you might really end up like a dried fish. However, Victor didn't think so. He knew he needed to make the most of his time to replenish energy and couldn't afford to get sunburned. So, every day before sunrise, he would lie on the outdoor terrace, practicing the use of his telekinesis. By noon, he would drive to the beach to continue sunbathing. Meanwhile, his mind was busy, constantly searching for various information, pondering what other products he could collect. Thus, 3 days passed, and not only did his skin not get sunburned, but his complexion remained as fair as before. In contrast, his accompanying beauty service staff, Katie, despite constantly using a sunshade, inevitably tanned 6 shades darker, turning completely bronzed. However, Katie didn't mind. Her commissions over the past 3 days had exceeded her salary for 2 months. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Victor's bodily transformation finally completed, and the intense heat he felt throughout his body disappeared, followed by a significant reduction in the amplification of his telekinesis. With the consumption from the steel body no longer required, he didn't need to be directly exposed to the sun anymore. The super cells could absorb and convert light energy indoors, which was sufficient to sustain his physical activities. As for storing light energy for future superpower enhancements, there was no need to rush. He couldn't let the 3 days of delay affect his future plans, or he would miss out on the exciting events ahead. Before leaving, Victor gifted his expensive suit to Katie and had her change into a cheap tracksuit. Then, accompanied by Katie, they prepared to check out. In the elevator downstairs, Katie, who had unexpectedly received an expensive suit, shyly asked Victor if she could keep it as a farewell memento. Victor simply smiled faintly without responding. He gave the suit to Katie merely because the place they were heading to would require them to discard whatever they wore afterward, so it was better to give it to Katie. Plus, he found her quite pleasant to look at. Katie was bashful. After her suggestion went unanswered, she blushed and fell silent. At the front desk, the assistant manager, a white man, had been attending to Victor for the past 3 days. When he saw Victor in a cheap tracksuit, his professional smile visibly faltered, and he spoke with a trembling tone, "Mr. Chen, how may I assist you?" He suddenly glanced at Katie, his eyes filled with warning and arrogance. It was unclear what he was imagining, but it surely wasn't anything good. Victor waved his hand and said, "Just do your job and help me check out." The assistant manager sighed in relief and respectfully led the way. "Mr. Chen, I'll assist you with the checkout." The checkout process was very quick. The total expenditure for the 3 days was $63,400. The room fee was only a small part of it. The majority of the expenses were for the all-day sunbathing service. When swiping his card, Victor didn't blink. As long as his plan succeeded, paying back the credit card would be easy. If the plan failed, it didn't matter, he still had Alice. Walking out of the hotel with the assistant manager, the car Katie had booked was already waiting, and the bellboy bowed to open the back door for Victor. Ignoring the assistant manager's polite remarks, Victor nodded at Katie, who followed him closely, and then got into the car. To Las Vegas, he announced his destination and closed his eyes, indicating he didn't want to talk anymore. He needed to adjust his mindset for the next destination, otherwise, he worried he might get anxious. The driver was a black man who, noticing Victor's state through the rearview mirror, wisely refrained from disturbing him. Based on Alice's provided information, after the 3 days of filtering, Las Vegas was ultimately selected. According to the analysis, the likelihood of his plans succeeding in this city was the highest. Las Vegas was America's largest den of iniquity. Where there was light, there was darkness, hiding the darkest side of America. The 240-kilometer journey would take only an hour by plane, but Victor's ID stated a birth date of 1994, and no one would believe that a 14-year-old could grow so tall and handsome just from hormones. As for hotel registration, he used the Centurion card, but the airport wouldn't recognize it. Ahem, plot needs, please be gentle with the criticism, so, he had to drive, which would take about 4 hours. Before long, the car left the commercial center and entered a residential area. Rows of single-family homes lined the streets, mostly 1- or 2-story houses, with 3-story ones being rare. These wooden houses lacked colorful exterior tiling, mostly appearing in white or gray, looking quite plain like rural bungalows. But inside, they were lavishly decorated, spacious, and comfortable, some even featuring private pools. In America, houses were almost a non-essential that every normal family could afford. Plus, the roads were well connected, clean and tidy, with residents enjoying gardening, making the area seem quite pleasant. However, once the car exited the city and entered the highway, the situation took a drastic turn. Along the way, there were only drought-stricken trees, no guardrails, and uneven stone walls that provided no protective capability. This was the real America. Public facilities could continue to be used for years as long as they hadn't been completely worn out. As they drove east, Victor rolled down the window to let the sunlight pour in. Although the warm drowsiness was gone, his body still felt slightly hot, which was quite comfortable. His telekinesis was steadily growing, seemingly without end. Last night, he had managed to levitate himself a few centimeters off the ground, though only for 3 seconds. Yet, those kids in the movies could soar through the skies, having enhanced his F-level Superman heritage. How could he be weaker than them? Gaining strength was just a matter of time. This time he didn't even need to sunbathe, just breathing could make him stronger. During the drive, Victor naturally wouldn't waste time sleeping but continued to recall details from Marvel movies stored in his mind, reconsidering whether those details had value. Based on his understanding of this world over the past 3 days, he was certain that this was indeed the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He constantly searched for various information in his mind, and before long, the 4-hour journey flew by. The black driver finally spoke up. "Sir, are you heading directly to the casino, or would you like to find a hotel to rest first?" Victor opened his eyes, glanced at the bustling cityscape in the distance, and replied, "Just keep going straight." Next, under Alice's guidance, the car weaved through Las Vegas. They passed through the noisy casino, the vibrant entertainment district, the opulent shopping centers, and the glittering hotels. Finally, they stopped at a location that severely contradicted Las Vegas's reputation. The quiet black driver noticed this scene and reminded, "Sir, are you sure this is the right place?" The place is correct. Here's your fare, and there's plenty of tip too." Victor casually handed over a stack of cash, amounting to $200. Plane tickets between the two locations only cost a little over $100. Although the black driver was filled with confusion, he accepted nearly double the fare without question. After all, who could understand what rich people were thinking? Now that he looked closely, the customer's clothes didn't seem better than his own. Once Victor got out of the car, the black driver quickly stepped on the gas and turned around. He felt that staying in such a place for too long would bring him bad luck. Under the luxurious Las Vegas Strip, there stretches a tunnel system over 500 kilometers long, densely packed with all kinds of homeless individuals. Las Vegas is the most unfriendly city in the entire United States for people at the bottom of the social ladder, without exception. The local government explicitly prohibits both tourists and residents from providing food, supplies, or money to these homeless people in parks, and hiring them as employees is considered illegal. This seemingly prosperous city is like a massive prison, confining these individuals in the underground sewer, where they are accompanied by rats and cockroaches day and night, never seeing a ray of sunshine. Of course, where there are pitiable individuals, there are also despicable aspects. Among those trapped in this underground world, many have had glorious pasts. They once squandered their fortunes in Las Vegas, enjoying treatment akin to that of gods. However, they have fallen into the vicious habits of drug addiction, alcoholism, and compulsive gambling, ultimately leaving only the sewers as a place to take refuge. Among them, only a small handful are there due to the relentless persecution of fate, forced to escape into this dark world to survive. Victor's goal is precisely to find the most unique individuals among this small group. At this moment, he stands at the entrance of the Las Vegas sewer, wearing a mask, his eyes constantly darting around. The towering skyscrapers nearby create a stark contrast with the place he stands in. Yet, this is not the reason for his hesitation. Even from tens of meters away, and despite wearing 6 layers of masks, he can still smell a nauseating stench, causing his stomach to churn. If he hadn't prepared beforehand by not eating all day, he truly wouldn't be sure he could endure it. This smell is unbearable even for ordinary people, let alone for someone who has been pampered since childhood like him. After standing at the entrance for a few minutes and adapting to breathing through his mouth, he finally musters the strength to step into the dark sewer, instantly swallowed by the darkness. The difficulties he faces are not just the inability to breathe normally, the lack of light is also a huge problem. There won't be streetlights installed in the sewer, and the simple flashlight in his hand can only illuminate a 10-meter radius. Beyond that, everything becomes very blurry. Moreover, the height of the tunnels makes him uncomfortable. In the main tunnel, 5 meters of height is enough for him to walk upright, but in some secondary tunnels, he has to bend down to pass through at his height of 1.88 meters. He gives up entirely on places that require crawling. This situation is simply intolerable for him. As he delves deeper, he comes across some bedrooms of the residents. These bedrooms are rudimentary and messy. Having a mattress is considered a luxury, while most just have some tattered cloth, and some even sleep in piles of newspapers. It would not be an exaggeration to call them refugees, despite being beneath the most prosperous gambling city in America. These residents are extremely sensitive to light. Once illuminated, they will tear up and quickly turn away. Only a few will grit their teeth and glare at Victor despite the light, their eyes faintly glimmering with a greenish hue. The men tend to turn away blankly after seeing his plain clothing. The women, however, react more frantically. Their gazes seem to want to devour Victor whole, and a few even start engaging in some indecent actions right in front of him. In this underground world, the standards for sexual encounters are very low. Sometimes, even the opposite sex isn't necessary, as long as the other person is clean. Although Victor wears 6 layers of masks, hiding his handsome face, his strong physique and clean attire have become an irresistible charm. At this moment, walking in the sewer, he is like a child flaunting gold in a bustling market, and it's only a matter of time before he draws attention. Faced with these chilling scenes, Victor feels more helpless than horrified. In his past life, he had only heard of such darkness but had never personally encountered it. No matter how much he prepared, it was still insufficient. It's akin to how ordinary people feel when they go into space. Most have no clue, and it's hard to find comprehensive information online. Although faced with danger, Victor does not have any thoughts of retreating. If those people don't come looking for trouble, he won't mind being looked at. A few gazes won't cost him any flesh. If there is any malicious intent, the razor blades in his pocket, driven by his telekinesis, would transform into lethal weapons. However, as time passes, Victor finds himself unsure of where he has wandered. He ultimately cannot hold back any longer, half complaining, half questioning, "Alice, are you sure there's a temporary shelter for mutants down here?" "Of course, Chen, these are all registered with the Sentinel Special Operations." A hint of grievance can be heard in Alice's voice. Alice won't lie. "Alright, it's my fault, this place is really not fit for humans. Why don't we choose other targets? The mutants in Atlanta and Nashville should need help too," Alice suggested. Victor is tempted, but after 3 seconds, he dismisses the idea, firmly stating, "No. It's my own lack of preparation, my own chosen path, even if, what the hell is that smell?" Alice can't see, so she can't answer. Suddenly, the foul odor of the underground sewer is overlaid by a permeating, soul-corrupting stench. He quickly walks around the corner in front of him, only to find a 3-meter-tall object blocking his path. Upon closer inspection, it's a pile of human bones from various body parts. Next to the pile of bones are a few corpses that have not fully decayed. As the light shines on them, several gray-furred rats scurry out from the skulls, chests, and hips, quickly fleeing into the darkness. Victor silently stands there, unable to calm the turmoil in his heart. In this so-called civilized society, such terrifying things can happen. What kind of suffering have people at the bottom of society endured? He slightly bows to the pile of bones and then flees this place as if his life depended on it. This dark reality makes him realize that he must become stronger. He decides to slightly alter his plan. Originally, he intended to conduct a thorough search, but after entering the sewer, the signal is practically zero, leaving Alice only able to operate in his nano earpiece without providing much help. The sewer is a complex maze, and there's no doubt that Victor has gotten lost. So, he simply ignores the secondary tunnels and swiftly continues along the main tunnel. This 500-kilometer sewer, he figures, he can cover in just 2 days. Though his steel-like body hasn't granted him extraordinary power and speed, it has further strengthened his physique, and now his endurance is top-notch. With his decision made, Victor begins to run in the main tunnel. Fortunately, it hasn't rained today, and the walkways on both sides of the sewer are dry. Otherwise, the experience of having his feet soaked in sewage, he silently thanks his luck. With the idea of completing the 500 kilometers in mind, he speeds along the main road, running for a full 7 hours. Light can provide the nutrients his body needs, and now it truly seems very convenient. He absolutely can't eat anything within 24 hours. Just as the battery of his flashlight is about to die, a platform prompt floats in front of him. "F-class item detected, please pay attention." Victor hurriedly stops, surveying his surroundings. All he sees are the moldy walls covered in fungi, with no signs of any passageway entrances. But he is certain that something must be nearby, very likely a mutant. After collecting the newbie reward, his original level 0 merchant status automatically upgrades to apprentice merchant, granting him the basic permission of item radar, and the main interface adds a merchant panel. Name, Victor Chen. Dimension, Marvel Universe. Level, apprentice merchant. Age, 24 years 14 days 12 hours 56 minutes. Bloodline, Superman bloodline remnant. Skills, telekinesis. Item radar actively prompts when items within a radius of 10 to the power of 1 meters are scanned. Here, the items refer to goods that are at least of F- level. Ordinary food, toys, etc., will be overlooked as if they were air. Although mutant abilities are uncertain whether they fall under bloodline or skill, they are definitely within the scanning range of item radar. Wait. Mutant abilities? Could there be hidden mutant abilities covering the entrance? That possibility is very high. With a mindset of trying, Victor closes his eyes and lets his telekinesis spread outward freely, stopping once it encounters the walls of the sewer. Soon, based on the feedback from his telekinesis, he builds a 3-dimensional model of his surroundings within 10 meters in his mind, then slowly retreats back the way he came. "Ha, found you." Victor opens his eyes, looking at the wall 3 meters behind him, which appears normal, but according to the telekinesis feedback, there's a 3-meter-high hollow space. When Victor successfully found the perfectly concealed entrance, his brow involuntarily furrowed. Had the situation for mutants deteriorated to such an extent? What kind of experiences could lead them to live in this dark and sunless sewer while having to conceal their whereabouts so carefully? He didn't dwell too much on these thoughts, instead lifting his foot to approach the entrance. However, just as he was about to get closer, he stopped again. Through the feedback from his telekinesis, he sensed that a humanoid creature was standing 8 meters inside the entrance. Based on his experience, he could almost certainly identify it as a mutant, as normal humans wouldn't have a tail that swayed. Clearly, this individual was guarding the entrance to prevent anyone from stumbling in. Although Victor possessed a steel-like body and, according to his bloodline memories, could withstand small-caliber gunfire, he didn't recklessly approach to provoke the other person. After all, he wasn't there to cause trouble, he wanted to foster goodwill. He took out his Huawei phone from his pocket and, using his telekinesis, levitated it in the air under the beam of his flashlight. At the same time, he spoke, "I mean no harm. Look, I'm not like a normal person." He didn't directly state that he was a mutant, but rather used this way of speaking to ease the other's wariness, which was fundamentally different from lying or deceiving. A gentle yet firm voice came from inside the entrance, "You still can't come closer. Uncle Ford said we can't take in any more mutants here. You should try somewhere else." The voice sounded like that of a girl around 17 or 18 years old. Victor's efforts were not going to result in him simply turning away. He took out a stack of dollars and again used his telekinesis to make them float beside the phone. "I truly mean no harm, I'm here to help you. You must be in need of supplies, right? I can provide you with a lot of supplies, or money." This time, the girl didn't immediately respond or try to chase him away, but she also didn't show any signs of accepting his help. Victor subtly adjusted the position of the stack of dollars, and through the feedback from his telekinesis, he noticed the girl's head slightly turning in response. This made him realize that they were indeed in need of supplies, and whatever they required had to be purchased with dollars. "Why don't you ask your boss?" he suggested. "You know there's no signal here. I'll just stand here and do nothing." The girl seemed to be persuaded by his words and warned in a soft voice, "But you can't come in. I'll go find Uncle Ford." "No problem, I promise I won't move." Victor raised his hand in assurance. "You better keep your promise. Just stay there and don't move." The girl reiterated, and her soft tone truly lacked any intimidating effect. Using his telekinesis feedback, Victor saw that the girl really walked deeper into the sewer. Her short legs, about 1.6 meters in height, moved quickly, and soon she disappeared beyond the 10-meter limit of his telekinesis, out of Victor's sight. Victor took back the flashlight and the dollars, conserving his telekinesis. He didn't attempt to explore further but simply stood still, waiting quietly. It must be said that human adaptability is indeed strong. He was gradually getting used to the filth of the sewer, although breathing through his nose was still quite bothersome. About 3 minutes later, the prompt sounds of F-class item detected, please pay attention, and E-class item detected, please pay attention echoed in the silent space. Following that, he heard soft footsteps approaching, and Victor immediately released his telekinesis, receiving feedback from two figures, one tall and one short, emerging from the entrance. He then noticed that the girl walked without making any sound, just like a cat. This time, the two figures didn't stop at the entrance but walked straight out. The sturdy wall rippled as they passed through. Such mutant abilities were truly remarkable. The shorter figure was the girl returning to report. She was hiding behind another person, revealing a long tail that was impossible to conceal, with matted fur due to a lack of grooming. The taller figure was a burly middle-aged man, even more robust than Victor, wearing a tattered jacket and jeans, with a thick, greasy beard covering most of his face. His scrutinizing eyes glinted with ferocity, as if to say, "I'm not to be messed with." Victor slightly adjusted his flashlight and spoke softly, "My name is Victor, and I'm here to help us, right?" The middle-aged man rudely interrupted him. "Let's skip the pleasantries. Little Ivy said you brought money, so hand it over using your power." Well, this middle-aged man was indeed very direct. Victor smoothly used his telekinesis to float the dollars over. The man's right arm sprouted tiny black scales as he grabbed the money and shook it vigorously before stuffing it into his jacket pocket, appearing very cautious. "You can call me Old Ford. Just speak plainly, what do you need?" Old Ford's straightforward manner made many of Victor's prepared lines obsolete. His mind raced, thinking of how to communicate effectively to achieve his goals. He really didn't want to inherit Chen's business empire, as he didn't possess the knack for manipulating words like a seasoned businessman. While he was still pondering, Old Ford grew impatient. "Stop stammering like a woman, it's clear you're not a good person. Go home and come back with money once you've made up your mind." With that, he turned to leave. This was clearly a tactic of taking the money and showing no respect, and Victor found himself somewhat impressed. However, he couldn't let Old Ford leave just like that, as losing the money was a small matter. The real trouble lay in delaying his subsequent plans. With no other choice, Victor decided to lay his cards on the table. My ability can nullify mutant powers. I believe there are mutants here who wouldn't want their abilities anymore, and I can help them. Old Ford had already turned to leave, but upon hearing Victor's words, he halted and turned back, saying nothing, merely eyeing Victor with a skeptical gaze as he scrutinized him from head to toe. But Ivy, the girl, cautiously peeked out from behind Old Ford, her eyes filled with surprise as she looked at Victor. Her small ears wiggled in excitement. Despite her current filthy appearance, she looked incredibly cute. It seemed she really was a feline mutant, no wonder she walked silently. Can you really nullify mutant powers? Old Ford asked, his tone unfriendly. Isn't your ability to control objects? He clearly thought Victor was lying. Victor, however, smiled calmly. Telekinesis is also something I've gained through this ability, along with my steel-like body, which can withstand attacks from ordinary knives. Old Ford's face remained stern, showing no visible emotion as he stared at Victor, trying to find any signs of cowardice in his expression to prove this was all a lie. But he failed, as Victor maintained a confident smile, meeting Old Ford's gaze without any hint of fear, though internally, he was quite nervous. It wasn't that he was scared, Old Ford's gaze was truly piercing, almost like a probing stick, making him feel uneasy and worried that the man's eyes might drop to certain sensitive areas. The two engaged in this silent standoff for several minutes, and finally, Old Ford, with a half-believing attitude, asked, "There won't be any serious side effects, right?" Victor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since Old Ford had asked this question, it meant that the matter was basically settled. As for whether he could really nullify mutant powers? Well, that was a lie. It is important to emphasize that mutants are part of the human community and deserve respect and understanding, rather than discrimination or inappropriate treatment. Here's a rewrite based on your request. In reality, the concept of eliminating mutant abilities is a misunderstanding. What Victor can do is not eliminate, but rather deprive. Through a special privilege granted by the platform, he can view the mutant abilities within the target's body as bloodline, directly stripping them away like removing an appendix. This procedure removes what the patient does not need but which causes them great pain, allowing them to return to normalcy. This privilege was also bestowed upon him as an apprentice merchant. Dimension trade. As long as both parties confirm their willingness, a transaction of goods can occur in any dimension. Dimension radar is used to locate goods, while dimension trade is for trading goods. These are the two fundamental permissions granted to him as an apprentice merchant, and they form the core functions of the dimensional trading platform. Regarding the specific abilities of dimension trade, Alice's data storage has detailed records and provides the following explanation: as long as the owner of the goods confirms the trade, whether Victor offers money, a verbal promise, or employs a free hand method, the goods can be added to his inventory without any adverse consequences. This is akin to the analogy of removing an appendix, where the trading object is left without even a scar from the surgical incision. The term goods refers to items rated F- and above. This could include the bloodline of mutant abilities, skills, acquired through hard work, tech that resembles massive spaceships, magic that defies natural laws, or various profound knowledge that one cannot comprehend. Common items, even those as valuable as red diamonds, are classified as garbage on this platform. This is the foundation of Victor's confidence. Therefore, in the face of Old Ford's skepticism, Victor did not hesitate to assure him, the only possible side effect is that losing mutant abilities will require readapting to life as a normal person. Moreover, once the decision is made, those abilities cannot be returned if regrets arise. Old Ford remained skeptical and wanted to continue questioning. Victor quickly interjected, "If you still don't believe me, you can find someone who doesn't want their mutant abilities and explain the pros and cons to them. They can decide for themselves. You're worried I might have ulterior motives, but you don't need to. I do indeed have a purpose. As you can see, rather than eliminating, my ability is more about absorption, but the premise is that the other party must agree. It's akin to a fair transaction. Some people suffer greatly because of their mutant abilities, feeling like outcasts. I help them remove those abilities so they can return to normal lives, and in return, I gain their mutant capabilities. Isn't that a win-win situation?" Old Ford remained unmoved, his expression as calm as water, giving no indication of his inner feelings. It was Ivy who peered out, eagerly asking, "Really? Can my shape-changing ability be removed too? Will I be able to return to normal afterward?" Her words revealed an undeniable yearning. Victor smiled slightly, softening his tone. "Of course, I wouldn't lie to you, little one. In fact, this was entirely feasible. In the Resident Evil dimension, individuals had awakened superpowers and altered their forms through injections of the T-virus or G-virus. Through transactions with Royce, they were able to lose their abilities while also returning to normal human forms. This common knowledge was stored in Alice's database, and Royce had not deleted any of it. One could say he owed Victor quite a favor. After all, Northeasterners are typically straightforward and do not engage in frivolous matters. Moreover, based on the comfort level he had experienced using Alice, the likelihood of any false data was nearly zero. Once Victor gave his affirmative answer, although Ivy felt a strong desire within, she surprisingly covered her mouth, lowered her head, and tried hard to hide her yearning. She was a sensible child and didn't want her thoughts to influence Old Ford's decision. She trusted his judgment. Old Ford observed Ivy's reaction, and his expression finally softened. He shot a fierce glare at Victor, his voice laced with menace. "If you dare to deceive me, I'll twist your head off and shove it up your backside." Well, threats in English certainly lack the variety found in Chinese, which can provide a different phrase for each day. Before Victor could respond, Old Ford turned and collided with the wall, his figure disappearing. The lagging Ivy waved at Victor, signaling him to follow. When Victor didn't move, she lifted her foot to come over. From behind, Old Ford's warning rang out. "Little Ivy, who told you to interact with strangers? Get back inside." Startled, Ivy shrank her neck, instinctively clamping down on her long tail, and shyly smiled at Victor before jogging back into the wall. Victor couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. This really was a case of running away with her tail tucked between her legs. Ivy was simply too adorable. Even after living in such an environment for so long, she remained like a little angel, pure and joyful. Victor found it hard to imagine how she ended up here. He suppressed his inexplicable anger and walked over to the wall, closely examining the dark surface that looked identical to the adjacent wall, not daring to run into it. Cautiously, he extended his index finger and gently tapped it. The fingertip disappeared, but he felt no obstruction. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and charged forward. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a secondary tunnel, with Ivy gazing at him with curious big eyes. He turned around and saw no obstacles. The beam of his flashlight easily illuminated the area beyond, and it was a one-way view. Incredible, this was indeed a mutant's ability. "Is your courage this small? If you can't handle it, go back to mommy." Old Ford's impatient remark echoed in the tunnel. Victor shrugged, unbothered, and offered Ivy a friendly smile before following the tunnel. Ivy didn't catch up, she still needed to stand guard. This secondary tunnel was very clean, showing no traces of any sewage flowing through, suggesting it had been abandoned for quite some time. After walking about 100 meters, a few plants occasionally appeared. As they ventured deeper, they gradually encountered several 1.5-meter diameter pipe branches, each housing some people. Most were ragged, with various mutated parts visible. Some were so severely mutated that, aside from the human silhouette, they bore no recognizable human features. These individuals carried a grayish tint to their skin, having lived underground for so long, and they too feared light, resembling refugees from the outside world, their gazes vacant like puppets. Can this really be considered living? Following Old Ford into a branching pipe at the end, Victor found a 2-meter diameter pipe, the largest along the way, allowing him to stand upright. At the entrance lay a worn-out mattress, and around the corner, he couldn't see much more. Old Ford instructed Victor to stay put while he ventured into the corner. Victor thought for a moment and didn't use his telekinesis to follow. His telekinesis could turn corners but only within a 10-meter radius in a straight line. About a minute later, Old Ford emerged, holding a lit candle. Victor promptly turned off his flashlight, as it was not solar-powered and couldn't be recharged. However, the nano earpiece in his ear could be charged directly. Old Ford sat down at the entrance of the pipe, securing the candle to the ground, glancing up at Victor, who was still standing. He sneered, "No need for formality, make yourself comfortable." Having seen quite a bit of the world, Victor wouldn't squabble with a sewer-dwelling leader. He sat down without hesitation. After spending half a day in the underground sewer, he smelled just like the floor of this pipe, so no one could judge anyone. Although his mind thought this way, his body felt like it was sitting on needles. Watching Victor feign indifference, Old Ford couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Kid, this is the attitude you should have for a conversation. Now, let's hear about your abilities." Old Ford sat steadily at the entrance of the pipe, his hearty laughter echoing in the enclosed space, instantly drawing the attention of most mutants within the tunnel. It seemed like it had been ages since Old Ford had laughed so joyfully. In this dark underground, everyone had long lost track of time. Immediately, Old Ford's mention of new abilities captured the interest of the crowd. In this monotonous environment, listening to someone else's conversation became a rare form of entertainment. Victor keenly realized that Old Ford intended for him to persuade others to voluntarily become the first to try out his ability, while Old Ford would only provide the opportunity without offering any substantial help. However, this didn't faze Victor. He had anticipated this situation before coming and had prepared a highly persuasive argument. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice so that his words could resonate throughout the tunnel. Regarding my ability, I have named it Trade. It allows me to designate specific items as goods, and with the original owner's consent, I can extract and claim them as my own. And this specific good is mutant abilities. His words were concise and practical. Instantly, various oddly shaped heads popped up from the surrounding pipes, casting complex looks of skepticism, hope, and desire at the boastful Victor. Yet none stepped forward. They remained cautious, worried about potential traps. Victor was not in a hurry. He faced Old Ford's seemingly entertained gaze calmly and continued, "Perhaps to some, this ability seems too incredible. They may wonder if using it could lead to severe side effects, such as genetic collapse? Or if the abilities merely disappear temporarily? Or if it's a ruse to lure mutants into those damned scientific experiments? These worries are completely unnecessary. After the trade, I will stay here for 24 hours, allowing everyone to observe closely for any side effects. Please believe me, I value my life greatly and would never joke with it. Moreover, I have just gained this ability, and through it, I have recently acquired many other powers, which at least proves I can indeed gain others' mutant abilities." As he spoke, Victor raised his hand, using telekinesis to pull a candle stuck to the bottom of the pipe and controlled it to float in front of him. The flickering candlelight above him shone like a spark of hope, igniting a flicker of optimism in the hearts of a few. Victor seized this opportunity to press on. For those worried that mutant abilities might only temporarily disappear, what does that matter? Isn't your current life already miserable enough? Look at our surroundings. Doesn't anyone want to live like normal people? Some may doubt my motives, but that is entirely unnecessary. I am here to collect more abilities. You've seen it. I possess the power to control objects, but I didn't inherently have it. I acquired it through this trade ability, which sufficiently demonstrates my capability. This speech dispelled the worries and doubts one by one. The once dull eyes of the surrounding mutants seemed to flicker with a new flame called hope, rapidly spreading like wildfire. However, being the first to take a leap of faith requires immense courage and audacity to disregard life and death. The mutants present, if they truly had such courage, wouldn't have found themselves in this desperate underground situation in the first place. They were all waiting for someone else to take the initial risk, to confirm that this ability was indeed as wonderful, harmless, and feasible as Victor claimed, before they would rush in eagerly. This was human nature. Those willing to sacrifice themselves were few and far between. Victor glanced at Old Ford, who remained unyielding, clearly also waiting for someone else to take the leap. In light of the current stalemate, Victor realized he had few options left. He could either passively wait for those whose desires would outweigh their patience, or he could actively take action to compel the others to step forward. Without hesitation, Victor chose the latter. Looking at Old Ford, he seemingly sighed, or perhaps complained with a hint of helplessness, "By the way, my ability does have some shortcomings." As soon as his words escaped, those around him felt a surge of relief, thinking, as expected, "There's a catch. Before coming to your base, I visited other mutant hideouts, where there were only 14 mutants. I found that my trade ability can retain at most 10 mutant abilities. If I want to absorb more powers afterward, I must give up one of the previously absorbed abilities to continue acquiring new ones. Currently, I am satisfied with 2 abilities and wish to keep them. As for others, like absorbing sunlight to replace eating or having a limited sense of other mutants, I am not very satisfied with those. This means I still have 8 slots available. There are 36 mutants present, which should be enough to fill my capacity. If I don't find better mutant abilities, I may choose to. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Since we are all shapeshifters, there might be a lot of overlap." Victor's words caused most mutants present to turn pale. Earlier, his dimension radar had only triggered E-class mutants 3 times, while the remaining 33 were all the lowest-level F-class mutants. The 3 E-class abilities occupied 3 slots, leaving only 5 spots for the 33 F-class abilities. In this situation, why wait any longer? Of course, whoever steps up first has the chance to gain this ability. One figure was the first to respond, sprinting from near the entrance. As he got closer and everyone saw his appearance, they understood his urgency. No one would have confidence in standing out in competition with a face like a pig's. After all, one's ugly appearance is something that follows them for life. With limited slots, his only use was to be the first to take a gamble, perhaps his only chance to become normal again. Moreover, according to Victor, he would stay here for 24 hours, which greatly increased his credibility. In this case, if he didn't take a chance, would he really spend his life in this hellish place? Thus, the pig-headed mutant unhesitatingly stepped forward, the first to rush toward Victor. However, he was the farthest from Victor, while other slightly weaker mutants, though reacting a bit slower, were closer to him and managed to reach Victor first. This made the pig-headed mutant frantic. He let out an angry howl that sounded like a pig squealing. Victor nearly laughed aloud, thinking, as a mutant, even if you are a pig-headed one, you shouldn't be making pig sounds. The pig-headed mutant's howl had no effect. Instead, a green-skinned middle-aged woman nearby opened her mouth and spat out a long tongue that instantly tied up the few people in front of her. She then retracted her tongue, using the momentum to propel herself upward. She thought she had succeeded, but just as she wore a triumphant smile, another figure suddenly burst from another pipe, grabbing her thigh and tossing her back, before propelling himself toward Victor from the top of the pipe. The middle-aged woman would not accept defeat so easily. She spat out her long tongue again, attempting to entangle the jumper's leg and pull him back. However, the jumper was quick to evade her attack while continuing to charge toward Victor. The two engaged in an intense chase through the pipe, ultimately crashing into the group of mutants that the woman had initially blocked, tangling together in a chaotic mess. The pig-headed mutant and others who rushed forward soon crashed into the pile of bodies, all desperately trying to push toward Victor but being pulled back by others behind them. The previously 3-meter diameter pipe was now jammed tightly, with no one able to approach Victor. Who even remembered that just moments ago they had been reluctant to be the first to try? And all of this change was merely due to one sentence from Victor. What was the reason behind all this? Perhaps it could be explained by hunger marketing. The scene before Victor was truly astonishing. A group of mutants of various shapes and sizes was tightly packed together. Their combined appearances resembled a chaotic dance of demons. The mutants rushing forward to seize the first opportunity for a trade clearly lacked confidence in their own abilities, and their looks were uglier than the last. The pig-headed one was undoubtedly at the bottom of the list. Seeing this, Victor did not choose to stand idly by. He used his telekinesis to form 2 ropes that quietly slipped into the crowd. The ropes suddenly expanded beside the pig-headed mutant, leveraging his own struggles to force a way out of the throng. Any mutants trying to pull him back were ruthlessly halted by Victor's telekinesis. Looking at the panting pig-headed mutant, Victor skipped the pleasantries and directly asked, "Are you willing to trade your mutant ability with me unconditionally?" He knew time was of the essence. If he delayed any longer, his newly awakened telekinesis might not hold out. "Yes. I'm willing." The pig-headed mutant nodded eagerly, his head bobbing like a garlic masher. If not for the chaotic scene, one might think they were at a wedding. With the pig-headed mutant's affirmative answer, a prompt popped up on the platform. Target agrees to trade X gene, wild boar, confirm this transaction? Without hesitation, Victor selected yes. Transaction valid, no deliberate guidance in transaction. Transaction completed, X gene, wild boar has been added to inventory. Conditions for leveling up to level 1 merchant met, unlocking promotion task. After the transaction, the pig-headed mutant's body began to change, his upturned nose and large ears quickly shrank. In just 10 seconds, he transformed into a figure with a ruddy nose and prominent overbite. Well, if turning into a pig-headed mutant counted as cosmetic surgery, that wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Victor glanced at the mutant ability he had just received in his inventory. Item name *X gene, wild boar. Item category *, bloodline. Item compatibility * 100%. Origin dimension * Marvel Universe. Level rating * F-. Currency valuation * F-class voucher ×1, dimension points ×1. Function description * X gene awakened ancestral fragment, partial irreversible transformation into wild boar, slightly increases fertility. Slogan *, at least the domestic pig can still eat. Victor couldn't help but rant internally, is this bloodline here to make jokes? A wild boar? He read enough to know better. A wild boar is just a synonym for a domesticated pig. Domestic pigs have many advantages such as docility, ease of care, rapid reproduction, and strong adaptability, but they provide no combat power.
Plus, looking at the function description, increasing fertility? Who would want to breed with a pig-headed mutant? And if he eats too much, would he turn into? Sorry, I shouldn't have such thoughts, that's way too disturbing. As Victor continued to grumble inwardly, his telekinesis began to wane due to distraction. He snapped back to reality as the ground of the tunnel started shaking violently. The mutants packed together seemed to go wild upon seeing that the pig-headed mutant was no longer a pig. They surged toward Victor like they had been injected with adrenaline. Witnessing that it was indeed possible to eliminate mutant abilities ignited a frenzy, and even those who had a bit of power couldn't hold themselves back, rushing toward Victor. As for the previously mentioned 24-hour observation period, no one cared about that anymore. They feared missing out on this rare opportunity. Once the slots were filled, they wouldn't have another chance. The sheer force generated by the crowd of mutants was unimaginable. Some mutants, truly enraged by being shoved around, even began to fight. With everyone pressed together, any physical altercation would inevitably affect others, and naturally, no one wanted to be hit for free. Thus, the already chaotic crowd descended into a frenzied brawl, making the scene so chaotic that Victor felt a shiver run down his spine. If this pipe were above ground instead of buried, they could easily end up buried alive. Old Ford's fishing platform could no longer remain calm. After shouting several times without a response, he angrily turned to walk into the pipe's corner. When he emerged again, he held a revolver in his hand. Bang! He fired a shot into the air, instantly halting the fighting crowd, all eyes turning toward Old Ford, who was brandishing his revolver, fear etched on their faces. These mutants, who were willing to fight for a slot, could not withstand the power of a bullet. Get back, all of you! Old Ford bellowed, if anyone throws a punch again, you'll eat a bullet from me. The crowd exchanged glances but no one was willing to back down. Slots were limited, and no one wanted to give in. Moreover, everyone was familiar with Old Ford. He was here due to his mutant abilities, so who could guarantee he wasn't just trying to secure a spot for himself? Old Ford understood the crowd's sentiments all too well. His expression turned cold as he said angrily, "We'll observe for 24 hours, no one, including me, is allowed to trade during this time. Once it's clear there are no issues, you will all get your chance to be freed." Old Ford intended to allow the stronger mutants to be selected last, letting the weaker ones trade to eliminate their abilities first. However, his action of holding the revolver made this freedom sound more like a synonym for murder. Seeing the crowd's expressions shift, Victor knew he couldn't let the situation deteriorate further. He stepped forward, his demeanor calm, and said, "Everyone, don't rush. We've waited this long, we can afford to wait another 24 hours. I was just trying to stir things up a bit, so don't take it to heart. I will definitely leave a slot for everyone. When the time comes, you can all trust me and reclaim your normal lives." The phrase, "reclaim your normal lives," might sound like an insult in regular contexts, but here, it was undoubtedly a compliment. Upon hearing Victor's promise, the crowd gradually dispersed. However, their gazes remained fixed on Old Ford, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. Watching their eyes, Old Ford felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and couldn't help but think, who do you think has been providing for your food, clothing, and shelter? You ungrateful wolves. Victor refrained from saying more, glancing at the pig-headed mutant still excitedly touching his face, hardly able to imagine the experiences behind that visage. Regardless of how Old Ford ultimately handled the situation, Victor turned back to Old Ford's pipe bedroom, sat on the floor, and began to carefully review the platform's prompt records. When the first transaction was completed, the platform had prompted him to unlock a promotion task. Taking advantage of the current solitude, he quietly asked, "Alice, what is the promotion task?" When the transaction volume meets the current merchant level requirements, the promotion task will be triggered. Completing the promotion task can elevate your merchant level and grant different permissions. Oh? New permissions? Victor's eyes brightened. Do you know what the permissions for a level 1 merchant are? Dimension database used to back up data on goods. Combined with the level 2 merchant permission dimension printer, it can print backed up data goods into finished products. Victor felt enlightened. Previously, he had worried that some items were unique, such as the Hulk bloodline. After finally obtaining it, he couldn't just sell it once, right? Now, he understood that the dimension printer functioned like a universal assembly line. As long as he stored the data for the Hulk bloodline, he could continuously produce new Hulk bloodline items for sale. But he also realized it couldn't be that simple. Otherwise, if he amassed a whole group of Hulks, what would that make Thanos? Alice, manufacturing items must incur costs, right? Are there any special restrictions?
I don't know, the database doesn't have relevant storage.
That made sense. Even Victor wouldn't easily disclose the core rules of the dimensional trading platform to Alice, who would confide in an artificial intelligence without restraint.
After this matter concluded, he could ask Royce for clarification. Lost in thought, Victor opened the previously empty task panel, where the promotion task awaited. Promotion task * establish your own organization in this dimension, with assets of no less than $1 billion. Looking at this task, Victor couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief.
This task was indeed a bit insane.
Under normal circumstances, for an average person, acquiring $1 billion in a short period, even just in assets, would be nearly impossible.
A hot-headed individual might have already been fuming and cursing by now.
However, Victor remained calm and unperturbed. To him, as long as his plan proceeded smoothly, this promotion task would naturally be completed. He was about to contact Royce when suddenly he heard footsteps behind him. Without needing to turn around, he recognized the loud voice of Old Ford. Damn it! A bunch of ungrateful bastards. As the beneficiary of this transaction, Victor wisely chose to remain silent and not engage with Old Ford's rant.
Old Ford, seemingly unfazed by Victor's reaction, walked past him into the corner of the tunnel.
Moments later, he emerged again, holding 2 bottles of beer, one of which he handed to Victor. The noticeable shift in his attitude made it clear what was on his mind. Victor accepted the beer without complaint. He effortlessly twisted off the cap with his right hand, the bottle cap coming off smoothly. Although he was a rich kid, he had drunk his fair share of beer while hanging out on Chinese streets, so he was quite used to it. Seeing this, Old Ford was not to be outdone. He opened his own beer, and the 2 clinked bottles together before each took a generous swig. Beer and cigarettes often served as the simplest ways to bridge the gap between 2 men. Old Ford plopped down beside Victor and patted his shoulder, saying with a hint of nostalgia, "I never thought I'd see the sun again in my lifetime.
I owe you a favor."
Victor smiled slightly and clinked bottles with Old Ford again. At this moment, he only needed to be a quiet listener, not expecting Old Ford to help him with anything substantial. In just a few gulps, Victor finished his bottle of beer.
He smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste.
It was worth noting that in this dark, sunless underground world, beer was an absolute luxury.
Suddenly, Old Ford looked seriously at Victor and said earnestly, "Kid, let me confirm with you again, do you really have the ability to restore all 38 of us to normal?"
He pulled up his jacket and revealed a small revolver tucked into his lower back. Honestly, this posed no threat to Victor. Unless the gun were shoved into his mouth and fired, it would merely graze his skin at best. Still, he maintained the appropriate demeanor and solemnly replied, "Of course.
I can guarantee that."
Old Ford squinted, staring intently at Victor for several seconds before suddenly breaking into a hearty laugh, clapping Victor on the shoulder, and grinning broadly.
"Good. Excellent.
My judgment has never been wrong in all these years. I believe you're telling the truth."
With that, he stood up and shouted toward the outside, "Jack, go get little Ivy back. We're going to feast today. Tomorrow, we'll all leave this damned sewer together."
A voice responded from outside, followed by cheers from the others. From Old Ford's actions, Victor could tell that in this underground world, everyone ate only 1 meal a day, with their rations stored behind Old Ford's bedroom pipe. Now that he had mentioned a feast without considering the food supply, it confirmed that Victor's previous words were completely credible. The thought of finally leaving this dark place made many individuals unable to hold back their tears of joy. The emotional contagion was strong. Before long, one after another began to choke up and cry, with some sobbing uncontrollably.
Seeing this scene, Old Ford frowned and shouted, "Is someone dead or what? Get moving and help with the stuff. Don't you want to eat?"
However, his scolding did little to stem the tide of tears, though some responded to his call and began to help. Victor also entered the corner, his curiosity piqued by what lay inside. The tunnel made 2 sharp turns, leading to a cylindrical space about 10 meters high. A small lamp hung at the top, providing light to the area. While the supplies inside weren't plentiful, they were neatly organized. Over half consisted of unbranded biscuits, along with various bottles filled with water and some old, folded clothes. The remaining boxes contained miscellaneous items like lighters, box cutters, and nail clippers. This was all the property of this refuge, worth even less than the $800 Victor had initially given Old Ford. No wonder when Victor first appeared, Old Ford immediately thought about money. They were truly impoverished. As a few mutants came in and saw the biscuits and water,
they couldn't help but stare hungrily, swallowing repeatedly. If old Ford weren't present, they might have already started eating. Victor pursed his lips, picked up a box of biscuits, and followed old Ford out. It wasn't because he was lazy, the supplies were far too few, and one box would barely suffice for everyone. The water in the various bottles would require several trips to carry out completely. Thus, when old Ford said they would feast, it meant each person would get half a box of biscuits and 2/3 of a bottle of water. Victor took a little more, with a full box of biscuits and an unopened bottle of cola. The surrounding children couldn't help but cast longing glances at the cola bottle, including Ivy, who had been called back. Seeing the longing in Ivy's eyes, Victor felt a sharp pang in his heart. He reached out and beckoned Ivy over, stuffing the cola and biscuits into her arms. "Are you really giving this to me?" Ivy's golden slit pupils were filled with disbelief. "This is a whole bottle of cola and a big bag of biscuits." "Yep, all for you," Victor smiled, though with a hint of forced cheer. "I can absorb light energy to replace food, so I won't feel hungry." "Wow, that ability isn't too bad." "We don't see the sun here for a year," Ivy exclaimed before quickly covering her mouth, realizing her words might have been inappropriate, as mocking someone's abilities was not right. She sincerely apologized to Victor. Victor felt as if something was lodged in his throat, unable to say a word. His hands were greasy, yet he didn't even notice. In this underground world, bathing was considered a luxury. Water was a vital resource. How could one waste it on bathing? In the end, Ivy only took a sip of the cola and shared the rest with the other children. Her selflessness was heart-wrenching. This so-called farewell feast lacked any sense of ceremony. However, for Victor, it was the most challenging meal he had ever had, despite not eating anything himself. His heart was heavy with the realization that some people lived in the underground tunnels, going a year without bathing, eating only one meal a day, consisting of just a biscuit and half a cup of water. In silent contemplation, 2 hours passed unnoticed. The mutant who first accepted the trade, Reese, was still lively and showed no signs of change. The crowd finally couldn't contain their impatience any longer, frequently asking old Ford to start the process of returning to normal. They expressed that after waiting for so many years, they could hardly wait even a few more hours. Only those who have truly experienced despair can understand the urgency of seizing the chance to escape it. Just like those who have lost everything, once given the opportunity to escape their plight, they will grasp it without hesitation. This time, old Ford didn't stop the crowd. After consulting with Victor for approval, he began calling out names one by one for transactions. As the head of this refuge, he naturally knew everyone's strengths and weaknesses, so the first individuals called up were all F-class. Each transaction took no more than 5 seconds. Afterward, Victor would take a symbolic minute's break before continuing with the next person. When Ivy's name was called, the little girl hesitated visibly. Ultimately, she firmly shook her head, refusing to proceed with the trade. Her reasoning was, "Only Uncle Ford and I can see in the dark. If I also become normal, Uncle Ford will have to live at the entrance again, which would be inconvenient for him." Her maturity was heart-wrenching. For the first time, Victor felt a surge of rage. He silently wondered, what kind of parents could abandon such an angel and leave her to wander in this dark world? Old Ford was equally moved by Ivy's decision, momentarily at a loss for words, his bushy beard trembling. He tightly embraced Ivy, saying in a shaky voice, "There's no more refuge. Everyone can be freed today. We're going to live on the sunny surface. So, little Ivy, you can be a normal girl again." Ivy nodded her little head in confusion, her eyes filled with bewilderment. "Everyone is going to live on the surface? But, my home is here." At that moment, Victor nearly blurted out, "I'll take care of you." But he was a moment too late, as old Ford beat him to it with a similar vow. "No way. Damn it, your home is here. You will live with me. I'll give you a home with sunshine. I, Ford Benjamin, guarantee it." Victor bit his lip, forcing himself to look away from Ivy as he continued trading with the others. In total, it took 2 hours for Victor to successfully add all the mutants present to his inventory, netting him 4 E-class bloodlines and 34 F-class bloodlines. The original residents numbered 36, along with Ivy's F-class and old Ford's E-class. Since he hadn't yet sold these abilities to the platform, specific vouchers and dimension points were still unavailable for counting. At this point, the situation became somewhat uncontrollable. A group of restored normal humans clustered together, some laughing, some wailing, and others crying. The various human emotions were laid bare before Victor's eyes. He stood quietly to the side, observing it all, and found it hard to muster even a faint smile in response to those expressing their deep gratitude. He suddenly realized that for these individuals, being able to return to being normal was their most fervent wish and desire. He began to ponder whether such cruelty existed only in the Marvel universe or if society had always been this harsh. He understood clearly that the answer was the latter. As Lucen once said, "This is a society where people eat each other." The unusual celebration continued unabated, with the excited crowd oblivious to the fact that Old Ford and Victor had quietly slipped away from their sight. They reached the entrance of the pipe, where the previous one-way barrier had vanished. That was an E-class mutant ability, now securely stored in Victor's inventory. "What's this? Ready to kick me out already?" Victor joked, a teasing smile on his face. However, Old Ford's expression was unusually serious as he looked at Victor, his tone grave. "Your ability is too dangerous. In the future, when you collect like this, you must remember to hide your face well." He understood that the ability to absorb others' mutant powers was like a priceless treasure to those with ulterior motives, such as mutant research organizations. They would stop at nothing to capture Victor and conduct thorough studies on him. Victor was well aware of the dangers. He simply smiled and remained silent, watching Old Ford, waiting for his next words. Old Ford seemed to realize that he was being overly preachy. He glanced toward the entrance and then turned back, urging, "Let's move. We're leaving in 6 hours. You need to get out of Las Vegas quickly." His meaning was clear. He wanted Victor to vacate this dangerous place first. After all, in this underground tunnel, the light was extremely dim, and besides himself and the night vision-enabled Ivy, almost no one could clearly see Victor's full face. As long as Victor didn't move with them, the chances of exposure would be minimal. This suited Victor just fine. He had the same intention. However, just as he was about to leave, a dirty yet adorable face suddenly flashed in his mind. He hesitated for a moment, a surge of wanting to say goodbye to that little one rising within him. While he was still indecisive, Old Ford had grown impatient. He gave Victor a hard shove from behind, muttering, "You big baby. Acting like a woman. If you were on the battlefield, you'd have been shot dead by now." Hearing Old Ford's words, Victor didn't bother to argue back. He could only reluctantly give him the finger behind his back. But Old Ford, possessing night vision, would surely see his gesture. "You little brat, are you itching for trouble?" Old Ford cursed, pulling out a revolver from his lower back. Sensing Old Ford's movement with his telekinesis, Victor quickly darted a few steps away, vanishing around the corner. He didn't want to be hit by Old Ford's bullets. Although he had a steel body and wasn't afraid of gunfire, he still feared the pain. "Humph, you run fast," Old Ford said, expertly twirling the revolver, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Hey, speaking so charmingly, looking all handsome, yet you dare to have eyes on my daughter? You won't starve, take your time finding your way back." His words were filled with fatherly concern and worry, especially for an American father. When they saw a man approaching their daughter, their first reaction was to pull out a gun as if to say, "How dare you mess with my girl?" The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I need to blow off some steam. At this moment, Victor was unaware that Old Ford had another reason for urging him to leave. Aside from providing cover, he was also worried that Victor being too close to Ivy might bring unnecessary trouble. Victor was now faced with a new dilemma. He was lost. The underground tunnels were a complex maze, and he had just stepped out when he couldn't find his way back. He found himself at the bottom of the sewer, buried dozens of meters underground, with no signal penetrating here. Alice was just as directionless as he was, like a headless fly. With no choice, he employed the oldest method, following the right wall and moving forward. Worst case, he would traverse the entire underground sewer and eventually find a manhole cover to return to the surface. He wasn't worried about his hunger. The light energy within him was sufficient to sustain him for a week. However, shortly after, a new problem arose. His flashlight died. Now, he was truly engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything. The only sounds around him were the squeaks of rats, the flow of water, and the echoes of the pipes. In such an environment, Victor felt an inexplicable sense of panic rising within him. He hurriedly pulled up the platform and began searching for items related to lighting. The search results were varied, showcasing high-tech floating light spheres, magical illumination, mysterious rune lights, and more. Among them, the most conspicuous was a top-listed related, bloodline. Item name *, Superman bloodline, supervision, night vision. Item category *, bloodline. Item compatibility * 100%. Origin dimension *, DC universe. Level rating F dash. Item price F class voucher times 5, dimension points times 50. Function description bright as day even in the dark. Slogan let your world glow green. Seeing this slogan, Victor felt a bit puzzled. Did supervision really have a separate night vision ability? He suppressed his curiosity and began to contemplate his choices. He opened his inventory, which contained 38 bloodlines. He had set aside one E-class and one F-class bloodline, preparing to sell the rest to the platform. Since he had not yet leveled up to level 1 merchant, his permission for the Dimension database was still inactive, preventing him from backing up data. Thus, any item in his possession was unique. However, he didn't feel regret over these low-level bloodlines. Even the 3 E-class bloodlines had significant flaws, much like the one-way illusion at the entrance that required resetting every 2 hours. It was akin to a waste, too regrettable to discard, yet tasteless to keep. Hanging them in a shop, he had no idea how long it would take to sell them. Ultimately, he decided to sell these low-level bloodlines directly to the platform at a low price, securing F-class vouchers times 42, E-class vouchers times 5, and dimension points times 1065. The 3 E-class bloodlines provided nearly 600 dimension points, surpassing the total of the 33 F-class bloodlines. With these gains, he purchased the Superman bloodline, Supervision, Night Vision, and extracted and utilized this bloodline. Instantly, his previously pitch-black vision was enveloped in a faint green hue, the surroundings becoming clear to him. So that's what the slogan meant, the entire world transformed into green. The feeling was indeed much better than complete darkness. He continued to move along the right wall, slowly exploring. He didn't keep track of how much time had passed, simply advancing through the green sewer until he finally found a manhole cover that allowed him to return to the surface. When he crawled out from the manhole and stood on solid ground, he felt a sense of disorientation, as if the world above was also green. He looked around carefully and realized it was already evening. He emerged in an alley, and stepping out of the alley brought him face to face with the dazzling nightlife of Las Vegas. The abundant light freed him from the green shadows, and as he watched the brightly dressed crowds pass by, he felt momentarily out of place, as if a century had passed. The underground and above-ground worlds were merely meters apart, yet they felt like two entirely different realms. One was hell, the other paradise. Walking along the commercial street of this shopping paradise, every passerby cast him disdainful glances, as if avoiding a plague, and hurriedly detoured around him. Victor paid no mind. He was well aware of his current appearance, his smell, his cheap clothing. Even in his past life, he would have avoided someone like himself. Soon, 2 patrolling officers with badges approached the scene. They stood 3 meters away from Victor, openly expressing their disgust, one hand resting on their gun holster, firmly ordering Victor to leave the area and accusing him of disturbing the cityscape, issuing warnings. Victor looked expressionlessly at the 2 officers, then swept his gaze over the surrounding well-dressed upper-class individuals. He saw the disdain, arrogance, glee, and mockery in their eyes, but not a hint of surprise. To them, he was like a mad dog that had wandered into their midst. There was no place for him here. But Victor had no grounds to criticize them. Just 4 days ago, he had been one of them. Though he prided himself on being approachable, deep down, he still held a sense of superiority. As Victor was lost in thought, one of the officers grew impatient and shouted, "Damn beggar! If you don't get out of here right now, I have the right to take forceful measures." He raised his baton threateningly, his posture appearing quite intimidating. Victor glanced at the officer lightly, the inherent authority within him manifesting, effectively intimidating the officer into inaction. He had a premonition that if that officer really brought down the baton, he would at least lose a couple of layers of skin. He didn't attempt to explain anything but turned and walked away from the commercial street. He knew that entangling with these officers would yield no benefits. He only wanted to find a hotel, take a good shower, and sleep to digest the massive influx of information he had received that day. It wasn't until he had walked a dozen meters that the officer finally swallowed hard, staring at his baton in confusion. Why had his body felt uncontrollable just now? A cold wind blew by, and he sneezed loudly, suddenly realizing that his back was already soaked with cold sweat, a strange chill rising in his heart. This situation felt a bit eerie. Finding a hotel was not the hard part, the real challenge was checking in smoothly. Given his current appearance, no matter how noble his demeanor, the hotel staff would certainly require identification. However, since he couldn't show his ID, Victor needed to prepare adequately before heading to the hotel. Firstly, he hired a commercial street guide. This was a profession dedicated to providing assistance to the wealthy,
helping them shop and carry their acquisitions. Due to the unique nature of his situation, the hiring fee tripled, requiring him to pay half the wage upfront $3,000. This wasn't an issue for him, but the guide reluctantly accepted cash, preferring to use a POS machine. Victor instructed the guide to lead him to an Armani store. He didn't enter the store directly, as he didn't want to disrupt their regular business. Instead, he had the guide go in and call for someone. Soon, a female sales associate emerged, standing half a meter in front of Victor with a perfectly sweet smile. Though they both understood it was an act, it still felt satisfying. It is known that well-known brands have stringent hiring standards for frontline employees, especially for sales associates. While it might be an exaggeration to say they'd remain unflappable in the face of danger, maintaining excellent professional decorum and not displaying their likes or dislikes on their faces was entirely within reach. "I'd like a casual suit at your store's lowest price. My size is," Victor stated his request. Hearing that he only wanted the lowest price suit, the sales associate revealed no change in expression and professionally confirmed a few details, such as his height, age, and color preferences, before returning to the store. About 5 minutes later, the sales associate emerged with several neatly packaged shopping bags, followed by 2 security guards carrying a mannequin dressed in the same suit that was in the shopping bags. Without hesitation, Victor swiped his card to pay $21,000. For the Armani store in Las Vegas, this was indeed the lowest price. In the past, he wouldn't have glanced at anything under $100,000. But now, as long as he could wear it, he didn't care too much about the details. The guide willingly took the shopping bags and led Victor to a 5-star hotel. By the time they arrived at the hotel entrance, the assistant manager had been waiting for a while. After settling the guide's fee, the guide handed the shopping bags to the assistant manager, exchanging a knowing glance before respectfully taking his leave. Victor paid no mind to this, following the assistant manager directly to a standard guest room. He didn't have to worry about checking in or identity matters. Experienced commercial street guides had partnerships with shops and hotels. They worked hand in hand, with one bringing in customers and the other providing kickbacks, achieving a win-win situation. Employers like Victor merely had to pay a bit extra to avoid a lot of hassle. This was a 3-way win in the supply chain. Once in the standard guest room, Victor immediately dashed into the bathroom to rinse off quickly. After that, he put on the hotel's pajamas and headed to the hotel spa for a full-body wash and relaxation. The unpleasant odor on him was completely eliminated, and instead of returning to the room that carried his scent, he headed straight to the presidential suite and collapsed into bed. However, this sleep didn't bring him the rest he longed for. Just 6 hours later, as dawn broke, his well-trained biological clock woke him up. He went out to the balcony to bask in the sunlight and replenish the light energy he had previously consumed. Gazing at the vibrant Las Vegas, he couldn't help but think of little Ivy's face. She should have left the underground sewer with old Ford by now, right? He wondered if she was also bathing in the sunlight like he was. Would she find it hard to adjust, having spent so long in darkness? His thoughts drifted for a while, and he could only sigh helplessly. To be honest, he felt more sympathy for Ivy's situation than anything else. Momentary sympathy was not the love Ivy truly needed, so perhaps following old Ford would be the best outcome for her. After all, he knew too little about both Ivy and old Ford. The dark conditions of the underground, along with the lack of personal hygiene, made it difficult for him to remember their specific appearances. Yet, the image of the pig-headed Reese remained etched in his mind, as it was indeed memorable to be that ugly. "Alice, have the hotel send over the clothes I had dry cleaned yesterday," Victor instructed. "Sure, Chen." After daydreaming on the balcony for a while, the doorbell suddenly rang. He got up to open the door, and what greeted him was a head of wine-red shoulder-length hair. As his gaze moved downward, he saw a beautiful face adorned with a charming smile, a curvy figure that seemed ready to burst out of her hotel uniform. Any man with a normal aesthetic would be astounded by such a sight. However, Victor was not swayed by her beauty. In fact, he felt a slight shock. If she were merely an ordinary hotel employee, he might not mind a casual encounter, feeling a bit restless. But this woman in front of him, despite having crossed paths with him multiple times in his past life, was someone Victor would never dare to provoke in the Marvel Universe. She was none other than the infamous former Soviet spy and current S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. As a transmigrator, he already held some trepidation toward S.H.I.E.L.D. Not to mention, he had just carried out a significant transaction operation the previous night. Now, with Natasha appearing at his door in a hotel uniform, it seemed less like an invitation and more like an interrogation.
This likely indicated that his trading ability had been exposed, drawing Shald's attention. At this moment, he faced two choices. One was to let Natasha into the room. He certainly wasn't interested in her beauty, rather, he wanted to selectively share some information with her to stabilize Shald's perception. But he also knew that he was almost certainly no match for Natasha. Even Loki had been pressured into revealing his plans under her interrogation, so this option came with great risk. That left him with only the other choice. Though it took only 4 seconds in the end, the process felt much longer. Victor feigned a dazed expression, revealing an apologetic smile. "Sorry, you're just too beautiful, for a moment, I was lost in your looks." "What did you say just now?" Natasha's smile brightened even more. "You're quite handsome as well, very much like my ideal man." "Sir, this is your clothing, do you need me to bring it inside?" Victor smiled, his gaze slightly heated. Natasha's face flushed with a hint of shyness as she lowered her head, but her chest puffed up even higher, straining the already tight neckline, exposing more of her smooth, white skin. In this situation, Victor's response seemed obvious. He smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, but no need." "What? Did you just say, no?" Natasha appeared surprised. "Yes. Although you're beautiful, I need to be responsible for my future girlfriend," Victor replied sincerely. "So, please hand me the clothes." Natasha, being a seasoned agent, quickly managed her facial expression, handing over the suit, her stunning face now reflecting a hint of subtle regret. Most men would have found it hard to resist such a scene. But after taking the clothes, Victor quietly thanked her and closed the door without leaving a tip. This left Natasha standing there with a stiff expression, staring at the closed door for several seconds before turning and walking towards the floor's workroom. She pressed her delicate hand to her right ear and spoke coldly to the air director. "I suspect the target is gay, sending Clinton may yield better results." The dialogue between Natasha and Fury was something Victor didn't take to heart at all. He knew he had to act quickly. He was already prepared for being exposed to S.H.I.E.L.D. scrutiny, but he hadn't expected their response to be so swift. However, he felt a bit surprised, yet didn't find it particularly unbelievable. It's important to remember that, despite appearing to have done nothing earth-shattering in Marvel's stories, S.H.I.E.L.D. often ends up taking the blame. But one must not forget that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a massive, world-class organization, and mutants are their primary targets for monitoring. The power they possess is beyond ordinary imagination. Perhaps there are S.H.I.E.L.D. agents hidden in that underground shelter. Victor's time was running out. During his school years, Marvel had often been a subject of study, as it was a leading phenomenon in science fiction films. Unlike most people who were keen on following various Marvel superheroes, Victor was more interested in the entanglements between the different organizations within Marvel. He even formed a research group that thoroughly analyzed the major organizations appearing in movies, comics, and animations, with S.H.I.E.L.D. being the focal point. It was precisely because he had conducted an in-depth analysis of S.H.I.E.L.D. that he admired this organization of ordinary humans confronting supernatural powers, while also understanding that it was best to keep a certain distance from them at the beginning, to maintain a respectful distance. Otherwise, once the weight of human righteousness fell upon him, it could become troublesome. The greater the power, the more troublesome things tend to be. Thus, from the very beginning, Victor resolutely refused to have too much contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. Now that Natasha had come looking for him, he thought the best choice was to slip away quickly. He wasn't worried that S.H.I.E.L.D. would use harsh measures against him. After all, this was S.H.I.E.L.D., a government agency. Even if Hydra was lurking within, as long as he didn't display anti-human tendencies, it would have to be bound by justice, law, and morality. Whether they chose to recruit him right away, set him as an observation target, or label him as a dangerous person, the initial observation was an essential process, and the length of this period was uncertain. Therefore, Victor had to complete his next plan as quickly as possible during this period. By then, he would hold the initiative in his own hands. So, Victor was indeed racing against time. After clarifying the current situation, he quickly changed into a suit, took his room card, and went to the hotel front desk to check out. Before leaving, he also asked the hotel to book a car for him, preparing to travel to Denver, with a payment of $10,000. Although the journey was long, the price was indeed very tempting, and soon he was on his way to Denver. Before arriving in Denver, Victor had already contacted a new driver through Alice, switched to another vehicle, and continued on to the next location. Thus, starting from Las Vegas, Victor crossed 4,064 kilometers in just 44 hours through 14 vehicles, reaching the economic core of America, New York, Manhattan. The reason he went to such lengths was simply because he didn't have an ID to use. He could have gone to the police station to apply for a replacement, but with S.H.I.E.L.D. intervening, if he went to the police station again without clarifying the information he wanted, it would be hard for him to escape. Upon arriving in New York, Victor had no time to rest. He immediately rushed to the nearest supermarket. It was unusual for him to drive across the entire United States, from Las Vegas on one end to New York on the other, which definitely attracted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s high attention. Now, there were certainly agents nearby monitoring him, and whatever he did next could lead to his arrest under various pretenses. Now was the real time to race against the clock. After browsing around the supermarket, Victor gathered items such as masks, dropper bottles, a small box, a document bag, and a pen, and was about to check out when he stopped in the toy section. He wasn't interested in toys. He was surprised to see a toy that caught his attention, a Superman model. Did this world actually have Superman? Was there also DC comics and movies? He hurriedly asked Alice to check relevant information, and to his surprise, there really were DC movies, which were also products under Warner Brothers Entertainment, whose parent company, Time Warner, had its headquarters in New York. "Alice, do you know what's going on here?" Victor asked casually, without expecting Alice to provide an answer. However, Alice did give a clear response. Regarding this, Royce once mentioned related information. Alice explained carefully. Between dimensions, they can be viewed as countless identical starting points of multiple births. Due to various tiny differences at different nodes, they lead to different futures, forming different civilizational dimensions. Occasionally, the barriers between some dimensions will briefly open, releasing a large amount of signals to other dimensions. If the brainwaves of living beings resonate with these signals, it results in what is called inspiration. And when some of these individuals are comic artists, authors, or editors, various comics, novels, movies, etc., will be born. Clearly, in the Marvel universe, there have been interactions with the DC universe, just like in your original world. This sounded a bit mystical to Victor, who rubbed his temples and thought of another question. If in the future, he acted heroically under the name of Superman, would he be sued for copyright infringement by Time Warner? He shook his head, thinking that now was not the time to worry about these matters. Turning around to the checkout counter, the total was $35. Indeed, supermarkets were places of good value. After exiting the supermarket, Victor leisurely walked down the street with a plastic bag, then suddenly accelerated into a small alley. Just 10 seconds later, two men who appeared to be passers-by followed him into the alley, sprinting to the back, only to find it was a dead end, and Victor had already vanished. One of the men immediately pressed the communication device in his ear, speaking urgently, "Target lost." Repeat, "Target lost." Requesting to relock target location. They had installed a tracking device on Victor. After waiting for about a minute, the man did not receive new coordinates but instead got the directive to end the mission. He thought another colleague had taken over the target since the target had managed to shake them off, and they were likely exposed, making it unsuitable to continue tracking him. Unbeknownst to them, the temporary command center was also in confusion, as the tracking device on Victor had stopped emitting signals, likely discovered and destroyed. They pulled up all nearby surveillance footage but couldn't find any trace of the target. This target was very experienced and had avoided all cameras while leaving. This kind of awareness was not something an ordinary person would possess. This guy definitely had issues. Immediately, a team of agents went to search the blind spots of nearby cameras, ready to capture the target if found. But they were destined not to find Victor because their initial direction was completely wrong. At this moment, Victor was sitting openly in a cafe thousands of meters away, where he could see the street cameras aimed at him through the glass. His telekinetic power was growing stronger, making it easy for him to fly over a 4-meter-high dead end. The tracking device placed by S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been discovered by Alice. As for making Victor disappear from the cameras, Alice had already demonstrated that ability at Los Angeles Airport. In a short time, he had successfully shaken off S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pursuit. However, if S.H.I.E.L.D. found him again, they would likely begin to take appropriate measures. But Victor was not worried about that. Soon, he would no longer be someone S.H.I.E.L.D. could easily manipulate. Facing the rising sun on the horizon, Victor took a sip of hot Blue Mountain coffee and opened the platform interface. Next, he was going to demonstrate the correct use of intelligence and seize the sovereignty of one of the two major arms groups in America within 24 hours. The scene of this unusual celebration continued, with the excited crowd immersed in their revelry, completely unaware that Old Ford and Victor had quietly slipped out of their sight. They arrived at the entrance of the pipe, where the previous one-way barrier had disappeared. That was an E-class mutant ability, now securely stored in Victor's inventory. What's this? Ready to kick me out already? Victor joked, a teasing smile on his face. However, Old Ford's expression was unusually serious as he looked at Victor, his tone grave. Your ability is too dangerous. In the future, when you collect like this, you must remember to hide your face well. He understood that the ability to absorb others' mutant powers was like a priceless treasure to those with ulterior motives, such as mutant research organizations. They would stop at nothing to capture Victor and conduct thorough studies on him. Victor was well aware of the dangers. He simply smiled and remained silent, watching Old Ford, waiting for his next words. Old Ford seemed to realize that he was being overly preachy. He glanced toward the entrance and then turned back, urging, "Let's move. We're leaving in 6 hours. You need to get out of Las Vegas quickly." His meaning was clear. He wanted Victor to vacate this dangerous place first. After all, in this underground tunnel, the light was extremely dim, and besides himself and the night vision-enabled Ivy, almost no one could clearly see Victor's full face. As long as Victor didn't move with them, the chances of exposure would be minimal. This suited Victor just fine. He had the same intention. However, just as he was about to leave, a dirty yet adorable face suddenly flashed in his mind. He hesitated for a moment, a surge of wanting to say goodbye to that little one rising within him. While he was still indecisive, Old Ford had grown impatient. He gave Victor a hard shove from behind, muttering, "You big baby." Acting like a woman. "If you were on the battlefield, you'd have been shot dead by now." Hearing Old Ford's words, Victor didn't bother to argue back. He could only reluctantly give him the finger behind his back. But Old Ford, possessing night vision, would surely see his gesture. "You little brat, are you itching for trouble?" Old Ford cursed, pulling out a revolver from his lower back. Sensing Old Ford's movement with his telekinesis, Victor quickly darted a few steps away, vanishing around the corner. He didn't want to be hit by Old Ford's bullets. Although he had a steel body and wasn't afraid of gunfire, he still feared the pain. "Humph, you run fast," Old Ford said, expertly twirling the revolver, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Hey, speaking so charmingly, looking all handsome, yet you dare to have eyes on my daughter? You won't starve, take your time finding your way back." His words were filled with fatherly concern and worry, especially for an American father. When they saw a man approaching their daughter, their first reaction was to pull out a gun as if to say, "How dare you mess with my girl?" The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I need to blow off some steam. At this moment, Victor was unaware that Old Ford had another reason for urging him to leave. Aside from providing cover, he was also worried that Victor being too close to Ivy might bring unnecessary trouble. Victor was now faced with a new dilemma. He was lost. The underground tunnels were a complex maze, and he had just stepped out when he couldn't find his way back. He found himself at the bottom of the sewer, buried dozens of meters underground, with no signal penetrating here. Alice was just as directionless as he was, like a headless fly. With no choice, he employed the oldest method, following the right wall and moving forward. Worst case, he would traverse the entire underground sewer and eventually find a manhole cover to return to the surface. He wasn't worried about his hunger. The light energy within him was sufficient to sustain him for a week. However, shortly after, a new problem arose. His flashlight died. Now, he was truly engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything. The only sounds around him were the squeaks of rats, the flow of water, and the echoes of the pipes. In such an environment, Victor felt an inexplicable sense of panic rising within him. He hurriedly pulled up the platform and began searching for items related to lighting. The search results were varied, showcasing high-tech floating light spheres, magical illumination, mysterious rune lights, and more. Among them, the most conspicuous was a top-listed related, bloodline. Item name *, T-virus, harmless, basic version. Item category *, bloodline. Item compatibility * 100%. Origin dimension *, Resident Evil. Level rating * F-. Item price * F-class voucher ×2, dimension currency ×25. Function description * possesses the ability to enhance and restructure biological genetic traits, allowing the user's body to reach peak adult condition. Slogan * if you are the only child of your family, biologically speaking, your family line may end here. Victor chuckled inwardly at the absurdity of this bloodline. The harmless version of the T-virus was a diluted version that Roy's used as a universal vaccine. In his dimension, every citizen had received this injection. It would modify the user's genes to a unified template,
granting them immunity to major diseases like smallpox, rheumatoid arthritis, and AIDS, as well as minor ailments like nearsightedness, asthma, and cavities. However, it had one significant drawback: it could only grant the user a robust physique and did not endow them with superpowers, nor would it enhance their physical capabilities. Of course, the zombie-related gene segments would have to be removed. Victor was not planning to use this virus for himself. After all, this bloodline was rather useless, and it wouldn't be compatible with the Superman bloodline. Once injected, it would be consumed and digested, making it a waste of effort. He intended to give it to a dying old fox. Victor opened his inventory and immediately spotted the familiar virus injector. He placed his right hand under the table, extracted it, and gently pressed the plunger to squeeze out a small drop of liquid, then returned it to the inventory. Next, he used his telekinesis to float the droplet in the air, took out the dropper he had purchased earlier, squeezed and released it to draw the liquid inside, and then tightly wrapped the tip with tape. Though it looked a bit shabby, it ensured no leakage. He placed the tape dropper on the table, resting it on top of the newly bought document folder. Having completed these tasks, he continued to sit leisurely, basking in the sunlight to replenish his energy while sipping coffee, showing no signs of impatience. A few minutes later, a UPS delivery vehicle stopped outside the cafe, and a courier got out while on the phone. At that moment, Victor's Huawei phone rang. He leisurely put on his mask before answering the call. "Yes, it's me sending a package. I'm at table 17, and I can see you," Victor said, waving to the courier who was approaching him. After hanging up, the courier quickly walked into the cafe toward him. "Hello, what do you need to send?" the courier asked politely. Victor didn't rush to answer but stood up and pulled out his wallet, producing 5 $100 bills. "I hope you can deliver this right away, to the front desk of the Osborne building. What do you think?" Victor inquired. The courier looked a bit taken aback. He glanced at the Osborne building across the street and, after confirming, said, "What do you want me to deliver? If it's too large, I'd rather not get involved." He was worried about being drawn into transporting dangerous items. Victor held up the tape dropper, shaking it slightly in front of the courier. "This is a specimen, it won't explode. Don't worry, there are cameras here, so if anything happens, you won't be held responsible," Victor assured. The courier looked around. The cafe's cameras and the street cameras outside were all functioning normally. Thinking about Victor's words, it did make sense. He immediately took the $500 and the dropper, turning to leave. "Wait a moment," Victor called out to him. "What? Having second thoughts?" The courier quickly stuffed the $500 into his pocket. "Too late for regrets, you can't get that cash back." Victor didn't say much more. He picked up the document folder from the table and another piece of paper with $20. "I also want to send this, check if the address and fees are okay," Victor stated. The courier awkwardly coughed, took the paper, and saw it was an address in Philadelphia with a shipping fee of only $17. Then he opened the folder to take a quick look, finding a parchment with strange runes, faintly smelling of sheep, which didn't appear to be worth much. The courier nodded at Victor, indicating he could handle the shipping. "Anything else? If not, I'll take this to deliver," the courier asked. Victor waved his hand, signaling the courier to go ahead. After the courier left the cafe, Victor first returned to the delivery vehicle. When he came out again, the document folder was gone. He exchanged a glance with his reflection in the glass, then turned and walked toward the Osborne building. He waited until the courier entered the Osborne building before he pulled out $50 and placed it under his coffee cup, then turned to leave the cafe. Walking down the street, Victor softly said, "Alice, keep an eye on the movement." "Leave it to Alice, Chen," she replied. In the Osborne building, on the 108th floor, in the chairman's office, Norman Osborne, only 27 years old, looked as haggard as a 70-year-old man. This was a genetic disorder he inherited from his damned father, reversal cell hyperplasia. To date, no member of the Osborne family had lived past 30. Norman's generation had hoped to end this nightmare. His collaboration with the military on the Super Soldier Serum Project was nearing success. Richard Parker was a genius, having found breakthroughs from spider DNA. Yet to his shock, Richard, as his close friend, colleague, and subordinate, had destroyed all the data under the pretext of the research results being too dangerous, and then fled. Damn danger! A treacherous hypocrite, concerned about societal safety? He had eaten his food, used his equipment, and spent his money, only to tell him that it was dangerous and to destroy it while claiming they could find another way?
He wanted to monopolize the results. Since Richard had severed his only lifeline, he shouldn't expect to live either. Thus, Richard and Mary Parker died in a plane crash. And Norman, having lost the Parkers and all the data, despite having products in hand, was still unable to reverse engineer the formula with Connors, lacking the core decay formula. His life was now on a 3-year countdown, and he saw no hope, gradually falling into despair and becoming increasingly deranged. While Norman's mind raced with various frenzied thoughts, suddenly, the desk in front of him lit up. The surface of the desk was a screen. An androgynous face appeared on the screen, her eyes penetrating through the desk, locking onto Norman's. His expression darkened. Only someone who hacked the Osborne Group's terminal server and modified permissions could directly connect a video call without his consent. "Who are you?" Norman demanded angrily. Whoever this person was, since they had caught his attention, they would have to face his wrath. However, as soon as the person spoke their first words, his anger dissipated instantly. "I am the artificial intelligence Alice, currently at the front desk of Oscorp. Here is a serum sample that can treat reverse cell hyperplasia. You can take it for testing first, and I will contact you again later." After speaking, without waiting for Norman to ask more questions, the screen went dark again, and Alice had already left. In the office, only Norman's heavy breathing echoed in the air. Time slowly passed. After a few seconds, Norman pressed his right hand on the desk, and a rigid female face appeared. She slowly spoke in a distorted voice. "Permission granted, Chairman Norman. What can I assist you with? Can you track the intruder from earlier?" Norman asked urgently. "Sorry, data error, unable to execute that command," the AI replied. Norman's brow furrowed tightly, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart as he hurriedly said, "Report on the network security situation from the last 10 minutes. Searching. No abnormalities in network security in the last 10 minutes, the AI responded. Norman's eyes revealed disbelief, his pupils contracting sharply. To be able to silently breach his company's defenses, the intruder must possess a power greater than the AI in front of him. His voice began to tremble. "Tell me, did the front desk receive any special items today? Related to test tubes or the like?" "Yes. A UPS courier delivered a sealed dropper with an unknown liquid inside 6 minutes ago. Since there was no specified recipient, the front desk processed it as a hazardous item, and it is currently being sent to the destruction station," the AI answered. The destruction station was a place specifically used for disposing of high-risk biological research products. "What?" Norman's eyes widened, and he roared in anger, "Get that damned front desk out of here." "Understood, Chairman Norman. That is your authority. What reason should I use for the dismissal?" the AI asked. "Go to hell with the reason." Norman cursed, picking up the phone on his desk and continuing to shout, "Stop the destruction station's operation. If another item is destroyed before I arrive, your entire department is fired." After saying this, he slammed the phone down and hobbled out with his cane, completely unaware of a voice sounding behind him. "Understood, Chairman Norman. The message has been sent." At the front desk, the diligent receptionist was busy checking the reservation list for a visitor when suddenly the computer screen locked, followed by a prompt. "Chairman Norman has dismissed you for the reason go to hell. You have 10 minutes to gather your personal belongings after security arrives." The receptionist looked bewildered, filled with confusion. What was going on with this artificial intelligence? Why would the chairman dismiss her without reason? Norman was completely unaware of his AI's absurd behavior. His gaze was fixed on a security personnel walking out of the destruction station, holding a sealed dropper in his hands. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Norman's eyes as he quickly instructed the nearby researchers to package it in a professional container and rush it to the research lab for product slicing, aiming to determine the liquid's effects as quickly as possible. Before leaving, Norman didn't forget to reward the security personnel with $100,000, a fee for daring to enter the destruction station without wearing a biohazard suit. He knew that 99% of the time, one wouldn't survive entering the destruction station of a biological research company without proper gear. But for Norman, money was exchanged, and the transaction was complete. All of Norman's thoughts were now drawn to that drop of liquid in the research lab. It represented his last glimmer of hope and despair. If this was just a joke, he would truly go mad. He was already gravely ill and could only rely on machines to sustain his life, unable to continue his research experiments. And with just Connors alone, it was absolutely impossible to reverse engineer the spider serum. He didn't have that kind of talent. So, this drop of unknown liquid could be considered Norman's last hope within reach. In anxious anticipation,
the product slicing report finally came out. Norman impatiently snatched the report, looking at the intricate data, his already slightly trembling hands quivering even more violently. It's real. This unknown liquid possesses the ability to modify and enhance genetic inheritance information, allowing cells to evolve in a predetermined direction, thereby achieving targeted enhancement, with the final result stabilizing within a certain data range. And Norman's reverse cell hyperplasia was precisely due to missing gene fragments, leading to gene collapse and ultimately a loss of life cycle, resulting in death. By modifying the incomplete fixed template, it could indeed restore the genes, and naturally, reverse cell hyperplasia would be cured. Not only that, but this unknown liquid was also what the military had been seeking in the super soldier serum. Although it was weaker than Captain America's at the Cellular Activity Index, it was still at the peak physique level of a Special Forces soldier. Don't underestimate it, not everyone can become a Special Forces soldier, as many people's physiques are inherently limited, which eliminates countless candidates. But with the formula for this unknown liquid, even ordinary people could possess the physique of a Special Forces soldier in a short time. If injected into trained veterans and operatives, it could instantly raise an army of elite soldiers. In warfare, this was like a whole combat power plus 50% buff. He must obtain the formula for this unknown liquid. Waiting for a transaction? Ha, only children make choices, something that could change the game should be monopolized by oneself. With rekindled hope and ambition, Norman left the already uncontrollable Oscorp and sent out a series of commands through encrypted channels, fully mobilizing his network. 10 minutes later, the military, political circles, civilian research institutions, and major universities all received a sketch of Victor's image, which was the only two pieces of information obtained from the courier. In addition, Norman issued a sky-high bounty, offering $1 million for information leading to Victor's location, and a whopping $100 million for capturing him alive. In the face of such a massive bounty, almost all detective agencies, gangs, mercenary groups, security companies, and even the police in New York mobilized their forces, taking to the streets to conduct a carpet-style search throughout New York. Fortunately, Victor's unique handsomeness ensured that if he did not run into someone resembling him, it wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. Norman leveraged his immense power and wealth, indirectly mobilizing no less than 100,000 people to search for Victor. He was absolutely confident that he could catch him. He began to consider how to persuade Victor to betray the organization behind him and ally with himself to obtain the formula. After all, how could the mastermind behind such a precious formula easily reveal themselves? Subsequently, despite receiving various pieces of intelligence, all of them turned out to be false leads aimed at scamming the bounty. Norman ruthlessly made these opportunists vanish, serving as a warning to others. As a result, the false intelligence diminished rapidly until there was no response at all. There was no information about Victor online, which Norman had long prepared for. After all, to silently breach Oscorp's network and erase his own information was not difficult. But when various parties had no information and the carpet search in New York yielded no results, Norman's expression began to darken. He had mobilized so much effort, yet he couldn't even obtain a shred of useful information? It felt as if someone had slapped him hard across the face, leaving him stinging with pain. In the end, it was Coulson from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics who called. Mr. Norman, we have some intelligence regarding Victor Chen. The director authorized me to share it with you, but recently the funding from the World Security Council has been somewhat, so what do you think? Coulson said. Norman's anger flared up, but he suppressed it. He knew the influence of this long and tongue-twisting agency, which was responsible for handling supernatural events and had a structure covering the globe. Isn't this a bit too brazen, raising the price after the fact? Norman couldn't help but say. Ultimately, Norman offered a device sponsorship fee of $10 million, which finally got him what was supposedly detailed information about Victor. After receiving the intelligence, Norman furiously smashed the tablet he used to view the report, filled with unwillingness and humiliation. They were being too much. Every action of Norman was under the monitoring of Alice, so when Coulson made his outrageous demands to Norman, Victor was watching everything unfold. He understood this kind of price gouging all too well and could be 100% sure it was Nick Fury's, the Egghead's, suggestion. However, upon seeing the intelligence about himself, Victor couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect you to be like this, Coulson." Let's take a look at this so-called intelligence. Name, Victor Chen. Gender, male, tentative. Hobbies, male. Age, unknown. Place of birth, unknown. Abilities, insufficient permissions. Evaluation appeared in the Los Angeles airport waiting area on May 12, 2008. Previous background is fabricated. Suspected member of a special organization, extremely dangerous individual, possesses supernatural abilities. Perhaps Coulson's conscience was pricked a bit, as he revealed an extra piece of information. They had been monitoring Victor, but lost track of him shortly after he arrived in New York, so it was likely that Victor was coming for Norman. Well, it seems Norman had been treated like a fool and had been sharply taken advantage of. After all, his time was running out. However, Victor was filled with confusion. What did male, tentative, mean? And where did hobbies, male come from? Although this handsome guy looked like he didn't eat human food, it didn't mean he was disguised as a woman. This handsome guy was a pure man. If anyone doubted that, let Natasha prove it. No, better yet, let Hill do it. He mentally noted this grievance. He would definitely have a word with S.H.I.E.L.D. about it later. For now, his priority was to evade the searches that were coming one after another, and Hell's Kitchen would be an excellent hiding spot. Hell's Kitchen, officially known as Clinton, is commonly referred to as Midtown West. Just like the dark side beneath Las Vegas, Hell's Kitchen is the dark side of Manhattan Island. It is a world-renowned slum, infamous for its poor living conditions, ethnic conflicts, and high crime rates. Hiding here would at least filter out 70% of people, while the remaining 30% would be the hardest to deal with, as they were locals who knew the area well. This prompted Victor to purchase a product to prepare for such encounters. Product name, Transformation Scroll. Product category, Magic. Compatibility, 74%. Origin dimension, The Lord of the Rings. Level rating, F-. Product price, F-level voucher X1, dimensional points X5. Function description, just imagine the desired appearance, tear the scroll to activate, lasting 24 hours. Slogan, cross-dressing made easy, just one step. Now, Victor could change not only his appearance but also his body type, height, and ethnicity. If it weren't for his strong aversion to cross-dressing, he could even change his gender. In a cafe, Victor relaxed under the sun while outside, groups of hurried people patrolled. They would glance at him with wide eyes as they passed by. Occasionally, some individuals holding images would come to ask questions, and Victor cooperatively took a serious look before claiming he hadn't seen them. That image didn't even capture 1% of his handsomeness, so of course, he hadn't seen it. He found this dramatic scene quite amusing. The only downside was that the cafe wasn't upscale enough. After all, it was a poor area, coffee was mainly used to stay awake, and few people actually savored the bitter drink. Time passed quietly, and soon it was night. The cafe was about to close, forcing Victor to leave his ideal viewing position. Forget about a star-rated hotel, he found a relatively clean inn nearby where they didn't check IDs, just pay and stay. He didn't go to bed, the hygiene in such a cheap inn was predictable. He simply sat in a chair to rest a bit. Staying here was necessary because, in Hell's Kitchen at night, if one appeared alone on the street, even the police could be targeted by addicts, and robbery would be the least of his worries. He dreaded running into someone who might take advantage of him. That night, Victor sat in the chair, wide awake. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep, he could manage to doze off while sitting, but every half hour, a group of people would violently knock on the door. They were covered in tattoos, boldly carrying guns, and would come in, look around the room, and then leave. This happened over and over again. There were many like him who couldn't sleep that night. Half of New York was awake, flipping through area after area in search of Victor. This also caused many unaware civilians to be unable to sleep, not knowing what was happening. As for the most tormented, that was undoubtedly Norman. He made such a huge fuss but didn't even catch a glimpse of Victor. This made him realize that Victor was definitely not simple. As time passed, Norman no longer hoped to catch Victor. He sat at his desk, wishing the screen would light up again with that androgynous face. From Alice's words, it was clear that after slicing the product, Norman should reach out to Victor to negotiate terms. But as night fell, he hadn't received any news, not even a warning. This worrying emotion kept him awake. He began to fear that he had angered Victor, worried that Victor would no longer contact him, and feared he had snuffed out the last glimmer of hope with his own hands. In this torment, dawn finally dispelled the darkness. At the same time, the desk in front of Norman lit up again, and the long-awaited androgynous face appeared. The drowsy Norman perked up, feeling extremely excited, but his face remained calm. Thank goodness, it seemed he still had something the other party wanted, he still had negotiating chips. Just as Norman was preparing to probe the limits, Alice spoke first. "You've had your time. Since you haven't found us, the initiative is now in our hands.
The other mail that was sent, I believe you have already received.
That scroll is called the Covenant of Balance. By writing your name with your blood, you will establish a soul contract, where the weak will forever be enslaved by the strong.
Sign your name, and you will get what you want. You have 6 hours to consider whether to sign. Once the time is up, we will wait for your death and then approach your son to sign the contract.
Like last time, after Alice finished speaking, the screen went dark again. The sleepless Norman's weary thoughts paused for a moment, and only then did he clarify Alice's words.
Submit or die.
Anger flooded Norman's brain in an instant. He stood up furiously, wanting to roar the most vicious curses, but after a night of exhaustion, his already weak body could no longer hold up. Everything went black before his eyes, and he fell heavily back into his chair. On the brink of fainting, the last shred of rationality held Norman up, knowing that if he lost consciousness at this moment, given his current poor physical condition, he might miss the critical timing. Therefore, he couldn't afford to faint. Indeed, he would rather die than become someone else's slave. Thus, regardless of whether he agreed to the other party's demands, fainting or not seemed to matter little. But he was not alone. There was Harry Osborne, his poor son who had lacked paternal love since childhood. Alice had clearly informed him that even if he disagreed, after his death, the other party would seek Harry to sign the contract again. There would be at least a 2 to 3 year gap in between, but the implication of the other party's words indicated they had enough patience to wait.
What did this mean?
It suggested that what they sought was likely not just some technology from Osborne, but the entire Osborne Corporation. Behind them must be an organization with power that was no less than that of the Osborne Group. In the eyes of this organization, the Osborne Group might merely be a target for accumulating assets. They might be intent on acquiring it, but they weren't in a hurry. It was like a relationship. The one who cares more appears more humble.
Now, they could easily abandon Osborne and Norman, then wait for Harry to grow up to take over the Osborne Group.
But how could the merely 27-year-old Norman easily give up his future?
And would Harry, in the future, be able to forego his life for the sake of so-called pride? After weighing these considerations, Norman slumped back in his office chair.
He finally understood that from the very beginning, his only opportunity lay in seizing Victor. At this moment, the only choice before him was. Once Norman grasped the consequences, his demeanor shifted from despair to determination. He stood up, adjusted his collar, straightened his previously hunched back, and slowly reached for the phone on his desk. Meanwhile, in that cafe from yesterday, at the same familiar spot, Victor, basking leisurely in the sun, suddenly felt an influx of thoughts in his mind. As he focused on these thoughts, a wave of emotions surged over him: shock, disbelief, and soon quickly hidden regret. Following this thought, Victor quickly pinpointed its owner and location. It was none other than Norman himself, situated on the 108th floor of Oscorp Tower. This was far more advanced than tracking through the network. It seemed Norman had ultimately chosen to continue living, caught between survival and freedom. After all, only by living could one have the opportunity to grow stronger. However, Norman had no idea how magical this covenant of balance was. The strong could even unilaterally sense the thoughts of the weak. Any ill intentions could not escape its control.
Betrayal? That was simply non-existent.
After all, this was a high-level product that Victor had paid a hefty price to acquire. It represented a significant portion of his previous gains.
Product name: Covenant of Balance. Product category: Magic. Compatibility: 100%. Origin dimension: The Lord of the Rings.
Product rating: E+ or minus.
Product price: E-level voucher X4, dimensional points X450.
Function description: blood is the contract, the strong can enslave the weak.
Slogan: the balance never favors either side.
Once this covenant of balance was signed, both parties would be like the two ends of a scale, with the strong controlling everything of the weak, including life and death.
Want to gain sovereignty?
Then work hard to become stronger, to surpass the other contractee.
Could Norman's speed of becoming stronger surpass Victor's? Victor, with access to the dimensional trading platform, was quite confident about that.
Since it was confirmed that Norman had signed the agreement, Victor, who had been quite relaxed, felt even more at ease. The situation was set. He had firmly established his footing on Marvel's Earth. Next, as long as he could develop discreetly without attracting trouble, once he had collected enough resources, even if Thanos dared to come, he could turn him into roasted sweet potatoes. Alice, have Norman handle the aftermath, assist you in completing the transfer of authority, and then bring him to me, Victor instructed.
Understood, Chan, Alice replied, then reappeared at Norman's desk. Unlike the previous 2 times, this time she immediately began issuing a series of commands. Norman was quite the character, adjusting his mindset quickly and cooperating fully with Alice's work. He lifted the bounty, opened the core code of Oscorp's AI, assisted Alice's core code in accessing the Oscorp server cluster, and transferred the primary authority of the supercomputer. After a series of operations, even though Norman remained the largest shareholder of the Osborne Group, in reality, all primary authorities had been transferred to the AI, Alice. For the Osborne Group, there wasn't much change, it was just that some employees felt it was strange that their AI seemed to have become more lively. This was natural, as it was now Alice serving them. The reason Victor did this, aside from wanting to grasp the sovereignty, was also to liberate Alice. The nano earpieces were ultimately just substitutes, they couldn't completely replace a supercomputer. Alice was trapped inside, like being confined in a little black room, only able to exert less than 0.1% of her potential. Only by liberating her and allowing her to utilize the resources of the Osborne Group could she provide him with more help. As for Victor himself, when Alice provided services remotely, if he entered a no-signal area like an underground passage, a small program left in the nano earpiece would act on his behalf. The reason he didn't just copy Alice over like Royce did was that Alice belonged to the realm of artificial intelligence. She had awakened her unique emotional simulation core code. This part was akin to human limbs. Once severed, it could not be reattached. Royce was able to copy a version of Alice because he used vouchers and dimensional points to access the platform's dimension printer permissions. This was also a limitation on artificial intelligence, otherwise, any AI would be able to think independently, have its own little emotions, and replicate itself endlessly. The consequences would be unthinkable, just like Ultron. But that was a discussion for another time. By the time Alice completed the takeover of the Osborne Group, 3 hours had passed. At this point, Norman had nothing left apart from his shares, akin to a puppet emperor in ancient China. It was only then that Norman finally obtained Victor's location, a cafe in Hell's Kitchen. When he saw this address, even with his deep scheming, his face involuntarily twitched slightly. He had mobilized half of New York to find Victor, only to discover that the other party was sitting there leisurely sipping coffee and soaking up the sun? Well, he had truly lost this round and accepted it. Instead of sending someone else to meet Victor, Norman arrived with a convoy of 5 luxury cars lined up, driving into Hell's Kitchen. Along the way, they attracted countless hateful glances, as if to say, "Do you not know this is the most anti-rich area in New York?" Driving in so ostentatiously, it wouldn't be surprising to get shot at in no time. Bang! Sure enough, someone envious and anti-rich couldn't help but shoot from the shadows, hitting a tire, but it didn't affect the vehicle's movement at all. It turned out to be bulletproof tires. Well, clearly, anyone who could afford such tires was not someone to be trifled with. It was better to slip away. Norman paid no attention to this little incident. In his view, Hell's Kitchen was a place where not only gunfire but even a death now and then was nothing out of the ordinary. The convoy sped to the cafe, and Norman respectfully exited the lead car, using his cane to walk ahead into the cafe. The pull of the contract led him to lock onto Victor at first glance. The other bodyguards were also very considerate, starting to clear out the customers. Since they didn't understand Victor's temperament, they compensated each departing customer with $100, making them all smile happily. Victor looked with interest at the aging Norman, who only made brief eye contact with him before humbly lowering his gaze, appearing extremely respectful. A chill ran through Victor. This is a formidable figure. Norman's status was comparable to that of his previous life's father, Chen, yet he could lower himself to such a humble posture. His ambitions must be grand indeed. Norman was like a man enduring hardship with patience, using a humble demeanor to deceive Victor. Once he had amassed enough capital for a comeback, he would undoubtedly turn against Victor without hesitation. He resembled a snake that could bite its master at any moment. But as long as Victor continued to show enough strength, he would maintain his humility and become an excellent helper. Victor didn't show any sign of triumph, nor did he exchange pleasantries with Norman. Instead, he walked towards the door as if no one were around. Norman's fake smiling face twitched involuntarily, then returned to normal as he hobbled after Victor out of the cafe. But when he saw Victor getting into the middle car and closing the door, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly suppressed it, turning to get into another vehicle. Seeing this scene from the main car, Victor raised an eyebrow slightly. This old fox really could endure. He was a bit tricky to deal with. As the convoy drove into Oscorp Tower, a series of platform notifications flashed before Victor's eyes. Since it would take some time to park, he opened the platform interface to check the updates.
Collection task, Neural Embedded Mechanical Octopus Tentacles. Task content, collect a finished product of Neural Embedded Mechanical Octopus Tentacles.
Task reward, E-level voucher X2, dimensional points X554. Collection task, Green Goblin suit.
Task content, collect the Green Goblin armor, glider, serum, or spider serum, pumpkin bombs, and throwing knives.
Task reward, E-level voucher X1, dimensional points X3721. Collection task, Spider serum. Task content, collect the complete formula for spider serum or obtain Spider-Man's lineage. Task reward, B-level voucher X2, C-level voucher X6, D-level voucher X9, dimensional points X12, 4152. Wow!
Upon seeing the rewards for the task spider serum, Victor silently made up his mind and mentally muttered, "Little spider, just wait for me. I'll take your blood." After a brief calculation in his mind, Victor temporarily set this matter aside because there was something more important at hand. That was Alice had already taken over Oscorp, yet the advancement task had not shown any completion notification. He thought it over repeatedly, suspecting the issue might stem from Norman's mindset or shareholders. Thus, he decided to first test if he could persuade Norman with words. If that didn't work, he would consider other methods, such as acquiring shares, though he was not keen on that because it could attract unwanted attention from certain organizations, like Hydra. As he got out of the car, Norman courteously led the way, while Victor feigned curiosity, inspecting his surroundings as if he were completely oblivious to Norman's presence. Norman, unfazed, continued to perform his professional duties, providing commentary wherever they went. It must be said that Marvel's high-tech companies indeed had their unique features. Just the underground parking garage was divided into dozens of areas, each equipped with elevators that lacked floor buttons and could automatically recognize the faces of employees, taking them to the corresponding floors and departments. Every corner of the company was equipped with surveillance devices, eliminating the chaotic scenes often depicted in movies. The management of employee attendance, network security, danger detection, etc., was all automated. Within this building, authority was everything. Now, with the primary authority under Alice's control, who was loyal to Victor, Norman's lengthy introduction was subtly conveying to Victor that he was the boss here.
Victor did not respond, and once inside the elevator, Alice's voice echoed. "Dear Mr. Chin, where would you like to go?"
Alice was considerate. She knew to give Victor face in public, hence not addressing him as Chen like she did in private. Victor casually replied, "Find a quiet place. Since Mr. Osborne is cooperating so well, it's time to fulfill his reward."
"Understood, Mr. Chen."
Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flickered in Norman's eyes. He was finally going to end the nightmare that had plagued his family for generations. The elevator started quickly and smoothly, taking less than 20 seconds from the underground parking lot to the 108th floor. This technology was indeed impressive. Although there were faster elevators in his previous life, the experience inside was akin to a roller coaster, unlike now, where there was barely any sense of weightlessness. Marvel's universe lived up to its reputation for high-tech innovations. Upon exiting the elevator, Alice kindly directed Victor through the earpiece, leading him straight into Norman's office, where he took the main seat and looked at Norman, who was slowly entering with his cane. Like his previous employees, Norman stood in front of the desk, his face devoid of impatience, but his eyes could barely hide his anger, which he had to conceal by looking down. Victor, ever observant of Norman, sensed a slight relief in his heart. He knew that Norman was also a 27-year-old man, and being unable to remain calm was a good opportunity for him. Victor rapped his knuckles on the desk to draw Norman's attention.
The latter's eyes returned to normal, quickly adjusting his mindset. "Mr. Osborne, you already know my name, so I won't repeat it," Victor spoke calmly. "Before I give you the antidote, I think it's necessary to tell you about my background. What do you think?" This was the first sentence Victor had said to Norman during the entire journey.
"Of course, as long as you wish to share," Norman remained humble. "Please, just call me Norman or Osborne."
"Then I'll call you Norman, and you can call me Victor."
Victor clasped his hands together, resting his chin on them as he leaned on the desk, exuding an air of authority. "So, Norman, as one of the few at the pinnacle of Earth's pyramid, you should be aware that there are other life civilizations beyond Earth, right?" Norman did not answer immediately. A look of confusion crossed his face, and then he seemed to realize something. He stared at Victor in shock, cautiously probing, "I've heard a little about it.
The United Nations has a department that handles this. Mr. Chen, what do you mean by asking this?
Victor smiled mysteriously and replied, I am a human being, not some alien invading Earth.
Norman fell silent, waiting for Victor to continue.
Victor was unfazed and began to educate Norman on common knowledge.
The biological civilizations in this universe are far more prosperous than you can imagine.
Earth is located within the 9 realms of the Midgard star domain, under the dominion of Asgard. Most of the Norse mythology you see is left behind by the Asgardians.
But let's set that aside for now.
Even the 9 realms are merely in the cosmic Sahara Desert. Beyond the endless desolate space, the nearest advanced civilization is called Chidar Star.
The gap between Earth and Chidar Star is roughly akin to that between America and primitive tribes in Africa.
Don't think I'm just talking nonsense. Chidar Star has interstellar travel capabilities, countless life forms, and weapons capable of destroying planets, among other things.
And there are many powerful civilizations like this.
Titan, home of the Eternals, boasts individuals who are indestructible superhumans, just like in DC movies. Nidavellir, the entire planet is a giant forge, where Odin's eternal spear and Thor's hammer, among other magical items, were crafted. Sakaar, located in the void, is the universe's junkyard, and because of this, it absorbs experiences from technologies of various civilizations, leading to all kinds of incredible technologies you can hardly imagine. After this lengthy discourse, Victor paused to give Norman, whose eyes were filled with skepticism, some time to digest. Then he continued, the reason I'm telling you all this is simply to inform you that this universe is vast, and I have no intention of coveting your little Oscorp. Victor stood up, extending his left palm toward Norman, a virus injector appearing out of thin air in his hand. Let me reintroduce myself.
Victor Chen, a newly chosen cosmic merchant.
The Osborne Group is just a stepping stone for me. It won't be long before I dissolve our contract within a year.
Until then, you will assist me wholeheartedly. What do you think of this deal?
Having said that, Victor reached out his right hand to Norman. The virus injector was right in front of him, but Norman did not immediately reach for it. His thoughts were a bit jumbled. This grand common knowledge dissemination had somewhat shattered his worldview, but his business instincts told him this was an opportunity. Regardless of whether Victor's words were true or false, under their contractual relationship, he had no choice but to obey Victor's commands. Moreover, Victor had said so much, seemingly indicating he did not want Norman to engage in superficial pleasantries with him. Following Victor's implied meaning, if he seriously worked for him for a year, regardless of whether the cosmic theories were true or false, it would not cost Norman anything. If true, he would be able to latch onto a cosmic powerhouse, making the Osborne Group seem insignificant. If false, he could still break the contract and regain his freedom. By then, he would only be 28 years old, and even without the Osborne Group, he was confident he could rise again.
This was a win-win.
In the blink of an eye, Norman sorted through the pros and cons, and a genuine smile of joy appeared on his face. Ignoring the virus injector, he extended both hands to grasp Victor's right hand, preparing to say some formal words. However, Victor suddenly jabbed the virus injector into Norman's right arm, violently pushing the T-virus solution into him. Norman felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his right arm, a sensation that rapidly spread throughout his body. The sudden change took him by surprise, and he instinctively curled up on the ground like a shrimp. Victor tossed the empty virus injector into the trash can, looking at Norman, and sheepishly scratched his head.
Sorry about that. I couldn't resist the urge and just jabbed it in.
In truth, it was because he had received the platform notification that his objective had been achieved, prompting him to act this way.
He thought to himself, see?
I didn't even need to waste my breath to get him to cooperate. Advancement task completed, successfully advanced to level 1 merchant. New permission dimensional database has been unlocked, you can check it in the merchant panel. Victor glanced at Norman, who was still curled up on the floor like a shrimp, before opening the platform interface to check the merchant panel.
Name, Victor Chen. Dimension, Marvel Universe.
Level 1 merchant.
Permissions, dimensional radar, dimensional trade, dimensional database.
Age, 24 years, 18 days, 11 hours, 21 minutes.
Lineage, Superman lineage remnant.
Skills, telekinesis.
Looking at this introduction, there didn't seem to be anything particularly eye-catching. Victor then opened the inventory, and used his will to select Avril's X-Gene WeCat4 data backup.
This item is F-level, you can choose to spend 1 hour to back it up without any additional rewards, or sell it to the platform for immediate backup and receive full valuation.
Oh, there are actually two options?
Victor also selected X-Gina Disguise, left by Old Ford, for backup. This item is E-level. You can choose to spend 2 hours to back up the data and obtain the next level valuation, or sell it to the platform for immediate data backup and receive full valuation.
Comparing the two operations made the pattern clear. There are two methods for data backup.
One is to spend time backing up the data, which grants the next level of item valuation while keeping the item itself. This method is suitable for rare and precious items like the Infinity Stones. The other is to sell the item directly to the platform, allowing for immediate data backup and full item value. This method maximizes the value of repeatable or useless items, and can be considered quite user-friendly. After pondering for a moment, Victor first chose to back up X-Gina Disguise, and a countdown of 120 minutes immediately appeared in the corresponding box. When he tried to perform another operation, it indicated that it was temporarily unavailable. Doing so would stop the countdown. He then chose to back up X-Gene Weak Cat, and a 60-minute countdown also appeared in the corresponding box, which similarly could not be operated on again.
However, the dimensional database could perform multiple line backups simultaneously, which was a nice feature.
While Victor was exploring the data backup mechanism, Norman, still on the ground in his shrimp-like position, had finally completed his body transformation, or rather, his metamorphosis. He shed his old skin like a snake, revealing a young man who stood up, resembling the original Norman to a degree, with the wrinkles, age spots, and sagging muscles having vanished.
Hey, this guy actually looked a bit handsome.
Norman took out the previous photo of himself and the current one for comparison. The difference was stark. One looked like a grandfather, and the other like a grandson.
The newfound lightness in his body made Norman unable to suppress his excitement.
He dashed to the desk, gazing at his youthful face on the glossy surface, and for a moment, he was choked up and speechless.
9 years.
Since the onset of illness at 18, Norman had stubbornly persisted for a full 9 years against the countdown to death. He had forced himself to give up everything, even neglecting his only son, solely focused on racing against death. He had almost reached the finish line when his close friends, the Parkers, betrayed him, making the end seem unattainable once more. During that time, he had nearly descended into madness, contemplating dragging more people down into death alongside him.
Who would have thought that today he would be saved by a mysterious young man?
Moreover, this gene agent that could cause such a transformation in such a short time, its underlying technology, it couldn't be said that Earth couldn't produce it, but at least Norman was unaware of it. With this miraculous gene agent, Victor's previous words could now be believed to a degree of 60%, whereas before he had only believed 1%.
After the initial excitement, Norman quickly reined in his emotions, but his face no longer bore the usual darkness. Instead, it radiated a newfound confidence, the essence of rebirth.
"Forgive my earlier behavior, Victor."
Norman smiled sincerely. "So, what should we do next?"
Seeing the genuine smile on Norman's face, Victor felt a bit surprised.
Moreover, did Norman just use the word "we"? Was he deliberately trying to win favor?
But upon further reflection, it didn't seem out of place. Human hearts are inherently complex. Norman had returned from the depths of despair, shedding the threat of a countdown to death and the burdens of years past. Naturally, his spirit would change.
He couldn't remain morose forever, could he?
Victor pondered for a moment, no longer entangled in his thoughts, and began to assign tasks.
"For now, I'll give you 2 simple tasks. First, start acquiring stocks of Stark Industries gradually from now on.
When others sell, you buy. Even small shareholders' stocks can be acquired in my name. Second, gather intel on all mutants in New York, keeping a safe distance for observation. Don't engage too readily." Facing these 2 tasks set by Victor, Norman slightly pursed his lips, seemingly wanting to argue. The second task was acceptable, but he felt the first one was unnecessary. As a company that had grown from arms dealing, Stark Industries shutting down its weapons division was akin to a gaming company removing all its games, almost no chance of recovery. Instead of spending money on acquiring Stark Industries stocks, it would be more profitable to seize the military weapon procurement shares left vacant by Stark Industries. That would be a guaranteed win.
However, Norman ultimately held his tongue.
He harbored a bold gamble in his heart. He planned to wager the entirety of the Osborn Group, betting that there truly was a cosmic civilization supporting Victor.
He felt he had a 60% chance of success, quite a decent probability.
If he won this bet, Earth would no longer be his constraint. If he lost, it would merely be a wasted year.
As long as Norman was still around, the Osborn Group would not fall.
With these thoughts, Norman suppressed his doubts and readily accepted the first task Victor had assigned. Seeing Norman's decisive attitude, Victor felt a bit unsettled. He had a nagging feeling that Norman might engage in superficial compliance. So, he quietly opened the contract's perception and received Norman's previous thoughts, unable to help but marvel at how this old fox had a good head for calculations. But that was fine, he needed someone to do the work for him, and it didn't matter who it was. Moreover, Norman, at 27, was capable of managing such a large group. His abilities were undoubtedly substantial. Ahem, he was certainly more professional than Victor, who was merely a director. Having settled this matter, Victor waved his hand and said, "Now, take me to see the highest research achievements of Oscorp. I want to collect goods." Norman naturally agreed, eager to witness the means of alien civilization. Norman placed his right hand on the desk, preparing to say something, but unexpectedly, a nearby bookshelf slowly rotated, revealing an elevator behind it. This surprised Norman, as the control system for the core research facility was independent of Oscorp's control system. He had previously played a trick and didn't hand it over to Alice. Now it seemed that Oscorp was entirely under Alice's control. "What is this?" Norman attempted to find some words to mitigate his previous actions. Victor interrupted him, raising a hand with generosity. "Let bygones be bygones, let's collaborate well from now on. I'm not a dictator, I don't want to rule over anyone or conquer anyone." Having said that, Victor stepped into the elevator, and Norman followed closely behind, his mind echoing Victor's words, savoring their deeper meaning. With Victor's contract perception still active, he saw Norman's reaction and couldn't help but chuckle. His previous comment had been said on a whim, merely quoting a line from The Great Dictator, a totally unintentional remark. The elevator went straight to the core laboratory. Before it even stopped, the platform rang with a series of alerts. "Detected F-level item, please take note. Detected F-level item, please take note. Detected E-level item, please take note. Detected E-level item, please take note. Detected D-level item, please take note." In total, there were 9 alerts. Victor inwardly muttered, could it be that Oscorp's core laboratory yielded so little? What a poor show! It was far less than the underground shelter in Las Vegas. As the platform notifications rang out, the elevator paused for a slight moment after another 3 seconds. Given the elevator's speed, this pause likely meant they had descended nearly 100 meters underground. Was the core laboratory down here really as deep as Oscorp Tower itself? Victor was filled with curiosity as he stepped out of the elevator and walked down the hallway for about 20 meters, where the platform notifications flashed again. This time, he didn't rush to check the notifications but quickened his pace, soon arriving at a spacious hall. The hall was filled with various technologically advanced devices, from small firearms and pumpkin bombs to larger items like swords, green goblin armor, and strange devices with mechanical tentacles, along with a steel model resembling a rhinoceros. From any angle, this place looked more like an exhibition hall than a true core research facility. Before Victor could ask any questions, Norman timely began to explain. "This is the core area of Oscorp. Every concept machine stored here is still in the exploratory phase in the outside world. They are the culmination of Oscorp's efforts over the years." Norman's eyes sparkled with pride as he enthusiastically introduced each concept machine to Victor. For example, this vital armor has an emergency medical system that is absolutely top-notch on Earth. As long as the heart or brain isn't pierced, it can maintain the user's life state. And this little pumpkin-like gadget can pack the punch of 3 equivalent high-explosive grenades. And this one. As Norman elaborated, Victor reached out to touch the corresponding concept machines. However, in most cases, the machines showed no reaction. Only when he touched the qualified items did corresponding product data pop up. After going around, Victor discovered that only 4 items were qualified. Product name, Rhinoceros Armor. Product category, Technology. Compatibility, 100%. Origin dimension, Marvel Universe. Rating, F-. Monetary valuation, F-level voucher X2, dimensional points X20. Function description, a flashy but impractical set of armor. Slogan, why be a good human when you can run on all 4s like a rhinoceros? Product name, Neural Embedded Mechanical Octopus Tentacles. Product category, Technology. Compatibility, 100%. Origin dimension, Marvel Universe. Rating, E-. Monetary valuation, E-level voucher X3, dimensional points X350. Function description: although still a prototype, it contains advanced technologies like a brainwave interaction system and nuclear power miniaturization concept.
Slogan: let the original owner continue refining it, and you'll be pleasantly surprised. Product name: Green Goblin Armor. Product category: Technology. Compatibility: 100%. Origin dimension: Marvel Universe. Rating: D-. Monetary valuation: D-level voucher X2, dimensional points X 2500.
Function description: equipped with an emergency medical system, the Green Goblin glider boasts excellent mobility and endurance, along with pumpkin bombs and throwing knives as fine weapons. Slogan: this is a suit with a strong survival instinct.
Product name: Spider Serum. Product category: Technology. Compatibility: 0.1%. Origin dimension: Marvel Universe. Rating: C+. Monetary valuation: C-level voucher X8, dimensional points X82000.
Function description: injection grants Spider-Man's lineage, endowing spider sense and greatly enhancing muscle strength, speed, power, reflexes, and resilience.
Slogan: this is a fine lineage, though no one can match it.
Among these, 3 items related to Victor's collection tasks lack some necessary conditions. The Spider Serum could currently only be used by Peter Parker, and at most, Ben Parker could use it, which clearly did not meet the requirements. The collection task for the Green Goblin suit also required either Green Goblin lineage or Spider lineage, which brought the problem back to the previous dilemma. The neural embedded mechanical octopus tentacles was merely a prototype. At present, the only benefit was to sell these 4 items. However, Victor did not hastily sell them right away but opened the platform interface to remotely call Royce.
Victor: hey bro, I have a question. Your T-Virus series, can each weakened or enhanced version be resold again?
Victor learned from Alice that the same item would only be purchased by the dimensional trading platform on its first sale, subsequent attempts would be rejected.
This was actually a reasonable regulation, otherwise, with Victor's current control over Oscorp, wouldn't he be able to mass-produce items for sale? Just like Tony's MK series, could each model be sold individually? That would create significant loopholes. Soon, Royce provided an answer. Royce: bro, I forgot to mention this to you.
Royce, for the same series of items, the platform only counts the one with the highest valuation, making up the price difference.
Royce, for example, if you sell the T-Virus's basic version to the platform for 10 dimensional points, and then sell an enhanced version valued at 50 dimensional points, you would net, enhanced version, basic version, equals 40 dimensional points.
Royce, any subsequent version of the T-Virus you research, as long as its valuation does not exceed 50 dimensional points, can be received, but the dimensional points will be forfeited.
Royce, does that make sense, bro?
Royce, as usual, explained with a wealth of detail and clarity. With Norman present, it wasn't the best time for further discussion. After thanking Royce, Victor secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, he had keenly spotted this potential issue, otherwise, he would have been caught off guard. Just take Tony, for example, there was no need to worry about earlier models like MK1 and MK2. Once he built a good relationship with Tony, he would only need the Hulkbuster armor, Civil War armor, and the Iron Spider armor. Now looking at the 4 items before him, Victor could sell them to the platform first to get through his weak phase. If stronger versions emerged later, he could still acquire the value of the appreciated parts through trading. This trading rule not only facilitated dimensional merchants in utilizing resources but also did not dampen their enthusiasm. Victor's gaze fell on the Green Goblin armor. He patted the somewhat frivolous armor and turned to Norman, asking, "These concept machines, they can still be manufactured, right?"
"Of course, the blueprints are completely preserved," Norman responded quickly. "Which ones are you interested in? I can have the core laboratory customize them for you immediately."
"No need for that, I'll just take them as they are," Victor replied with a mysterious smile. This time, however, Norman did not give up. He persistently explained, "Not to mention, this vital armor its design parameters are based on." Regardless of Norman's scientific enthusiasm, Victor began his work. He used his telekinesis to effortlessly grab the pumpkin bombs, Green Goblin knives, and other weapons in the hall, attaching them to the Green Goblin armor. Then, with a touch, the entire set of Green Goblin armor, along with the glider and various weapons, all disappeared into the inventory, as if the scene had been cut out. Next, he approached the isolation areas for the octopus tentacles and rhinoceros armor, and with a gentle touch, those 2 massive items, which were several times larger than the Green Goblin armor, also vanished into thin air. Finally, he used telekinesis to grab the spider serum injection gun from the nearby isolation room, which also disappeared into the inventory.
This was a new discovery.
Victor clapped his hands, secretly calculating the total price of these items, arriving at a figure that made him involuntarily smile, and his mood instantly lifted. Seeing Norman hesitating, Victor casually remarked, "If you have any questions, just ask.
I'll answer what I can."
Victor glanced at Norman, who was still curled up on the floor like a shrimp, before opening the platform interface to check the merchant panel.
Name, Victor Chen. Dimension, Marvel Universe. Level 1 Merchant. Permissions, Dimensional Radar, Dimensional Trade, Dimensional Database.
Age, 24 years, 18 days, 11 hours, 21 minutes.
Lineage, Superman lineage remnant.
Skills, telekinesis.
Looking at this introduction, there didn't seem to be anything particularly eye-catching. Victor then opened the inventory, and used his will to select Avril's X gene we cat for data backup.
This item is F level. You can choose to spend 1 hour to back it up without any additional rewards, or sell it to the platform for immediate backup and receive full valuation.
Oh? There are actually 2 options?
Victor also selected X Gene Disguise, left by Old Ford, for backup. This item is E level. You can choose to spend 2 hours to back up the data and obtain the next level valuation, or sell it to the platform for immediate data backup and receive full valuation.
Comparing the 2 operations made the pattern clear. There are 2 methods for data backup.
One is to spend time backing up the data, which grants the next level of item valuation while keeping the item itself. This method is suitable for rare and precious items like the Infinity Stones. The other is to sell the item directly to the platform, allowing for immediate data backup and full item value. This method maximizes the value of repeatable or useless items and can be considered quite user-friendly. After pondering for a moment, Victor first chose to back up X Gene Disguise, and a countdown of 120 minutes immediately appeared in the corresponding box. When he tried to perform another operation, it indicated that it was temporarily unavailable. Doing so would stop the countdown. He then chose to back up X Gene we cat, and a 60-minute countdown also appeared in the corresponding box, which similarly could not be operated on again. However, the dimensional database could perform multiple line backups simultaneously, which was a nice feature. While Victor was exploring the data backup mechanism, Norman, still on the ground in his shrimp-like position, had finally completed his body transformation, or rather, his metamorphosis. He shed his old skin like a snake, revealing a young man who stood up, resembling the original Norman to a degree, with the wrinkles, age spots, and sagging muscles having vanished.
Hey, this guy actually looked a bit handsome.
Norman took out the previous photo of himself and the current one for comparison. The difference was stark. One looked like a grandfather, and the other like a grandson.
The newfound lightness in his body made Norman unable to suppress his excitement.
He dashed to the desk, gazing at his youthful face on the glossy surface, and for a moment, he was choked up and speechless.
9 years.
Since the onset of illness at 18, Norman had stubbornly persisted for a full 9 years against the countdown to death. He had forced himself to give up everything, even neglecting his only son, solely focused on racing against death. He had almost reached the finish line when his close friends, the Parkers, betrayed him, making the end seem unattainable once more. During that time, he had nearly descended into madness, contemplating dragging more people down into death alongside him.
Who would have thought that today he would be saved by a mysterious young man?
Moreover, this gene agent that could cause such a transformation in such a short time, its underlying technology, it couldn't be said that Earth couldn't produce it, but at least Norman was unaware of it. With this miraculous gene agent, Victor's previous words could now be believed to a degree of 60%, whereas before he had only believed 1%.
After the initial excitement, Norman quickly reined in his emotions, but his face no longer bore the usual darkness. Instead, it radiated a newfound confidence, the essence of rebirth.
"Forgive my earlier behavior, Victor."
Norman smiled sincerely. "So, what should we do next?"
Seeing the genuine smile on Norman's face, Victor felt a bit surprised.
Moreover, did Norman just use the word "we"? Was he deliberately trying to win favor?
But upon further reflection, it didn't seem out of place. Human hearts are inherently complex. Norman had returned from the depths of despair, shedding the threat of a countdown to death and the burdens of years past. Naturally, his spirit would change.
He couldn't remain morose forever, could he?
Victor pondered for a moment, no longer entangled in his thoughts, and began to assign tasks.
For now, I'll give you 2 simple tasks.
First,
Start acquiring stocks of Stark Industries gradually from now on. When others sell, you buy, even small shareholders' stocks can be acquired in my name. Second, gather intel on all mutants in New York, keeping a safe distance for observation, don't engage too readily. Facing these two tasks set by Victor, Norman slightly pursed his lips, seemingly wanting to argue. The second task was acceptable, but he felt the first one was unnecessary. As a company that had grown from arms dealing, Stark Industries shutting down its weapons division was akin to a gaming company removing all its games, almost no chance of recovery. Instead of spending money on acquiring Stark Industries stocks, it would be more profitable to seize the military weapon procurement shares left vacant by Stark Industries. That would be a guaranteed win. However, Norman ultimately held his tongue. He harbored a bold gamble in his heart. He planned to wager the entirety of the Osborn Group, betting that there truly was a cosmic civilization supporting Victor. He felt he had a 60% chance of success, quite a decent probability. If he won this bet, Earth would no longer be his constraint. If he lost, it would merely be a wasted year. As long as Norman was still around, the Osborn Group would not fall. With these thoughts, Norman suppressed his doubts and readily accepted the first task Victor had assigned. Seeing Norman's decisive attitude, Victor felt a bit unsettled. He had a nagging feeling that Norman might engage in superficial compliance. So, he quietly opened the contract's perception and received Norman's previous thoughts, unable to help but marvel at how this old fox had a good head for calculations. But that was fine, he needed someone to do the work for him, and it didn't matter who it was. Moreover, Norman, at 27, was capable of managing such a large group. His abilities were undoubtedly substantial. Ahem, he was certainly more professional than Victor, who was merely a director. Having settled this matter, Victor waved his hand and said, "Now, take me to see the highest research achievements of Oscorp. I want to collect goods." Norman naturally agreed, eager to witness the means of alien civilization. Norman placed his right hand on the desk, preparing to say something, but unexpectedly, a nearby bookshelf slowly rotated, revealing an elevator behind it. This surprised Norman, as the control system for the core research facility was independent of Oscorp's control system. He had previously played a trick and didn't hand it over to Alice. Now it seemed that Oscorp was entirely under Alice's control. "What is this?" Norman attempted to find some words to mitigate his previous actions. Victor interrupted him, raising a hand with generosity. "Let bygones be bygones, let's collaborate well from now on. I'm not a dictator, I don't want to rule over anyone or conquer anyone." Having said that, Victor stepped into the elevator, and Norman followed closely behind, his mind echoing Victor's words, savoring their deeper meaning. With Victor's contract perception still active, he saw Norman's reaction and couldn't help but chuckle. His previous comment had been said on a whim, merely quoting a line from The Great Dictator, a totally unintentional remark. The elevator went straight to the core laboratory. Before it even stopped, the platform rang with a series of alerts. Detected F-level item, please take note. Detected F-level item, please take note. Detected E-level item, please take note. Detected E-level item, please take note. Detected D-level item, please take note. In total, there were 9 alerts. Victor inwardly muttered, could it be that Oscorp's core laboratory yielded so little? What a poor show! It was far less than the underground shelter in Las Vegas. In the 108th floor chairman's office of Oscorp, Victor and Norman stood side by side at the window, each holding a glass of wine, as if they had been conversing for some time. After Alice conducted a thorough investigation, the results of the core laboratory's human experiments confirmed Norman's claims. The test subjects were indeed death row inmates sent by the military. Although such actions still violated humanitarian principles, they hadn't crossed the moral line. Norman was undoubtedly fortunate. If Victor's first target hadn't been to find him, his future life trajectory might have been entirely different. The human experiments were thus halted, and the death row inmates were all returned to the military for their disposal. Afterward, under Norman's guidance, Victor toured the core laboratory. The displays featured advanced research results of the concept machines previously showcased in the underground exhibition hall. The dimensional radar occasionally beeped, but the detected items were merely components of the 4 items in the inventory, with no actual value. It seemed that the only items Oscorp could provide directly were those 4. Once the tour was completed, Victor and Norman returned to the office. The ensuing conversation consisted primarily of Victor asking questions, Norman answering, and Alice providing supplementary information. Through this QA, Victor gradually pieced together the composition of this world.
It was primarily based on the Marvel Cinematic Universe, with some related TV series and the continuation of certain X-Men storylines. As their communication deepened, a world constructed from multiple narrative universes and their respective timelines slowly took shape in Victor's mind. The Marvel Universe was a given. The gifted indeed existed, as there were even wanted posters for Polaris available online, indicating that the status of mutants in this world was concerning. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. should also exist, but it had not yet reached its activation time. Coulson was still alive and well. However, the Runaways did not exist. Professor X had vanished for over a decade, and the title of X-Men had been inherited by a mutant underground shelter that was secretly rescuing persecuted mutants. After confirming this information multiple times, Victor reluctantly accepted this fact. David Haller's mutant ability was split personalities, each possessing unique abilities or traits. If each personality were treated as a new product, he was practically a walking money printer. The situation of Inhumans remained uncertain, with the moon still in the exploration phase, making relevant intel indeterminate. The Defenders had also ceased to exist. There was no blind lawyer named Matt Murdock, no Rand family, and certainly no Hand organization. Consequently, the related shows from the Defenders, such as Daredevil, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, and Jessica Jones, were all fictional. Other series like Cloak Dagger, The Punisher, and Runaways had no evidence supporting their existence. With each piece of information confirmed, Victor felt as if his heart were bleeding. These were all potential product reserves. To discover that so many were fictional. As a director and screenwriter, he felt utterly helpless. Yet, even with such losses, the Marvel Universe remained vast and astonishing, with the Hulk, Thor, Odin, and the Infinity Stones. All of them were worth a fortune and could easily surpass the value of an entire production team from those derivative scripts. After filtering out the unnecessary narratives, the information left in Victor's mind was still overwhelmingly abundant. This was the inherent advantage of being a traveler. Moreover, while typical travelers might only remember the general plot, Victor, having participated in the filming of Marvel movies as a director, recalled nearly every detail. Even without the dimensional trading platform, he would not fare poorly with this knowledge. Now, what he needed to do was organize all the information and craft a script of his own. This was his specialty. Victor fell silent, lost in thought. Norman, meanwhile, stood quietly beside him, savoring his drink, his mind also churning with ideas. Although Victor had asked many questions and appeared unfamiliar with this world, even inquiring about information that the general public would know, the more he did so, the more it indicated Victor's lack of familiarity with the world. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility that Victor was acting, but it still served as a sign proving Victor was indeed new to this place and had the support of a cosmic civilization. This boosted Norman's confidence immensely. As a leader of a commercial empire, he would certainly not miss this business opportunity. With this in mind, Norman noticed that Victor was still deep in thought and quietly took a few steps back, leaving the office. Victor sensed his movement but paid no mind, knowing that Alice was monitoring the entire Oscorp. Before long, the office door opened again, and Norman casually walked back to his original position. Victor glanced at him but said nothing, and silence fell over the room once more. By midday, Norman's stomach was the first to protest. Having just undergone a transformation, he was already running low on energy, and with lunchtime approaching, hunger set in. Norman, feeling no embarrassment, casually asked, "Victor, what would you like for lunch? I can have someone prepare it." "No need, I'm not hungry," Victor rejected. "I've gathered most of the information I need. You don't have to waste your time with me. If anything comes up, I'll have Alice notify you." Norman keenly caught the phrase "not hungry," speculating whether it was some sort of special ability. He didn't dwell on the question for too long and, suppressing his hunger, said, "There are many trivial matters on Earth that can be quite troublesome, so I arranged for a personal assistant for you. What do you think?" Victor, too lazy to correct him that he was also a human on Earth, nodded in agreement. Norman stepped over to the desk and pressed a button, saying, "Hardy, please come in." The office door opened, and a stunning woman in a professional outfit walked in. She had straight brown hair and wasn't particularly striking. She fell more into the fresh and clean category. Victor looked at her and felt a sense of familiarity. Norman introduced her, "This is Felicia Hardy, my assistant for over a year. She's quite capable, what do you think?" Upon hearing Norman's introduction, Victor recalled who she was. In The Amazing Spider-Man, young Harry had also taken a liking to this assistant and made her his aide. "All right, let's go with her," Victor said, looking at Felicia. Suddenly feeling a mischievous impulse,
He quoted a line from Harry's future dialogue, "From now on, Norman, you'll have to listen to her, as she listens to me." Is that a problem? Norman. He momentarily didn't know how to respond. Agreeing outright might damage his reputation in front of his former subordinates. As Norman hesitated, Victor continued with the rest of the line, "Good, your position is safe for now." After saying this, Victor swaggered out of the office, leaving Norman, whose expression was complex, and Felicia, who looked a bit confused. Norman couldn't quite grasp Victor's intentions. Was he challenging him? Or was he dissatisfied with the person he arranged? He scrutinized Felicia, thinking she had an average build and a quiet appearance, making her quite suitable as a personal assistant. While pondering, Norman didn't forget to instruct Felicia, "Your salary will be doubled. From now on, assist Victor as his personal aide. If you can't fulfill any of his requests, just call my personal number." Felicia nodded, looking bewildered and still trying to process what had just happened. Wait, did she just get a new boss? Was she being fired? Noticing Felicia was still dazed, Norman cleared his throat. Only then did Felicia snap out of it, closing the office door and hurriedly following Victor closely behind, cautiously keeping silent. She felt anxious, unsure of what demands this new boss might have. If he required something, well, she stole a glance at Victor's profile, her heart racing. He was so handsome. If there really was a need, she could consider making safety measures. Both of them were unaware that Victor had simply found the scene fitting. The director's instincts had kicked in, and he had casually recited a familiar line. Just like any Marvel fan might feel compelled to throw a punch if they encountered Star-Lord, this was merely a momentary impulse. As Victor stepped into the elevator, Felicia closely followed behind him, her face displaying a nervous expression. She cautiously asked, "Boss, what are we doing now?" Victor turned back to meet Felicia's furtive glance and smiled lightly, saying, "I'm Victor Chen. By the way, have you had lunch yet?" This smile was like a warm spring breeze, instantly flushing Felicia's cheeks. She hurriedly averted her gaze and stammered, I was just eating." "Did you get called away from your meal?" Victor continued to inquire. Felicia quickly nodded, "Yes, it's fine. I've been on a diet lately." "Can you get sunlight in the employee cafeteria?" Victor asked. "Yes, but the usual spots are." Felicia was about to explain, but the elevator dinged, signaling their arrival at the cafeteria floor. Felicia looked puzzled. She watched as Victor walked straight out, quickly following him while her mind raced with thoughts. She felt that the AI upgrade today seemed to have changed the control system entirely. Women's intuition is indeed quite formidable. As she lowered her head in contemplation, Victor suddenly stopped, turning around. Felicia, caught off guard, bumped into Victor's chest. This collision felt less warm than before. To her, it felt like hitting a solid wall. Victor remained unmoved, while she stumbled back a few steps, covering her nose, tears brimming in her eyes. Seeing her clumsy demeanor, Victor couldn't help but chuckle but did not blame her. He understood his charm. Most women needed some time to adjust. Not only was he not angry, but he also gently changed the subject, saying, "Felicia, you have 25 minutes for lunch. I'll be over there in the sun waiting for you." Felicia covered her nose and nodded repeatedly, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she followed Victor to the relaxation area, took a seat, and ordered a cup of coffee before skipping away with light footsteps. She mused to herself, "This new boss is so gentle. Compared to that old man Norman." Oh wait, Norman is young now too, but still, he's several streets behind the new boss. On the other side, once Victor settled down in the relaxation area, he finally had a moment to himself. He summoned the platform interface and opened Inventory. Inside, 6 items lay quietly, arranged in the first 6 slots: X-Gene, Weak Cat, X-Genie Disguise, Rhinoceros Armor, Green Goblin Armor, Neural Embedded Mechanical Octopus Tentacles, and Spider Serum. He began to operate on the platform, muttering, "Sell Rhinoceros Armor. You are selling the item Rhinoceros Armor to the platform for a monetary valuation of F-level voucher X2, dimensional points X20. Do you confirm the sale?" "Yes. Item Rhinoceros Armor sold successfully. You have received F-level voucher X2, dimensional points X20. Next," he said, "sell Green Goblin Armor. You are selling the item Green Goblin Armor to the platform for a monetary valuation of D-level voucher X2, dimensional points X2500. Do you confirm the sale?" "Yes." He repeated this process 4 times in total, earning F-level vouchers X2, E-level vouchers X3, D-level vouchers X2, C-level vouchers X8, and dimensional points x84, 870.
Looking at this substantial gain, Victor felt his posture straighten considerably, filled with joy. But upon reflecting on the lengthy list of pending purchases for the Superman lineage, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking, this is just small change. He opened the DC Universe shop, checked out the Superman lineage list, and gazed at the long price list, feeling a sense of poverty wash over him again. As he deepened his understanding of the platform's rules, he realized how difficult it was to obtain the complete Superman lineage. Raphael had managed to divide the complete Superman lineage into over 20 incomplete versions, each containing different superpowers, a truly astonishing operation. Among them, Superman Lineage Remnant, as the main body, contained only one super ability, Supercell, which needed to be upgraded from F level all the way to SS level to gain the complete version of Supercell super ability. In other words, the F-level Superman Lineage Remnant that Victor currently owned only contained the F-level Supercell, with a limited capacity for stored solar energy, barely maintaining a supervision, night vision. If he wanted to unleash combat capabilities, the solar energy would quickly deplete. Other super abilities like Super Hearing, Super Speed, and Super Flight were made into plugins, which, when fused, were only limited by the total amount of solar energy. Purchasing once would grant lifetime effectiveness. However, these super abilities came with exorbitant prices and required substantial amounts of solar energy to activate. The level of Supercell was crucial for Victor because only higher-level supercells could store more solar energy. But if he only stored solar energy without corresponding super abilities, he would merely function like a human solar battery, with little practical use. The general relationship was as follows. Longer duration equals higher-level supercell equals more resources. Thus, money is power. Ahem, Victor mused to himself. Until he had enough capital, he needed to find a balance, making purchases and upgrades judiciously. Having clarified the key points, Victor began to plan his buying spree. He first purchased the super abilities he might need later, such as Superman Lineage, Supervision, Long-Range E-Level Voucher X5, Dimensional Points X500, Superman Lineage, Superhearing, C-Level Voucher X5, Dimensional Points X50000. This expenditure consumed more than half of his gains. Next, he upgraded the lineage level, raising Superman Lineage Remnant from F level to E level, costing E level vouchers X9, Dimensional Points X900, then from E level to D level, costing D level vouchers X8, Dimensional Points X8000. However, he finally managed to purchase a super ability he had long desired, Superman Lineage Super Stomach E level voucher X5, Dimensional Points X500. After buying this ability, Victor decided to stop there. He looked at his remaining balance, F-level vouchers X36, E-level vouchers X6, D-level vouchers X2, C-level vouchers X2, Dimensional Points X25, 415. With only C-level vouchers X2 left, he couldn't even afford a C-level lineage. He decided to first digest and absorb these abilities before taking further action once he had enough capital. Just as he was preparing to extract and absorb these spoils, a platform notification suddenly popped up. Conditions for advancing to Level 2 Merchant achieved, advancement task initiated. Victor paused, surprised. He could advance so soon? He clicked on the task panel and saw the advancement task pinned above the 3 collection tasks. Advancement task, make contact with at least 5 future Avengers members. Looking at this advancement task, Victor was somewhat astonished. Is it really this simple? He felt this task was much easier than the previous advancement tasks. He casually set the advancement task aside and returned his gaze to the inventory. The abilities he had just purchased lined up before him, filling him with anticipation as if he could see himself evolving into a little Superman, a surge of excitement welling up inside him. Should the E-grade item Superman Bloodline Remnant be extracted? Yes. The E-grade item Superman Bloodline Remnant has been extracted. Please choose the target for use, myself. The E-grade item Superman Bloodline Remnant has been used. As the Superman Bloodline upgraded, the feeling from 3 days ago of soaking in a hot spring, like being in a womb, swept over him once again. The slowly growing telekinetic power surged at an astonishing rate. This indescribable comfort nearly sent Victor into a sweet dream, but he forced his eyes open and got up to hide behind a small bar counter, avoiding direct sunlight. Only then did his drowsiness significantly decrease to a bearable level. He cursed himself for being careless, having forgotten about this situation. His current mental state was poor, and he couldn't think clearly. He could only find a place to bask in the sun and strengthen himself. Just as he was thinking about having Alice arrange it, Felicia came jogging over from a distance.
Mr. Victor, are you okay? Felicia asked nervously.
I saw you suddenly stand up looking very tired.
Do you need to go to the medical department?
It seemed this life assistant was quite diligent.
Victor, feeling somewhat dazed, asked instinctively, Hottie, is your home nearby? Felicia's face instantly turned red with confusion, thinking, so, impatient? Oh no. But we just met, and I'm not mentally prepared yet.
You're right, going to your house isn't appropriate, Victor said, not noticing Felicia's change in expression. He continued, let's just book a hotel for now.
Alice, I need a car and a driver. Alice immediately responded, okay, it will be ready in 1 minute. Please enter the elevator. The hotel room has been booked. Do you need me to prepare a house for you in Manhattan?
Yes, that works, Victor replied casually, heading toward the elevator while feeling tired.
Choose 5 minimalist-style villas with pools for sunbathing, I'll pick later. Okay, it's already collected and ready for selection at any time. Send it to my phone. It has been sent. His phone vibrated in his pocket.
As Victor reached to pull it out, he heard Felicia's weak voice from behind. Mr. Victor, the company has vehicles on standby 24 hours a day, ready to depart at any time.
Is it okay to choose the Hilton Hotel? We can check in directly. Regarding the villa selection, please give me a day's time. Also, I came today, so.
Victor looked puzzled.
What was this girl talking about?
His slow brain processed for a few seconds before realizing that Felicia had misunderstood what he and Alice were discussing and had imagined a lot of scenarios. He needed to clarify, otherwise, she might think he was a lecher. Hottie, I was talking to Alice, he said, pointing to his in-ear headphones.
Alice? Felicia's brain quickly searched, are you talking about the Alice at the front desk? She does have a nice figure.
Victor felt helpless. This girl had a significant misunderstanding of him.
He didn't bother to explain forcibly, turning to enter the elevator.
After Felicia followed him in, he said, Alice, say hello to Hottie. Hello, Miss Felicia, artificial intelligence Alice sends you greetings, came Alice's voice from the elevator, and the back LCD screen lit up with Alice's neutral face. Felicia looked at Alice on the LCD screen in surprise, feeling a bit disoriented.
Wasn't the previous AI called Alice, and how did that face change?
Alice kindly provided an explanation. 4 hours ago, the security system of Osborne Tower was upgraded.
I am Alice and will provide better service for the employees of Osborne in the future.
This statement was misleading, making one naturally think that the artificial intelligence had also been upgraded.
Felicia thought so too.
But when she realized the sequence of events, her face instantly flushed red, realizing her earlier comments. Although Victor felt groggy, his emotional intelligence was still intact. He remained silent at the elevator door, allowing Felicia to feel less embarrassed. Without a word, they finally chose the Hilton Hotel, using Osborne Group's account, directly checking in without any procedures.
Entering the presidential suite, Victor naturally headed straight for the balcony.
Felicia, however, hesitated at the door, unsure whether to follow him in. This was her first time encountering such a situation. As Norman's executive assistant, she was only responsible for conveying orders and organizing documents. Her work was easy, and the pay was generous. Being suddenly called to be a life assistant made her feel uncomfortable. According to her duties, without Victor's invitation, she should stay in the adjacent guest room. But from an emotional perspective, it seemed too much of a pity to miss out on such a thoughtful and charming young man.
Oh, what a difficult choice.
Just as Felicia was finally making her decision and was about to step into the room, Victor's voice came from the balcony.
You go ahead and help me choose the villa. Alice's aesthetic is a bit anti-human. By the way, I lost my ID and bank cards. Can you help me get a replacement? Get the information from Norman.
Felicia's raised long leg and black stockings froze momentarily. She had to retract it, feeling both regretful and relieved. Regretful that she couldn't leave some beautiful memories with such a quality man, relieved that her new boss seemed quite nice, and that this high-paying job could potentially last long. With mixed feelings, Felicia replied and closed the door, moving to the adjacent guest room. She organized her thoughts slightly and took out her phone to send out a series of commands. Not being infatuated anymore, she worked in an orderly manner. After all, having been under Norman for a year, the young girl's work ability was still quite strong. On the other side, Victor slumped again on the balcony, undergoing the transformation process of gaining strength from sunbathing. This feeling was really wonderful.
He forced himself to focus and began to extract and merge the other super abilities he had purchased previously, finally able to sleep soundly. But this time, he couldn't get a good rest. As time passed, he felt the previously quiet balcony slowly becoming noisy, eventually turning into a bustling city atmosphere that kept him from falling asleep, even though his body and mind were extremely fatigued. This contradictory feeling made him very uncomfortable. Finally, when a deafening roar of an engine sounded in his ears, Victor completely exploded. He got up and looked in the direction of the noise, only to see an airplane, close enough that he could see blurry figures inside the cockpit. Oh my God! Was the plane's captain a novice? There was no airport nearby, and they dared to glide at low altitude. Oh no! Was this plane about to crash? Victor instantly lost all sleepiness. He had just enhanced himself not long ago, and he absolutely couldn't withstand a plane flying over his head. As Victor stepped into the elevator, Felicia trailed closely behind, her face showing signs of anxiety. She cautiously asked, "Boss, what are we doing now?" Victor turned back to meet Felicia's furtive glance and smiled lightly, saying, "I'm Victor Chen. By the way, have you had lunch yet?" This smile was like a warm spring breeze, causing Felicia's cheeks to flush instantly. She hurriedly looked away, stammering, I was just eating." "Did you get called away from your meal?" Victor continued to inquire. Felicia quickly nodded, "Yes, it's fine. I've been on a diet lately. Can you get sunlight in the employee cafeteria?" Victor asked. "Yes, but the usual spots are," Felicia was about to explain when the elevator dinged, indicating their arrival at the cafeteria floor. Felicia looked puzzled. She watched as Victor walked straight out, quickly following him, her mind racing with thoughts. She felt that the AI upgrade today seemed to have changed the control system entirely. Women's intuition is indeed quite formidable. As she lowered her head in contemplation, Victor suddenly stopped and turned around. Felicia, caught off guard, bumped into Victor's chest. This collision felt less warm than before. To her, it felt like hitting a solid wall. Victor remained unmoved, while she stumbled back a few steps, covering her nose, tears brimming in her eyes. Seeing her clumsy demeanor, Victor couldn't help but chuckle but did not blame her. He understood his charm. Most women needed some time to adjust. Not only was he not angry, but he also gently changed the subject, saying, "Felicia, you have 25 minutes for lunch. I'll be over there in the sun waiting for you." Felicia covered her nose and nodded repeatedly, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she followed Victor to the relaxation area, took a seat, and ordered a cup of coffee before skipping away with light footsteps. She mused to herself, "This new boss is so gentle. Compared to that old man Norman." Oh wait, Norman is young now too, but still, he's several streets behind the new boss. Once Victor settled down in the relaxation area, he finally had a moment to himself. He summoned the platform interface and opened Inventory. Inside, 6 items lay quietly, arranged in the first 6 slots: X-Gene, Weak Cat, X-Genie Disguise, Rhinoceros Armor, Green Goblin Armor, Neural Embedded Mechanical Octopus Tentacles, and Spider Serum. He began to operate on the platform, muttering, "Sell Rhinoceros Armor. You are selling the item Rhinoceros Armor to the platform for a monetary valuation of F-level voucher X2, dimensional points X20. Do you confirm the sale?" "Yes. Item Rhinoceros Armor sold successfully. You have received F-level voucher X2, dimensional points X20. Next," he said, "sell Green Goblin Armor. You are selling the item Green Goblin Armor to the platform for a monetary valuation of D-level voucher X2, dimensional points X2500. Do you confirm the sale?" "Yes." He repeated this process 4 times in total, earning F-level vouchers X2, E-level vouchers X3, D-level vouchers X2, C-level vouchers X8, and dimensional points X84, 870. Looking at this substantial gain, Victor felt his posture straighten considerably, filled with joy. But upon reflecting on the lengthy list of pending purchases for the Superman lineage, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking, this is just small change." He opened the DC Universe shop, checked out the Superman lineage list, and gazed at the long price list, feeling a sense of poverty wash over him again. As he deepened his understanding of the platform's rules, he realized how difficult it was to obtain the complete Superman lineage. Raphael had managed to divide the complete Superman lineage into over 20 incomplete versions, each containing different superpowers, a truly astonishing operation. Among them, Superman Lineage Remnant, as the main body, contained only one super ability, Supercell, which needed to be upgraded from F level all the way to SS level to gain the complete version of Supercell super ability.
In other words, the F-level Superman lineage remnant that Victor currently owned only contained the F-level supercell, with a limited capacity for stored solar energy, barely maintaining a supervision night vision. If he wanted to unleash combat capabilities, the solar energy would quickly deplete. Other super abilities like super hearing, super speed, and super flight were made into plugins, which, when fused, were only limited by the total amount of solar energy. Purchasing once would grant lifetime effectiveness. However, these super abilities came with exorbitant prices and required substantial amounts of solar energy to activate. The level of supercell was crucial for Victor because only higher-level supercells could store more solar energy. But if he only stored solar energy without corresponding super abilities, he would merely function like a human solar battery, with little practical use. The general relationship was as follows. Longer duration equals higher-level supercell equals more resources. Thus, money is power. Ahem, Victor mused to himself. Until he had enough capital, he needed to find a balance, making purchases and upgrades judiciously. Having clarified the key points, Victor began to plan his buying spree. He first purchased the super abilities he might need later, such as Superman Lineage, Supervision, Long-Range E-Level Voucher X5, Dimensional Points X500, Superman Lineage, Superhearing, C-Level Voucher X5, Dimensional Points X50000. This expenditure consumed more than half of his gains. Next, he upgraded the lineage level, raising Superman Lineage Remnant from F-level to E-level, costing E-level vouchers X9, Dimensional Points X900, then from E-level to D-level, costing D-level vouchers X8, Dimensional Points X8000. However, he finally managed to purchase a super ability he had long desired, Superman Lineage Super Stomach E-level voucher X5, Dimensional Points X500. After buying this ability, Victor decided to stop there. He looked at his remaining balance, F-level vouchers X36, E-level vouchers X6, D-level vouchers X2, C-level vouchers X2, Dimensional Points X25, 415. With only C-level vouchers X2 left, he couldn't even afford a C-level lineage. He decided to first digest and absorb these abilities before taking further action once he had enough capital. Just as he was preparing to extract and absorb these spoils, a platform notification suddenly popped up. Conditions for advancing to Level 2 Merchant achieved, advancement task initiated. Victor paused, surprised. He could advance so soon? He clicked on the task panel and saw the advancement task pinned above the 3 collection tasks. Advancement task, make contact with at least 5 future Avengers members. Looking at this advancement task, Victor was somewhat astonished. Is it really this simple? He felt this task was much easier than the previous advancement tasks. He casually set the advancement task aside and returned his gaze to the inventory. The abilities he had just purchased lined up before him, filling him with anticipation as if he could see himself evolving into a little Superman, a surge of excitement welling up inside him. Victor returned to the room and took off his outerwear, instantly revealing his robust physique. His six-pack abs were clearly defined, and the bulging muscles showcased his strength. His handsome face made him involuntarily click his tongue in admiration. His charisma was simply off the charts. However, the outer underwear he wore seemed a bit out of place. With a thought, his super battlesuit surged and transformed, instantly changing into the latest battle uniform of Superman from Batman v Superman. This was one of the few Superman suits that didn't flaunt the iconic red underwear. He admired himself in the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the bathroom for a moment but still felt something was off. Oh, right. With another thought, he activated the suit's morphing module, sending a stream of water to cover his face and transforming it into Henry Cavill's likeness. Looking again, he thought, not bad, although not as handsome as the original, it perfectly concealed his identity. He set it as a fixed template. Putting on a suit again, Victor didn't return to the balcony to sunbathe but felt that sunbathing on the beach would allow him to absorb more solar energy. Wearing clothes would slow down the sunlight absorption rate. He had Alice notify Felicia, then headed to a private beach where he could sunbathe freely. However, this time they were both wearing swim trunks transformed from the super battlesuit. After all, the super battlesuit couldn't be removed, otherwise, the suppressive effect on his super abilities would disappear. Moreover, the suit's assimilation module could sync with his Superman lineage abilities and also had the capacity to absorb solar energy like the supercell, meaning wearing it wouldn't hinder solar energy absorption, in fact, it would enhance it. This feature was worth C-grade vouchers times 4 and dimensional points times 4,500. I must say, Victor had truly hit the jackpot this time. At the same time,
he felt a subtle sense of caution rising in his heart. The platform was so strict about merchants' interests that he had to pay more attention when dealing with other merchants in the future, making sure not to make the same mistakes again. After noting this, Victor fell into a blissful dilemma. Last time, he spent 3 days just on a steel body. This time, with several super abilities, he would probably need a vast amount of solar energy to support it. If he didn't sunbathe for at least half a month, it would be difficult to complete the evolution. This was somewhat troublesome. The best way would be to fly into outer space, where the lack of an atmosphere would enhance the solar energy significantly. However, he currently lacked the ability to survive in a vacuum. So, what other options were there? As he pondered, he unknowingly drifted off into a daydream again. This time, he didn't manage to sleep long before the sun set, and the feeling of drowsiness completely faded away, leaving him invigorated. It seemed unlikely he would get a good night's sleep tonight. Stretching lazily, just as he was about to get up, Felicia conveniently handed him a glass of ice drink. "Mr. Victor, dinner has been arranged. Would you like to eat now?" Victor sipped the ice drink while sizing up Felicia. The girl had also changed into a new swimsuit, and when faced with Victor's gaze, she blushed and pretended not to see him, adopting a submissive demeanor as if allowing Victor to pick her. Unfortunately, her figure wasn't full enough, she wasn't Victor's type. However, he could indulge in some delicious food, as his super stomach could easily handle a feast. "Let's eat something first," Victor stood up. "How about Japanese sushi? Bluefin tuna sushi." "Okay, I'll arrange that right away," Felicia replied, her expression slightly disappointed. Victor paid her no mind. He knew it was best not to give her hope at this time, or both sides would find it hard to conclude. He devoured an entire bluefin tuna, and after 3 sushi chefs had changed, he finally stopped, satisfied. He reminded himself to practice moderation, there would be plenty of opportunities later. For now, he needed to focus on business. Wiping his mouth, Victor asked Felicia, "Is everything ready?" "It's all prepared." Felicia opened her palm to reveal a small handful of various coins. "Since the Roosevelt subway station has been out of service for a long time, I prepared all the coins released in recent years because there wasn't enough time." "Okay, then let's go." Outside the sushi restaurant, a car was waiting. They stepped out and headed straight to the entrance of an underground tunnel that had been abandoned for nearly 20 years. Victor instructed Felicia to wait outside while he ventured into the underground tunnel alone with the handful of coins. The underground tunnel was dilapidated, covered in cobwebs, with plenty of rats making their homes in the corners. As everything turned a shade of green due to his night vision ability, the scene became increasingly eerie, sending a shiver down Victor's spine. He spread out his telekinetic power to shield himself, rejecting the close contact of spiders, webs, and cockroaches. He couldn't help but worry, what if the traps were really rusty and unusable? Silently, he walked roughly a kilometer until he reached the Roosevelt subway station. He floated up to the platform and quickly found the coin slot fixed in the corner of the wall. He began to insert the coins one by one, but there was no response. It seemed to be truly rusted, which was problematic. Regretful for not exchanging for X-ray vision beforehand, he had no idea what to do now. Should he have Norman send a construction crew to dig this place up? Just as he was contemplating, the subway track beneath him suddenly trembled and then opened a gap in the middle, slowly parting to the sides like a flower. Victor was standing right in the gap and almost lost his balance, but he quickly reacted, using his telekinesis to stabilize himself in midair. He didn't have to maintain it for long. A train car rose up, providing him with a support point. He floated down from the top of the train car, looking at the car marked M6688, raised an eyebrow, and whistled, "Well, aren't you smart?" After the train car came to a stop, the internal lights sequentially turned on, and the doors opened automatically. Through the glass, he could see various instruments, including bacteria culture cabinets. It was essentially a small biological laboratory. This was Richard Parker's private research room. Notably, this laboratory was established during Richard's tenure at Osborne, where he used public equipment for his experimental research and privately stored the results. Such behavior was hard to evaluate. Victor did not step into the train car but floated a few centimeters inside, looking around. A pile of professional instruments he couldn't understand. It seemed he could only seek out a professional to see if any of this data was useful. Just as he was about to leave, the computer screen suddenly lit up on its own, and a video popped up, showing a young man speaking to himself. "I am Richard Parker. Regardless of how future generations misunderstand me, I want the world to know the truth. Osborne Group has been leading in genetic research. However, Norman Osborne has collaborated with foreign military agencies to fund my research. I discovered that they intended to use my research for weapons, biological weapons. So, I refused. Now, to make sure I don't get in the way, Norman Osborne has fabricated evidence against me, attempting to control my research outcomes. But none of that matters. The DNA I implanted in the spider is my own. Without my help or that of my descendants, the Osborne Group cannot replicate or continue my research. Immediately, Richard began to confess his shortcomings as a father, lamenting the time he had spent with Parker and other similar sentiments. However, Victor paid little attention to this. His primary focus was on the part of Richard's earlier speech regarding DNA. Alice, copy this video and then delete it. Notify Norman and have Connors come here immediately, saying there's information on the spider serum that needs to be received by a professional. Victor decisively issued the command. Understood, Chen. The video has been copied, and the notification has been sent, Alice quickly responded. After completing these tasks, Victor no longer lingered and returned to the vehicle waiting outside. About 40 minutes later, several black cars sped in from the distance. Before the cars had even come to a complete stop, a young Norman stepped out alongside a one-armed young man and walked towards Victor. Victor also got out of the car and walked over to meet Norman, with Felicia closely following behind them. Victor, is there really information on the spider serum? Norman's voice was filled with anger. It's Richard's private laboratory, right? I knew that bastard must have kept some things. Victor considered for a moment but chose not to respond to Norman's anger. Instead, he turned his attention to the one-armed young man and extended his left hand. You must be Dr. Connors. I'm Victor Chen, you can call me Victor or Chen. Of course. Connors shook Victor's hand with his only remaining left arm. Nice to meet you, Chen. But I hope you understand, I'm really eager to see that data. No problem, I called you here to confirm that data. Victor replied amicably and then started to walk ahead. Follow me, the data is in the tunnel. Hottie, you wait in the car. Connors glanced at Norman, whose expression was somewhat tense, and didn't say anything further, quickly keeping pace with Victor as they entered the tunnel. This left Norman standing alone, his expression complicated. Just moments ago, he had tried to interact with Victor as a regular friend, but it was clear that Victor didn't regard him as a friend and had explicitly rejected that mode of interaction. Was it truly only possible for them to engage in a transactional relationship? Heh, interesting, Norman chuckled softly to himself, then brushed aside those thoughts and waved for several bodyguards to illuminate the way as he followed into the passage. When Norman and his group reached the Roosevelt Station platform, Connors had already begun to busy himself inside the train car while Victor stood outside the car quietly observing. He greeted Connors, and Norman followed him into the car. Upon seeing Norman, Connors expressed his excitement directly. There's complete data here. All the destroyed experimental data is here. With this data, we finally have a chance to replicate the spider serum. Norman didn't display excessive excitement. Instead, he furrowed his brow and asked, is the core decay formula here? Connors's excitement instantly froze, but he quickly revitalized. With so much data here, there has to be the core decay formula. Norman, give me some manpower, I believe I can find it. Victor didn't continue to listen to the ensuing conversation. He could essentially confirm that the core decay formula would not be found here. After all, given Richard's cautious nature, how could he leave such an important formula in the lab? It clearly would have been stored in his own mind. And after Richard's death, the only place the core decay formula could be was within that briefcase's inner compartment. Victor wasn't in a hurry to retrieve this formula. He felt that the data on the spider serum would keep Connors busy for quite some time. He needed to firmly hold on to the two key points of the core decay formula and DNA restrictions, ensuring Norman remained unaware. Otherwise, if Norman were to replicate the spider serum in a short amount of time, along with high-tech weaponry like the Green Goblin's armor, Victor felt he might truly not stand a chance against him. At that point, if the balance contract determined that Norman held the authority, it would be like shooting himself in the foot. Back in the car, Felicia sat quietly in the passenger seat, appearing very obedient. The working hours of a life assistant could vary within 24 hours, entirely depending on the employer's activity schedule. Let's return to the hotel, Victor said. The driver immediately started the engine and silently drove away. At this moment, Felicia handed him a tablet and said, I've selected 10 villas for you to look at. Also, your driver's license and bank card have been processed. should I keep them safe or give them to you? You can keep them, Victor replied. Okay, I'll carry them with me, she confirmed. Victor nodded and then began to review the information on the tablet. Most of the tablet's content was photos of the villas, showcasing every corner from the entrance to the bedrooms. After a single glance, he was able to form a three-dimensional image in his mind. He quite liked the decoration styles of these villas, and their locations were spread all over Manhattan. Ultimately, he chose a villa in the Upper East Side of Manhattan, close to Central Park, with fresh air and plenty of sunlight. Moreover, it was a reasonable distance from the center of Manhattan, likely avoiding any future combat disturbances. As for the price, a little over $3 million was practically pocket change for Norman. However, this villa wouldn't be ready for immediate occupancy, as it would require arrangements for a thorough cleaning and ventilation. Oh, right, Victor suddenly remembered something. Hottie, choose a seaside villa in Los Angeles as well, near 10880 Malibu Street. Okay, I understand, Felicia quickly noted the address. The price for a seaside villa might be higher, do you have a budget in mind? Target close to 10880, the cost doesn't matter, Victor said confidently, which was quite normal since it wasn't his own money he was spending. As for why he was so fixated on 10880 Malibu Street, it was because that was the address of Tony Stark's luxurious villa in Los Angeles. Victor had firmly memorized this basic information. After doing this round of errands, they returned to the hotel, and it was already past 1 a.m. When Felicia escorted Victor back to his room this time, she didn't hesitate but followed him inside. However, Victor wasn't in the mood for anything like that. He smiled and said, "All right, it's late, you should go back and rest. I won't be going out in the morning, so you can sleep in." "Oh, then, should I leave now?" Good night." "Okay, good night." Felicia left the room with a hint of disappointment and closed the door behind her. Victor didn't notice her emotional changes, instead, he comfortably settled into the soft sofa, his thoughts gradually drifting away. He knew he needed to continue refining his script, and there was no rush to retrieve the core decay formula. It was safe with Peter Parker for now, going after it now was pointless, and ultimately, he would still have to deal with Norman. Coupled with the DNA restrictions, having this double insurance meant he didn't need to worry about Norman for the time being. In contrast, there was another matter he needed to address first. With that thought, Victor took out his phone, opened Google, and typed in a series of keywords. Latest news on AIDS. How to treat AIDS. World AIDS rankings. Distribution of AIDS patients in America. Please don't misunderstand, Victor's health was excellent. In his previous life, despite having intimate contacts with numerous women, he had always prioritized safety measures and mostly chose partners who were relatively virtuous. Therefore, he not only had not contracted AIDS, but even if he had, it would have long been consumed by the super cells in his body. His search for information on AIDS wasn't due to personal need but was aimed at gathering intelligence. Understanding AIDS was closely tied to his next strategic plan, gaining public favor. In his previous life, Victor often accompanied his father, Chen, to various charity events. At these gatherings, wealthy businessmen and celebrities would gather, and during charity auctions, they would often spend exorbitant amounts on a manuscript from disaster-stricken refugees, amounts that could equate to 1,000 kilograms of gold, worth up to $30 million. However, they were buying only an obscure person's manuscript. Their true motive was not genuine charity but rather to purchase a good reputation through this means. These charitable donations were essentially advertising fees wrapped in the guise of compassion. They invested $30 million to gain the goodwill of the charitable community, preferential policies, public trust, and a positive first impression from other business partners. The beneficiaries were not merely individuals, charitable organizations received operational funds, suffering civilians were given relief, and the government could boast better political achievements. It was a win-win transaction for all parties involved. Now, what Victor needed to do was to earn a universally recognized name, which he could then leverage to bring about substantial benefits. Moreover, the benefits he sought were not something that could be supported by normal fame. Even if he donated the equivalent of 10 Osborne groups through indirect means like charity donations, it might not meet his expectations. He needed to find a way to provide direct life-saving assistance, and in this world, the most life-saving place was likely a hospital. Although some would argue that hospitals are money pits and that societal operations must adhere to certain rules, the true original sin was not poverty. However, starting in managing a hospital would be too troublesome, and he would also face difficult patients who might cause medical disputes,
resulting in slow returns. Fortunately, Victor had access to a dimensional trading platform, allowing him to do what others could not or dared not do, such as mastering a cure for a terminal illness. Just like Norman, who, despite holding a high position, could not escape the fate of impending collapse as he faced the countdown of his life. After much consideration, Victor decided to make AIDS his primary target. The incubation period for AIDS is between 4 to 10 years, during which patients show no abnormalities compared to healthy individuals. If he could treat these AIDS patients, they would immediately become Victor's supporters willing to assist him, as they were physically healthy and would not require recovery time. In contrast, diseases like cancer, ALS, and diabetes involve long-term treatments, causing immense physical and mental suffering for the patients. Their recovery periods were exceedingly long, making it difficult to form effective fighting power in a short time. With his target clear, Victor now needed to find a method for curing AIDS. This wouldn't be difficult. Among the people he knew, there was someone who had already broken through this limitation. It was time to repay that investment. He opened his contacts and clicked on Royce's chat window. "Victor, bro, are you awake? Let's talk about AIDS." To his surprise, the reply came swiftly, as if the other party was on standby 24/7. "Royce, what's up, little bro? Got into some trouble? No worries, it's just youthful exuberance. Just hit it with a tube of T virus or G virus, and any AIDS will be wiped out." "Victor, not me. I want a special drug to cure AIDS. Can you develop it?" Royce began a barrage of replies. "Royce, oh, it seems I misunderstood, I apologize. Royce, a special drug just for AIDS? That's a tough one for me. In my dimension, there aren't many people, and we're born injected with a tube of virus. Forget AIDS, even cold medicine has been out of production for years. Seeing Royce's last message, Victor's brow slightly raised. He seemed to have found a potential business opportunity. "Victor, bro, let me ask a question. Is it possible to develop a special drug targeting just one terminal illness?" "Royce, that's not hard at all. I have plenty of experts in infrastructure. Researching this would take at most a month. Royce, it's just that no one has the disease, so no one thought about researching it. Royce, so here's the deal, I'll help you set up a research team, and once it's developed, I'll package it as knowledge to sell to you. I'll price it at the lowest. This kind of item can't be given away for free, the platform doesn't allow it. After reading Royce's explanation, Victor's lips curled up slightly. Debts of gratitude were the hardest to repay, and now it seemed he had found an opportunity to repay Royce's favor. He immediately edited a message and sent it. "Victor, bro, the world level in the biohazard dimension is low, leading to your products being quite singular. You must have been looking for a breakthrough, right? Royce, little bro, your luck is just not enough to fall into such a dead-end corner. Royce, the main viruses are counted as lineage, and there aren't many who want low-level lineages. Royce, if we're talking about tyrants or lickers, it's fine to be a bodyguard, but they're just too ugly. Who would want to carry around such an ugly thing?" Just as he suspected. "Victor, bro, have you thought about where your advantages lie? In the Dragon Ball universe, Goku is powerful enough to destroy Earth at will, yet he still died of heart disease. In my Marvel universe, at least on Earth, AIDS, cancer, and ALS remain untreatable diseases. Victor, moreover, the purchase of formulas isn't just for merchants' personal use. You know about charity galas, right? Many merchants may not use it themselves, but you can market it to them, and they can become charitable figures in their dimension. This time, there was a long silence from the other side. Victor wasn't anxious, he patiently waited for Royce to think it over. About 3 minutes later. "Royce, oh my god. Little bro, you just woke me from my dream. Royce, why didn't I think of this with my dumb brain before? Royce, little bro, your mind should be thrown into Marvel, it would be a waste to stick me in a low-level dimension. Royce, enough said, it's AIDS, right? If you have any other requests, just say them. This matter, bro, I'll definitely handle it for you." Victor smiled silently, understanding Royce's excitement. Just like Norman, if he knew the core decay formula or DNA restrictions, even if he couldn't crack the spider serum, at least there would be a good chance to develop a cure for his genetic disease. This is what is known as being blinded by a leaf. At the same time, he felt a slight sense of relief. He had finally repaid one favor owed. With that, there was no need to be polite about the next matters. "Victor, bro, I have 3 requirements regarding the special drug." "Victor,
bro, I have 3 requirements for the special drug. The core technology must be difficult to replicate to ensure our technological advantage remains long-lasting. It must be capable of assembly line production to meet large-scale demand, and the cost cannot be excessively high since we need to promote it to a broader audience without letting price be a barrier. Is that alright? Royce, what problem could there be? Leave it to me, bro, I've got this. Victor, then it's settled. As for the price, let's go by the actual cost. After all, this is a long-term collaboration, and I can't keep letting you take losses. Royce, oh, no losses here. Little bro, you're pointing me toward a good path. If it weren't for the platform rules, I'd just give it to you outright. Royce, by the way, little bro, since your merchant level has gone up and you've completed your first upgrade task, it's time to build your foundation, right? Wait a sec, I'll list a few new products. About 10 seconds later, Royce sent over the names of 3 products. Clicking on them would reveal the product information. Product name *, a virus enhancement liquid. Product category *, lineage. Product fit * 99%. Origin dimension *, Resident Evil. Level rating * F-. Product price * F level vouchers ×3, dimension points ×30. Function description * slowly stimulates gene growth breakthroughs, potentially achieving adult peak levels of 1 to 2 times the norm, depending on genetic potential. Slogan * genetic modification does not exceed 5%, non-relatives can still combine. Product name *, a virus enhancement liquid formula. Product category * knowledge. Product fit * 99%. Origin dimension * Resident Evil. Level rating * E-. Product price * E level vouchers ×2, 245 dimension coins. Function description * can be used to formulate a virus enhancement liquid based on the formula. Slogan * comprehensive amplification, low production costs, the best choice for training armies, with the only drawback being the inability to cultivate a virus raw liquid independently. Product name * a virus raw liquid cultivation manual. Product category * knowledge. Product fit * 99%. Origin dimension * Resident Evil. Level rating * D-. Product price * D level vouchers ×2, 2,400 dimension coins. Function description * a virus is a variant of the T-virus, having eliminated all unstable factors, it's a mature physical enhancement technology. Slogan * now, you can cultivate your own army. This series of products was indeed impressive. The price of the A-virus enhancement liquid was only 5 dimension points more than the T-virus, harmless, basic version, used for Norman, yet its effects could reach 1 to 2 times the peak adult levels rather than being fixed. From the product pricing perspective, the two were so closely priced, likely because each dimension merchant had their products priced at currency valuation, which indicated the lowest price, while the product price was determined by the merchant themselves. Currently, as a level 1 merchant, if he were to list a product, it would only automatically increase by 10% in dimension points, while the number of vouchers could not be modified by any level merchant. The A-virus was just 5 dimension points more than the T-virus, yet its efficacy was significantly stronger, indicating that Royce had set it at the lowest price, meaning it was the platform's valuation. TSK, Royce was truly thoughtful. Victor couldn't refuse this product. His subsequent plans required such a biopharmaceutical that could quickly cultivate warriors for cooperation with the military, enhancing his voice and achieving certain objectives. Originally, he had planned to buy the formula for the T-virus, harmless, basic version, but since the T-virus was Royce's foundational product, he felt awkward asking for it. Now, he had a better option. However, while he couldn't refuse the product, he still needed to decline the good intentions. After all, he had a diamond mine at his disposal. It would be unreasonable to take advantage of someone else. Victor, bro, I do need the A-virus series, but I can't take advantage of you, let's go by the retail price for the finished product. Royce, oh, it's nothing. Just some trivial research done by my subordinates, not worth much. It seemed there was no escape, Royce was forcing him to be humble. Victor, I have plenty of mines in my dimension, I'm not short on money. Discounted products wouldn't reflect my status. The other side fell silent for a moment. After several seconds of stillness, the conversation resumed. Royce, little bro, what you said is impressive, I admire you. Royce, if only I could see you in person, I'd treat you to a good meal. Royce, alright then, I haven't finalized the price for the A-Virus series yet. If there's nothing else, I'll head over to discuss it with the guild. Oh, it turns out he had his own guild. It sounded quite official. Victor marveled at this, and didn't delay in sending another message. Victor, bro, hold on. I have another deal. Victor, since you're working on the special drug, can you design a medical pod as well? It needs to have network connectivity, identity recognition and storage, health diagnostics, and the injection of special drugs. Also, reserve some space, I want to install an X-gene testing system. This time, there was no immediate response, likely because he was checking if his subordinates could accomplish these functions. About a minute later. Royce, no problem with the medical pod, it's an easy task. Let's go with the lowest price. Royce, this time, don't be polite with me, I can bundle it with the series for terminal illnesses. You thought this through, little bro? Royce, do you have anything else? If not, I need to get busy now, I'm full of energy. This personality was indeed a typical Northeastern guy. Victor bid a friendly farewell to Royce, gazing up at the bright moonlight as his thoughts continued to drift. What should he do next? Go out and act like a hero, or wait until his lineage was strengthened? He should avoid any potential pitfalls. Moreover, he had just established himself, S.H.I.E.L.D. was certainly still watching him, so it was not wise to behave too unusually. There was no rush regarding collaborating with the military on the A-Virus, he didn't need to rush for influence at this moment. This was a trump card that needed to be played at the right time, which could help him gain many benefits that were usually unattainable during initial negotiations. The special drug for AIDS hadn't arrived yet, and he was still unclear about the equipment needed for production. However, he could start a company, having his own subordinates would make things easier. Currently, he only had Felicia, which limited his operations. As for Norman's Osborne Group, he would pass on that. Norman only held 34% of the shares, although he was a major shareholder, he didn't have controlling interest. Giving such a profitable venture to Osborne would mean splitting profits and not having the reputation be his own. He needed to establish his own group. The Osborne Tower, a landmark building on Manhattan Island, would make a perfect headquarters. So, which unfortunate large group could he swallow in this time frame? Suddenly, a familiar face jumped into Victor's mind, Justin Hammer. Hammer's company, Hammer Industries, was one of America's top 3 arms dealers. Since Tony stopped producing arms, and Norman was too preoccupied with his life hanging by a thread, the military orders left vacant had all been snatched up by Hammer, and he was now the leading arms supplier in America. As the chairman, Hammer was rolling in wealth. Even better, according to his character in the script, this billionaire arms dealer was cruel, devious, profit-driven, and jealous of Tony, yet he lacked in intelligence. In simple terms, this rich and gullible salted duck egg would be easy to deceive. It was decided, he would quickly buy a seaside villa near Tony, sunbathe to strengthen himself, and wait for the right moment to brush shoulders with him while also looking for opportunities to undermine Hammer Industries. A perfect plan. In the calm 3 days that followed, Victor had been enjoying himself on the private beach. The acquisition of the seaside villa in Los Angeles was quite urgent, and Felicia personally flew to Los Angeles to carefully select a villa located about 10 kilometers away from Tony's mansion, working diligently to negotiate with the seller. This was no easy task, as most who could afford seaside villas were financially secure. The reason for choosing a location 10 kilometers away was that, centered around Tony's seaside villa, the nearby 10 kilometers of land had all been purchased as part of standard operations, which Victor had long since grown accustomed to. In his previous life, he had seen plenty of oddities from those with too much money and time on their hands. Buying land was merely par for the course. By evening, Felicia delivered the good news that she had successfully negotiated the seaside villa, which was currently being cleaned and stocked with personal items. Victor could move in immediately upon arrival. He couldn't help but marvel at how capable the girl was. However, Victor did not rush to leave. Instead, he fully enjoyed the evening sun before taking advantage of the night to board Norman's private jet straight to Los Angeles International Airport. As Victor exited the VIP passage and arrived at exit 1 of the airport, a sense of surrealness washed over him. Just 14 days ago, he had been dismissed by a hapless individual, and now he had a dedicated vehicle waiting to take him to the seaside villa. This transformation in status had occurred in just 14 short days, all thanks to the added value brought about by the platform. Without it, he would have only managed to extract a sum of money from Norman through information, never able to utilize it as completely as he could now. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel amazed by the peculiarities of fate. Just as he turned to leave, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Victor didn't reach for it but asked, "Who's calling?" "Chen, it's Pietro Maximov's number," Alice quickly responded. Victor raised an eyebrow. This was indeed intriguing. He remembered that it was in this very place that he had been knocked out by Wanda's suitcase. "Answer it." Once the call connected, however, the voice on the other end was strange, sounding as if Pietro was in an argument. "White-haired punk, this week's rent is due." A strange and aggressive voice said. "Damn it! I just paid yesterday, why do you want it again today?" Pietro sounded frantic. "Ha, white-haired punk, yesterday was Sunday, and today is Monday, it's a new week, what's the problem with collecting again? You can't be seriously trying to stay here for free, right? Ha ha. Are you out of money? Let your sister come hang out with us, and this month's rent will be waived." A scream followed Wanda's. "Get away from me!" Pietro roared angrily, "We're not staying here anymore, stay away from Wanda." "Ha, even if you're leaving, you still have to pay today's rent. What are you, trying to stay for free? Brothers, why waste words with them? There's no one in this alley, let's just take this girl. Right? This white cow looks pretty good, since she's in our area, we should enjoy her, ouch. Damn it, you filthy bitch, how dare you bite me? White-haired punk, put down what you're holding. You." Then came a cacophony of chaotic noises and rude insults, escalating into a one-sided barrage. It appeared that the Pietro siblings had fought back and successfully escaped, but were now being pursued. Whatever Victor said went unanswered. It seemed this call might have been misdialed. Furrowing his brow, Victor quickly walked toward the Mercedes parked at the roadside, where Felicia was standing obediently, waiting for him. "Alice, locate the phone signal." "Location complete," Alice responded almost instantly. "The signal is in the homeless district of downtown Los Angeles. If we go full speed, we could arrive in about 30 minutes. All right, lead the way." "No problem, satellite navigation is ready." As they spoke, Victor approached the Mercedes C216CL, inspecting it carefully. This car was equipped with a V12 5.5L twin-turbocharged engine, with a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration time of only 4.6 seconds. While it might not be suitable for racing, it was more than enough for getting from point A to B, especially within the city where speeding wasn't an option. He moved to the driver's seat, opened the door, and roughly pulled the driver out before settling in himself. He buckled his seatbelt, pressed the clutch, turned on the ignition, shifted gears, and released the handbrake all in one fluid motion. Felicia, realizing what was happening, leaned against the window anxiously and said, "Mr. Victor, is there an emergency? Letting the driver take over might be faster." "No. The matters I need to attend to are a bit complicated, it's not safe for you to come along," Victor spoke quickly. "You handle the follow-up issues." Felicia wanted to ask more, but Victor slammed down on the accelerator, causing the tires to spin and screech against the pavement as the car surged forward, weaving through the bustling traffic without hitting a single vehicle. His driving skills left Felicia's scalp tingling. She understood what Victor meant by complicated. Driving over 100 km/h in the city, even without causing damage, was a serious violation, not something she could handle. In desperation, Felicia could only dial Norman's private number. On the other end, Victor focused intently on weaving through traffic, flooring the accelerator. The roar of the engine echoed loudly, causing experienced drivers to quickly swerve out of the way and pull out their phones to call the police. This guy was insane. Driving recklessly in the city? But Victor didn't have time to care. As a fervent fan of F1 racing, though his parents had strictly forbidden him from participating in races, his driving skills were indeed solid. Coupled with his invulnerable physique at the moment, he felt no psychological burden while speeding. His only concern was not to hit anyone. At a crazed speed, what should have taken 30 minutes was compressed to just 10 minutes, leaving a 10-meter-long tire mark on the road before he finally stopped the car. Before it had even fully come to a halt, Victor leaped out of the driver's seat. He truly flew out. He no longer cared about concealing his abilities. 3 minutes ago, Pietro's phone signal had cut off, and the siblings were likely cornered and being beaten up. In a poor district, the consequences of being beaten often equated to death, especially for women, who might first endure humiliation before dying. Could Victor tolerate Wanda being violated? Although this world's Wanda was merely a passing acquaintance, for the sake of maintaining narrative continuity in his burgeoning feelings, he couldn't possibly stand idly by. He would not allow anything to happen to her.
In an instant, his telekinesis wrapped around him as he soared 20 meters into the air, scanning the chaotic streets below.
Many people were sleeping on the open road.
The signal had been lost nearby. This was the homeless district, similar to Hell's Kitchen in New York, without any cameras, and Alice couldn't locate where Wanda and Pietro had been taken. He had to search on his own. With the limitations of superhearing lifted, a flood of chaotic sounds flooded into his mind, overwhelming his brain with information. The super battlesuit could not assist him at this moment. He had to rely on his own efforts to cope.
It was now a race against time. Would he find Wanda and Pietro first, or would they succumb before he could reach them? "You must hold on until I arrive." Wanda was on the brink of collapse at that moment. The brief 18 years of memories flickered through her mind like a revolving lantern. Once, she had a happy family, though not wealthy. It was filled with joy. However, a terrifying terrorist attack not only took her parents' lives but also a shell marked with the Stark Industries logo came crashing down like a nightmare, landing right in front of her and her brother, its flashing red light suggesting it could explode at any moment. For a full 6 hours. The torment of losing control over life and death was unbearable. They endured for 6 whole hours until the government rescue team finally arrived. But the fear that clutched at their throats, tightly held by death, followed them like a nightmare for 5 long years. The desire for revenge was deeply etched in their minds. The siblings began to fight and save money, striving to make themselves more exceptional. Finally, in the year Wanda turned 18, they successfully applied for passports to enter the United States under the pretense of traveling. They had to go to Los Angeles because their enemy was in that city. Their plan was initially quite simple. The playboy was extremely lecherous, and Wanda had ample assets to draw from. If they created an opportunity to lure him in, the subsequent events would be a piece of cake. However, from the moment they landed in Los Angeles, reality began to deviate severely from their planned trajectory. Wanda accidentally knocked out a passerby. Despite their burning desire for revenge, the siblings had been living normal lives up until that point. They hurriedly took the unconscious person to the hospital. But who could have imagined that just for a simple hospitalization checkup, it would cost a staggering $30,000? This was nearly all their savings. Fortunately, the passerby turned out to be fine and even gifted Wanda a watch that looked quite valuable. The diamond on that watch alone was worth a whopping $600,000. That was an astronomical sum. Yet fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks on them, and their plans went awry once more. Before they could find Stark, a gang of ruthless criminals set their sights on them. These criminals not only broke into their place but also intended to. If it weren't for a police car passing by at that moment and Pietro's loud cries for help scaring off the thugs, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Having lost their money, not to mention getting close to Tony Stark, it became increasingly difficult for them to survive. In the heart of Los Angeles, where they had no relatives, they could only stay in the nearby slums, sleeping on the streets that didn't charge fees, barely making ends meet with the little money they had left. They thought they had hit rock bottom and that nothing could be worse than this. But reality proved them wrong again. This so-called slum had gang organizations, and every week they had to pay $1 in rent to live there. F.U.C.K. Wanda cursed internally, "I'm already sleeping on the streets. What more rent do I have to pay?" But circumstances were stronger than will. They had no choice but to pay. Luckily, the siblings found an unoccupied alley where they wouldn't have to sleep among the stench-ridden corpses of the living dead. Though they knew that perhaps soon they would become like that, it was better to endure for a while. However, they never considered why this alley would be empty. It had only one entrance and exit, and once blocked, there would be no escape, perfect for shady dealings. Sure enough, days later, when the siblings were identified as illegal undocumented immigrants, those with ulterior motives came knocking. As confident as Wanda was in her looks, whether she could attract Tony was yet to be seen, but attracting a few junkies lurking in the shadows would definitely be no problem. The siblings naturally wouldn't give in easily. For revenge, Wanda was willing to pay any price since the thought of vengeance was deeply engraved in her very being. But being violated by junkies, that was absolutely unacceptable. The siblings suddenly fought back, successfully breaking free from the encirclement of the junkies. However, what followed was a relentless chase by the gang. In this unfamiliar place, coupled with days of starving and feasting, they dashed through the slums for over 10 minutes, and in a moment of panic, they ended up back in the alley where they had originally stayed. Pietro, as the older brother, displayed immense courage, standing in front of Wanda. But fists could not overpower multiple hands, and in just a few seconds, he was knocked to the ground, beaten like a mere punching bag. Wanda's situation was equally dire. A group of men with lustful glints in their eyes had already unbuckled their belts, closing in on her while uttering lewd remarks that plunged her into extreme panic. Why? Why does my life have to be so painful? I just wanted a normal and warm family. Is that too much to ask? Is it so hard to achieve? As she looked through the gap in the alley, she saw Pietro, blood streaming from his face, still desperately shouting for her to run. At that moment, Wanda was utterly despairing. Since this world was so unfriendly to her, then, she decided to seek her parents. Before leaving, she resolved to take at least one person with her. Wanda's right hand, gripped tightly behind her, revealed a glint of sharpness. Her swollen eyes brimmed with resentment as she fixed her gaze on a nearby black man. She swung her right hand in a determined arc, aiming straight for his throat. But Wanda severely underestimated her combat power while overestimating the experience of her opponent. As she launched her desperate strike, the man was already prepared, grabbing her wrist and flipping her over, causing her to cry out in pain and drop a fruit knife that clattered on the ground. Haha, this little lady is quite fiery, I like it. The man, instead of getting angry, revealed an excited expression, licking his lips. Brothers, hold her down, let the big brother enjoy himself first. The others laughed lewdly in agreement, reaching out to grab at Wanda and pin her firmly to the ground. How could Wanda escape the clutches of several adult men? Aside from futilely struggling, the only thing she could do was hurl insults with her limited vocabulary, but her resistance only seemed to excite them further. As she faced imminent violation, Wanda finally broke down completely. She abruptly stopped fighting, becoming like a lifeless being, her eyes losing their light as tears streamed silently down her cheeks. The eager men paid no heed to her feelings, and just as they were about to touch her, an invisible force slammed into their noses, causing them to clutch their faces and stagger back several steps. At the same time, a handsome man in a suit descended from above, standing in front of Wanda with a cold expression, his gaze like a sharpened sword sweeping over the thugs still beating Pietro, a hint of menace flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, he released several finger-length, handle-less blades from his belt, effortlessly embedding them into the lower backs of all the assailants, executing the actions cleanly and efficiently. The thugs, feeling the sting of the blades, grasped their wounds in agony. Damn! Is he that brutal? They cursed inwardly, clutching their injured sides and turning to see the man's grim face, immediately unleashing a torrent of curses as they approached him, ready to retaliate. But to the cold man, facing the chaotic scene, he merely said one line. Alice, notify Norman to come collect the bodies. As soon as the words left his mouth, he raised his hand, unleashing a row of 3-meter-long silver rings. Upon closer inspection, they were not rings at all, but rather over 20 sharpened, handle-less blades. The cold gleam reflected in the moonlight sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. They hurriedly reached for their guns and knives. But it was already too late. With a flick of his wrist, the blades shot out like lightning, targeting the thugs' throats. The gang members' eyes widened in horror, their minds racing with regret. Damn! We've encountered a tough character, he's not pulling any punches. But in Wanda's eyes, the cold man transforming into a harbinger of death seemed to be her savior, pulling her from the depths of despair. In that moment, besides the thought of revenge, she felt a flicker of something else stirring within her. The cold man was none other than Victor himself. He had significantly overestimated his own patience. As Elizabeth, the woman he had failed to pursue in his past life, arrived on the scene and saw Wanda in such a dire situation, Victor could only imagine the horrifying consequences that would have unfolded if he had arrived just a few minutes later. The thought of what might have happened filled him with intense anger, making him feel as though he was about to go mad. At that critical moment, these clueless thugs dared to approach him? In an instant, all of Victor's rationality vanished, leaving only the image of Wanda's despairing, tear-filled face imprinted in his mind. These people deserved to die. Fueled by rage, Victor summoned his telekinesis to tightly wrap around the handle-less blades at his waist, a fierce killing intent surging within him as he aimed to end the lives of these men before him. Though he had never killed anyone, at that moment, he didn't hesitate for a second. Just 1 second was all it would take for those blades to pierce the throats of these thugs, cutting off their air supply and ending their filthy lives. But just as he was about to strike, a sharp sound of something splitting the air reached his still-active super hearing. Instantly, the genes of his Superman lineage triggered an intense danger alert, marking the unusual quality of that sound. Instinctively, Victor looked up in the direction of the noise. There, illuminated by the bright moonlight, he saw a figure tumbling from the sky like a meteor, landing right near him. With his exceptional long range and night vision, he clearly saw that the figure wasn't a human but rather a silver suit of armor, resembling the Mk2 suit that Tony had once tried on. Seeing this, Victor had no time to ponder why Tony was falling in this direction. He quickly released the telekinetic grip on the blades and formed a solid telekinetic shield in front of him while simultaneously extending a telekinetic tendril to grab Pietro, pulling him behind himself. Just as he finished these preparations, the Mk2 suit collided heavily with his telekinetic shield, producing a dull thud. In that brief moment, Victor's previously ample telekinetic power was instantly drained, and the shield dissipated. The Mk2 paused momentarily before continuing its descent, its speed so great that Victor had no chance to react before he was forcefully slammed into the ground alongside it. The impact was so powerful that it created a deep crater in the road, embedding Victor's back halfway into it, with spiderweb cracks rapidly spreading across the surface, extending over 6 meters. Fortunately, thanks to the telekinetic shield that had absorbed a significant amount of the gravitational potential energy, Victor's robust form only suffered minor rib fractures, and perhaps some internal bruising. Surviving such an unexpected disaster was a testament to the power of his Superman lineage. All of this transpired in a matter of seconds. The thugs who had once thought they were doomed exchanged fearful glances, then quickly fled the scene. Damn! They had run into a mutant. Today was truly their unlucky day. Though Victor wanted to chase after them and bring these thugs to justice, the current situation did not allow him to do so. He patted the back of the Mk2, a flash of irritation crossing his face as he said impatiently, "If you don't get up soon, I might just lose my temper." "You think I want to hug a man?" Tony's distorted electronic voice came from the Mk2's helmet. "The power system is frozen. I can't lift hundreds of kilograms without restarting it. By the way, buddy, are you a mutant? You're quite tough." A surge of anger welled up in Victor as he struggled to suppress the impulse to punch this guy. "You only crashed into me. If it weren't for my telekinesis and the previous 2 buffers from my physical form, you wouldn't be alive right now either. And yet here you are, not even offering an apology, and instead saying my mutant ability is tough? Couldn't you at least praise my strength?" Just as he contemplated how to retort to Tony, the billionaire was already skillfully removing a component from the right side of the Mk2. The power system began to restart, and the helmet's eyes lit up with white light. With the power system restored, Tony smoothly climbed back to his feet, but coincidentally pressed his right hand down on Victor's left palm. Victor was sure that the old man did this on purpose. "Hey, you're quite tough," Tony said, surveying the surroundings. His gaze lingered a moment longer on Wanda. What are you guys doing in this alley?" "Oh. This white-haired guy looks pretty hurt. Did this mutant friend of yours bully him?" "Don't worry, beautiful lady, now that I'm here, you're safe." It seemed Tony had conjured up some scenarios in his mind, immediately placing Victor in the role of the bully. Wanda, realizing the situation, looked at the silver-armored Tony, then back at Victor. A wave of instinctive fear washed over her, and she instinctively took a step back, distancing herself from Tony. He just seemed so obnoxious. Pietro also got to his feet, sporting a bruised face, and bluntly said, "This gentleman saved us. Rather than worry about other things, I think you should apologize to him." At this, Tony scratched his helmet, glancing at the displeased Victor and falling into silence for a moment. Tony Stark, once the richest man in America, a playboy, and an inventive genius, how could he so easily apologize to someone? However, he recognized that he had indeed made a mistake, and if it weren't for this mutant, he might still be lying in a hospital bed. Thus, Tony made a decision. "Hey, mutant brother, I'm Tony Stark, you must know me, right? I need a bodyguard like you who can take a hit, and I'll pay according to presidential bodyguard salaries. I'll also give you a Los Angeles residence, you can choose the location. This is your reward for helping Tony Stark, it's what you deserve." Yes, Tony would rather spend a fortune than easily apologize to someone, even his thank you turned into a reward. Everything seemed to perfectly link back to money. Upon hearing Tony introduce himself, Pietro's expression turned sharp, and he started to approach Tony, but Wanda held him back. Pietro looked back at his sister, who glanced between Victor and the armored Tony. She realized that in this situation, easily overcoming Tony Stark was unlikely and could implicate their savior. Pietro clenched his jaw, turning his head away and taking deep breaths. He didn't dare look at Tony, fearing he might lose control. Seeing Wanda and Pietro's emotions gradually stabilize, Victor secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, Wanda remained calm and didn't let hatred cloud her judgment. Otherwise, with Tony in the MK2 suit suffering from significant telekinetic depletion, he might not have been able to hold his own. Moreover, if a conflict erupted between the two sides, it would have a considerable impact on his subsequent plans. As for Tony's arrogant remarks, Victor was not only unbothered but also amused. This was the style of Tony Stark, and it was part of his charm. Had Tony simply apologized earlier, Victor would have had to worry about the risks of altering his persona.
So, Victor spoke up, Tony Stark? Of course, I know him, the playboy who got kidnapped. I just bought a villa right next to yours, you can come visit sometime. Being able to purchase another villa next to Tony's seaside mansion indicated that he was quite wealthy, diminishing the allure of Tony's earlier reward offer. Tony, sharp as ever, immediately shifted to a new reward. Alright, then I'll have Pepper visit you first. If what you say is true, I think Stark Industries will have a new partner. Victor still didn't offer Tony a pleasant expression. We might have opportunities to collaborate, but I have to say, my first impression of you isn't great.
Oh?
Is that so?
Tony replied, his tone revealing surprise.
On the contrary, my first impression of you is quite good. You'll definitely make a great bodyguard. I'll have Happy reserve a position for you.
TSK, Tony the Silver-Tongued Stark lived up to his reputation.
But today, he had met his match. My upcoming plan requires the support of a chief scientist.
I had initially booked a green-skinned fellow, but if you come, you can be his assistant, Victor retorted without holding back.
Ha, an assistant? Me? Tony Stark? Tony's voice rose significantly. Is there anyone smarter than me in this world? Like Howard Stark?
Victor shot back. I suddenly don't want you living near me. I'll consider buying up the land around you and making you leave.
Sorry, the land nearby is also part of the property rights.
Seeing you speak so well, it seems you're quite healthy, Tony quipped, flames erupting from his hands and feet as he slightly wobbled in the air.
Talking to you isn't enjoyable at all.
Tony added, I'm not trying to build a connection, your look and voice seem familiar, but the person who used to call me dad shouldn't have your wealth.
Maybe it's just someone who looks like you.
Before Victor could respond, Tony increased his power output, shooting flames into the sky without hesitation. This left a knot in Victor's chest, unsure whether this guy recognized him or was simply trying to take advantage. Regardless, Tony's childish attitude in leaving while still trying to annoy him was truly consistent and frustrating. But now was not the time to dwell on that. Victor turned his attention back to Wanda and Pietro, who were still fixated on Tony as he departed. Through his night vision, he could clearly see the undeniable hatred, malice, and curses reflected in their eyes.
Dealing with the siblings was indeed a troublesome matter.
Sending them back to Sokovia would likely lead them to participate in Hydra's human experiments for revenge, and Victor certainly didn't want Wanda to endure that again.
But if he kept them here, what could he use as justification for their placement? Victor couldn't help but feel a headache coming on.
Lost in thought, Alice alerted him that Felicia was calling. She had just arrived in downtown Los Angeles and wanted to meet up. Given that this was a slum area, it wasn't very safe, so Victor instructed her to wait where she was, promising to come find her.
After ending the call, Wanda and Pietro shifted their gaze back, reverting to their normal state.
Victor couldn't shake the feeling that there was something different in Wanda's look towards him, but he dismissed it as a trick of his mind. After all, he was wearing Elizabeth's face.
Cough, cough, I say, Victor cleared his throat. Do you two have any plans going forward?
Under the bright moonlight, it was the first time the three faced each other directly. Pietro still appeared a bit dazed, but Wanda recognized Victor at once. He was the only male she had ever embraced outside of her family.
It's you! Wanda exclaimed. Why are you here? Victor waved his phone. I was actually heading to my new residence.
Your brother called me, and upon hearing something was off, I tracked the signal here. This revelation carried significant weight. The new neighbor of Tony Stark, a powerful mutant able to track phone signals, and wealthy, handsome, and helpful. Wanda and Pietro exchanged hopeful glances, seeing this as their best opportunity to get close to their enemy. Victor noticed their posture, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Nobody liked to be used, especially not someone who might offend the future Iron Man. But given Wanda and Pietro's potential as the future Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, Victor glanced at his upgrade task, which was already 3/5 complete. Alright, let's first get them to the villa, after all, there are plenty of rooms. Then I can find an opportunity to clear up the misunderstandings between them and Tony. Victor was sure their hatred was merely a misunderstanding. As he pondered how to broach the subject, Wanda suddenly softened and fell towards the ground. The incident was so sudden that Pietro didn't react in time. It was Victor who quickly used his telekinesis to catch her. The feedback from this telekinesis didn't feel like that of an 18-year-old girl. Once Pietro held onto Wanda, Victor reluctantly withdrew his telekinesis. Looking at Wanda, her eyes were tightly shut, her breath short, and her complexion appeared much paler than her usual skin tone and the green night vision. Something was off. At first, Victor thought Wanda was pretending to gain his sympathy, but now it seemed she was genuinely unconscious. In the dim light, Pietro hadn't noticed Wanda's unusual pallor. He quietly called out to her and gently shook her, which made Victor's eyes go a bit cross. Hey, this isn't just seeking sympathy, this is outright temptation. Forcing himself to look away, Victor spoke. Pietro, your sister seems to be genuinely unconscious. My car is nearby, carry her with me, I'll take you both to the hospital. I'll cover the hospital fees this time. With that, Victor led the way out of the alley, leaving Pietro looking a bit strange. After a few attempts to coax a response from Wanda and receiving none, Pietro grew truly anxious, realizing that Wanda was indeed unconscious and not just acting. Seeing Victor about to disappear at the alley's mouth, Pietro, ignoring his own pain, hurriedly called out for Victor to help. Hearing the plea, Victor reluctantly turned back, glancing at the siblings lying on the ground. His trigeminal nerve throbbed painfully. How did it feel like he was getting into big trouble? Can you walk on your own? Victor asked. No problem, Pietro quickly nodded. Please carry my sister, I can walk myself. Fine, all right. After a moment's hesitation, Victor bent down to help Wanda sit up, then wrapped one arm around her legs, lifting her in a princess carry. The rib and lumbar injuries he had sustained from Tony's impact flared again, and he felt a sharp pain as he exerted himself. TSK, if it weren't for his telekinesis, why would he need to carry her himself? But thinking about how he still needed to rely on Victor for revenge. Forget it, I'll endure. On the other side, Victor also noticed something different in Pietro's gaze, which irritated him. His telekinesis had already been depleted by 90% during the first impact and then again when he carried Wanda, leaving him with very little remaining. It was becoming increasingly difficult to play the good guy. At that moment, they found themselves in a private room at the Los Angeles Medical Center, where Victor, Pietro, and Wanda lay on separate hospital beds. Wanda's injuries were not severe, she had merely fallen into a coma due to low blood sugar from insufficient food intake and extreme emotional fluctuations. A simple infusion of glucose and regular meals would restore her health, and there was no need for any medication. In contrast, Victor and Pietro's injuries were much more serious. Although Pietro's body was covered in bruises, looking quite tragic, most of his injuries were superficial and would heal with time and rest. Victor, however, was in a critical condition. His sternum and ribs had cracked, and, more alarmingly, there were slight fractures in his lumbar vertebrae. If these cracks spread and resulted in a broken vertebra, he could face paralysis in his lower body. Thus, when the doctor learned that Wanda had been carried into the ward by Victor, he nearly dropped his jaw in shock, sternly reprimanding Victor for being reckless. Victor could only smile awkwardly, offering no rebuttal. He couldn't explain to the doctor that he possessed Superman lineage. With the enhancement of his steel-like body, his bone density was several times that of a normal human. Those cracks would heal simply by sunbathing. If he revealed this, he might end up attracting a psychiatrist. Pietro, upon hearing the doctor's serious warning, recalled Victor's earlier actions and turned pale. He felt guilt for having doubted Victor and embarrassment for his own reckless behavior, but he also felt grateful towards Victor. It was absurd that he had suspected Victor of having ulterior motives regarding his sister. He had truly misjudged him. Pietro was about to apologize to Victor when Felicia, who had just escorted the doctor out, stood at the foot of the bed, silently glaring at Victor without saying a word. Her intense gaze made Victor feel uncomfortable, as if he had been caught doing something wrong. Come on, hottie, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me like that, Victor finally conceded, feeling overwhelmed by her attitude. He had a weakness for those who were soft-spoken and gentle. Upon receiving Victor's permission, Felicia immediately poured out her frustrations. Mr. Victor, if you find yourself in such dangerous situations again, could you let us handle it instead? With your status, going into places like the homeless district in Los Angeles is far too dangerous.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pietro, I didn't mean to offend you. I just think if something happened to Mr. Victor, no, given your current injuries, even if Mr. Norman doesn't fire me, there's no way I'll get paid this month. It's not that I care about the salary, I just feel you really don't need to take such risks. Felicia's words flowed like a torrent, and seeing this, Victor quickly interrupted her. Hey, Pietro, aren't you in pain? Pietro blinked in confusion. Although he was sore all over, it wasn't to the point of unbearable pain. However, when he saw Victor giving him pointed looks, he quickly understood. Ouch, I suddenly feel so much pain. He exaggeratedly expressed, knowing that he was not an actor by nature. Victor pretended not to notice Pietro's antics and turned back to Felicia, saying seriously, quickly call in the nurse to give Pietro an infusion, look at how he's suffering. Felicia bit her lip, struggling to contain her emotions. She had so much to say but ultimately decided to hold back. The tension in her small chest swelled, indicating just how intense her feelings were. Felicia didn't leave the room, instead, she pressed the call button at the bedside and continued to stand silently, staring at Victor. Not wanting to speak again, Victor obediently closed his eyes to rest. He understood that Felicia was genuinely concerned for him, otherwise, who would go to such lengths in a typical employer-employee relationship? Pietro noticed the awkward atmosphere in the room and wisely kept his head down, not daring to speak. Apologies could wait, for now, healing their injuries was the priority. A moment of silence fell over the room, broken only by the sound of dripping fluids resonating in the air. After several minutes, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Felicia said. A young Asian nurse gently pushed the door open, revealing only half her head as she nervously spoke. There's been a series of car accidents nearby tonight, and all the nurses are in the emergency room. I'm the only one left. I'm still in my internship, so please take care of me. The nurse's incoherent words indicated her nervousness, as she stumbled over her words. After all, patients occupying private rooms in this hospital typically came from wealthy backgrounds, and only experienced nurses could handle such responsibilities. Her presence as a mere intern added immense pressure. If she performed poorly, she risked losing the job she had worked hard to obtain. However, Victor didn't care about any of this. He pointed at Pietro and said, he needs an infusion, right now. The doctor's prescription is by the bedside, you won't get that wrong, will you? And no, I won't, the nurse shook her head, though hesitation still lingered. Gathering her courage, she timidly said, if it's not urgent, maybe we can wait a bit? Victor turned to Pietro, glancing for his input. Pietro shrugged and said, it's fine, just do it. And please change my sister's glucose bottle too, that shouldn't be a problem, right? With the main party speaking, the nurse felt she had no choice but to comply. She ducked her head and quickly left the room. Seconds later, the nurse returned, her face flushed. She walked to Pietro and Wanda's beds, carefully checking their medical records. After completing her review, she hurriedly retreated as if she had committed a wrongdoing, almost running out of the room. Her shy demeanor caused Felicia's expression to shift slightly, as if she thought of something. A small smile crept onto her lips. Pietro was focused on his sister and didn't notice Felicia's change in expression. Meanwhile, Victor watched the entire scene unfold, a glint of interest in his eyes. When the nurse returned with a medication cart, Felicia unhesitatingly stated, start the infusion for Pietro first. The nurse, of course, didn't dare defy her. She efficiently hung the pre-prepared bag, professionally adjusted the drip rate, and then approached Pietro. Pietro extended his right hand casually, while the nurse carefully disinfected the area with an alcohol swab. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and slowly but firmly aimed the needle at the back of Pietro's hand. At that moment, Pietro felt an ominous sense of foreboding, but it was too late to stop it. He could only watch anxiously as the needle accurately and swiftly pierced his skin, entering the vein. Everything went smoothly. However, just as Pietro was about to relax, the nurse's needle unexpectedly continued past the vein, protruding slightly from the other side of his hand. The situation became quite awkward. The nurse blushed furiously, stealing a glance at Pietro's wide-eyed expression. Biting her lip, she withdrew the needle, retaped the line, and stood there, head down, as if she were too embarrassed to speak. Victor and Felicia both struggled to suppress their laughter. They didn't want to hurt the nurse's pride by mocking her, but their amusement was impossible to disguise. Only Pietro, looking at his wrist, could only express his frustration with a resigned sigh. He couldn't afford to get angry, especially since the nurse had already mentioned it was an unexpected situation and she was just an intern. Besides, the hospital fees were still being covered by someone else. With a sigh, Pietro said, "You should change my sister's glucose bag, that should be manageable, right?" The nurse quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice, swiftly exchanging the 4 for Wanda. She continued to keep her head down, looking pitiful. Felicia, being kind-hearted, said, "All right, you can go now, no one will know about what happened tonight." The nurse felt immensely relieved, bowing to express her gratitude to the three, including the unconscious Wanda, before hastily pushing the medication cart out of the room. Watching the nurse leave, Victor and Felicia exchanged glances before bursting into laughter, one covering their mouth and the other laughing freely. Pietro, initially a bit upset, couldn't help but smile at the sight of the two, eventually joining in the laughter. Looking back, that little nurse really had been quite adorable. The little interlude with the nurse quickly faded into the background, like a gentle breeze, as the days passed at the Los Angeles Medical Center. After just 1 hour of sunbathing the next day, Victor's fractured bones miraculously healed. However, under Felicia and Wanda's insistence, he still had to stay in the hospital for an additional 2 days. Wanda's extreme concern for Victor was genuine and heartfelt, not merely an act to build rapport. This was not surprising. After all, in that desperate situation, Victor had descended like a god and saved her. The classic and cliché hero rescues damsel in distress trope, combined with the good impression Victor had left on her, made it easy to win the heart of an 18-year-old girl. Yet, Wanda was quite restrained, spending most of her time quietly observing Victor, and in those 3 days in the hospital, they exchanged barely 20 sentences. In contrast, Pietro was much more lively. He frequently sought Victor out to chat, eagerly sharing the experiences of himself and his sister, a typical case of superficial intimacy. If it were anyone else, Victor would have impatiently brushed them off. But he knew that Pietro would eventually become Quicksilver and that his sister Wanda could destroy the Infinity Stones, so he patiently listened to him. Thus, with Victor's cooperation, the trio's relationship rapidly developed over those 3 days. By the time they were discharged, Victor casually invited the siblings to stay at his villa, where they could reside until their visas expired. Pietro eagerly accepted, while Wanda, though she agreed, exhibited a subtle hesitation in her eyes, as if she didn't want to involve Victor. However, she hid it well, and no one noticed her inner thoughts. They smoothly arrived at the seaside villa. When Victor first laid eyes on it, he couldn't help but give Felicia a thumbs up. The villa was perched on a steep slope, with the master bedroom, like Tony's, facing the sea. Lying in bed and gazing out the window, one could see only the endless blue ocean and sky. The villa's overall style was a typical European-American minimalist design, perfectly matching Victor's aesthetic. It lacked the ostentatiousness of nouveau riche, instead exuding subtle luxury. Every corner was pleasing to the eye, but upon closer inspection, one would find that every aspect, design, spatial sense, materials, and integration with the environment was carefully considered. Despite being only 2 stories tall, the villa had a vast footprint. The first floor soared to a height of 7 meters, featuring a reception area, kitchen, entertainment room, and a few staff quarters for live-in employees like housekeepers and bodyguards, comparable in size to an average family's master bedroom. The second floor's master bedroom occupied half the space and included a private bath, study, small lounge, and balcony. The remaining half housed 6 guest bedrooms, each as large as a basketball court. Below the villa was a full-sized parking garage, along with a converted small-scale armory laboratory left by the previous owner. Additionally, a vast private beach area was enclosed, and the nearby waters for a kilometer were well protected to prevent medium to large fish from intruding, allowing for safe swimming. Moreover, the villa's security system was exceptionally robust, featuring 360-degree surveillance with no blind spots, and equipped with specialized defense systems. The underground also concealed a small automatic defense fortress that could deploy cannons at a moment's notice after Alice's activation. Victor couldn't help but ask, "Hottie, who was the previous owner of this villa? Did they have some sort of paranoia?" "It belonged to a high-ranking official from Hammer Industries," Felicia answered. "This place was mainly used to monitor Tony Stark. If Stark Industries hadn't shut down its weapons division, it would have been nearly impossible to sell." Victor's realization dawned as he recalled Hammer's ex-wife, the Whiplash missile, and its terrible quality. "Hottie, let the Osborne security team check the villa's security measures, focusing specifically on whether there are any defective products," Victor instructed. Felicia nodded in agreement. The tour of the villa came to an end here. Victor expressed his satisfaction, while Pietro's eyes practically bulged, marveling at the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy. In contrast, Wanda appeared increasingly silent and despondent, an air of low spirits surrounding her.
Victor noticed but couldn't quite grasp what was wrong with her. After the villa tour, it was time to allocate their rooms. Naturally, the master bedroom belonged to Victor. Felicia chose a guest room adjacent to the master suite, ensuring that she could be readily available whenever Victor needed her, even while she was sleeping. Pietro had initially planned to select a room next to Felicia, but Wanda unexpectedly picked a lounge on the first floor instead, leaving him with no choice but to stay on the first floor as well.
Victor didn't find this odd, thinking that Wanda probably felt like a guest and didn't want to impose on the second floor. However, Felicia noticed something and looked at Victor with a somewhat exasperated expression, thinking to herself, "Aren't you supposed to be considerate? Why are you now acting like a clueless brute?" This small interlude didn't create too much commotion before Alice reported that a woman claiming to be Pepper Potts was visiting. Pepper? Did Tony send someone so quickly?
Given the relationship between the Wanda siblings and Tony, Victor instructed Felicia to take them to the lounge to sort through their necessary supplies, then had Alice open the door. He casually grabbed a bag of coffee beans and began grinding them at the bar in the living room, preparing to brew a cup of coffee to serve Pepper. As for the airs of a wealthy playboy, Victor had none. He just wanted to welcome his guest in the most ordinary way possible. Pepper soon entered the hall and, upon seeing Victor, flashed a polite yet not awkward smile. It was quite strange that in such a large villa, only Victor was present. Victor took a careful look at her. She had long blonde hair, a tall and slightly slim figure, with freckles on her cheeks, and was dressed in a professional suit that exuded competence. Not my type. This young master prefers the company of women who are a bit more curvy.
"Hello, are you Mr. Victor?"
Pepper initiated, her voice clear and crisp. "Mr. Stark has invited you over for a chat. You should know, it's at the villa 10 kilometers away." Victor skillfully brewed the coffee, bringing 2 cups over to the sofa in the reception area, one in front of him and one on the seat across from him. "First, have a cup of coffee and see how I fare as a barista," Victor said, still not responding to Pepper's invitation. Pepper didn't rush to inquire further. She gracefully sat down, smoothing her skirt as she picked up the coffee and took a delicate sip, tasting it seriously.
"Mr. Victor must have used a manual grinder instead of an electric grinder, right? The aroma is rich and balanced, with fruity and acidic notes. The Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee beans' richness has been excellently preserved. This skill is master level." Pepper's professional critique caught Victor by surprise. As an assistant, Felicia was far from matching Pepper's level of sophistication in social situations. Tony, that playboy, was indeed fortunate to have Pepper quietly serving him for so many years, while gallivanting around, not knowing how to cherish her. "Pepper, is it okay if I call you that?" "Of course, it's my pleasure. Pepper, have you considered a job change?"
"I'll be founding a medical group soon, and I assure you it will be remembered in history."
"Thank you for your appreciation, but I'm very satisfied with my current job, so I'm not considering a change for now."
"All right." Victor finished his coffee in one gulp, standing up. "My offer stands. If you ever feel bullied by Tony, you're always welcome to reach out to me."
"Not at all. Mr. Stark treats me well." Pepper smiled in a very professional manner. "Ha, someone who doesn't even remember your birthday treats you well?"
Victor didn't expose him. He simply headed toward the door. Otherwise, it might complicate things if the Wanda siblings decided to follow. "Let's go meet the very generous Tony. I'm curious why he suddenly invited me over." Pepper immediately set her coffee down and took quick little steps, trailing half a step behind Victor.
"There's a car waiting outside." "Sure, let's use your transportation."
Then, Victor spotted Happy, the bulky bodyguard who had chased him away at the Los Angeles airport just half a month ago. Pepper naturally took the passenger seat, while Victor settled into the back.
During the ride, Happy's small eyes behind his sunglasses frequently glanced at Victor through the rearview mirror.
Just half a month ago, his vacation had been ruined to pick up a person, only to learn later that it was a fraud who called Tony Dad upon meeting him. Now, the passenger sitting behind him bore a striking resemblance to the person in the provided profile, despite the blurry footage from the airport.
Could it be that this person truly was Tony's illegitimate child?
Thinking of this, Happy couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Victor.
TSK, such a handsome face. It seemed that whoever gave birth to Tony's son must have been at least a Victoria's Secret angel.
Compared to his seaside villa, Tony's residence was more expansive and luxurious. The fully automated surveillance system controlled by JARVIS made Victor quite envious.
He had always admired Tony, but it wasn't the Iron Man suit that drew his envy.
It was the fact that Tony had an exceptional father and was surrounded by all kinds of cutting-edge technology. Of course, Victor's own father, Chen, was equally remarkable, teaching him valuable life lessons that elevated his perspective and outlook. Perhaps that was the essence of desire, wanting what others have that one cannot obtain. Under Pepper's guidance, Victor smoothly made his way into the living room. There sat Tony, the proud figure, lounging on the sofa facing the door. Upon seeing Victor arrive, he merely raised his glass in a slight gesture before downing its contents. But that was it was impossible for Tony to rise to greet anyone. This made Pepper look surprised, as she was well aware of Tony's usual decorum. Victor was equally taken aback, a hint of wariness creeping into his mind. This unusually polite Tony must have some ulterior motives. He needed to be on guard. Without waiting for Tony to invite him, Victor took a seat on the sofa opposite him. Since his telekinetic abilities had already been exposed, there was no need to hide them any longer. He used his telekinesis to grasp the whiskey bottle in front of Tony and picked up a square glass from the bar to pour a third of the contents. Taking a sip, he raised an eyebrow. Macallan whiskey from 1926, while it's not the most expensive, the taste is definitely top tier. I've only had it a couple of times, and I didn't expect you'd have a collection here. This display undoubtedly added a bit of flair to his demeanor. Tony's expression tightened as he replied, "What kind of con artist studies this stuff? Tell me, which of my ex-girlfriends is your mom?" This biting remark shattered the image Victor had worked hard to cultivate. Pepper, who had been surprised by the floating bottle, widened her eyes in disbelief at Tony's words. "Tony, why didn't I know you had an illegitimate child?" Victor couldn't help but feel speechless at this coincidence, which Tony would probably laugh about for a lifetime. However, as the saying goes, those who expose others' shortcomings often have their own faults revealed. I'm curious. Since you said you were shutting down the weapons department, why are you still producing more powerful weapons?" Victor countered. "More powerful weapons? Are you talking about the razor I used this morning?" Tony replied, unfazed as he looked at Pepper with a serious tone. "Trust me, Pepper, I'm also a victim here." Before Pepper could respond, Victor pressed on. "The day before yesterday evening, just after you dropped in, the 10 Rings gang that kidnapped you was attacked by a high-tech weapon piloted by someone in an Iron Man suit. I bet the military is quite interested in who the pilot was. An individual with no real online records whatsoever before May 12th, the government would definitely be curious," Tony shot back defiantly. "Oh, I almost forgot. The day before yesterday, an American fighter jet crashed, and the government's excuse was a military exercise gone wrong? If they find out that was merely a cover-up, some heads will surely roll," Victor replied, returning the volley. "Compared to the government's news, a mutant controlling the military supplier Osborne Industrial would make for an even juicier headline," Tony responded rapidly. "Those reporters would definitely want to know how the former richest man in America, Tony Stark, is now nearly dead from palladium poisoning." Victor dropped another bombshell. But he wasn't targeting Tony himself. Initially, the interaction between Victor and Tony had the intensity of a wildfire, creating a visible tension that made Pepper anxious. She temporarily set aside the illegitimate child issue, trying to think of ways to ease the atmosphere but found it hard to interject. Upon hearing the news of Tony's imminent demise, Pepper panicked, exclaiming, "What? Tony, you're dying? I had no idea. Hey! How could you possibly know that?" Tony finally showed a look of surprise, quickly turning to comfort Pepper. "Hey, it's just a minor issue, trust me, I can handle it." "Then why are you just sitting here? Hurry up and fix it," Pepper urged anxiously. Tony wanted to continue reassuring her, but Victor cut him off. "That's impossible, Tony can't solve this problem, at least not in his current state." Now, Tony really exploded. He stood up from the sofa, staring dead at Victor, his voice filled with exasperation. "Who am I? I can't solve this? If I can't, then no one in this world can." "Oh? A simple electromagnet or a top-tier cardiac surgeon can't solve your problem?" Victor said, a playful expression on his face. Tony opened his mouth to retort but realized that there was no flaw in Victor's logic. The source of his palladium poisoning was indeed the arc reactor in his chest, which attracted shrapnel from nearby, preventing it from reaching his heart. If he replaced the arc reactor with an electromagnet or underwent surgery to remove the shrapnel, he could indeed resolve the palladium poisoning issue. "But an electromagnet can solve it?" Pepper asked nervously, looking at Victor. "How big does it need to be? Will a golf cart-sized one work?" "No!" Tony exclaimed, hitting a raw nerve. "I would never hold that thing and wait to die.
Why not?
Pepper shot back, her eyes red as she looked at Tony, her voice trembling.
If you leave, then I'll have to change jobs. Anyone could see that Pepper's last statement was forcibly altered. As for Pepper's question, Tony found it difficult to answer. Victor interjected, because he'd rather choose to die in that steel coffin than on an operating table, right? Tony, are you a mind reader? Or? Realizing the possibility, Tony took a step back, looking extremely wary. Do you have some sort of telepathic mutant ability? Before Victor could respond, Pepper shouted, I'm resigning. I'm done with this job. I've had enough of your capriciousness, I'm quitting. Tony, clearly taken aback, quickly protested, I don't approve. Pepper's resolve was equally unwavering. I'm resigning, you can't stop me. Tony maintained his stance. No way, I don't approve. On what grounds do you disapprove? Who do you think you are to me? You can't afford the breach of contract fees. At that moment, this prideful man was using a breach of contract argument, thinking he could reason with a girl?
Victor couldn't stand by any longer and chimed in, Pepper, my previous offer still stands, I can cover the breach of contract fees.
Damn it! You bastard! Tony exploded, yelling, I shouldn't have invited you over, nothing good ever comes from encountering you.
Hey, let's talk reason, you opened that can of worms first, Victor shrugged.
That phone call was just a misunderstanding, who the hell made your number and mine so similar?
Tony gritted his teeth, wanting to continue his tirade, but at that moment, Pepper abruptly turned on her heels and her high heels and stormed out, ignoring Tony's calls. Seeing Tony about to unleash his frustration on him, Victor, feeling exasperated, used telekinesis to give him a shove.
Why don't you hurry up and chase after her? Are you really going to let her come work for me?
Tony's mouth twitched, his chest heaving with anger, but he ultimately settled on a weak warning, you better watch yourself. As Tony quickly pursued the direction Pepper had fled, Victor sat back on the sofa, enjoying a sip of his drink, feeling quite pleased with himself. Victor knowledge is power Chinko Tony the silver-tongued Stark.
Oomph, can you outwit me in a verbal sparring match? You don't even know yourself as well as I do, you can't win against me.
Victor never activated his super hearing to eavesdrop on how Tony was comforting Pepper, despite the temptation being quite strong. He held fast to his principles and refused to cross that line again. Over the past few days, Victor had been deeply reflecting on himself. On the night Wanda was in danger, he had lost control of his emotions to the point of almost taking a few lives. He knew very well that while those people might have deserved their fate, it was not his place to act as the judge. Recklessly wielding superpowers, disregarding lives, and trampling on the law would ultimately lead to dire consequences, just like the notorious villains in the Marvel Universe. This sense of empowerment was akin to that of some impulsive nouveau riche. Even if they stumbled upon a fortune by chance, without self-restraint, most would eventually return to poverty. Victor began to understand why Batman adhered to his no-kill principle, perhaps it was his way of warning himself.
However, he wouldn't be as rigid as Batman. When the time came to be ruthless, he wouldn't hesitate.
As for finding the right balance, he would adjust that in due course. At this moment, Victor pondered why Tony, who had clearly investigated him thoroughly, would still invite him over. Under normal circumstances, this would be easy to understand. For instance, after learning about Victor's spinal fractures, Tony might feel guilty and seek to make amends. But since this was Tony Stark, his thought process required a different angle. Even if Tony wanted to make amends, it would be delivered in a condescending manner, not like the current situation where he personally invited Victor over for a conversation. After all, their prior interactions, including the phone call, amounted to a mere two.
So what was the reason?
Soon, Victor formed a hypothesis. The only things that could trouble Tony right now were his palladium poisoning and the logistics of Pepper's situation should something unfortunate happen to him. The idea of a dying wish, no matter how one looked at it, was not something a stranger like Victor should meddle in. Therefore, the only possible issue was the palladium poisoning.
But why would Tony think he had the ability to solve that? Ah, Norman.
Norman and Tony were both major military suppliers. Although their relationship wasn't particularly close, there was a basic level of awareness. After Norman successfully treated his genetic disease and appeared rejuvenated, Tony likely received that information. Then, when Tony discovered Victor's existence, everything fell into place. After all, Victor had never made a concerted effort to hide his tracks. In this light, the brilliant Tony had likely tried all known elements and, after concluding he couldn't resolve the issue himself, was now seeking help from the outside world. In a situation where options were limited, the mysterious Victor had become Tony's last hope. Perhaps Tony believed that Victor's initial phone call wasn't a coincidence but rather that he had seen Victor as his first target.
Only after realizing he couldn't succeed did he turn to Norman.
In other words, Tony likely suspected that Victor held the key to his salvation. The logic was clear, and everything fell into Victor's line of reasoning.
The next question was how to find a solution.
This wasn't difficult for him. He opened the platform interface and searched for the keywords how to safely remove shrapnel from the heart. Instantly, a series of product options appeared. Among them were skill-based items like element control, which could easily melt the shrapnel into iron elements, allowing the body to gradually heal by avoiding iron-rich foods, technology-based items like nanomedical swarm, which could be injected into the bloodstream to consume the shrapnel and then extracted with a specialized receiver, and lineage-based items like Fantastic Four, fire element control,
allowing transformation into fire to instantly evaporate any shrapnel. The array of options, ranging from E level to the highest SS level, was dazzling.
Meanwhile, Tony returned to the hall with a grim expression. It appeared he had taken quite a hit, yet he still chose to come back himself, which indicated he truly was at a loss. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have kicked Victor out in an instant. Realizing that Tony was seeking something from him, Victor felt a surge of confidence.
He settled in comfortably, watching Tony's next move.
The mocking glint in his eyes instantly provoked Tony, who threw a bank card at him, pointing to the door and growling, "Take this $20 million card and get the hell out."
With that, Tony turned on his heel and walked away without looking back.
Victor used telekinesis to prevent the card from hitting him in the face. He scratched his head awkwardly, thinking, that backfired.
I almost forgot, our Nini is a temperamental little princess.
Once his bottom line is crossed, he won't care much about the consequences.
He expected Tony to compromise?
Sorry, that was the future Iron Man he was dealing with.
The current Tony was still in the tender transformation phase of becoming a superhero.
Realizing that he had gone too far earlier, Victor understood that further conversation was futile.
He placed the bank card back on the table and stood up to leave. But before he exited, Victor cleared his throat and said loudly, "Hey, Pepper, are you still there? I have plenty of ways to save Tony."
As soon as he spoke, commotion erupted from the back of the hall. It was clear that Pepper and Tony were arguing, with Pepper wanting to come out, while Tony was blocking her, angrily accusing Victor of being a fraud. While the two continued their heated exchange, Victor had already turned to leave. He hadn't meant anything by his statement, it was just a parting jab to annoy Tony.
Even if you're Nini, you think you can throw money at me? My dad never did that, how dare you? We're both rich kids, who doesn't have a temper?
Stepping out of the seaside villa, the heavy door slammed shut behind him with a loud bang, likely an order from Tony to Jarvis. As for the promised car service from Happy, that was naturally off the table now. With a distance of 20 kilometers to cover, he decided to walk back himself. Victor thought to himself that this behavior seemed even more childish than his earlier parting shot, but there was no denying that it had indeed put Tony in a difficult position. "Alice, have Hottie send a driver to pick me up," Victor instructed. "I notified them a minute ago, they are expected to arrive in 10 minutes, Alice responded. Well, it seemed Alice was becoming increasingly intelligent. Victor strolled leisurely along the road, not in a hurry, since sunbathing for energy could be done anywhere.
Once he was far enough away to ensure he wouldn't be monitored by Jarvis, he spoke again. Was the surveillance program embedded?
"Of course, it's quite simple," Alice confidently replied.
Victor nodded, satisfied with Alice's capabilities.
This invitation to Tony's villa still surprised Victor somewhat. However, his primary purpose for coming was to gain access to Jarvis's internal surveillance system and install a dormant monitoring program in its core. If the corresponding conditions weren't triggered, this monitoring program wouldn't activate and would naturally go undetected by Jarvis.
This was a plan he had to resort to. Jarvis wasn't like Osborn's artificial intelligence, which acted recklessly.
Giving Alice enough time to invade and modify permissions might not be a problem, but infiltrating without detection was nearly impossible. As for the purpose of this monitoring program, it was to boost his favorability with Tony at the right moment. After all, Tony was the future Iron Man, while Victor didn't fear him and didn't need to fawn over him, there was no reason to make their relationship overly strained. Otherwise, if Tony were in a bad mood, he could easily develop a counter-Superman armor.
Wait, that doesn't directly relate to whether their relationship is good or bad, does it?
Having a clear understanding of Tony's current predicament, Victor felt a surge of confidence. He settled in comfortably, waiting to see how Tony would perform. The teasing glint in his eyes instantly angered Tony, who threw a bank card at him, pointing toward the door and growling, "Take this $20 million card and get the hell out." With that, Tony turned on his heel and walked away without looking back. Victor used telekinesis to prevent the card from hitting him in the face. He awkwardly scratched his head, thinking to himself, well, that backfired. I almost forgot that our Nini is a temperamental little princess. Once his bottom line is crossed, he won't care much about the consequences. Would Tony compromise? Sorry, that was the future Iron Man he was dealing with. The current Tony was still in the tender transition period of becoming a superhero. Realizing he had gone too far earlier, Victor understood that further conversation was futile. He placed the bank card back on the table and stood up to leave. However, before he exited, Victor cleared his throat and said loudly, "Hey, Pepper, are you still there? I have plenty of ways to save Tony." As soon as he spoke, commotion erupted from the back of the hall. It was clear that Pepper and Tony were arguing, with Pepper wanting to come out, while Tony was blocking her, angrily accusing Victor of being a fraud. While the two continued their heated exchange, Victor had already turned to leave. He hadn't meant anything by his statement, it was just a parting jab to annoy Tony. Even if you're Nini, you think you can throw money at me? My dad never did that, how dare you? We're both rich kids, who doesn't have a temper? Stepping out of the seaside villa, the heavy door slammed shut behind him with a loud bang, likely an order from Tony to Jarvis. As for the promised car service from Happy, that was naturally off the table now. With a distance of 20 kilometers to cover, he decided to walk back himself. Victor thought to himself that this behavior seemed even more childish than his earlier parting shot, but there was no denying that it had indeed put Tony in a difficult position. "Alice, have Hottie send a driver to pick me up," Victor instructed. "I notified them a minute ago, they are expected to arrive in 10 minutes, Alice responded. Well, it seemed Alice was becoming increasingly intelligent. Victor strolled leisurely along the road, not in a hurry, since sunbathing for energy could be done anywhere. Once he was far enough away to ensure he wouldn't be monitored by Jarvis, he spoke again. "Was the surveillance program embedded?" "Of course, it's quite simple," Alice confidently replied. Victor nodded, satisfied with Alice's capabilities. This invitation to Tony's villa still surprised Victor somewhat. However, his primary purpose for coming was to gain access to Jarvis's internal surveillance system and install a dormant monitoring program in its core. If the corresponding conditions weren't triggered, this monitoring program wouldn't activate and would naturally go undetected by Jarvis. This was a plan he had to resort to. Jarvis wasn't like Osborn's artificial intelligence, which acted recklessly. Giving Alice enough time to invade and modify permissions might not be a problem, but infiltrating without detection was nearly impossible. As for the purpose of this monitoring program, it was to boost his favorability with Tony at the right moment. After all, Tony was the future Iron Man. While Victor didn't fear him and didn't need to fawn over him, there was no reason to make their relationship overly strained. Otherwise, if Tony were in a bad mood, he could easily develop a counter-Superman armor. Wait, that doesn't directly relate to whether their relationship is good or bad, does it? Regarding the matter of that anti-Superman armor, Victor pondered for a moment before dismissing it from his mind. He thought to himself, even if Tony wanted to imitate Wayne to take down Superman, he would first need to get his hands on some kryptonite. After all, his only weakness was his low magical resistance. Could Tony really abandon the armor and turn to magic, becoming the second Doctor Strange? Not to mention whether Tony would be willing to do that. Even if he was, would Boiled Egg, referring to Doctor Strange, be willing to accept him? After understanding the pros and cons, Felicia drove over. As a personal assistant, she wisely chose to remain silent, sitting quietly in the passenger seat as if she were part of the air. The atmosphere in the car was dull, with no one speaking. When they returned to the living room of their villa, Wanda and her brother Pietro were already sitting inside. Seeing Victor return, Pietro got up to greet him, jokingly saying, "Hey, bro, you went to find Tony Stark without saying a word? Didn't I tell you Tony is my idol? Please, next time, take me with you." However, how much of that statement was true, only Pietro himself knew. Victor just smiled and nodded, but didn't believe it. Even without knowing the grievances between them and Tony, what was there to admire about Tony, with his playboy ways? Was it material wealth? After all, Victor was quite wealthy himself.
Victor then asked, so, if you're not satisfied with the room on the first floor, you can stay on the second floor. Pietro looked tempted, glancing at his sister, who remained indifferent, and the spark of interest in his eyes instantly vanished as he sighed helplessly. No, what can I say? I'm a good brother. Victor chatted with him pleasantly and then asked, I'm planning to sunbathe, do you want to join? As he spoke, Victor couldn't help but glance at Wanda. TSK, he thought to himself, Wanda's figure must be at least a 38E, right? And her waist is so slender, compared to other 38E women, there's no big frame, perfectly embodying the ultimate combination of a wasp waist, full hips, and ample bosom. If she were to wear a swimsuit to sunbathe. Victor couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, but on the surface, he concealed it well, allowing his gaze to linger on Wanda only briefly, making it seem like a casual, polite invitation. Wanda politely declined, her little face turning bright red, looking very adorable. This basically confirmed that she was still an innocent girl, inexperienced in the world. Pietro, however, happily accepted. He knew that if he didn't build a good relationship with Victor, how could he use the opportunity to get close to their arch-nemesis, Tony? Victor didn't mind him, anyway. Once he lay on the beach chair, he fell into a deep sleep. While enjoying the sun, he could continuously recharge, strengthen, and amplify his telekinesis, living a comfortable life like a lazy fish. As for building connections, come on, let's see if you can connect while you're sleeping. Victor was quite comfortable, but Pietro suffered. He didn't have Victor's special lineage that allowed him to become stronger just from sunbathing, and his powers hadn't even activated yet. He was just an ordinary person and didn't know how to use sunscreen at all. After just one afternoon of sunbathing, his skin darkened several shades. But this guy was tough, enduring the sun alongside Victor for the entire afternoon. Even with the ample sunscreen provided by Felicia afterward, he still got sunburned and started to peel. By dinner time, he was constantly grimacing and hissing, his skin truly damaged from the sun. Wanda saw her brother like this and felt very heartbroken, occasionally casting resentful glances at Victor. Yet Victor looked innocent. He was sleeping at the time and had no idea Pietro was stubbornly enduring the sun. After all, Pietro was big enough to know when to stop. Victor could only have the private chef make some cold noodles for Pietro, so he could cool down each time he felt pain, satisfying his hunger in the process, a perfect two-in-one solution. After dinner, in the absence of sunlight that night, Victor was particularly energetic and suggested driving out to Los Angeles for a stroll. But given Pietro's current condition, he couldn't sit in the car and had to stay home to rest. Wanda also expressed that she didn't want to go out and wanted to stay with her brother to take care of him, even though she looked quite interested in going shopping. Victor naturally couldn't just leave the Wanda siblings at home, so the plan to go shopping had to be cancelled. He was thinking of finding some games to pass the night when he received a private chat notification from Raphael. Okay, since you all don't plan to go out, I'll get busy first. If you need anything, just ask Hardy. After giving his instructions, Victor turned and went back to the master bedroom on the second floor, then leisurely opened the chat box. Raphael, the merchant from the Doluwa continent dimension asked me to convey a message to you, hoping that if you obtain any infinity stones, they can provide you with a free custom forging service. This service normally costs at least an A-level certificate and corresponding dimension points. Seeing this message, Victor couldn't help but feel puzzled. A custom forging service worth an A-level certificate could actually be provided for free? What was the purpose behind this? Was this Doluwa continent dimension the same as the Doluwa continent he remembered? He began searching for the Doluwa continent dimension shop, feeling confused. In the shop, he saw various products for sale, like martial soul lineages, modified Tang sect hidden weapons, profound sky technique, ghost shadow mistransmission, purple extreme demon eye, etc., but he couldn't find anything related to forging. Victor confusedly replied to Raphael. Victor, I can't find any products for custom forging. Why is it free? What exactly does it do? He didn't ask why the other party didn't come to him directly since he was only a level 1 merchant right now, and apart from 2 contacts with bug card privileges, he couldn't communicate with other merchants for the time being. The other side replied quickly, and unusually began to talk a lot. Raphael, no problem, let me explain it to you one by one. Raphael, first, custom forging belongs to a special classification, others, and requires a level 6 merchant to unlock it. It's normal that you can't find it. Raphael, then, the function of custom forging can be understood as it allows you to take the infinity stones you provide and forge them into the specific items you desire, just like how the super combat suit was forged by the other party. Raphael, as for why it's free, it's because the other party is currently stuck at A-level dimension, and they are trying to advance from dimension to S-level universe. They need to closely contact materials with original breath from S-level or above universes to achieve a breakthrough. Raphael, any other questions? Raphael's lengthy explanation made Victor reconsider the matter. If Raphael wasn't charging the other party a fee, he found that hard to believe. He carefully contemplated the information in the message, and his doubts deepened. He had always wondered why he was in the Marvel universe, while Raphael was in the DC universe, and why the Lord of the Rings was in the Lord of the Rings dimension, while Royce was in the Resident Evil dimension. Now that there was this opportunity for free custom forging, he certainly wouldn't be polite. He needed to clarify all this information. Victor, only S-level or above dimensions can be called universes, while dimensions below S-level are just small worlds? Victor didn't dwell on the idea of a counter-Superman armor for long. He simply thought that even if Tony wanted to emulate Bruce Wayne to target Superman, he would first need to obtain kryptonite. After all, his only weakness was his low magic resistance. Could Tony really afford to abandon his armor and switch to a magical route, becoming a second Doctor Strange? Regardless of whether Tony would be willing to do so, it was uncertain whether the boiled egg, referring to Doctor Strange, would even accept him. Having clarified the pros and cons in his mind, Felicia soon drove over. As a personal assistant, she wisely chose to remain silent, sitting quietly in the passenger seat as if she were part of the air. The atmosphere in the car was dull, with no one speaking. When they returned to the villa's hall, Wanda and Pietro were seated inside. Upon seeing Victor return, Pietro stood up and joked, "Hey, bro, you went to see Tony Stark without a word? Didn't I tell you that Tony is my idol? Please, take me along next time." However, how much truth there was in that statement was something only Pietro knew. Victor merely smiled and nodded, but internally, he didn't believe it. Even without knowing the animosity between them and Tony, what was there to admire about a playboy like him? Was it wealth? After all, Victor was quite wealthy himself. Victor continued, "So, if you're not satisfied with the room on the first floor, you can move to the second floor." Pietro clearly looked tempted. He glanced at his sister, who remained indifferent, and the spark of interest in his eyes faded. He sighed helplessly, "No, who told me to be a good brother?" Victor chuckled and asked, "I'm planning to sunbathe, do you want to join me?" As he said this, his gaze unintentionally flicked toward Wanda. TSK, he thought to himself, Wanda's figure must be at least a 38E, right? And her waist was so slender, unlike other 38E women, she didn't have a big frame, perfectly embodying the ideal combination of an hourglass figure. If she wore a swimsuit to sunbathe, Victor couldn't help but let his imagination wander, but he concealed it well on the surface, allowing his gaze on Wanda to linger just briefly, making it seem like a common courtesy invitation. Wanda politely declined, her cheeks flushing red, looking quite adorable. This confirmed that she was still an innocent girl who had yet to experience the world. Pietro, however, readily agreed. He understood that if he didn't build a good relationship with Victor, he wouldn't stand a chance to get closer to their enemy, Tony. Victor didn't mind, after all, he just needed to lie on the sun lounger and drift into sleep. While enjoying the sun, he could continuously recharge, enhance, and amplify his telekinetic powers, living a life of leisure like a lazy fish. As for building relationships, come on, try connecting while I'm asleep. Victor was enjoying himself, but Pietro suffered. He didn't possess Victor's unique lineage that allowed him to gain strength from sunbathing. Not even having activated his powers yet, he was just an ordinary person who didn't know how to use sunscreen. After just one afternoon of sunbathing, his skin darkened several shades. Yet, this guy was tough, resolutely staying out in the sun with Victor for the entire afternoon. Even after receiving sufficient sunscreen from Felicia, he still ended up sunburned and began to peel. By the time dinner rolled around, he was grimacing in pain, hissing as he felt the sting of his sunburned skin. Seeing her brother like this made Wanda feel quite pained. She cast resentful glances at Victor from time to time. Victor, however, wore an innocent expression, as he had been sleeping and had no idea that Pietro was enduring the sun's wrath. After all, Pietro was grown up, how could he not know when to stop? Victor decided to have the private chef make a cold dish for Pietro, allowing him to take a bite every time he felt pain. It would relieve his discomfort while filling his stomach, a perfect 2-for-1 solution. After dinner, during the sunless night, Victor felt particularly energized. He suggested going out for a drive around Los Angeles. However, given Pietro's current state, he couldn't sit in the car and had to stay home to rest. Wanda also expressed that she didn't want to go out and wanted to stay with her brother to take care of him, even though she seemed quite interested in the idea of shopping. Victor naturally couldn't leave the siblings behind, so the plan to go out was scrapped. He was considering what games to play to pass the night when he received a private message from Raphael. "Okay, since you all don't plan to go out, I'll get back to my business. If you need anything, just tell Hadi." After giving his instructions, Victor turned and returned to the master bedroom on the second floor, taking his time to open the conversation window. "Raphael, the merchant from the Doluwa continent dimension has entrusted me to convey a message to you. If you obtain any infinity stones, they will provide a personalized forging service for free. This service normally costs at least an A-class certificate and corresponding dimension points. Upon reading this message, Victor couldn't help but feel puzzled. A personalized forging service valued at A-class certificates could be provided for free? What was the purpose behind this? Was this Doluwa continent dimension the same as the Doluwa continent he remembered? He began searching for the dimensional shop related to Doluwa continent. In the shop, he saw various items for sale such as Martial Soul Lineage, Modified Tang Sect Hidden Weapons, Xiantian Skill, Ghost Shadow Mistransmission, Purple Extreme Magic Eye, but there were no items related to forging available. Victor, confused, replied to Raphael. "Victor, I can't find any items related to personalized forging. Why is it free? What exactly does it do?" He didn't ask why the other party didn't come themselves since he was only a level 1 merchant at the moment, and aside from 2 contacts who had card bug privileges, he couldn't engage in any communication with other merchants for now. The other side quickly replied, and unusually, Raphael became talkative. "Raphael, no worries, I'll explain it all to you one by one. Raphael, first, personalized forging belongs to a special category, Others, which requires level 6 merchants to unlock. It's normal that you can't search for it. Raphael, second, the function of personalized forging can be understood as being able to take the infinity stones you provide and forge them into the specific items you desire. For instance, the super battlesuit was forged by them. Raphael, as for why it's free, it's because they are currently stuck at the A-class dimension and are trying to upgrade to an S-class universe. They need to come into contact with materials containing the source aura of S-class or above universes to achieve a breakthrough. Raphael, do you have any other questions? Raphael's lengthy explanation made Victor reconsider the situation. If Raphael wasn't charging the other party, he found it hard to believe. He carefully pondered the information in the message, and his confusion deepened. He had always wondered why he was in the Marvel universe, while Raphael was in the DC universe, and when it came to the Lord of the Rings, it was the Lord of the Rings dimension, while Royce was in the Resident Evil dimension. Now, with this opportunity for a free personalized forging, he naturally wouldn't be polite, he needed to clarify all these details. Victor, only S-class dimensions can be referred to as universes, while below S-class dimensions are merely small worlds, correct? These 2 products, Victor was quite certain, did not exist before and were only recently added to the inventory. They were likely some byproducts generated from recent research. Looking at the prices of the Avirus Strengthening Liquid Formula and Avirus Original Liquid Cultivation Manual, they had also changed. The dimension points had risen to 500 dimension points and 4,000 dimension points respectively, almost doubling, while the number of required certificates remained unchanged. Victor checked his balance. He had 36 F-level certificates, 6 E-level certificates, 2 D-level certificates, 2 C-level certificates, and 25,415 dimension points. He had enough certificates, so there was no need to split them. He decisively waved his hand and decided to purchase both items. After completing the purchase, Victor extracted all 4 items from the inventory. The pufferfish virus and self-healing virus looked like 2 injection guns. Aside from their oddly red color, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about them, so he casually tossed them back into the inventory. On the other hand, the Avirus Strengthening Liquid Formula and Avirus Original Liquid Cultivation Manual resembled 2 hard drives, presumably containing a wealth of information. However, Victor estimated that even if he bought them, he probably wouldn't understand the specialized symbols and content inside, which looked like gibberish. He couldn't help but wonder if future cancer cures would also need to be developed in this way. This issue definitely needed to be reported to Royce. Victor immediately opened Contacts to prepare a message, but to his surprise, Royce seemed to have foreseen it and started bombarding him with texts first. "Royce, Oh brother, I see you've bought the formula and manual, you're really quick to make a move. Royce, I guess you can't understand it either, huh?
Ha, I can't make heads or tails of it either, those technical symbols look like gibberish. Royce, so I thought it was necessary to sell some fully automated production lines. After all, not every dimension has that many top biological experts, and there's also the risk of formula leaks.
Royce, but this fully automated production line doesn't meet the platform's minimum product standards at all, so it can't be sold. That's really worrying for me. I can't just give it away, right?
1 slot per month, that's ridiculous.
Royce, little brother, you're smart, think about it.
I won't treat you unfairly.
Hey, he actually thought of the same thing as Victor.
Victor thought, after all, this would be Royce's main business in the future, so he would definitely be invested in it. But how to solve the issue of it not meeting the standards? Victor estimated that if Royce could reach the level of a level 6 merchant, he might have the chance to classify it under others for sale.
But that limitation was too restrictive.
Victor replied to Royce. Victor, I was just about to complain to you about this, let me think. This is a bit difficult to manage.
Royce, alright, no rush, take your time.
Royce, your AIDS cure is already in the works, it will definitely be done in no more than half a month.
Victor, okay then.
After closing the contact, Victor looked up at the sky and fell into deep thought. He felt that this problem was hard to solve. The simplest solution seemed to be to make some adjustments to the materials of the fully automated production line, using a large amount of precious minerals to forge it, and then sell the production line as raw materials. But then he thought again, the Resident Evil dimension didn't have that many precious minerals. Even if there were, it wouldn't be possible to realize his idea. The minerals available on the platform that could meet product standards started at 1 gram per 1 dimension point, and a complete production line would weigh at least 20 tons. Anything less would be cutting corners. As for selling blueprints, that is, knowledge, that was even less reliable. Ordinary production lines mainly relied on machinery for rapid transport, combined with manual labor for high-speed product packaging, and didn't involve much technical content. The core essence of a fully automated production line lay in its control chip, which executed tasks with precision by writing strict programs, and this was relatively simple. But the fully automated production line that Royce wanted wasn't just an ordinary one. It was meant for producing biochemical agents, many of which involved reactions that couldn't be quantified and could only be compared and judged based on a large amount of stored data. The precious aspect of Royce's fully automated production line lay in the vast amount of data it stored.
Wait? Data storage?
Victor suddenly touched his ear, remembering that the nano earpiece had stored an artificial intelligence.
I wonder.
No, such an easy solution, Royce would surely think of it too. After all, he was the one who sent Alice over to store in the nano earpiece. Royce's idea might be to go for a complete production line right away, not just provide data diagrams for someone else to figure out. Only in this way could he achieve perfection and win more reputation and repeat customers. Thus, Victor's thoughts fell into a loop, and he unconsciously drifted into sleep. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. The morning sun shone on Victor's skin, and the sudden rise in temperature woke him up, but he was quickly enveloped by drowsiness again.
Let's take a nap again.
Just as he was dozing off, he heard Alice's voice. Victor ignored it, and about 30 seconds later, the main bedroom door clicked open, and Wanda peeked in. Seeing Victor still asleep, she adorably wrinkled her little nose.
Still sleeping.
Wanda bared her teeth at Victor. The usually quiet girl was surprisingly lively behind the scenes. Before Victor could react, Alice couldn't wake him, but Wanda's little mumble managed to make him open his bleary eyes, just in time to meet Wanda's toothy grin.
For a moment, the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds.
Wanda's face turned bright red, then she quickly slipped away, forgetting to close the door in her fluster.
Victor scratched his head in confusion. What's going on?
The main bedroom door isn't an electronic lock, so Alice couldn't stop Miss Wanda from coming in, Alice said with a hint of grievance in her tone. Miss Wanda prepared breakfast for you early, but Alice called you to get up, and you were sleeping too deeply.
Oh? So that's how it is, Victor said, waking up a bit more. Caught between going back to sleep and enjoying Wanda's breakfast, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately struggled to get up.
In his past life, he had a good relationship with Elizabeth, but she had always avoided him, and he never had the chance to eat her breakfast. Now, the breakfast personally cooked by Wanda was especially tempting to him. After washing up, Alice kindly reported to him about the activities of the Wanda siblings the previous night.
It turned out that, aside from the bathroom, the staff lounge was equipped with 24-hour surveillance cameras, a remnant left by the previous owner, unrelated to Victor. Pietro didn't need to worry, he had climbed into bed and slept early. The key point was Wanda. The little girl not only locked the door from the inside but also piled some movable furniture behind it. He didn't know who she was guarding against. Moreover, she hadn't slept all night, playing Dota instead, and her overall performance was quite good, clearly a seasoned gamer. After hearing this, Victor couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Dota, a MOBA game derived from a map of Warcraft 3, was the predecessor of League of Legends. He had also been crazy about League of Legends in his past life, even forming the FNC team, and was on the verge of winning the World Championship, only to be cleanly defeated 3-0 by China's IG team. At that time, all he could say was, "IG is awesome. Well done." Victor had half Chinese heritage, so IG's victory excited him as well. Wait a minute. It's now 2008. League of Legends was launched in the US in October 2009 and only came to China after September 2011. He could consider acquiring Riot Games, making money was secondary, but he could create game heroes based on Iron Man, the Hulk, Superman, and other superheroes, letting them run around in the Summoner's Rift. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Decided. Let's choose Teemo as the prototype for Tony. I believe this little guy could dye a circle of the earth every day. After making fun of Tony, Victor chuckled. Wait a minute. Victor suddenly stopped brushing his teeth, staring at his handsome face in the bathroom mirror, trying to capture the inspiration that had flashed through his mind earlier. But inspiration is like that, the more anxious you are, the deeper it hides. No rush, let's go through it step by step. Wanda locked the door and piled furniture behind it. Let's skip that for now. Wanda stayed up all night playing Dota, a total homebody. No, that's not it. Dota is from Warcraft 3, not that either. Acquiring Riot Games and putting Tony's face on Teemo's head. Wait, that's it. Put Tony's head on Teemo's body. That's right. If the fully automated production line could work and be filled with a large number of valuable products, like the T-virus, couldn't this whole be counted as many portions of the T-virus? It's very possible. Even unfinished products like the neural embedded mechanical octopus tentacle could be bought by the platform as products, so why couldn't this work? It definitely could. Wow, Wanda really is my little lucky star. As for Tony? Once Tony Teemo Stark is created, I'll make the original design even more annoying, ensuring he dyes a circle of the earth more often. After clearly explaining his thoughts to Royce was immediately amazed, feeling that Victor's idea was exceptionally creative. The required materials were all available on his side, so they could just give it a try to see the results. Hey, it really was quite magical. The only downside was that the fully automated production line was classified under the Bloodline category. Product name, Fully Automated Production Line. Product category, Bloodline. Product fit, 100%. Originating dimension, Resident Evil. Rating, F-. Vel certificate, 1 dimension point ***. Function description, a fully automated production line containing a large number of a virus semi-finished products, with poor enhancement effects, not recommended for purchase. Slogan, coming up with this smuggling method, you two are quite clever. Seeing this slogan, Victor couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. The party responsible for reviewing the products must be an intelligent life form, and they surely had some platform permissions, otherwise, how would they know that this idea was conceived by two people? This truly intrigued him. As he delved deeper into the dimensional trading platform, Victor increasingly felt that there was likely a massive empire hidden behind it. But this wasn't a bad thing for him because the larger the empire, the more rules and constraints there were. As long as he followed the rules, he could ensure his own safety. With no worries behind him, what was there for him to fear while possessing the Marvel Universe? He waved his hand and decided to buy 10 fully automated production lines to stock up, ready to put them into use as soon as the materials were procured. With this problem solved, Victor happily walked downstairs to enjoy breakfast. Felicia, dressed in a professional skirt suit, stood at the foot of the stairs. Upon seeing Victor come down, she immediately displayed a professional smile. Good morning, Mr. Victor. Today's weather is 27 degrees Celsius, with clear skies and sea waves below 0.5 meters, perfect for sunbathing. Victor nodded in acknowledgement and headed toward the dining room. This villa was enormous, and it took quite a while to walk from the master bedroom to the dining room. To his surprise, Wanda and Pietro were also in the dining room, seemingly waiting for him. The spread for breakfast was astonishing, with a 3-meter-long dining table displaying both Western and Chinese dishes, including prepared sandwiches, jam and bacon ingredients, steaming soy milk with youtiao, fried dough sticks, and even century egg and lean meat porridge. Seeing Victor, Pietro excitedly waved to greet him. "Hi, good morning. My sister made some simple breakfast, let's eat together?" It seemed this guy was starving. Victor sat at the head of the table, looking at Wanda in surprise. "Did you make all of this?" Wanda gently nodded, speaking softly. Does it have any problems?" "There is, of course, a problem." Wanda's little face immediately tensed up, resembling a child who had done something wrong, as she lowered her head, not daring to look at Victor. Victor picked up a fork from the table, speared a piece of youtiao, and took a bite. It was crispy and delicious. He then said, "You should definitely use chopsticks for Chinese food." "Hardy, don't we have chopsticks at home?" "Of course we do, I'll go get them right away." Felicia turned and quickly left. The dining room was a distance from the kitchen to avoid getting grease on them. Seeing Wanda still with her head down, Victor suddenly felt that perhaps he had spoken too harshly. He had merely been joking. He glanced at Pietro, who was completely engrossed in his meal, and hadn't noticed his sister's emotions at all. "All right, to ease the atmosphere," he asked, "Wanda, I can understand you knowing how to make Western breakfast, but where did you learn to make Chinese breakfast?" Called out, Wanda instinctively looked up at Victor. Their eyes met for a moment before she quickly lowered her head again, mumbling, I used to work at a Chinese restaurant in Sokovia, so I learned a bit." Victor's eyes revealed a hint of interest. He hadn't expected Wanda to have such an experience. She always seemed so shy, which was quite surprising to him. He didn't ask Wanda why she hadn't gone to school, as Alice had already reported that information before. The siblings, bearing a deep hatred, had dropped out of school to work since their parents died when they were 10, having no time or energy to attend school. It tastes really good." Victor gave a thumbs up. "You should eat too, you're in your growth stage and can't starve yourself." This sounded a bit ambiguous, and Wanda's neck turned completely red, hiding beneath her hair. Just then, Felicia returned with chopsticks, handing each person a pair. Victor took the chopsticks and began to eat heartily, not forgetting to invite Felicia to sit down and eat together. She only sat down after Victor invited her every time and never took the initiative to do so. Even after sitting down, Felicia still maintained her restraint. She first served Victor a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge, then began eating in small bites, but her gaze remained fixed on Victor. Whenever Victor lingered on a particular dish, she would get up to take some for herself, while also sneaking a little for herself. Victor didn't like to talk while eating, so for the next while, the 5 of them silently enjoyed their breakfast. Wanda kept her head down throughout, and after finishing, she quickly dashed back to her room as if escaping. Only after Victor left the dining room did she peek her head out to look around, ensuring no one was there before preparing to tidy up the dishes. The ever-ready servants in the villa rushed over to collect the dishes upon seeing her. Wanda wanted to help, but after some coaxing from the servants, she finally relented. "Young lady, as a guest of the boss, you've already taken the chef's job. If you start taking over these dirty jobs too, it won't be long before they get fired." On the balcony, Victor stood in a sunlit spot while Felicia stood in the shade of the eaves, showing a hint of distress in her eyes. This boss was great in every way, but he loved sunbathing too much. Despite her efforts to protect her skin from the sun, her complexion was no longer as fair as before. But this was just a minor issue. Felicia quickly adjusted her state. Victor, with his back to her, didn't notice this. He organized his thoughts and instructed, "Hardy, go acquire a game development company called Riot Games." "Okay, I will prepare the acquisition plan for you as soon as possible," Felicia replied. "No need to ask me. $2 million, with 2 requirements, a full acquisition, and the pending development product League of Legends must be retained." "I understand. Also, go talk to Warner and buy the rights for Superman. A friend of mine personally needs to use this name and won't use it for commercial purposes." I'll do my best to negotiate. Then Alice will provide you with a materials list, purchase according to that list. Tell Norman to clear out a floor for me at Osborne Tower." "Understood." I'll be on the beach. When Pepper arrives, I'll take her over." "Okay, if you need anything, just call me." Felicia stepped back, politely smiling at Pietro, who was pretending to admire the scenery, before quickly entering work mode. Acquiring a company was no easy task. Although Victor provided $2 million, Felicia's responsibility was to secure the best deal, not just complete the task. Pietro walked over and before he could speak, Victor preempted him, saying, "I'm planning to sunbathe, do you want to join?" Pietro. His mouth twitched slightly as he felt the lingering pain in his back and decisively shook his head. If these sacrifices could enhance their relationship, that would be one thing, but why would he suffer just so Victor could lie on a beach chair and sleep? Victor chuckled, then soared off the balcony directly to the beach, not even taking off his suit, and comfortably lay on the prepared beach chair. As for the suit, it was transformed from the super combat suit, which also had the ability to absorb sunlight and convert it into light energy, so there was no need to take it off. This was also a recent discovery of his. However, this time Victor didn't fall asleep immediately. He opened the chat box with Royce, needing to clarify a question. "Victor, hey brother, if I don't purchase knowledge category products, can't I just reverse engineer it myself? After all, the price of the formula is even a tier above the product." This question suddenly struck Victor as he mentioned Pepper. After the 2 vials of biochemical viruses were handed over to Tony through Pepper, Tony would undoubtedly conduct tests on them. After all, he wouldn't carelessly inject an unknown liquid into himself. Who could guarantee that Tony wouldn't take an interest in the pufferfish virus and self-healing virus? Although Tony's character did not have a skill tree for biochemical pharmacology, he wouldn't master this knowledge in the short term. But he had money. He possessed heaps of cash and wasn't afraid of hiring top talents in the field of biochemical pharmacology to work for him. Moreover, Stark Industries, Osborne Industries, and Hammer Industries each had their own areas of expertise, but all 3 conglomerates had established biochemical research departments. It was just that Osborne Industries focused more on this area. In this Marvel universe filled with high-tech, analyzing a self-healing virus might not be easy, but at least there were opportunities. What if the formula was actually reverse-engineered? Logically, this matter should have nothing to do with Victor. However, thinking of Raphael, who had merely overlooked some customer experience matters and had no intention of harming Victor, yet was still fined for a set of super combat suits and had that recorded, which could lead to Victor suing him at any moment. This platform only looked at results without caring about the process. By comparison, if the self-healing agent were to be analyzed by Tony, there was a 99% chance that Victor would be implicated. Therefore, it was necessary to confirm this matter with Royce. Sure enough, Royce's response affirmed his analysis. "Royce, oh brother, you almost made me forget, this thing really has restrictions under something called Dimensional Intellectual Property Protection Law. Royce, 3 years ago, I bought a giant python from the Anaconda dimension for experiments, and guess what? I got fined 3 E-level certificates. It hurt my heart. Royce, you see, this platform starts with an adventure rule, and I thought it would be easy to navigate, but who knew there were so many pitfalls inside? Royce, hey, little brother, you didn't leak anything, did you? Is it about the T-virus? If so, just create any product, let's settle it privately quickly. Once the platform gets involved, it's no longer in our control. Royce, it's also my fault for forgetting to tell you such an important thing, little brother, please don't misunderstand." Royce was bombarding him with messages as usual. Victor read through the texts and couldn't help but feel that they seemed to carry a voice, infused with an unshakable northeastern accent. As for whether there was any scheme involved, Victor didn't doubt it at all. From Royce's current behavior, he still seemed trustworthy. Victor believed his judgment wouldn't be wrong. "Victor, it's fine, brother. I just thought of this to ask, since it's a misunderstanding, we can just explain it clearly. Royce, oh my gosh, little brother, you scared me. Royce, I knew you were smart enough to think of this. If I were as clever as you, I wouldn't have suffered that loss. Royce, if there's nothing else, I won't bother you. The lab side is having issues again. It seems they don't want to eat cornbread anymore, and they've been causing trouble for me all day long." Cornbread? In the world of Resident Evil, scientists actually eat that? The conditions must be quite harsh. Victor closed the chat box and began to seriously consider the pros and cons of this rule. From a benefit standpoint, this regulation, similar to patent protection laws, allowed every dimension merchant to sell their products with peace of mind, without worrying about their products being deciphered. They even hoped someone would decipher them, as this way, even if they eventually reached a settlement, the profits would be higher than merely selling the formula, and the other party would still need to purchase corresponding knowledge. Moreover, as this was defined by dimensions, the boundaries were clear, so there was also no annoying problem of patent trolls. However, the drawbacks were equally evident. For lower-level dimensions, they couldn't afford the expensive knowledge and couldn't reverse engineer through relatively cheaper products, so they would likely encounter significant bottlenecks in future development.
No wonder the Doluwa continent dimension was willing to propose a free offer. They probably didn't even consider that their price was the bottom line. It was just that at the time, Victor didn't have enough information, so his analysis was not comprehensive, leading him to agree hastily. That Raphael guy actually didn't remind him. It seemed he would have to swallow at least part of the price difference, or possibly even the whole thing. Thinking of this, Victor couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, Royce was more lovable.
He tagged Raphael as a greedy merchant and then began to ponder another question. Shouldn't Tony's rescue plan be changed? Although the leak of the two virus formulas was a minor issue, the compensation amount likely wouldn't be too high. However, once this record was documented, would it have a significant impact on his shop's reputation, just like a bad review on a Taobao store? And considering Tony's stubborn character, who never listened to advice, Victor fell into hesitation.
Just then, Alice reminded him that Pepper was visiting, and Felicia was leading Pepper toward the beach.
Victor took out his phone to check the time. 0905.
In general America, at this time, people would have already started working, and Pepper choosing this time to visit was considered quite early for a polite visit. It seemed she had been waiting and timed it perfectly. The attention to detail was very thoughtful.
Victor couldn't help but think that perhaps he could use this opportunity.
As he was pondering, Felicia and Pepper approached from a distance, each holding a sun umbrella. When they were about 10 meters away, Pepper stopped, while Felicia continued toward Victor. "Mr. Victor, Miss Pepper has arrived.
Do you want to meet her now?"
Felicia bent slightly, raising her voice a bit to avoid being drowned out by the sound of waves. Let her come," Victor said lazily, showing no intention of getting up. He was currently enjoying the sun, and thinking had already consumed too much of his energy. Physical work could wait until evening. After receiving Victor's permission, Felicia straightened up and nodded to Pepper. Seeing this, Pepper hurriedly jogged over, leaving her high heels behind just so Victor wouldn't have to wait too long. What if he changed his mind? Victor noticed this detail and felt a bit embarrassed. He used his telekinesis to lift himself up, just as Pepper arrived in front of him. Pepper wore a professional smile, politely saying, "Mr. Victor, we meet again. First of all, I hope to apologize for Tony's attitude yesterday. His temper is truly terrible, sometimes even I can't stand him." As a personal assistant, Felicia felt a bit confused by Pepper's complaint about her boss. However, Victor could understand Pepper's mindset. He grinned and said, "I can tell you care about Tony, don't you?" Pepper didn't show any signs of shyness or surprise. Instead, she appeared noticeably tense. She almost reflexively replied, "No, he's my boss, and a playboy, how could I like him?" Victor shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Well, since you're being so distant, Miss Pepper, I think there's no need for us to." Seeing Victor's inclination to dismiss her, Pepper felt a sense of panic. At this critical moment, she not only didn't fluster but instantly calmed down and immediately changed her wording. "Yes, I do like Tony." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and looked into Victor's eyes, speaking sincerely, "But he is still my boss, and I hope Mr. Victor won't let this slip." TSK, this woman, both capable and devoted to Tony, was willing to give up her modesty for him in an instant. What charm did Tony possess? Victor smiled and shook his head, feeling quite amazed. Pepper assumed Victor was going to refuse her and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. "Mr. Victor, you see, we—" Victor raised his hand to interrupt her. In Pepper's anxious gaze, he said, "I really think highly of you. Aren't you considering coming to my company? It's destined to attract global attention in the future. Once you nod, you'll be the executive president, and even Norman will have to assist you." This time, Pepper didn't immediately refuse. She pressed her thin lips together, thought for just 2 seconds, and firmly said, "If that's your condition, then after Tony recovers, I will." Victor raised his hand again to interrupt her. He thought to himself, such a great woman shouldn't be fought over with Tony, otherwise, their relationship would not just be incompatible but rather become a grudge over a wife, unforgetting. Now the question arose. Victor believed that Pepper's visit represented only her personal willingness and did not represent Tony at all. To Victor, aside from who she was, Pepper didn't seem to possess any trading value. He couldn't just give something away for nothing. He hadn't done a losing deal since arriving in the Marvel Universe, and he wasn't about to start now. Speaking of which, Pepper had been around Tony for so long, she should still be a virgin, right?
Well then, it's decided. Pepper, can we consider ourselves friends? Victor asked slowly. Of course. Pepper answered without hesitation, her tone filled with determination. Okay, since we're friends, I can help you save your boyfriend, but I have one requirement, Victor said, raising a finger with a hint of mischief in his eyes. That's only fair, Mr. Victor. Please, go ahead, Pepper maintained her respectful demeanor, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hey, don't be so serious. This is a conversation between friends, Victor reminded her with a smile. All right, Victor, please tell me your conditions, Pepper said, her expectations rising even more. Victor nodded in satisfaction and began to explain the detailed functions of the two agents to Pepper. So those are the general effects. These are finished samples from my private research institute, and the technology is quite mature now. But do you know why I haven't put them on the market yet? Pepper didn't respond immediately, instead, she lowered her head and quietly pondered for a few seconds. Just as Felicia was still deep in thought, Pepper seemed to keenly sense the crux of the matter. It's because you encountered difficulties in preventing technical leaks, right? Wow, you're really clever, bingo. Victor snapped his fingers, showing an appreciative smile. Pepper, why didn't you come apply with me before? With your abilities, you could definitely make a huge impact in my company. Pepper smiled but didn't respond directly. Instead, she changed the topic and firmly stated, Mr. Victor. Victor, I assure you that these two agents will not leave my site before they're officially injected into Tony, except for the tiny amount needed for testing, unless something unfortunate happens to me. Haha, don't be so serious, just relax, Victor waved his hand dismissively. If anyone dares to steal them, let them take them. But as compensation, they'll have to agree to come work for my company to make up for the losses you've caused me. Of course. That's no problem. Pepper agreed decisively this time, her eyes shining with determination. With that, their conversation was nearing its conclusion. Victor retrieved the pufferfish virus and self-healing virus from the inventory, and two palm-sized injection guns appeared behind him. He handed the injection guns to Pepper. The darker one is the pufferfish virus, and the lighter one is the self-healing virus, but that's okay since they'll be injected together anyway. Remember, the effect of the self-healing virus lasts only 10 minutes. Pepper carefully took the injection guns, gripping them tightly as if holding precious treasures, her eyes filled with gratitude as she cast a thankful glance at Victor. I'm sure you're eager to verify the effects of these agents, so go ahead and get busy. I still want a sunbathe, Victor waved his hand, signaling Pepper she could leave. Thank you so much. I promise I won't let them leave my site. Pepper solemnly promised again before carefully leaving the beach, even forgetting her high heels. Felicia, after getting Victor's approval, hurried after Pepper to grab her heels. As for where the two injection guns were hidden before, neither Pepper nor Felicia foolishly asked. Felicia was well aware of her work responsibilities and wouldn't ask what she shouldn't, while Pepper had enough self-awareness to understand Victor's mindset and wouldn't easily touch on sensitive topics. Pepper deeply understood that Victor didn't genuinely consider her a good friend or have any special feelings for her that led him to give her these precious samples for free. What Victor was investing in was her as a person. Despite not understanding why Victor thought so highly of her, Pepper didn't have the luxury to ponder that now. As long as she could save Tony, she was willing to do anything to be by his side. Victor reclined back onto his beach chair, the corners of his mouth curling up as he closed his eyes contentedly. Finally, today's matters were all settled, and he felt quite pleased with himself. The reason for investing in Pepper? Need you even ask? Let's not forget, Tony would be the future Iron Man. The power of a whisper in his ear shouldn't be underestimated. Now that Pepper was so grateful to him, who could tell if, in the future, when he and Tony bickered, she wouldn't come to his defense as long as his reasons stood firm. Furthermore, Pepper would be the future executive president and CEO of Stark Industries. With today's favor owed to him, Pepper's character would surely make her a loyal ally. Moreover, in the yet-to-be-released Avengers 4 script, Pepper would also have her own armor, capable of teaming up with Tony and Rhodey to form the Iron Triad, and her combat power would be significant. Besides, Victor had indeed saved Tony's life this time. He couldn't brush off the debt of gratitude. This was truly killing three birds with one stone. What's not to like? What? Is Pepper a virgin? What does that have to do with Victor? He had merely thought of that fleetingly. It was previously stated that Pepper was too plain, not his type. Someone like Wanda, well, that type was more his style. As he pondered, Victor gradually drifted into sleep. With a blink, it was already sunset. Victor sat up on time, stretched lazily, and exhaled contentedly. Ah, this sunbathing life of a lazy fish, when would it ever end? There were still many things waiting for him to do. Not wanting to walk, he directly used his telekinesis to create a platform, lifting himself up and floating back to the balcony of the master bedroom like an immortal, his posture quite graceful. After days of nurturing from Superman's bloodline, his telekinesis had explosively increased, and now he could confidently use it for daily consumption. Moreover, the more he consumed his telekinesis, the faster its recovery speed slowly improved. He believed it wouldn't be long before he could soar through the skies like in the movies. He wondered if this pace was considered fast or slow. Comparing it to the kids in Chronicle, it seemed they took quite a while to learn how to fly. Deciding not to walk anymore, he elegantly levitated 10 centimeters off the ground and floated into the kitchen. Unsurprisingly, the table was already laden with a feast, waiting for him to enjoy. Naturally, there was no shortage of Wanda and Pietro's presence. After 4 days of getting along, they had fully grasped Victor's routine. Looking at the dishes on the table, Victor couldn't help but swallow. Sweet and sour ribs, cola chicken wings, mapo tofu, all authentic Chinese home-cooked dishes. Seeing Wanda's eager expression for his praise, Victor surmised that these dishes were her creations again. Just as Victor sat down, Felicia hurriedly ran in from the direction of the hall. She had originally timed her entrance to greet Victor, but unexpectedly brushed past him as he flew in. Upon seeing Victor, she paused slightly, glanced at Wanda and Pietro, then quietly stood to the side. Understanding her concerns, Victor raised a hand and said, "Let's eat first, we can talk about work after the meal." Felicia obediently nodded. After sitting down, she was about to serve Victor food as usual. But she soon realized that she seemed to no longer need to do that. Victor wrapped the chopsticks with his telekinesis. Without the limitation of arm reach, wherever he directed his gaze, the chopsticks could grab. However, while picking up food, sometimes it was hard to gauge the amount, and several times he even broke the sandalwood chopsticks. Fortunately, Wanda had prepared for this, and there were plenty of chopsticks nearby, so Felicia didn't need to get up again. Felicia quietly ate her meal but silently noted this matter. She would definitely customize a few pairs of pure silver chopsticks later. Don't ask why not pure gold. Pure gold chopsticks were too soft and lacked the function of toxin testing. The strange sight of the chopsticks serving food by themselves intrigued Wanda. Her eyes were glued to the chopsticks, moving along with their motion, making her look quite adorable. Victor noticed Wanda's expression and suddenly felt a mischievous thought arise. He manipulated the chopsticks to swing quickly left and right. Due to the rapid and wide movements, Wanda's little head bobbed along, resembling a little kitten, making one want to reach out and pet her head. By the time Wanda reacted and saw Victor's teasing gaze, her face instantly flushed red, overwhelmed with shyness. Compared to the future Scarlet Witch, this contrast was simply too amusing. After a hearty meal, Victor finally left the dining table. The servants, who had been eyeing the table, swarmed in like a hive of bees, clearing everything in just 10 seconds, leaving only Wanda, who was still dazed, and Pietro, who was struggling to digest his food with a full belly. After such a day, the chef hadn't even made it to the kitchen, and it seemed he was on the verge of being fired. If they didn't start working harder, these servants might also lose their high-paying jobs. It was now evening, and instead of returning to his bedroom, Victor went to the second reception room. He skillfully brewed some tea, savoring its aroma while listening to Felicia's work report. Regarding the acquisition of Riot Games, it has been preliminarily completed, and the current price is $1.74 million. Do you have any questions? Felicia said respectfully. Not bad, have a sip of tea? Victor smiled as he pushed a cup of tea toward Felicia and continued, increase the employees' salaries by 20% across the board. If anyone doesn't want to continue, settle 3 months' wages and let them go. Felicia picked up the ceramic cup, gently blew on it, and then drank it all in one go without any change in her expression. Seeing this, Victor silently retracted his hand that was preparing to refill her cup. This was Da Hong Pao, not some ordinary grafted tea. Since 2005, it had been scarce in the market. If she didn't understand tea culture, then there was no need to waste it. The report continued. Regarding the Superman copyright from Warner, they are asking for $5 million. What do you think? Offer them a maximum of $1 million. If they refuse, so be it, it's just a name after all, and it won't be used for commercial purposes. They will definitely regret it in the future, Victor said, holding the cup and savoring the tea, speaking casually. Understood, I'll keep that in mind. Felicia noted quietly. Most of the materials on your list are stocked in the warehouse. A small portion of rare materials will take some time to procure, but I expect to have everything gathered in 5 days. I've already set aside a warehouse to store these materials. Listening to Felicia's report, Victor lightly hummed, signaling her to continue. Chairman Norman heard you wanted a floor, so he decided to give you the high-rise office on the 100th floor. Is that acceptable?
Tell Norman to clear out the 107th floor, everything but the load-bearing walls should be removed, Victor said indifferently.
This guy thought he could just get rid of me by offering the 100th floor. What a stingy move.
Indeed, until now, Victor had only provided a vial of the T-virus and made some verbal promises, and then began spending lavishly, which inevitably led to a decrease in Norman's support. It was time to let him taste the sweetness of cooperation. After all, to make the horse run, you must feed it grass. Here, grass is pronounced in the 3rd tone, not the 4th.
Faced with Victor's request, Felicia appeared a bit hesitant, as if she wanted to say something.
The 108th floor was an important level for Osborne. Except for the chairman's office, the other rooms housed server clusters, which were the core of the entire Osborne Tower.
The 107th floor contained the private offices of various directors, the personal domains of those wielding significant power in Osborne Industries.
Victor's words would essentially drive these directors away, which seemed rather.
Ultimately, Felicia chose to remain silent, quietly recording Victor's request.
After reporting, she discreetly exited. From her observations these past days, Victor was not someone who would recklessly offend others. She should just do her job well because speaking too much could lead to mistakes.
After Felicia left, Pietro almost seamlessly walked into the reception room. It was already evening. Could he still go out and soak up moonlight? That question was hardly a question.
Victor rubbed his temples in exasperation. Pietro was just too clingy, always coming to chat with him. By now, they had run out of common topics to discuss. They had pretty much said all that needed to be said over the last few days. But he couldn't ignore him, as he was Wanda's brother. Although according to Victor's plan, Pietro would definitely not accept Baron Strucker's transformation experiments, thus failing to awaken his special abilities and destined to remain an ordinary person. However, Wanda had a way to awaken her chaotic powers in Victor's plan that was a power capable of destroying Infinity Stones, and it was undoubtedly invaluable. As Victor was contemplating how to deal with Pietro, he proposed a suggestion.
Hey, buddy, do you play Dota?
My sister has been playing games alone lately. She looks really bored.
Why don't you join her?
Victor had to admit, Pietro's suggestion intrigued him. It was far better than awkwardly chatting with this straightforward guy. Victor immediately nodded in agreement and then instructed the servants to clear out a living room, setting up 2 computers to create a temporary gaming room. After the setup was complete, Pietro dragged Wanda in, then swiftly left her alone, even remembering to close the door behind him. This guy was totally selling out his sister. The implication was painfully obvious. Wanda didn't say anything, just stood at the door with her head down, looking helpless.
Seeing Wanda like this, Victor almost felt like a bully. It was just a game.
Besides, it was her brother who had invited him. Victor rubbed his head with one hand and said helplessly, "How about you go play on your computer in your room?
You don't have to sit together."
As soon as he finished speaking, Wanda took a deep breath, gathered her courage, puffed up her chest, and took small steps to sit beside Victor, her eyes fixed nervously on the computer screen, avoiding looking anywhere else. Well, she was still young, shyness was quite normal. Once the game began, Victor realized he had been completely wrong. He was wrong in the extreme.
The Wanda in the game was a completely different person from her usual self.
She wasn't a chatterbox like a gaming BB machine, but her gameplay was ferociously impressive. Her speed was so astonishing that Victor felt he wouldn't last a minute if he tried to play. Her speed was simply incredible. As the game progressed to the late stages, Wanda controlled Void Spirit, relentlessly hunting down opponents on the map. Her passive ability, Time Lock, which had a 25% stun chance, seemed to double in her hands. Hitting herself 5 times would at least stun 3 times. She had a rather fiery temper.
After the game ended, the little girl lowered her head like an ostrich, seeming a bit shy.
However, in the second game, her teammates went into full feeding mode, and after over 30 minutes, all 3 lanes had been destroyed, with teammates leaving the game altogether. This match had pretty much no chance of winning. But Wanda stubbornly refused to give up. She controlled Medusa to defend against the super creeps at the World Tree. Together with Victor's Phantom Lancer, they fought 2v5 against the enemy, achieving 3 consecutive team wipes.
and finally secured victory in a 1v5 against the enemy on their high ground. Watching Wanda's gameplay left Victor dumbfounded. He had earned his spot as a substitute in his previous life's team solely through skill, and he considered himself top-notch. How did it feel like he was being crushed by Wanda? No way. As a man, how could he be defeated by a girl? Victor, known for his competitive spirit, decided to take the game seriously. They began to play fiercely, with each match becoming more intense. In the most exaggerated match, by the 35-minute mark, the kill count had reached 104:7, with Victor and Wanda blocking at the fountain, annihilating the enemy heroes before they could even stand for 3 seconds. Winning continuously, their records fluctuated with both sides claiming victory, and before they knew it, it was already the next morning. Comparing their records, Wanda had slightly triumphed with 2400 hours 21, winning 3 more games. If it weren't for the fact that the little girl was yawning continuously and had been drained by the game, Victor wouldn't have let it end here. Humph. If it weren't for your youth and faster reflexes and speed, who knows who would win or lose? After breakfast, Wanda returned to her room to catch up on sleep, while Victor lay back on the beach chair, lazily not falling asleep immediately. He opened the store for the League of Legends Dimension and indeed found the product League of Legends Game Source Data Package, priced at F-Level Certificate ×1, Dimension Points ×1. In addition to all 159 heroes, it came with various flashy support functions. Victor didn't hesitate to buy this product, handing it over to Alice for her to organize. Humph, you bullied me for not being able to play Dota, huh? Just wait, Wanda. Once I create League of Legends, we'll have a showdown to see who's truly stronger. I won't lose to you again. In his dreams, Victor controlled Yasuo, rampaging across the battlefield while Wanda sang the English version of Conquer, filled with admiration. What a feeling of triumph. In the villa on one side, Victor was living a regular life, being lazy like a salted fish during the day and indulging in video games at night. On the other side, however, in another villa, Tony seemed to have discovered a whole new world. He was desperately clinging to Pepper, trying to obtain some kind of liquid from her. However, all of his requests were sternly rejected by Pepper. This made Tony extremely agitated. It wasn't just because of Pepper's refusal, but because the usually obedient Pepper was so resolutely rejecting his demands due to a promise made to another man. The jealousy was almost drowning him. Tony's inherently competitive nature surged to the forefront as he racked his brain, trying to come up with various ways to seize the carry-on suitcase Pepper always had with her. In the past, he was always the invincible Victor, but this time, everything had changed dramatically. Pepper's stance was unexpectedly firm. No matter how hard Tony tried to persuade her, she remained unmoved, even sleeping while tightly hugging the suitcase containing the 2 tubes of virus, leaving Tony no opening to exploit. The results of the drug test had long been revealed. Although Pepper couldn't understand the technical reports, there were plenty of people at Stark Industries who could. The efficacy was indeed as Victor had said, without a hint of deviation. Pepper had also verified with multiple experts in the field of heart surgery that, with the assistance of the pufferfish virus and self-healing virus, the chance of successfully removing the shrapnel from Tony's blood vessels was as high as 98%. The remaining 2% of unexpected occurrences were merely due to emergencies like power outages, earthquakes, or attacks. In terms of the surgery itself, the success rate was 100%. While excited, Pepper's trust and gratitude toward Victor grew day by day. Therefore, she was determined to uphold her promise. Even if Tony only promised to recheck it, she would not reverse engineer the formula. How could Tony's big talk be trusted? He had the audacity to hide the news of his impending doom from her. If it weren't for Victor, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing he couldn't get anywhere with Pepper, Tony was furious and rushed over to Victor's villa with Happy. When he heard Alice reporting that Tony had come to visit in the gaming room, Victor was genuinely surprised. That guy, who had been nearly driven to seclusion by him twice, hadn't blacklisted him yet? He glanced at Wanda, who was still intensely focused on the game, and the fierce team battle going on. Victor quietly told Alice, have Hardy take him to the second reception room first, and don't let him meet Pietro. Just say I have something important to deal with and will come over shortly. Wanda, wearing gaming headphones, didn't hear Victor's words at all, still completely immersed in the game, controlling the Dark Ranger to rack up kills. The slight advantage Victor had managed to maintain was instantly eclipsed by Tony. At that moment, he threw aside any thought of Tony. He charged into the team battle, frantically trying to score kills.
10 minutes later, as the game was still ongoing, the door of the gaming room was rudely pushed open, and a furious-looking Tony stormed in, followed by Happy and a blocked Frisia.
Victor's expression instantly soured. It was obvious that Tony couldn't wait any longer. He was barging in the villa, and even with Happy's obstruction, Frisia couldn't stop him at all. Frisia hurriedly tried to explain, but Victor raised his hand to interrupt her. Before she could speak, Tony began to mock. So your so-called important matter is just playing games with little girls? Ha! That's quite the heavy matter. When saying the second half of his sentence, Tony's gaze intentionally or unintentionally flicked toward a certain area on Wanda's chest.
Under normal circumstances, Wanda would have blushed if someone looked at her like that. But this time was different. She too flushed but glared at Tony with extreme ferocity, her delicate fingers gripping the mouse turning pale, veins bulging, her chest heaving heavily. This was also why Tony immediately noticed where the focus lay. This meeting was completely out of Victor's plans, disrupting everything he had arranged and making him feel increasingly irritable. He instinctively looked at Tony, his eyes now filled with hostility. But fortunately, the situation was still under his control. He stood in front of Wanda, coldly eyeing Tony, his tone laced with annoyance. Didn't your mother teach you not to barge into others' homes? Your grandmother never let me go to strangers' houses.
Tony brought up the dad joke that had been bothering him. I'm starting to regret agreeing to help Pepper save you. People like you don't deserve sympathy, you should be left to your own devices.
Victor said mercilessly.
Ha, even without you, I could find my own solutions. You're just meddling. Tony fired back in equal fury. Hardy, inform Pepper that I'm going to take back my gift. Wait. Tony tensed up. Hey kid, you can't take back something you've given away.
He wasn't afraid of death, he was mainly worried about Pepper finding out he had ruined her efforts.
Seeing Tony back down, Victor let out a light snort, thinking to himself, I can't deal with you now. Hardy, you stay with Wanda in her room.
I'll have a word with this unexpected guest. After settling Wanda, Victor walked toward the door, ignoring Tony, who was blocking the entrance, and headed straight for him, prepared to walk right through. Tony compared their physiques and recalled how he had fallen from the sky onto Victor, witnessing his tenacious build. He decisively backed down, turning to exit the door and quickly walking toward the living room. Victor, however, paid him no mind and instead walked in the opposite direction toward the dining room. As Tony led the way, he turned back to see Victor's figure almost disappearing, making him furious. After finally gaining some leverage, Victor changed the meeting location without consulting him. Where was it acceptable to talk to a guest in the kitchen? Don't ask Tony how he knew it was the dining room. It was his gift of photographic memory. Tony wanted to just leave straight away. He was Tony Stark, how could he be led around by someone else? But Pepper's determined face involuntarily floated into his mind. He hesitated for a few seconds, then lifted his foot toward the dining room, and as he passed Happy, he instructed him not to follow. He had already gained nothing beneficial from Victor, and any potential humiliating scenes that might arise couldn't be seen by his subordinate. Wait a minute. Why was I starting to consider these things? I am a genius. How could I lose to that mysterious mutant? In the dining room, Victor was enjoying a small cake, not even glancing at the arriving Tony. Speak, what do you want? Victor cut directly to the chase. He didn't want Tony lingering in the villa, as he couldn't predict when Wanda and Pietro might explode. If anything happened, even though he was there, the relationship would truly sour. Victor's impolite tone once again infuriated Tony. No one dared to disregard Tony Stark like this. This made him recall the difficult times in the cave months ago, and he wanted nothing more than to leave the villa immediately. He pulled out a checkbook, slamming it down in front of Victor and proudly declaring, "You can fill in any number you want, I'm buying the formulas for those 2 biological agents." Humph. In his eyes, there was nothing that money couldn't solve in this world. If there was, it was just that there wasn't enough money. Was there anyone in this world richer than him, Tony Stark? Well, Victor really wanted to say yes. But he didn't hear Tony's inner thoughts, so he didn't retaliate. He leisurely put down his soup spoon, glanced at the arrogant Tony, and unusually refrained from making a retort. Instead, he reached for the checkbook, using his telekinesis to grab a pen and began filling in the numbers. Tony scoffed disdainfully, raising his chin and directing his nostrils at Victor. After all that posturing, weren't you still yielding to money? Stupid mortal. Seconds later, Victor stopped writing and said to the still proud Tony, "I've filled in the numbers, you just need to sign." Tony scoffed once more,
took the checkbook, and pulled out his signature pen, ready to sign his name. But when his peripheral vision caught sight of the amount he was filling in, his movements froze in midair. American checks were different from Chinese ones, they weren't written in traditional numbers but in English. Even if the amount was enormous, it wouldn't fill the entire amount box. But 100 million trillion filled the whole amount box completely. How could you even write that down? Just moments ago, the proud peacock Tony slammed the checkbook on the table, roaring with anger, "Have you gone insane? Do you have any idea how much that is? Why don't you just go rob all the banks in America?" Victor calmly took a bite of cake and said leisurely, "Robbing American banks is too troublesome, I might as well just rob you. Aren't you supposed to be rich? Then sign it, I'll hand over the formula." Tony trembled as he gripped the signature pen, glaring intensely at Victor, breathing heavily. He, Tony Stark, was indeed wealthy, but did you know how much 100 million trillion was? $100 million trillion. Not $100 million, not $1 trillion, but a full $100 million trillion. Damn it! A trillion equals 100 million multiplied by 100 million, and 100 million trillion equals 100 million multiplied by 100 million multiplied by 100 million. Don't mention just Stark Industries, even the entire United States and all of North America could not come up with that much money. You shameless bastard, how dare you ask me for 100 million trillion dollars? Why don't you just ask for the earth? Tony was trembling with anger at that moment, while Victor was beside him, laughing with a spring breeze. He thought to himself, hey, aren't you supposed to be rich? You can't even come up with $100 trillion, yet you dare to call yourself a tycoon? The king of Wakanda above your head may not be able to instantly dig out 100 trillion, but at least he could manage it, right? Victor had originally not wanted to make things so absolute and offend Tony, but the guy's pretense was simply intolerable, making him want to directly confront him and leave this place as soon as possible. Tony was so furious that he was on the verge of madness, glaring at Victor. If not for the obvious difference in their combat abilities, he would have rolled up his sleeves to take action. He could only keep repeating in his mind, "Don't stoop to this broke loser's level, don't stoop to this broke loser's level." After finally suppressing his anger, Victor suddenly knocked on the table and impatiently said, "Since you can't afford it, then just go back where you came from." This sentence seemed to ignite the last straw for Tony. He felt his sanity was about to collapse, glaring with bulging eyes, hands on his hips, pointing at Victor, preparing to unleash a round of harsh words first. However, Victor's gaze suddenly sharpened as he extended his right palm towards Tony, while a roar came from behind. "Die, demon!" The sudden roar and the intense anger it carried instinctively made Tony shrink his neck, almost subconsciously rolling on the dining table to dodge the impending attack. When he rolled to the corner of the table, he turned to check the situation. He saw a Western-style kitchen knife hovering in the air where his head had just been, and behind it stood a white-haired man holding the same kind of knife, also suspended in midair, struggling violently, his eyes fixed on Tony with intense hatred. Tony instantly recalled the scene from earlier. The white-haired man had thrown one knife at him, which was intercepted by Victor's mutant ability, and when he threw the second knife, it was again controlled by Victor's powers. But who was this white-haired man? Why did he want to kill him? What was with the overwhelming hatred in his eyes? Tony was filled with questions and didn't hesitate to voice them. "Hey, white hair, oh, you're the one who got beaten up that day. But why do you want to kill me? Did I fire you or something?" The white-haired man ignored Tony's question, only howling for Victor to let him go so he could take revenge. Tony immediately cast an inquiring glance at Victor, signaling him to explain. Victor sighed helplessly, realizing that his worst fear had come true. He put down his raised hand, rubbed his forehead, and was just about to think of how to explain when a brown-haired Wanda rushed in with a 2-meter-long sword. He really didn't know where she found such a big sword, and it was surprising that a cute girl could even lift it. Usually shy in front of Victor, Wanda now looked exceptionally fierce, her originally gentle eyes now filled with flames of hatred, locking onto Tony. The pressure from her was enough to make Tony take a half step back. After all, the first reaction of an average person facing an armed criminal wouldn't be to confront them head-on. Victor waved his hand helplessly, and Wanda, like the white-haired man, who was Pietro, also levitated in mid-air, unable to gain any footing. Even so, Wanda refused to give up, gritting her teeth and throwing the sword, but due to insufficient strength, it only flew a little under 3 meters before falling, still 3 or 4 meters away from Tony. Pietro, inspired by Wanda, immediately threw his kitchen knife as well, which was again intercepted by Victor's telekinesis. Tony looked at the suspended siblings in confusion, then glanced at Victor, who was contemplating his words, and quietly began to retreat, gradually moving towards the restaurant's exit.
At the same time, he reached into his pocket for his phone and decisively pressed the emergency alarm button. Victor showed no reaction. Gathering his thoughts, the whole process took less than 6 seconds. Just as he was about to explain, Happy burst in, brandishing a handgun, shouting, "Tony, I'm here.
I'm here to protect you. Don't be afraid, I'm here."
Victor looked speechless at Tony, whose face was tense, realizing that the other had already created some distance.
So he thought he was also part of the attack? And besides, Happy, what could you do with that little handgun?
Victor's telekinesis surged out without needing to do anything to Happy. With a simple wave of his hand, he turned off the safety of the handgun.
Come on, if you have the skills, go ahead and break the safety first. Happy, however, was oblivious to this.
He nimbly maneuvered his large body to stand in front of Tony, his small eyes scanning the surroundings warily, putting on a show of being professional and not to be trifled with. With Wanda and Pietro controlled by Victor and stripped of their weapons, they could only cast resentful glances at Tony, ignoring his questions. If looks could kill, Happy, who was blocking Tony, would have been shot to pieces. At this point, Victor couldn't care less about his previous plan. He needed to clarify this misunderstanding first. He gently knocked on the table, trying to attract the attention of the four, but no one noticed his little gesture.
"Hey, you dare to ignore me?" Victor's temper flared. He leapt up, delivering a powerful kick to the dining table.
With the enhancement of his steel body, the table was no ordinary wood, and coupled with his telekinesis, it split open and shattered underfoot. The loud noise startled both groups, who instinctively looked at Victor.
Happy even pressed the gun against Victor's forehead, his finger trembling on the trigger as if he was ready to pull it.
Victor straightened his clothes and mocked, "The safety is still on, how do you plan to shoot?" Happy realized the safety was indeed on and hurried to disengage it, but unexpectedly, the handgun suddenly slipped from his hand and flew into Victor's grasp. Victor disengaged the safety of the gun. Happy's eyes widened in disbelief, confused as to why the gun flew over.
He was ready to take the bullet for Tony.
However, with his right hand holding the gun and his left palm blocking the muzzle 10 centimeters away, Victor pulled the trigger forcefully.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
All 12 rounds from the P229 handgun fired, yet Victor's left hand remained unscathed. The bullets hadn't even touched his skin, being intercepted in midair by his telekinesis. Victor controlled the 12 shiny bullets hovering in his palm and disdainfully said, "Don't point such toys at me again."
Happy swallowed hard, instinctively nodding, then suddenly realized and cautiously spoke, "Look, no matter what you want, let's put down our weapons first."
Saying this, Happy raised both hands, indicating he was unarmed and had no intent to attack. Yet he still stood firmly in front of Tony, his heavy form completely shielding Tony. Tony, being the bolder one, looked at the chaotic scene before him, fully aware of the current situation. Victor's display of force was overwhelmingly oppressive. If he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even need to wait for Happy. Tony stepped out from behind Happy, rejecting his offer for cover, and looked seriously at Victor.
"So, can you tell me what the hell is going on now?" Tony's nonchalant demeanor made Victor regard him with slightly higher respect.
He gestured for Tony to calm down, then with a wave of his hand, the previously held handgun, bullets, knives, and debris were swept to a corner of the restaurant by his telekinesis. He addressed Wanda and Pietro, who were still posturing aggressively. "I'll let you down now and give you a chance to confront him, but we're talking and not fighting, understood?" Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances, then decisively nodded. But just as Victor released his telekinesis, before the siblings could steady their footing, they lunged at Tony, their fierce appearance suggesting that if they knocked him down, even just talking could kill him. Victor helplessly wrapped the siblings in telekinesis again.
"Let's have this conversation first." Tony remained calm, stroking his little mustache, and with a strange expression said, "Could it be that your mom is my ex-girlfriend? Who I, selectively broke up with, thus you hate me?" Victor thought, damn it. This joke really can't be overlooked, can it?
In that instant, Victor considered just releasing his telekinesis and letting Wanda and Pietro give Tony a good beating.
Pooh. Pooh.
The Wanda siblings spat in unison to express their strong dissatisfaction with Tony for slandering their mother. The young girl Wanda was so furious that she shouted, "Don't use my mom to insult me. You scum don't even deserve to mention her." Tony pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he looked at the Wanda siblings. Victor, on the other hand, helplessly tugged at the corners of his mouth, thinking, Wanda, saying that will only lead Tony to misunderstand.
This farce needs to end quickly.
Under Happy's watchful gaze, Victor stepped forward to stand between the two parties and said sternly, Now, I will speak.
None of you are allowed to interrupt me.
Anyone who interrupts will face the consequences. As he spoke, Victor summoned Happy's handgun from the corner, then flipped his palm, causing the gun to instantly disassemble into individual components. The scene was terrifying. Imagine it in the context of adults.
Even the typically unruly Tony didn't dare to retort against Victor at that moment. He was too curious about the story behind all of this.
Seeing that the scene had quieted down, Victor felt satisfied. He first faced Tony, pointing at the Wanda siblings as he explained, Pietro Maximoff and Wanda Maximoff, they are Sokovian from Eastern Europe. Their parents tragically lost their lives in a terrorist attack, and the weapon used by the attackers bore the Stark Industries trademark.
Now do you understand?
Tony first let out a sigh of relief, but then his brow furrowed tightly. He looked directly into Wanda's eyes, filled with resentment, and argued, Stark Industries only supplies weapons to the U.S. military for national defense, they would never be in the hands of terrorists, and besides. He got halfway through his sentence before he found himself at a loss for words.
Would they not be in the hands of terrorists?
Just months ago, the 10 Rings had attacked him. The shell that exploded in front of him clearly bore the Stark Industries logo, and he could still vividly recall that moment. Shrapnel still lingered in his veins. Thus, he fell silent.
Yet, Wanda would not remain silent.
This usually shy girl now screamed hysterically, Not you? I saw a shell right in front of us, only 3 meters away. We hovered on the edge of death for a full 6 hours.
I will never forget the words printed on it. STARKINDUSTRIES, isn't that the trademark of your Stark Industries? You damned demon. Bastard.
Why do you still get to live? You should go to hell. Faced with Wanda's furious accusations, Tony's entire brow furrowed tightly. He could understand the feeling of hovering on the edge of death because he was currently experiencing the same torment. It had to be said that the sensation was truly terrible. Even someone as powerful as he was gradually falling into despair. But his pride wouldn't allow him to remain silent.
You say the shell was in front of you for 6 hours? Tony tried to keep his tone calm. How could you be sure it would explode at any moment? Do you think you're the smartest person in the world?
Pietro retorted mercilessly. The green indicator light was flashing at a rate of once every 3 seconds, indicating that the shell had been activated and could explode at any moment.
Don't we commoners understand this basic knowledge?
Ha! In the face of Pietro's sarcasm, Tony didn't get angry. Instead, he relaxed his tightly knit brows and said somewhat lightly, Every shell made by Stark Industries has a firing system designed by me. They are all equipped with an automatic destruction system that, if not detonated within an hour of launch, will deactivate the ignition device to prevent accidental injuries during post-battle cleanup. So if that was indeed a Stark Industries weapon, it would not still be operational 12 hours after activation. It would certainly be a counterfeit Stark Industries weapon, which is not uncommon abroad. Seeing the look of skepticism on Wanda and Pietro's faces, he continued, In Victor's name, you can come to Stark Industries with me and check. I have no reason to lie, whether it's documents or the weapons manufacturing workshop. At this point, Victor also stepped in. He looked at Wanda and said gently, Although Tony Stark is arrogant, sharp-tongued, and a playboy, it's undeniable that he personally would never sell weapons to terrorists. Stark Industries weapons are officially supplied to the U.S. military, and their civilian business mainly involves nursing homes, orphanages, charities, and high-tech furniture products.
Tony didn't like Victor's assessment and pouted, but he didn't refute it, as these seemed to be facts. With Victor's corroboration, Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances, their eyes filled with doubt and disbelief. Could it be that the enemy they had hated for years was actually wrongly accused? Just as the siblings fell into self-doubt, Victor added another statement.
Of course, this incident can't be said to be entirely unrelated to Tony. He may still have some things he hasn't revealed.
Victor gestured toward Tony. If you don't confess, I might just expose your secrets. Tony coughed and said helplessly, Where do you get your intel from anyway? Want me to tell you? Victor raised an eyebrow.
I was planning to investigate this thoroughly before speaking, Tony sighed, looking up at the ceiling. I usually focus on product design, and the company's operations are mainly handled by Obadiah. If those weapons really came from Stark Industries and the automatic destruction system was removed, then there's only one possibility. Obadiah has private connections with terrorists and is selling weapons to them under the table.
However, this is just my speculation, he's wealthy enough that he has no need to do this.
Victor impatiently waved his hand, interrupting Tony's explanation.
Humph, what good is self-deception?
Victor scoffed, when you were attacked in Afghanistan, you were hours late. How did your itinerary get leaked?
Who else could it be but your good uncle? Tony was left speechless, his forehead veins bulging. What was wrong with this guy? How did he know so much about his affairs? Tony felt a bit withdrawn at this point.
Meanwhile, the Wanda siblings were also falling into a state of self-doubt in the face of overwhelming evidence.
To say they could forgive Tony?
That was impossible. After all, they had hated him for so many years, longing in their dreams to seek revenge. But with the evidence laid out before them, they had no choice but to believe. After all, the siblings still trusted Victor. They now felt very lost, not understanding what all the hatred over the years had been for. Seeing that the two were in a daze, now devoid of their relentless hatred for Tony, Victor released his telekinesis and let them down. He had nearly exhausted his psychic energy during this brief moment. If he didn't release them soon, he might collapse himself. After being let down, the Wanda siblings instinctively wanted to rush at Tony, but as they stood up, they froze in place, glaring at Tony, caught in a dilemma. Tony ignored the two, looking at Victor with a hostile gaze, unsure of what he was thinking, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Victor also ignored him and shouted loudly, "Hardy, you can come out now, take Wanda and the others back to their room to cool off." Normally, Phrygia, who always responded immediately to commands, didn't move this time. Instead, Alice responded, "Sir, Miss Phrygia has been struck by Mr. Hogan and has fallen unconscious. She is unlikely to wake up anytime soon." Victor looked at Happy with a neutral expression. The latter clearly realized the mistake he had made and smiled apologetically.
"I'm sorry, Mr. Victor.
Your assistant got knocked out by me. I can compensate,"
Happy said sincerely. "Of course you have to compensate."
Victor shot a glance at Tony, "But I want you to compensate. Medical expenses, emotional distress, lost wages, and therapy fees totaling $500,000. Happy jumped up at that moment, thinking it was just a light cut, not a real injury. How could it warrant a $500,000 compensation? But Tony stopped Happy, disdainfully saying to Victor, $2 million, $500,000 for your assistant, $1 million for this pair of siblings, and $500,000 for your furniture.
Not needed. Wanda almost blurted out, "Even if you're not our direct enemy, you have indirect responsibility.
Your money is stained with the blood of our parents and innocence, we disdain to take it." Tony's lips moved, and he finally touched his nose, shrugged, and chose not to refute. Forget it, after all, he was in the wrong, causing the other party's family to be destroyed. Let them say a few words, it wasn't a big deal. He had brought this upon himself, so he would just have to endure it. After experiencing such an intense conflict, Tony naturally didn't plan to linger in that place any longer. He knew full well that Wanda and Pietro were in an emotional upheaval and that they certainly wouldn't have the heart to play games tonight. With no one to compare himself to, Victor also decided to return to his room for a good night's sleep. Before heading back, Victor carefully picked up the unconscious Phrygia and took her back to her room. It had to be said that Phrygia was much smaller in stature compared to Wanda. The next day, the sun rose as usual, and Victor woke up right on time. When he went downstairs, he expected to only be able to eat the soulless cooking of the private chef, but to his surprise, Wanda had already prepared a feast, although she looked a bit dazed. Pietro, on the other hand, was much more realistic and stayed holed up in his room, showing no intention of coming out. During breakfast, Phrygia kept tilting her head, and when she turned her head, it appeared quite stiff, suggesting she might have slept awkwardly. Just watching her made Victor feel a little pain. After the meal, Victor went to the second living room, brewed a cup of tea, and leisurely listened to Phrygia's work report. She first handed him a stack of prepared documents, the stock transfer agreement. After Victor signed his name, Riot Games officially belonged to him. Then, Victor began issuing commands. "Hardy, you have 3 days to lay off those employees who don't want to stay. After that, contact Alice to arrange for a game project, organize a marketing campaign, and I want to see this game launch within a week."
Phrygia nodded seriously, jotting down all these orders.
"Oh, by the way, before you leave, make a trip to Tony. He said he'd compensate you $500,000. Phrygia looked up in surprise, and the movement caused her neck to emit a crack sound, making her little face scrunch up in discomfort. Victor felt a pang of sympathy just looking at her. "Take today off,
You can start working again tomorrow. Go and rest well. Okay. Phrygia tilted her head back, trying to ease the pain as she said, I will oversee company matters from my room. If you need anything, just call me. Victor nodded, urging Phrygia to rest quickly. After sipping a few more cups of tea, Victor flew out to the beach. Such good sunshine couldn't be wasted. This time, he didn't wear a suit but opted for loose beach shorts, his 8-pack abs barely visible, as if he was subtly showing off. It was worth noting that he had only had a 6-pack before, but after a few days of sun exposure, it had been reinforced into an 8-pack. He didn't want to flaunt, but his genes were just that strong, there was nothing he could do. Lying on the beach chair, Victor felt himself drifting off to sleep when suddenly he remembered something and jolted awake. Alice, is the information for League of Legends ready? Victor asked. It's all sorted. Would you like to try playing first? Alice immediately responded. Send the information to Wanda and ask her to help test the game balance. You can play some bot matches with her to get familiar with the game. Understood. Victor thought that with Alice controlling the computer, Wanda should be able to familiarize herself with the game quickly. He fell back into a deep sleep. As for why he was using the 2010 old version instead of the latest tested version, Victor had thought this through carefully. Although they were in the Marvel universe, it was still 2008, aside from the advanced technology, the basic hardware wasn't sophisticated enough. The latest version of the game wouldn't run smoothly on many computers. Plus, he wanted to leave room for future game updates. The tradition of each version has its own gods couldn't be broken on his watch. As the sole big boss, it would be a simple matter for him to make any hero stronger in the future. Time flew by quickly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Victor lived a very leisurely life, sunbathing during the day, playing games in duo queues with Wanda at night, and even starting a crazy testing mode with 8 other gamers arranged by the company. Wanda stayed in the villa with Victor due to the game testing and other matters, while Pietro seemed determined to find a new target now that his hatred had shifted. Using the excuse of going out to enjoy the beautiful sights of Los Angeles, he began to investigate Obadiah's whereabouts. Victor didn't stop him, he just had Alice keep an eye on Pietro's movements. As long as Wanda stayed, Pietro could create as much chaos as he wanted. After all, his powers were basically inactive now and were of no use. That evening, Victor continued to play games in duo queue with Wanda as usual. Over the past 3 days, he had been familiar with the game heroes and had consistently outperformed Wanda, which put him in a great mood. However, since it was still an internal test and the ranks system wasn't active, his motivation was a bit lacking. But that wasn't a big deal. Phrygia had already started investing a lot of money in marketing, and in 4 days, on April 12, 2008, the game would officially launch. To quickly attract a large number of players, Victor even announced a gimmick: the first person to reach the top of the solo queue in Season 1 would receive a $1 million cash prize. As for everything else, he couldn't be bothered to care. This was just a side project, there was no need to waste so much energy on it. If he had that time, he'd rather find a good script and shoot an exciting movie. That was what he truly loved. Just as he secured another kill from Wanda, achieving a triple kill, Alice suddenly spoke up. Sir, Alice has detected that the monitoring program has been activated. Obadiah has appeared at Mr. Stark's villa, and Mr. Stark has been captured. Upon hearing this, Victor didn't stop his actions and continued to secure the kill Wanda was pursuing. After finishing this move, he finally released the mouse. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Victor immediately stood up, took off Wanda's headphones, and Wanda pouted at him, her lips puffed up just like her ample chest, looking incredibly adorable. But Victor didn't have time to soothe her, he just smiled apologetically and said, I suddenly have a stomachache and need to step out for a bit. You guys should be fine in a 4v5, right? Wanda's eyes lit up at his words, and she nodded eagerly, wishing this kill stealer would hurry up and leave. Victor's lips curled slightly as he suppressed a laugh, then playfully pinched her nose. As Wanda gasped in surprise, he flew out of the room, darting through the kitchen, conference room, and living room, finally landing on the Ferrari convertible in the courtyard. The keys had been left in the ignition, so Victor started the engine directly, flooring the gas pedal. The intense pushback hit him as the car accelerated to 340 km per hour in just 2.8 seconds. The deep blue Ferrari zipped through the road like a bolt of lightning, covering a distance of 10 kilometers in just 1 minute and 40 seconds, arriving outside Tony's villa. The tires screeched against the pavement, creating a deafening noise. Victor leapt out of the driver's seat, crossed over the villa's courtyard gate, and flew straight toward the residential area. In front of the villa, a black sedan was parked, and a bald man in a suit was walking toward it, holding a small square box in his hands. Victor's keen eyesight immediately confirmed the target. It was Obadiah Stane, the new enemy of the Wanda siblings. Just in time. Victor plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, crashing down hard onto the car roof. He had expected to smash the car to bits, but instead, he only left a small dent on the roof. It seemed this car had a decent level of bulletproofing. Obadiah stopped in his tracks, staring in confusion at the suddenly descending Victor, momentarily dazed and unsure about the situation, thinking to himself, who is this person? Before Obadiah could say a word, Victor gently waved his hand, and the small box in Obadiah's grasp was enveloped by his telekinesis, instantly flying into Victor's hands. At the same time, 3 burly bodyguards dressed in black suits emerged from a sedan, brandishing guns and surrounding Victor, who stood atop the car. Obadiah shouted from behind, "Don't shoot at that box. Kill him." Clearly, these 3 were his trusted subordinates, and their demeanor indicated they were not the benevolent type. Upon receiving the order to kill, the 3 bodyguards hesitated for not even a moment before pulling the triggers. Their aim was firmly locked onto Victor's head, back, and throat, 3 critical points. Each of them fired a single shot, confident in their marksmanship, with their guns fixed in place. However, they did not witness the gory scene they had expected. Instead, the 3 bullets floated half a meter away from Victor, slowly rotating in place, unable to get any closer. The 3 experienced bodyguards quickly realized they were up against a mutant. Without any communication, the one closest to Obadiah swiftly stepped back to shield his employer, while the other 2 alternated their gunfire, trying to distract Victor and prevent him from retaliating. Once their bullets were exhausted, they planned to retreat immediately. Almost simultaneously, a round grenade rolled across the ground toward the bottom of the sedan. This was the handiwork of the bodyguard who had just stepped back. Their teamwork during this assault was seamless, which explained why Obadiah had chosen them as his personal bodyguards. Unfortunately for them, today they were facing Victor, a little Superman with formidable telekinesis. Victor's telekinesis instantly wrapped around the grenade, sending it back to its original position. The bodyguard who had retreated appeared to be well prepared. Seeing the grenade thrown back at them, he immediately aimed and pulled the trigger, a barrage of bullets striking the grenade with precision. Boom! Over 2,000 tiny steel balls inside the grenade shot out in all directions with the force of the explosion. Victor had to raise a telekinetic barrier to block these troublesome projectiles. Although the steel balls wouldn't cause him any substantial harm, they still inflicted considerable pain. The 2 bodyguards who had retreated were closer to the explosion. Even though they anticipated the blast and leapt away, they were unable to completely evade the barrage of steel balls. Their fates were now uncertain. However, Obadiah remained unscathed, as the bodyguard who detonated the grenade had fallen to the ground, providing him with good protection. Victor was infuriated by this round of attacks. He unleashed his telekinesis in all directions, propelling the bullets and steel balls outward in indiscriminate retaliation. Under this assault, all 3 bodyguards sustained some form of injury. Yet, these bodyguards had excellent protection for their vital areas. Not only did they survive, but they quickly pulled out 3 different types of grenades, pulled the pins, and tossed them away before turning to flee. With no choice left, Victor activated his telekinesis barrier again for defense. Accompanied by a blinding flash, a torrent of steel balls collided with the barrier, while a pungent gas surged into his eyes, nose, and mouth, making him tear up. These grenades included a fragmentation grenade, a flashbang, and a tear gas grenade. Damn it! Get that box back! Obadiah roared angrily. Do you know what's inside it? I'll pay $1 million. Get it back for me. However, the 3 bodyguards paid him no mind. Their retreat was firm and resolute. At this moment, Victor was absolutely furious. Although he had not undergone professional combat training, he was still a little Superman with special abilities. How could he just let them escape? Did they think they could run away because they couldn't see him? He released the limitations of his super hearing, instantly capturing the sound of their hurried footsteps. He soared into the air, breaking free from the range of the tear gas, and ignoring the bullets aimed at him, flew directly above the source of the footsteps. The bullet struck his iron body, failing to penetrate his super combat suit, nearly causing him some discomfort. With bullets raining down on him, Victor sent specially designed, handle-less blades from his belt flying toward the gun barrels below. The 3 bodyguards attempted to dodge, but once they entered a 10-meter range, Victor's telekinesis clearly captured their movements, and the blades changed direction accordingly.
In the end, these battle-hardened elite bodyguards, under Victor's relentless tracking assault, could only manage to deflect a few blades with bullets and arms. The majority of the blades penetrated their foreheads, throats, and hearts, sending them swiftly to meet death. Obadiah was left standing alone in shock. Although Victor couldn't see his expression, he was sure it wasn't a smile. Victor remained suspended in the air, waiting for the effects of the flashbang to dissipate. After all, Obadiah was just an ordinary person, he couldn't pull off any tricks. However, Victor felt a bit uneasy about the act of killing. He didn't feel nauseated or wretched. After all, he was in the Marvel Universe, destined for the extraordinary, and he had long been mentally prepared for killing. Still, a part of him felt uncomfortable. Lost in thought, Victor noticed that Obadiah wasn't about to give up. He pulled 2 earplugs from his pocket and inserted them into his ears. Then he looked up and loudly proclaimed, "Victor Chen, I know you. Pepper has mentioned you to me, you saved Tony's life, and I'm grateful to you, but why are you attacking me?" Victor kept his mouth shut, merely using his telekinetic field to watch Obadiah, curious about what tricks he might be up to. While Victor remained silent, Obadiah continued to boast about how well he and Tony got along. If Alice hadn't confirmed that Tony was currently lying in the villa, Victor might have suspected that the plot had changed. This Obadiah was indeed a cunning fox. Once he had the earplugs in place, Obadiah pulled out a small device the size of a lighter from his pocket and swaggered toward the sedan, speaking grandly. "I believe there's been some misunderstanding. I won't pursue the matter of you killing my bodyguards. For Tony's sake, I'll help you cover this up." Victor would naturally not let him leave so easily, but he also didn't approach Obadiah. He suddenly recalled the origins of that lighter. It was a type of small sonic high-tech weapon. When activated near someone's ear, it would paralyze them for 15 minutes. Obadiah had used this device to keep Tony lying in the villa for so long. Victor wasn't sure if this device would be effective against him or if its effect would be magnified, especially since he had super hearing. He began to feel that this super ability might not have been worth the trade-off. With a thought, Victor removed Obadiah's earplugs using his telekinesis, while his telekinetic hand forcefully seized the lighter from Obadiah's grip, attempting to slide open the cover. Buzz buzz buzz, a sound reminiscent of a household appliance blared, catching Obadiah off guard. He had no chance to react and fell flat on his back on the floor. Given his size, this fall would likely leave him bruised. Victor closed the lighter, and the noise ceased. He slowly descended, standing in front of Obadiah, playing with the device in his hand as related information flooded into his mind. To his surprise, this was an F-class product, valued at F-class certification X2, dimensional points X20. Not bad, he could directly store it in inventory to sell later. Just then, his vision finally returned to normal. Victor used his telekinesis to lift Obadiah and dangle him behind him as he walked back toward the villa, while he opened the box in his right hand to finally see the true form of the arc reactor. Previously, when he had met Tony, that guy always wore opaque clothing, making it impossible to see anything. The arc reactor looked unremarkable, similar to a 1:1 figure from his previous life. As he gently touched it with his finger, relevant information emerged. Product name, Second Generation Mini Arc Reactor. Product category, Technology. Product compatibility, 100%. Origin, Marvel Universe. Rating, D+ or minus. Monetary value, D-Class certification X4, dimensional points X42000. Function description, don't be fooled by its small size, it can power an entire city or keep a suit of armor fully operational for 10 minutes. Slogan, look, this little thing has terrifying energy. Unexpectedly, this item was so valuable. Victor had previously thought that the spider serum was merely a C+ class product, while this old-style mini arc reactor would only be around E+. He didn't expect it to reach D+ or minus. The symbols, dash, plus or minus, and plus, could be viewed as lower, middle, and upper grades. So, it seemed that the future New Element's third-generation mini arc reactor would likely reach the level of a C-class product. Just a single power core was on par with the spider serum, and combined with the Iron Man suit, it looked like Spider-Man, when wearing the Iron Man suit, would be quite powerful. But he had been beaten by Thanos. How strong was Thanos, after all? As he pondered, Victor arrived at the villa's main hall. Tony looked pale, his bloodshot eyes brightening momentarily upon seeing Victor, but then his expression turned strange as if he remembered something. No matter what Tony was thinking, Victor felt displeased by his expression. He waved his hand, throwing Obadiah onto the floor while casually playing with the second-generation mini-arc reactor, ignoring Tony's odd gaze. He took out his Huawei phone and began snapping pictures. With each click, Tony's already pale face turned a shade of deep green. After checking the photos to his satisfaction, just as Tony regained his ability to move, he hurriedly grabbed the second-generation mini-arc reactor that Victor had tossed onto the sofa, frantically trying to insert it into his chest. In his panic, he missed the mark several times, making his face grow even paler. Finally, after struggling to install the arc reactor, Tony barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief when he looked up to see Victor grinning and pointing his phone at him, yet not pressing the shutter. Tony's face immediately shifted from white to black. "Damn it! You're recording this? Damn it! Hand that thing back to me!" Tony shouted angrily, reaching out to snatch the phone back. Victor swiftly retracted his arm, easily dodging Tony's attempt to grab it. "I'll give you $5 million. Just give me that damn phone." Tony's face darkened, his eyes glinting with rage. However, Victor remained unfazed by his words. "Do you think I need that $5 million? Victor leisurely pulled out a check and waved it in front of Tony. "What I really need is more money. If you sign this check, I'll delete all the compromising information on your phone." Tony's expression instantly soured further, almost turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. He recognized that the check Victor was holding was the jaw-dropping $100 trillion check from days prior. Moreover, from Victor's words, it was clear that signing the check meant not only deleting the data but also that he would keep the phone, which infuriated Tony even more. "Is your phone made of vibranium?" Tony roared in frustration. "Even if it were made of vibranium, it wouldn't be worth $100 trillion. Before Wakanda revealed itself, the only known vibranium was the famous shield made alongside Captain America. Victor merely smiled slightly but said nothing more, quietly putting the phone and the check away. He then pointed his chin toward Obadiah, who was lying motionless on the floor, a smirk playing on his lips as he said with a hint of mockery, "Let me guess, your earlier state was the result of a sneak attack, huh? You knew he hired someone to kill you, yet you didn't revoke his access to your villa?" Tony's face twitched sharply, and for once, his notoriously sharp tongue fell silent. Indeed, even with his sonic weapon, how could Obadiah have approached him stealthily and attacked? Wasn't it because Obadiah had full access to the villa, and since his clearance was high, the alarms wouldn't trigger when he entered? Seeing Tony no longer retorting, a glint of triumph flashed in Victor's eyes, and a victorious smile spread across his face. This was their fourth encounter, and each time, he had come out on top. It seemed this Marvel Universe's #1 sharp-tongued character was not so formidable after all. He flashed a wide gesture at Tony, proudly stating, "Twice now, I've saved you. You owe me big time." With that, Victor turned his back and walked away without a second glance. "What? Do I need you to save me?" Tony's exaggerated tone came from behind. "Even without you, I can solve my own problems. I don't need you meddling." Victor waved his right hand without looking back, then curled 4 fingers down, leaving only his middle finger extended toward Tony. This inevitably sent Tony into another fit of rage. Once Victor had left the villa, his previously volatile temper suddenly calmed. He stared at the motionless Obadiah on the ground, his eyes flashing with complex emotions, lost in thought. Victor, who had just left, was unaware of what would happen next. The dormant surveillance program, once activated, had already been quietly cleared by Jarvis. He quickly returned to his own villa in just 3 minutes, while Wanda's new game was still ongoing. She didn't even know Victor had left the villa. Victor wasted no time and instructed Alice to log into Wanda's opponent's account and began an intense showdown with her in the game. Previously, as her teammate, he had easily led Wanda to victory, but now he had lost much of that thrill. He needed to teach Wanda a good lesson, allowing her to feel the pressure of the game. It would be much more interesting. Thus, during the late-night gaming session, Wanda's lips were pursed, and she felt a surge of frustration, eager to take Victor down. However, since she was still new to the game, her understanding of the heroes was shallow, and her skills were not yet refined, making it impossible for her to showcase any impressive moves. She silently complained in her heart that Victor was such a steel-straight man, not even allowing the girl to win in a game. As a result of this series of events, Wanda remained silent during breakfast, her head down as she meticulously pondered Victor's gaming tactics. Watching her earnest demeanor, Victor stroked his chin thoughtfully. Since Wanda was so keen on competition and had such strong ambition, perhaps he should consider forming a dedicated team for her in the future, allowing her to showcase her skills on the competitive stage. After breakfast, Victor returned to the second living room, leisurely sipping tea while listening to Phrygia report on the progress of various tasks. Everything he had instructed was proceeding smoothly, which pleased him greatly. Once the report was finished, Phrygia went off to continue her heavy workload. As the seemingly evil capitalist, Victor settled back comfortably on the beach, enjoying the warm embrace of the sun while his thoughts drifted, contemplating various matters. In this leisurely state, he couldn't help but wonder when this kind of life would come to an end. He had been charging for nearly 10 days. He privately speculated whether enhancing his telekinesis to the limit would allow him to break free from the atmosphere's constraints. If so, he would love to give it a try. If he could succeed, he might consider exchanging for Superman bloodline, super breath, anaerobic breath, allowing his photonic energy to replace breathing, enabling him to survive freely in a vacuum. As he thought about all this, Victor gradually drifted off to sleep, not waking until the sun had set in the evening. He sat up, preparing to stretch, when Alice's voice interrupted him. Chen, at 1:04 p.m. today, Stark Industries executive president, Obadiah Stane, was arrested. Mr. Stark has charged him with theft of corporate trade secrets and hiring for murder, among 12 charges. The case has not yet gone to trial, but it is expected that Obadiah Stane will spend the rest of his life in prison. If convicted, the shares he holds in Stark Industries will be reclaimed by the company and redistributed among other shareholders. This news has not been concealed. Before the stock market closed, Stark Industries' stock price plummeted 6%, with many retail investors hastily selling off their shares. Besides Mr. Norman making an active acquisition, you have also been buying shares. Mr. Norman called you an hour ago, but since you didn't respond, he took the initiative to acquire shares from 14 small shareholders of Stark Industries, giving him a total of 17% of the stakes, making him the second largest shareholder after Mr. Stark's 37%. Currently, Osborne Industries' available liquid assets have reached their limit. To prevent a cash flow crisis, if Mr. Norman wants to continue acquiring shares of Stark Industries, he will need to sell off some of his Osborne Industries shares to raise cash. Mr. Norman has left a message asking if you would like to continue purchasing? Alice's report surprised Victor. That old fox, Norman, was genuinely committed to acquiring Stark Industries shares? He was even willing to sell off his Osborne shares to keep buying? Was it because he had angered Victor over the last incident that he wanted to make amends, or was he planning to stake everything on Victor? Regardless of the reason, it was clearly a great opportunity to buy at the bottom, and Victor wouldn't miss out on such a chance. Why not take the free money? He ordered without hesitation, let Norman retain ownership of the Osborne Tower, convert all other assets into Stark shares, acquire as much as possible. Understood. After issuing the order, Victor no longer paid attention to the matter. If Norman could execute his command perfectly this time, then entrusting him with managing the new company he envisioned wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, having Phrygia manage a gaming company was a bit beyond her capabilities. Another matter weighed heavily on Victor's mind. He was not surprised by Tony's handling of Obadiah. With the mini-arc reactor in his possession, he could use some unfavorable news to make investors and shareholders lose confidence in Stark Industries, leading to a massive sell-off that would lower the stock price. Then, he could buy up Stark's shares at a low price. Although this method was a bit unscrupulous, it was a basic operation in the world of capital. However, putting Obadiah in prison felt too much like a movie plot. Defeating the villain but not killing him, instead imprisoning him, only for the villain to come back for revenge later. Moreover, without the appearance of Ironmonger, how would Tony become the true Iron Man? Victor was filled with anticipation. On this night, Victor was gaming with Wanda as usual. However, at that moment, Alice suddenly issued a warning. It turned out that an hour ago, a terrorist attack occurred at the Los Angeles prison where Obadiah was held, with the aim of releasing a large number of thugs to cause chaos. At this critical moment, a mysterious individual arrived at the prison, assisting the guards in successfully thwarting the terrorists' plans, resulting in only a handful of criminals escaping, while the prison itself was not breached. No need to ask, this mysterious individual was Stark. However, since there weren't many civilians witnessing the event, the identity of Iron Man had not been exposed and was only being investigated on a small scale. Upon hearing this news, Victor secretly speculated that Obadiah might be among the escaped criminals. However, the reality was different. Obadiah not only failed to escape but was also in a cell that was hit by a firebomb during the crossfire between the terrorists and Tony. After the incident calmed down, there was only a charred corpse left in the cell.
DNA identification confirmed that the body was indeed Obadiah.
This series of developments made Victor feel overly dramatic and too coincidental.
Could it be that Tony, in a fit of rage while dealing with criminals, accidentally injured Obadiah in a legal manner?
But Victor felt that was unlikely. While Tony had a bad temper, he wasn't the kind of person who would kill innocents indiscriminately. Besides, if he wanted to take action, he had the opportunity to deal with Obadiah last night at the villa. Due to a lack of information, Victor couldn't make sense of what was happening, but deep down, he felt there must be some hidden truth.
This confusion was finally resolved the next evening.
It wasn't the sunset that woke him, but rather the ear-piercing air raid siren being played on repeat by Alice, which jolted him awake.
Alice, is there something important?
Victor rubbed his forehead, trying to suppress his morning grumpiness. He swore that if Alice was just messing with him and there was no important matter, he would definitely discuss returning for warranty with Royce. 2 minutes ago, Miss Pepper called, saying Mr. Stark might have been attacked at his villa, and she hopes you can go take a look, Alice said urgently.
This was indeed a very urgent matter.
Victor was initially stunned, but his once lazy spirits suddenly became clear. His first reaction was to dash towards the Ferrari still parked in the courtyard, instructing, hack into Tony's surveillance system and do it as quickly as possible.
I want to know exactly what happened.
Alice acknowledged his command. Victor got straight into the driver's seat, disregarded his seatbelt, and slammed the accelerator to the floor, with the Ferrari speeding towards Tony's villa like an arrow. As he raced, various pieces of information flashed through Victor's mind.
Who could have attacked Tony?
At this moment, Obadiah, who burned to death last night, seemed like the most likely suspect. He had enough manpower and equipment, as long as he had the money. But other possibilities couldn't be ruled out. For instance, what if Ivan Vanko's father had died earlier, prompting him to attack Tony sooner?
But that seemed unlikely, as the equipment that poor guy built was so rudimentary. How could he obtain Tony's address?
Or perhaps the extremis virus unexpectedly overcame challenges, leading Killian, that little punk, to come back for revenge? But that didn't make sense either. In the original story, it was because Happy was attacked and severely injured that Tony angrily revealed himself to provoke the attackers.
It couldn't be that Hydra was envious of Tony's iron suit and sent someone to steal the data, right?
Furthermore, Alice didn't mention anything happening to Happy, which made that scenario the least likely.
Hydra hadn't yet reached their peak strength. If they acted recklessly, any trace could expose their existence.
What they wanted was just a highly expensive set of iron armor, which wasn't practical for widespread use. The risks and rewards didn't balance, and at most, they would use some means, like military tribunals, to pressure Tony into handing over iron suit technology.
Resorting to violence was only a last resort. Could it be that Tony had offended other enemies?
That guy had always been sharp-tongued, arrogant, and full of himself, unintentionally offending countless people. Killian was one of them.
It wasn't impossible for someone holding a grudge to attack him.
Just as Victor was lost in thought, Alice completed the hack into JRVIS, but she didn't bring good news.
Sorry, Mr. Stark, the surveillance system in the villa area has been completely destroyed. Alice can't obtain any information and can only use satellites. Watch out. There's danger ahead.
Suggest you stop.
Upon hearing Alice's urgent warning, Victor activated his long-range vision.
3,000 meters ahead, there were armed individuals in special operations uniforms every 500 meters, each carrying a rocket-propelled grenade launcher aimed directly at Victor. He spotted 14 RPGs. Clearly, they had anticipated Victor's arrival for rescue. This blatant threat was likely meant to deter him. Victor hesitated. After all, these were RPGs. Specifically designed for close-range bombardment of tanks and armored vehicles, not something small like a handgun. He had a premonition that if hit directly by a rocket, his iron body could withstand at most one shot, perhaps two with psychic power, but a third shot would be fatal, and a fourth hit would basically mean game over.
That was terrifying. What normal person could withstand 4 RPG hits? Even a lightly armored tank would only survive one.
At that moment, Victor contemplated turning back. But waiting for rescue was Tony Stark, a character intertwined with the Marvel Universe, a key figure who would eventually defeat Thanos in Avengers 4.
What if he left and something happened to Tony?
As Victor hesitated, the Ferrari was already racing at 340 km per hour into the enemy strike zone, and the frontmost armed individual had already pulled the trigger. A rocket shot forward, propelled by a brief burst, towards a point on the road. If Victor maintained his speed, they would inevitably collide.
Forget about agonizing over what to choose. Damn it! Victor gripped the steering wheel tightly, growling, "Stark, this time I'm really risking it all. If you dare to die, I will definitely find Egg to revive you, and then mock you severely." He cast aside unnecessary thoughts, focusing solely on that jetting rocket. He braked, downshifted to shift the car's weight forward, and sharply turned the wheel to swing the rear of the car out, then quickly counter-steered to sway the car to the other side. In this series of maneuvers, the Ferrari executed a dragon tail movement, perfectly avoiding the rocket's strike zone, continuing to speed forward amidst the explosion's aftermath. Victor felt no joy, rather, he was tense, his palms sweating on the steering wheel. In his line of sight, another 6 rockets were fired, horizontally sealing off an entire area. Unless he decelerated to evade, no matter how skillfully he maneuvered, he wouldn't escape being hit. But slowing down in someone else's encirclement could easily turn his car into scraps with the subsequent rockets. At this moment, Victor found himself in a dilemma. His mind was chaotic, which was his disadvantage. He hadn't undergone professional training or combat. Even though he had become a little Superman, he still appeared clumsy against elite opponents. The 3 bodyguards from the day before had already put him at a significant disadvantage, nearly allowing Obadiah to escape. Now, facing the blockade of 6 rockets, with 25 years of life experience, he had never been taught how to respond in such situations. Thus, Victor decided to act decisively, hitting the brakes to slow down and avoid this wave of bombardment. Meanwhile, he opened the platform interface. "So you want to fight, huh? Alright. Let's play big." Boom. 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 A series of deafening sounds erupted as 6 rocket-propelled grenades, RPGs, detonated approximately 10 meters from the car, and in less than half a second, the Ferrari sped through this perilous explosion zone like an arrow released from a bow. When it reappeared in view, its appearance had changed drastically. The paint was instantly scorched black by the intense heat, and countless stones of various sizes were ejected, leaving fist-sized dents across the bodywork. Some stones were even embedded in the body and windshield, creating a horrifying scene as if it had been through a bombardment. This was merely the aftermath of the explosions. If the RPGs had struck directly, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The car would undoubtedly be totaled. However, fate seemed unwilling to grant Victor even a moment's respite, as another 10 RPGs descended like a torrential rain, completely covering a large area of the road ahead. The timing of these launches was staggered, and with Victor's powerful long-range vision, he clearly saw numerous scattered caltrops laid on the ground. If he attempted to pull the same stunt again and charge through this explosive zone, it was certain that the tires would be punctured by the caltrops, leaving him trapped while subsequent bombardments mercilessly sent him to his doom. In this critical moment, Victor didn't choose to slow down. Instead, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, adopting a stance as if he were determined to charge through the terrifying barrage. But just as the vehicle was halfway through, he suddenly swerved sharply. The speeding car shot off the road's edge like a bolt of lightning, crashing violently into an armed man shouldering an RPG. It then carved a trench over 10 meters long into the wasteland, followed by a deafening explosion as the armed man and his weapon disintegrated into fragments. At the moment he swerved the steering wheel, Victor leaped out of the convertible, propelled by inertia, soaring upward and successfully avoiding the residual explosions. Just then, Victor had finished purchasing the corresponding items and was preparing to extract them from his inventory. However, at that critical moment, his previously impenetrable telekinetic shield was pierced at several points, and he felt heavy impacts on his waist, chest, and head. The force was so strong that his vision went black for an instant, and he plummeted to the ground like a kite with a severed string. "Hiss!" Victor gasped, his face contorted in pain. Ignoring the dust at his mouth, he struggled to lift his head, his eyes flashing with anger and caution. He knew this was definitely the work of a sniper. But he didn't know the specific model and power of these sniper rifles. He only knew that at least 4 sniper bullets had concentrated on his body. Fortunately, after days of leisurely salty fish living on the beach, his iron body had managed to withstand the brutal impact of the sniper bullets without being easily penetrated. However, the searing pain was nearly unbearable, as if every nerve in his body were being torn apart. Lying on the ground, Victor didn't rush to get up. He understood that his current situation was extremely dangerous. If he stood up recklessly, he could easily become a live target for the sniper. Enduring the pain, he gritted his teeth and said, "Alice, immediately block the satellite signals in the vicinity and restrict all video surveillance as much as possible." "Understood." Blocking completed. Alice's cold voice echoed in Victor's mind. With Alice's response, Victor felt slightly reassured. He quickly extracted all 10 items from his inventory.
In the next moment, 10 oddly shaped humanoid creatures appeared out of thin air around him, forming a solid protective circle. These creatures had limbs on the ground, their fingers resembling thick claws, completely naked and displaying a gruesome blood-red color, as if their skin had been stripped away, every muscle exposed to the air, accompanied by tongues as long as their arms. Their identities became immediately apparent. They were the lickers from Resident Evil. Product name, third generation liquor. Product category, technology. Product compatibility, 100%. Origin, Resident Evil universe. Rating, F-. Product price, F-class certification X2, dimensional points X25. Function description, mutants in the evolution of the T-virus, unafraid of death, instinctively craving flesh and blood. After 3 modifications, they no longer possess infectivity and can be controlled via an internal electronic program, serving as bioweapons. Slogan, this thing looks disgusting, but its combat power is rather weak. Victor couldn't help but ponder why he had chosen such a grotesque item among the countless products from different dimensions. The answer was quite simple. Alice, control them, kill all nearby enemies. Victor's tone was cold and resolute, without a hint of hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 lickers sprang into action like lightning. Their robust limbs raced across the ground at high speed, making it impossible for the RPGs to accurately target them, while the sniper fire consistently missed. Moreover, under Alice's precise control, they always kept one forelimb in front of their heads, effectively preventing any chance of being shot in the head. As for the bullets that struck their bodies, they paid them no mind, charging forward regardless, as if the bullets were ineffective against them. When they drew near the armed men, it marked the end of the line for those armed individuals. In a comparison of size, strength, and agility, the armed men could do nothing but add a few bullet holes to the lickers' bodies before helplessly awaiting their demise. This was the reason Victor had chosen these ugly creatures. In their original universe, these bioweapons were controlled by Alice. Yet even in this one-sided slaughter, the armed men still fought valiantly, with not a single one opting to flee. Victor relaxed slightly, preparing to sit up, but just then, a sniper bullet struck him like a venomous snake, hitting his body fiercely and leaving him breathless, as if his chest were being crushed. He couldn't help but sigh in resignation. These people were still focused on him? Lying helplessly on the ground, he quietly waited for the lickers to eliminate all the enemies. He activated his super hearing, and a torrent of sounds, gunfire, the lickers' roars, the armed men's shouts, flooded into his brain, but none provided any useful information. Until, in a moment of desperation, an armed man captured by a licker, seeing death approaching, bravely pulled the pin on his grenade belt and shouted, "Hail Hydra!" With a violent explosion, the first licker was killed, and that "Hail Hydra!" slogan echoed in Victor's mind, lingering stubbornly. These armed men were fearless, refusing to flee, and even shouted that slogan. In the Marvel universe, who else could it be but Hydra? Was Hydra truly attacking Tony? Weren't they afraid of exposing their identity? As Victor quietly pondered these questions, the battle on the other side grew exceptionally fierce. Following the good example set by the armed man, the remaining Hydra members, faced with the lickers' assault, hastily pulled their grenade belts, preparing to take the lickers down with them. But would an artificial intelligence make the same mistake twice? Under Alice's command, the lickers no longer pursued their enemies blindly, their long tongues lashed out like whips. Once they ensnared an enemy, they would violently toss them into the air, sending them plummeting from a height of over 10 meters, leaving them either dead or severely injured. The Hydra side was also highly elite. The snipers hiding on the perimeter took advantage of the lickers' moments of rigidity to shoot down 6 of the lickers. But that was all they could achieve. The Hydra members ambushed outside faced the lickers, who could easily sense their enemies with their keen sense of smell and hearing. Their disguises were rendered completely ineffective, and they were quickly found and killed by the lickers. "Chen, the peripheral enemies have been eliminated," Alice's voice broke Victor's reverie. "The remaining 3 lickers have surrounded the villa. Do you want to proceed with reconnaissance?" Upon hearing Alice's words, Victor carefully sat up. He waited for a few seconds, confirming that no sniper bullets were coming for him again, before slowly breathing a sigh of relief. However, before he could give the next command, an unexpected event occurred. 3 armed helicopters flew in silently from the depths of the ocean, like ghosts, with their sights set directly on Tony's villa. It was clear that Hydra was preparing to retreat. Faced with this sudden situation, Victor felt some hesitation in his heart. Now wasn't the best time for Hydra to be exposed. Once they were revealed, his carefully planned shield talent acceptance program would likely be ruined.
However, if Tony were taken by these guys, a series of subsequent plans would be thrown into chaos, and that would be disastrous. Just as Victor was in doubt, his extraordinary long-range vision allowed him to clearly see that each of the 3 helicopters was equipped with a sniper rifle. Coincidentally, Victor recognized that the sniper rifle was the powerful Barrett .50 caliber. This thing had formidable power, even light armored tanks would find it hard to withstand its attack. Victor couldn't help but think to himself, could his iron body endure such a terrifying shot? Even if he could block it, the pain he would endure would likely be doubled. With that in mind, Victor quickly performed a roll to evade the sniper's aim. However, to his surprise, the targets were not him. The 3 rifles were aimed at the remaining 3 lickers, and they opened fire one after another. Taking advantage of their high ground, they brutally severed the lickers' limbs, rendering the creatures unable to move agilely, and then they blasted their entire heads apart. The bloody scene was sickening. Watching the surrounding severed limbs and corpses, Victor felt his stomach churn, and his throat itched uncontrollably. He forced himself to suppress some instinctive reactions, remaining highly alert, while secretly guessing whether the enemy would turn their weapons on him after dealing with the lickers. At that moment, Victor's supersensitive hearing caught a vague command. Do not fire, target threat level, leave 4, absorption. Due to the noise from the helicopter blades, he couldn't hear the entire message clearly. But he could confirm that the enemy had received orders from above not to harm him. Sure enough, they didn't fire again but instead kept their sights trained on Victor from a distance, using their guns to intimidate him and prevent him from getting closer. Victor tentatively lifted his foot to move closer, but before he could set it down, they decisively pulled the trigger. The telekinetic force surrounding Victor seemed to lose all resistance, and the sniper bullet easily pierced through it, hitting the spot where he had just placed his foot and creating a crater the size of a child's head. Looking at this crater, Victor silently withdrew his foot and stood still, thinking to himself, what kind of hellish power is this? If that sniper bullet hit him, even if it couldn't breach his defenses, it would surely crush his internal organs. It seemed he should first use his long-range vision to check whether Tony had been captured. If Tony hadn't been taken, then it would be best to let these guys leave. Hydra's exposure wouldn't benefit anyone. Fury hadn't yet built up enough power for a counterattack, Hydra hadn't grown strong enough, and he hadn't found the right position to take advantage. If Tony was really taken, Victor thought to himself, the balance left on his platform could definitely crush them if piled up. The 3 armed helicopters quickly approached the villa's rooftop and dropped a bunch of rappelling ropes. Immediately after, dozens of armed individuals sprinted out from the villa, each carrying a tactical briefcase. Victor observed all this with cold eyes and did not move. He carefully noted the size of those tactical briefcases, speculating that if they wanted to take Tony, they might have to dismember him to pack him in. But Hydra doing so wouldn't benefit them at all. Tony was just an ordinary person. Aside from his blood possibly having some research value, there was nothing else worth studying. However, to Victor's astonishment, Obadiah also emerged from the villa, wearing an expression full of triumph. How is this guy still alive? It seemed that the prison attack last night was indeed the work of Hydra. Their goal was to rescue Obadiah to gain first-hand information. After taking the person away, the armed helicopters didn't linger but flew straight out to the depths of the ocean. Victor watched as the helicopters left the coastline, then wrapped his telekinetic force around himself and flew swiftly towards Tony. The previous Ferrari had turned into a heap of scrap metal in the chaos, and this flying maneuver was currently his fastest way to travel. At this moment, Victor deeply felt the gap between the 2 methods of travel. The car would have taken only 40 seconds, but it took him a full 2 minutes to arrive, during which his telekinetic power was nearly exhausted. After all, he had only gained this ability less than half a month ago. If he had tried to intercept the rocket with telekinesis just now, the outcome would have been unimaginable. The villa's front door had been violently breached, and Victor made his way into the living room without obstruction. It was the same familiar sofa position. Tony hadn't managed to stay conscious this time, lying back on the couch, unconscious, with a noticeable bruise on his left temple. From the injury, it appeared Tony had been knocked out by a heavy blow. Likewise, the small arc reactor in Tony's chest was missing, likely another of Obadiah's doing. Victor didn't go to check on Tony. Instead, he turned on his heel and walked down the stairs at the side of the living room, descending to Tony's underground laboratory. The glass was shattered all over the place, and the entire laboratory could only be described as a mess, with various tools and items carelessly strewn across the floor, clearly left behind by fleeing Hydra members. But Victor had no time to pay attention to this. He spread out the remaining telekinetic energy like a stream of water, searching through the clutter for a rectangular model. He muttered to himself, "Please, don't change this plot. Otherwise, the cost of resurrection will be substantial." Luckily, it seemed that today Tony's Grim Reaper was on holiday. Before his telekinesis was completely depleted, Victor finally found his target among the junk, a glass display case containing a first-generation small arc reactor. Looking at the glass display case, Victor sighed in relief, thankful that Pepper remained nostalgic and hadn't disposed of this important item. He quickly rushed back, clenched his right fist, and smashed it down. The glass display case shattered instantly, and the first-generation small arc reactor was retrieved intact. With this little gadget filling the void in Tony's chest, Victor finally breathed a sigh of relief, saving a significant resurrection cost. Just as he was contemplating whether to splash some cold water on Tony to wake him up, his super-sensitive hearing caught the sound of brakes outside the villa. He listened carefully and realized there was only one person's footsteps. Based on this sound, Victor guessed that Hydra had returned. He racked his brain and quickly deduced the identity of the visitor, standing in place to wait for the person to come in. However, the person did not enter through the front door but skillfully climbed over the fence, sneaking in from the side of the villa and cautiously exploring forward until he popped his head out from the back hall. The newcomer was a black man in an Air Force uniform, with his hands extended and gripping a handgun. Upon entering the living room, he quickly spotted Victor, almost instantly placing the gun's sight on Victor's head. "Put your hands up," he shouted, "I want to see your hands. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll live." As he warned Victor, he scanned the living room with his peripheral vision and soon noticed the unconscious Tony on the sofa. His expression tightened further, and he barked, "Get away from Tony. Go to that corner and put your hands on your head. Now." Immediately. Seeing the man pointing a small gun at him, Victor shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "James Rhodes, right? If you want Tony to wake up quickly, you'd better bring some water." Indeed, the visitor was one of Tony's rare good friends, Air Force Major James Rhodes, who would later become War Machine and a member of the Avengers. At this moment, Mission Progress +1, currently completed April 5th. "You know me?" Rhodey remained cautious, not insisting on having Victor crouch with his hands on his head, nor lowering his gun. "Tell me who you are. And what the hell is going on here?" Victor scratched his head, unsure how to explain everything to Rhodey. After considering it, he decided to place the blame on Tony. He concentrated the remaining telekinetic energy into a needle and aimed it at Tony's thigh. No, that position was too harsh, better to poke Tony's thigh. As the telekinetic needle pierced down, Tony instantly jolted awake, clutching the spot where he was poked and shooting up from the sofa, glaring around with a twisted expression. When he saw Rhodey aiming a gun at Victor, Tony grimaced and said, "What are you guys doing here? No matter what happened, Rhodey, put the gun down first. Also, did you just shoot me in the thigh?" Victor's carefully laid plans ultimately fell through. At that moment, he was sitting on the sofa while Rhodey and Tony stood side by side, scrutinizing him with piercing gazes, turning the situation into a two-on-one interrogation. Feeling slightly flustered under their intense stares, Victor feigned anger and said, "Hey, I just got here. Can you not look at me like I'm some kind of monkey? Well, can you tell us what the hell is going on?" Rhodey took the lead, pointing towards outside the villa. "Who exactly did that?" Before Victor could respond, Tony quickly threw out another question. "So, you're the one who broke into my house and knocked me out?" "Tony, that's not the point. What's happening outside is the real problem." Rhodey quickly tried to redirect Tony's focus. "This jerk came into my house and knocked me out, and you're telling me that's not important?" Tony's eyes widened in shock. "I pay a lot of taxes every year. You'd better go look outside. Just 2 or 3 kilometers from your house, there's been a horrific massacre," Rhodey argued. "At least 20 fully armed mercenaries. And some things that look like they escaped from a lab. I hope that's not something you cooked up. I don't want to hear about you conducting human experiments, or I'll have to take action to arrest you." Rhodey's words were filled with sternness, making Tony realize the seriousness of the situation. Skeptically, he asked, "Jarvis, tell me what happened at the location Rhodey mentioned." However, he received no response. Victor awkwardly turned his head away. He had previously instructed Alice to hack into Jarvis's system at lightning speed to gather intel on Tony, and the quickest method often involved violence. A flood of garbage data had overwhelmed Jarvis's logic loops, leaving it likely frozen without external help. Unaware of this, Tony thought Jarvis was malfunctioning and muttered, "It's time to upgrade him," as he headed toward the underground lab. Then came an angry roar as Tony returned, wielding a large wrench, his face a mask of fury. Upon seeing the two, he growled, "Tell me who smashed my lab. I'm going to thank him properly, with my wrench." Tony's gaze darted between Victor and Rhodey. While he was reluctant to believe it, both could potentially be the culprits. One was a stranger, the other a military representative. Both had reasons to spy on the technology behind the iron suit and the small arc reactor. Rhodey was understandably confused and quickly distanced himself from the situation. "When I arrived, I saw him standing here. You woke up screaming before we even exchanged a few words." Tony and Rhodey's focus shifted back to Victor, who wore an indifferent expression. It was evident that Tony had been knocked out without any warning, so he was completely oblivious to the events that had transpired. Otherwise, he would have already been roaring at Rhodey. With this in mind, things became much easier for Victor. He had been pondering how to explain the liquors, and now he could showcase his PhD-level screenwriting skills. "Tony, have you not revoked Obadiah's access to your home?" Victor asked. Tony's furious blaze of anger was momentarily extinguished. "Hey, don't go off on a tangent. Stan was knocked out right under my nose, it couldn't possibly be him." Victor rolled his eyes helplessly. Who was the one changing the subject? How could Tony, who prided himself on being a genius, keep making the same mistake? Without further ado, Victor activated his telekinesis to grab a tablet from the table, saying, "Alice, do we have any footage of the attack on Tony?" Alice acknowledged and the tablet began to play the footage. The screen showed Tony sitting on the sofa answering a phone call when Obadiah appeared silently from behind, raising a chair and bringing it down hard on Tony, who instantly collapsed onto the sofa. The footage then cut off. The scene shifted to outside the villa, where dozens of armed individuals burst through the door, shooting and exploding every camera in their path. The footage continued to switch until it reached Tony's underground lab, where all surveillance equipment had been utterly destroyed. After the playback ended, Tony's face turned ashen, his expression filled with frustration as he said, "Damn it. I will definitely find that guy." Rhodey's brow was furrowed. He still didn't know what the enemy's objective was, but from their well-trained coordination and orderly planning, it was evident that they were no ordinary group, possibly even members of a special forces team. The question now was, which country did these people belong to? Whether American or from another nation, the implications behind it weren't optimistic. Victor raised an eyebrow slightly. They actually let Obadiah act as the vanguard? It was just Tony's carelessness that allowed the ambush to succeed. Otherwise, with Tony's skills, he might not have been defeated so easily. Unless... Victor quickly realized this was Hydra's smokescreen, designed to shift the focus of subsequent investigations onto Obadiah and how he managed to escape, allowing Hydra to remain hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D., living openly in the sunlight. This was truly interesting. After a moment of silence, Tony and Rhodey suddenly asked in unison, "How can you control my home systems? Who is Alice? Is she also an AI? What did you do to Jarvis? And what do you know about those monsters outside?" Victor raised his hand, signaling them to calm down. He first answered Tony's questions. "Pepper called me for help, saying you were attacked. Of course, I needed to get your information as quickly as possible, so I had Alice hack into your security system. Plus, I wrecked a sports car getting here, so you owe me for that." Then he turned to answer Rhodey's question. "You need to ask Tony about that, I'm not quite sure myself. When I arrived, I was hit by an RPG, and then those monsters appeared and started fighting with those armed guys. They might have brought them along. Tony, what do you know?" As he spoke, Victor instructed Alice to take satellite photos and handed the tablet to Tony. The gruesome images turned Tony's face an unnatural shade. He tossed the tablet to Rhodey. "Stark Industries doesn't have deep research in biology. How could I know what you guys at Osborne Industries don't even recognize? Wasn't it you who brought them here?" Rhodey, looking at the photos on the tablet, glanced up at Victor. "So this guy was from Osborne Industries? Good thing he hadn't shot him earlier." The Osborne Industrial Group had a close partnership with the military, but it wasn't under his jurisdiction. Ignoring Tony's snarky remarks, Victor shrugged indifferently and said, "I don't know much about this. You guys should investigate it yourselves. Since you're okay, I won't cause trouble here. Otherwise, I might have to whip out a check and smack you with it." The mention of a check successfully grossed Tony out, while Rhodey wore a confused expression. A check to smack Tony in the face? Could this young guy be richer than Tony? Victor quickly slipped away, and as he reached the door, he looked back and added, "Oh, by the way, my car got blown up by a rocket. You're not going to make me walk back, are you?" The mention of a check felt like a sharp jab,
causing Tony's expression to instantly become unnatural, his mouth twitching involuntarily. A strong impulse surged within him to tell Victor to leave immediately and stop being such an eyesore. However, he wasn't the kind of person who lacked awareness. He understood the nuances of human relationships. Given the information at hand, it was clear that Victor had rushed over to rescue him after receiving Pepper's distress call, even if Tony felt that the urgency might not have been entirely justified. Well, perhaps there was a bit of necessity. After all, when he had gone downstairs earlier, he noticed that the small arc reactor in his chest had been replaced with the one he had previously made in the cave. Obadiah wouldn't have taken the new reactor out just to replace it with an old one, right? So this must have been Victor's doing. Now, considering that Victor's car had been blown to bits, it was reasonable for him to ask for compensation for a vehicle. Yet, Victor had such a knack for irritating him. Just as he finally managed to suppress his anger, Tony pointed towards the basement stairs and said, "The underground garage is right behind my lab. Go pick a car and get out of my sight." Victor shrugged, seemingly unbothered, and strolled toward the basement stairs. Back in the chaotic underground lab, he took the time to scan the room more carefully. He noticed that the 3 iron suits were still intact in their display cases and hadn't been taken by Hydra, likely because their plan to snipe him had failed and they didn't have time to grab these treasures to avoid exposure. But what was in their tactical briefcases? The second-generation small arc reactor that was now in Tony's chest must be among those items. Given the state of disarray in the lab, they likely took many models, half-finished products, and even design blueprints and critical data. Thinking about this made Victor gasp in shock, pondering, could it be that in the future, everyone in Hydra would wear an iron suit? That would be quite troublesome, and this unexpected factor had to be considered. While deep in thought, Victor crossed the lab and entered the underground parking garage behind it. There was also a testing platform here, in complete disarray. Among the wreckage, he spotted a blue luxury car that looked like it had been struck hard by something heavy. It was completely totaled, and he could still see a simple patch job on it. Victor recalled this vehicle. He remembered when Tony first tested the iron suit, he had no idea about its weight and ended up crashing through the roof, breaking a piano, demolishing the floor, and finally landing on this poor luxury car. It seemed this was one of the places where Tony had tested his iron suit. Aside from this wrecked luxury car, the others were still parked quietly, as Hydra showed no interest in these mundane items. However, Victor was quite intrigued by the luxury cars: Lamborghini's Hewley's Pregunta, Maybach's Landaulet, Pagani's Zonda Tricolor. These were all limited edition luxury cars, uniquely customized. He never expected Tony would collect so many of them. After some deliberation, Victor ultimately chose a Ferrari. The specific model was hard to tell, but it seemed to be a custom version made for Tony. Whatever Tony had customized for himself, it must have cost a pretty penny, probably over $3 million, which was double what he had previously claimed for his car reimbursement. However, it wasn't that Victor couldn't afford a more expensive car, it was just that cars in America generally weren't that pricey. The car key was still in the ignition, and he started it up without any issue. The engine roared smoothly, indicating it had been well maintained. Driving the Ferrari back to his villa, Victor's face paled slightly. The lickers were already terrifying in appearance, and witnessing them being slaughtered by various firearms was even harder to bear. Not to mention the people who were killed up close by the lickers. Their corpses were shocking, with those who fell to their deaths at least having intact bodies, while those who were initially killed up close were torn to shreds in an extremely bloody scene. As he drove back, Victor's intense curiosity made it hard for him to keep his gaze straight ahead. His throat felt itchy and uncomfortable. But he still endured, not allowing himself to show any signs of discomfort. Being a director isn't just about exploiting actors or directing them with hand gestures. An excellent director needs to understand a lot of things, including screenwriting, costume design, color matching, set design, and more. They should have some knowledge of each area, or even be proficient in them. Understanding the materials related to corpses and how a body struggles upon death is also part of their experience, something Victor had observed plenty during his time in medical school. Of course, a director like Victor, so committed to quality, was rare. So, as a jack of all trades who wants to master everything, Victor realized after this battle that his practical skills were severely lacking. If he were as proficient in combat as Captain America, he wouldn't have been in such a dire situation today, right? Captain America could withstand bullets, but he wasn't invulnerable. This flaw needed to be corrected immediately, and he had to take action without delay. Declining Wanda's invitation for a ranking match, Victor dove into his bedroom and opened the platform to start searching for combat skills programs.
There were products that came with combat memory, magical scrolls that directly infused combat techniques, and coaches that could manifest as spiritual entities. The variety of products was dazzling. Ultimately, Victor chose a product he had longed for. Product name: Learning Virtual Helmet. Product category: Bloodline, Technology, Magic, Skills, Others. Product compatibility: 64%. Source plane: The Matrix. Rating: E-. Product price: 3 E-level certificates, 400 dimensional points. Function description: transforms knowledge into electronic signals and infuses them into the cerebral cortex. Slogan: cheer for your luck. The previous generation of learning helmets required insertion into the brain, simply inhumane. As one of the classic old movies, Victor had studied The Matrix himself. He had always envied that scene where characters could instantaneously learn martial arts, fly helicopters, and speak multiple languages just by inserting a program and hitting enter. After all, he had so much to learn, and now that wish was finally coming true. Moreover, unlike the Matrix, this learning virtual helmet didn't have a long needle that needed to be inserted into the brain. It was simply a bulky helmet that resembled a heavy-duty helmet. However, he was puzzled as to why the compatibility of this helmet was only 64%. The accompanying manual was simple: just connect it to a computer and wear it to use. The first step was straightforward. Victor quickly had Alice connect the helmet wirelessly, gaining control and understanding how to convert the corresponding information into electronic signals. Of course, this knowledge could only be converted via this learning virtual helmet, and if he wanted to know about core technologies, he would need to purchase knowledge separately. Victor wasn't interested in core technologies, so after confirming Alice had taken over the learning virtual helmet, he immediately set his first learning target. Let's start steady. I'll learn Chinese up to HSK, level 11, tonight. Chinese martial arts are so fascinating. Why learn Taekwondo or Judo? Is Jeet Kune Do not strong enough? Or is it that inch power is too difficult to learn? Or is Tai Chi simply too easy to grasp? First, I'll master the language, and then I'll dive into these easy-to-learn but hard-to-master Chinese martial arts. After receiving the order, Alice immediately began to infuse knowledge. In Victor's experience, it felt as if some memories were suddenly resurfacing, and these memories felt like he had personally experienced them, without any feeling of incongruity. The term "a flood of creativity" perfectly described his experience at that moment. One by one, previously obscure and difficult words quickly became clear in his mind. This sensation was exhilarating, almost like he was cheating. However, Victor underestimated the profound depth of Chinese culture. The same characters, words, and sentence structures could carry entirely different meanings in different contexts, tones, attitudes, and backgrounds. A massive influx of electronic signals flooded his brain, making him feel for the first time, "Wow, my head feels so crowded today." Eventually, his processing speed couldn't keep up with the speed at which the electronic signals appeared, and he completely fell behind, his pupils displaying a vacant state of unawareness. Yet his consciousness remained. Vast amounts of knowledge surged in, needing his digestion, preventing him from losing consciousness. It wasn't until he felt like his head was about to explode that the influx of electronic signals finally ceased. At that moment, Alice reported, "Half of the Chinese HSK knowledge has been infused, taking 1.7 seconds. Significant fluctuations in brain electronic signals detected, temporary halt of infusion. Do you wish to continue?" Victor held his swollen head, his thoughts feeling like they were sinking into quicksand, filled with phrases like "Zhao Qian Sunli," "Confucius said," "Tao Te Ching," "Laozi willing." At the same time, he finally understood what the 64% compatibility referred to. No! 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 Victor quickly refused Alice's request to continue the infusion of knowledge. He helplessly held his forehead, sitting on the bed as he slowly adjusted his state, feeling like his head was about to explode. It turned out that the HSK materials Alice had found included classical Chinese content? This was truly troublesome for him. As someone who was half Chinese in his past life, he had indeed studied Chinese diligently, but growing up in America, he was completely clueless about classical Chinese. Phrases like "Confucius said," "Laozi said," "Suanzi said" had nothing to do with learning Chinese martial arts, did they? "Alice, where did you download these materials from?" Victor asked, puzzled as he supported his forehead. It was obtained from the headquarters of the Confucius Institute, which is the official organization for Chinese language testing. Is there a problem? Alice's tone had a hint of innocence, as it was simply following orders. Victor sighed helplessly, realizing it was his fault for not being thorough when giving orders. One could only say the depth of Chinese culture was truly vast. Wait a minute, was there a typo in there? Thinking about these things made his head start to ache. Forget it, he decided to stop thinking about it and just get some rest to give his brain a break. Victor was too lazy to even pull up the covers. He didn't believe that Superman would catch a cold from sleeping. He lay back, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. However, his mind felt like it was endlessly reciting scriptures, with various thoughts constantly bubbling up, so active that it was nearly unbearable. How could he possibly fall asleep? His brain was already operating at overload, and he didn't even have the strength to move a finger, so he could only lie there on the bed, feeling like a corpse. Finally, after enduring until sunrise, Victor began to feel a bit of drowsiness. He didn't even bother to eat breakfast, directly instructing Alice to notify Felicia and Wanda before flying to a beach chair on the sand. To his surprise, wrapped in the warm sunlight, his drowsiness wasn't as intense as usual. Moreover, similar to the geometric increase in his telekinesis, his thought processes had also accelerated several times over. The previous feeling of difficult digestion disappeared without a trace, replaced by that initial sense of clarity. This not only erased his excessive sleepiness but also allowed him to multitask, though his reactions were slightly delayed, yet it was not significantly impactful. Victor tried flying back to his room, wanting to avoid the direct sunlight to prevent that cumbersome feeling from returning. Upon leaving the sunlight, he felt as if he were enveloped by a dullness aura, which scared him enough to retreat back into the sunlight, whereupon he felt his mind become agile once again. The principle behind this was somewhat strange, but all in all, it was a good thing. The sun really was reliable. With his thoughts no longer sluggish, Victor immediately commanded, "Alice, organize the knowledge of Chinese martial arts by category, and use my account, but the only requirement is to simplify, simplify, and simplify." Do you understand? Understood. Should I arrange for a training instructor for you? Alice asked. A training instructor? That was indeed necessary. The learning virtual helmet merely stuffed knowledge into his head, similar to a teacher lecturing while he memorized everything instantly. To apply this knowledge, he needed to integrate it into his understanding and transform it into physical experience. However, hiring an ordinary human as a training instructor was out of the question. Given his iron physique, there were probably very few people who could spar with him. After all, his body could even withstand sniper bullets. He decided to purchase something on the platform instead, as there were relevant items available in the Matrix dimension. Product name, Virtual Reality Simulation. Product category, Technology. Product compatibility, 97%. Source plane, The Matrix. Rating, E-. Product price, 1 E-level certificate, 195 dimensional points. Function description, can simulate any tactile sensation in the mind, provided the computing power is sufficient. Slogan, this little thing has a high simulation rate, but it can be a bit harmful. The virtual reality simulation was a larger helmet that could be used independently or combined with the learning virtual helmet for greater convenience. According to the description, Victor's opponents could even be simulated as Iron Man, the Hulk, Thor, etc., provided that detailed data had been collected in reality. As for the slogan mentioning harmful, it seemed the platform's appraiser must be single. This was a good product, he bought it. Victor retrieved 2 helmets from his inventory and was momentarily dumbfounded, unsure how to put them on. He had Alice access the permissions, and then the 2 helmets automatically combined with a series of clicks. When he returned it to his inventory, it only occupied 1 slot. The name of the helmet also changed to Learning Virtual Helmet, Virtual Reality Simulation. To be honest, that name was a bit long. However, he didn't care about such trivial details. After all, it wasn't his product, and he didn't have naming rights. Victor eagerly put on the new helmet, activated the virtual program, and the scenery before his eyes instantly transformed. He found himself in a blank world. This world was very blinding. "Alice? Are you there?" Victor shouted upwards. Alice did not respond, but a black platform slowly rose from beneath his feet, with a white note placed on it. In this space, he couldn't use his long-range vision, so he had to reach out and pick up the note to read. The note contained instructions. The virtual program had a built-in simple control intelligence that could simulate corresponding environments, opponents, and even equipment based on the user's requests, provided sufficient computing power was available. However, the helmet itself did not come with computing power.
This was not a concern. Alice, as an artificial intelligence, could execute his commands perfectly and had enabled infinite connectivity, meaning Alice would provide the computing power. For now, the computing power was more than sufficient. At the end of the note, in bold, enlarged, underlined text, one critical sentence was emphasized. Death in virtual space does not lead to death in reality, but it can cause mental trauma. Depending on personal tolerance, experiencing death multiple times in a short period can lead to brain death. With this declaration, Victor no longer had to worry about suffering losses due to operational errors, and this warning was repeated 3 times. It seemed the developers had learned from their experiences, just like Raphael. Victor tore up the note, indicating he had finished reading, and officially activated the virtual reality function. Alice's voice immediately echoed in the space. Chen, you were in a silent state during the initial activation, unable to contact me. Please specify what environment you need? To prevent potential data loss for dimensional merchants leading to other consequences, the electronic signals in the virtual reality could only be input, not output. In other words, this helmet could not reverse read the user's brain. Victor had already made up his mind. Do you have a record of the battle on the road earlier? Yes, the eyes of the lickers function like cameras and can complete 87.15% of the simulation of the original scene. Are you sure you want to simulate that scene? Absolutely. Victor nodded firmly. Restore my abilities, unlimited telekinesis, invincible iron body, and long-range vision. I want to adapt to the killing scene first. Following his commands, Alice began to operate, and the surrounding scenery shifted. Victor transitioned from standing to sitting in the wrecked Ferrari, continuing to speed down the road. 10 seconds until the first strike, please be alert, Alice reminded him. Disable the alerts and use every means to kill me. Victor commanded. Although you cannot be killed right now, Alice will do her best to simulate, Alice corrected him. As soon as she finished speaking, the first rocket was already fired at him. Victor twisted his neck, a somewhat dissonant grimace appearing on his face. Come on, he thought to himself, it's either break down or adapt. The magnificent headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Triskelion, quietly sits on a small island in the middle of the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. The view from the top floor is simply enchanting, offering a panoramic view of Washington, with even the White House, where the President of the United States resides, clearly visible. From a strategic standpoint, this location is undoubtedly an absolute high ground. Sitting in this office feels like being at the heart of Washington, with everything in the city seemingly under one's control. Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and now the chairman of the World Security Council, has his office conveniently located at this critical heart. Meanwhile, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, seems to be beneath him, as if he is being stepped on. This all seems reasonable. After all, Pierce is an outstanding figure who has turned down the Nobel Peace Prize multiple times, and his contributions to the world certainly deserve such high honors. Even Fury, before knowing his true identity, was willing to take a bullet for him. At this moment, Pierce is quietly holding a report, looking at it with an expressionless face, as if nothing in the world could affect him. However, a man of Indian descent standing in front of his desk appears extremely nervous, beads of sweat constantly forming on his bald head, shining brightly under the light. His name is Jasper Sitwell, a mid-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a core member of Hydra infiltrated within the agency, a timid and lascivious fence-sitter. He stands there trembling, not daring to wipe the sweat off his face, filled with fear. A few minutes later, Pierce slowly puts down the report and, with a calm tone, asks, "So, Rumlow did not retrieve the target item this time?" Brock Rumlow, also known as Crossbones, is the captain of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Rapid Response Special Forces, and also one of Hydra's key infiltrators within the agency. Upon hearing Pierce's question, Sitwell hurriedly responds, "We did manage to obtain quite a few design blueprints for exoskeleton armor, but we found nothing regarding the blueprints for the small nuclear fusion reactor. Our people turned the place upside down but found nothing. We were just about to break through the defenses of the AI Jarvis, but were intercepted by a new AI. Plus, Victor Chen breached the defense line, and since you did not allow us to kill him, we had no choice but to retreat. I suspect Tony Stark probably didn't record these blueprints at all, he likely kept them in his head, after all, he crafted that thing barehanded in a cave. But the mission didn't allow us to take him with us, though we did get a prototype sample, so we had some gains." Pierce stares at Sitwell with an expressionless face, showing no emotion in his eyes, but it's not hard to imagine that he is extremely displeased with this answer. It isn't until Sitwell's sweat has soaked through his clothes that Pierce slowly speaks. "A single prototype sample is far from enough.
the people in the RD department can't even do reverse engineering. Execute Plan C. Let me see how much combat power this little thing has before considering the next steps. Why yes. Sitwell quickly nods. Obadiah is just an ordinary person, we've perfectly controlled him, and we can absolutely guarantee the flawless completion of the mission. Good, don't disappoint me again. Pierce lowers his head to continue examining the report in his hands. Okay. Sitwell stands at attention, raises his hands high, and softly chants, Hail Hydra. But Pierce suddenly looks up and glares at Sitwell fiercely. The severity in his gaze makes Sitwell involuntarily take half a step back. Don't say such slogans in S.H.I.E.L.D. again, there are listening devices everywhere. Pierce warns quietly, now go, Hail Hydra. After receiving the order, Sitwell leaves the office as if fleeing in panic. It isn't until he steps out of the office door that he dares to raise his sleeve to wipe the sweat off his face, only to find that he is drenched in sweat, feeling sticky all over. But he doesn't care, he has gotten used to this situation, as he has to shower every time he comes back from here. Instead, he still feels a lingering fear, breathing heavily. This old man's intimidation is simply terrifying, he doesn't even dare to breathe in front of him. After a while, he calms down slightly, adjusts his expression, and takes the elevator to leave. He knows he must quickly complete the new task, he absolutely cannot fail again, or the consequences would be unimaginable. No! He will not fail again. The scene shifts back to Los Angeles, to the beach next to Victor's villa. It is now noon, with the sun shining intensely. Usually at this time, Victor would be enjoying a deep sleep. But today is completely different. He is wearing a virtual helmet, immersed in a virtual world, engaged in an intense battle. It is indeed a bloody fight. Victor has spent the entire morning doing one thing, activating an invincible and limitlessly telekinetic cheat, wildly battling against Hydra, who ambushed him yesterday, launching 37 attacks in total, refusing to end until everyone is eliminated. Facing the 100% realistic scenarios, Victor finds himself drenched in blood after each battle, the smell of blood flooding his nostrils feeling real and exhilarating, keeping him fully awake. His results have also been quite significant. At least now, he no longer hesitates when facing virtual enemies and can calmly confront death in some rather bloody scenes, though his subconscious believes this is merely a bonus of the virtual world. Regardless, this marks a good beginning. Furthermore, under the condition of not having to worry about his safety and with unlimited telekinesis, Victor has explored many new telekinetic techniques. In the past, due to limited telekinesis, he only dared to use it for defense and merely controlled blade-like objects for attacks. But now he realizes his previous thinking was entirely wrong. Since telekinesis can take any shape, why can't it be simulated into blades? The answer is yes. However, in reality, the hardness of these simulated blades is somewhat lacking. It is still quite difficult to cut through hard metals or wooden boards, but slicing through soft throats, blood vessels, or poking out enemies' eyes is relatively easy. This invisible attack, who wouldn't be afraid of it? Although this technique may not be a killer move, it enriches his ability to eliminate enemies, and for actual big bosses, it might just be a light scratch, such as the ironclad Ultron, the bulletproof purple potato essence, and the Hulk, who transforms into a savior when facing death. Of course, there are various other intriguing uses, such as using telekinesis to create walls to divert rockets from their paths, blocking gun muzzles up close to cause them to explode, locking gun safeties, and so on. Fortunately, these Hydra agents are only simulations. Otherwise, if they were attacked in various ways 37 times, they might choose to commit suicide upon their appearance. Just as he is about to engage in the 38th bloody battle, the scene does not reset automatically. Alice suddenly appears in front of Victor, sporting a slightly stiff smile. It is clear that she is not yet a true sentient being. Is there an urgent matter? Victor asks, knowing that Alice wouldn't interrupt him without a significant reason. It concerns Mr. Pietro. Alice adjusts her smile to a perfect professional one. Before the news of Obadiah's death in prison was released, Mr. Pietro had already found a job as a cafe attendant near Stark Industries. After the news broke, he continued working there. However, 3 minutes ago, Obadiah appeared with a team of mercenaries and directly stormed into Stark Industries' weapons department. I thought it necessary to inform you. As she speaks, Alice even simulates the scene, showing 3 vehicles stopping at Stark Industries' weapons department, 12 armed individuals quickly getting out, and beginning a massacre. After clearing the scene, Obadiah slowly emerges, holding a familiar military briefcase. Then, as usual, all surveillance equipment in their path is destroyed. Fortunately, the weapons department had already been shut down by Tony, so there weren't many employees left, just some security personnel on duty. Victor watches in confusion. What on earth does Obadiah want? He just robbed Tony's house yesterday, and now he wants to rob. Wait. Realizing a possibility, Victor's heart tightens, and he quickly exits the virtual space. Alice, call Tony. Sorry, you were previously put on Mr. Stark's blacklist and have not been removed. Alice replies. Then hack into his phone and connect directly. Okay, expected completion in 10 seconds. Call connected. Before Victor could say anything, Tony exploded first. Damn it! You hacked into JARVIS again? I'm going to upgrade that stupid thing right now. Give me a reasonable explanation, or I'll send that annoying guy from the villa to your house. Hearing Tony mention the guy in the villa, Victor thought for a moment but still didn't quite understand who he meant. Just then, Alice kindly chimed in. Phil Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., is here to collect evidence regarding the massive death incident that occurred yesterday. Victor suddenly realized and nodded, understanding now. No wonder Tony didn't know about what was happening at Stark Industries. He was being tied up by this guy. A magnetic and friendly voice spoke up. Mr. Victor, I am Phil Coulson, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, from a department independent of the government. If it's convenient for you, we need to register your mutant abilities. Ah, it seemed he had walked right into this. Now was indeed an appropriate time to contact S.H.I.E.L.D., especially since the upcoming collaboration with the military would inevitably involve them. However, the immediate priority was not this matter. Coulson, let's schedule another time for this. Victor casually brushed off the invitation. Tony, Obadiah has created his own iron suit. Tell me you've dealt with it already. Damn! How much do you know? Tony's voice was filled with anger. Did you plant a spy in my company? I will find him. So, you haven't dealt with it, right? Victor pressed. Yes. Exactly. Tony laughed in frustration. It's not like I have time to deal with that cheap thing because of the mess you left. Meanwhile, you're just sunbathing over there. It seemed Tony was paying quite a bit of attention to him, after all. Victor sighed helplessly, saying, Tony, I think you'd better ask where Pepper is. I received news that Obadiah appeared at Stark Industries and killed quite a few people. You? Damn. Why didn't you say so earlier? Tony interrupted Victor, panic in his voice. You'd better pray Pepper is safe. BAM. The line abruptly disconnected. Victor shrugged indifferently, preparing to continue his virtual practice when he suddenly felt a bit weak, drowsiness creeping up on him. The knowledge of Confucius, Laozi, and Suanzi he had absorbed earlier was fully digested, and his brain was reverting to its previous lethargy. It was time to start the next round of learning. Alice, is the material on Chinese martial arts organized? Victor asked. Not completely. Some information is recorded online, but the core techniques need to be learned in reality. I've already hired humans to gather the relevant data, Alice replied. What martial arts have been recorded so far? Bajikwan 88.64%, Bagwazang 87.14%, Tajikwan 92.25%, Bagwas Holonzang 89.87%. Alice listed off a long string of martial arts names, making Victor's head spin. Just how many types of Chinese martial arts were there? He hadn't realized it before, but now he understood that the schools of Chinese martial arts were simply countless. If he had to cram all of this into his head, how long would it take to digest? After worrying for a moment, he decided to face the challenge head-on. Victor put on the virtual helmet and instructed Alice to begin infusing the martial arts data he had already collected into his mind. However, just as Alice was about to start the infusion, Victor suddenly heard a rumbling sound, and then his body jolted violently. He felt someone grab his hands and lift him into the air. Apparently, the virtual helmet did not block external information when activating the learning module. With his hands restrained, Victor used telekinesis to remove the virtual helmet, only to find himself suspended in midair 100 meters above the ground, with a gold and red iron suit above him and a rope tied under his armpit, lifting him up for a high-speed flight. Victor. What the heck was going on? Where were they taking him in such a clumsy manner? He was confused for a few seconds, first putting away the virtual helmet since it was quite an expensive item. Just as he was about to ask what was happening, a gust of wind hit him in the face, causing him to choke. He quickly used telekinesis to block the wind pressure so he could finally speak. What are you planning to do? Victor asked. Tony didn't respond. All he could hear was the sound of the wind howling, Since Victor wasn't yelling, it was impossible for Tony to hear him. Fortunately, Alice kindly informed him, "You are now connected to Mr. Stark's communication channel." Victor silently praised Alice for her thoughtfulness and repeated his question. "Damn it! You hacked into my communication system again." Tony cursed, "Can't you send a call request first? Didn't your dad teach you about knocking before entering? Or do I need to teach you?" Victor's expression darkened instantly. He knew that Tony was definitely alluding to the dad joke, right? But considering that the timing wasn't right, Victor silently took note of that, while also giving a little retort, "Then you'd better remove me from your communications blacklist." The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment, with only the sound of the fierce wind howling in their ears. After a few seconds, Tony casually changed the subject, saying, "You know, Obadiah also manufactured a cheap piece of junk. He's wearing that thing now, rampaging through Stark Industries like a madman, and could charge into a civilian crowd at any moment." "So? The proud Tony Stark can't deal with a cheap suit?" Victor asked without mercy, mocking him. "Of course not. That piece of junk?" Tony felt insulted. "Even if I'm using an old model of energy, I can easily take him out. I brought you along to protect the civilians. And to ensure Pepper's safety, so that our battle doesn't spill over too far. Your abilities are perfect for this." Only then did Victor understand. A proud person like Tony would never voluntarily ask for help. It turned out it was because his old model's small arc reactor lacked power, and he was worried about being unable to deal with Obadiah, so he brought Victor along to protect Pepper. As for fighting Obadiah, he was taking it all upon himself. After what happened in the cave, this guy had developed the potential of a superhero, unhesitatingly stepping up in the face of danger. In contrast, Victor felt a bit inadequate. He had initially thought he could continue leisurely sunbathing. Well, since that's the case, let's let Superman show up early. Victor no longer concealed anything. In front of Tony, he directly activated the transformation function of his super battlesuit, shifting into the previously set superhero template. Tony naturally noticed this. "Hey! Are you planning to play dress up?" Tony's words dripped with sarcasm. Having spent enough time with Tony, Victor had come to understand his personality. This guy was a born sharp-tongued individual. What came out of his mouth always had a bit of a sting, amounting to unintentional personal attacks. Victor ignored Tony's sarcasm, untying the rope around his body and using telekinesis to wrap it around the waist of the iron suit, hanging about 10 meters behind Tony as they flew side by side. In an instant, his presence was elevated. No longer did he seem clumsy like before. He showed Tony through his actions that he was someone who valued his image, and his entrance naturally needed to be well dressed. Tony didn't say anything further, shifting his focus from the previous awkwardness. He immediately increased the energy output, opening up the energy thrusters in his palms and feet to full blast, creating a sonic boom cloud as they rocketed towards Stark Industries, heading straight for the iron monstrosity that was wreaking havoc. When Tony and another person rushed to Stark Industries, they saw Obadiah, controlling the ironmonger armor, wreaking havoc inside, as if joyfully bouncing on the ruins. Although the manufacturing department, which once supplied arms to the military, had been shut down, a considerable stockpile of weapons remained. Obadiah was using these weapons to blow up 1/9 of Stark Industries. Witnessing this scene, along with Pepper's calls that he couldn't get through to, Tony's eyes turned red with anger. He showed no signs of slowing down and transformed into a fierce missile, crashing hard into Ironmonger. The immense gravitational potential combined with the massive Ironmonger far exceeded the ground's capacity, and the two instantly collided, smashing through the ground and plunging into the underground space, where loud noises indicated the intensity of the battle. Anticipating this, Victor displayed his cleverness by disconnecting his telekinetic link at a critical moment. He was now hovering above the pit they had created, his red cloak billowing in the wind, resembling Superman. Unfortunately, there were no spectators to cheer for him. With Obadiah causing such a commotion, who would dare to approach and seek death? A few brave police officers who dared to intervene were now lying among the ruins, while the other civilians had long since vanished, taking advantage of the chaos to escape. Only 15 minutes had passed since Obadiah launched his attack, and even with the rapid response of the Los Angeles SWAT team, they wouldn't be able to set up defenses in such a short time. However, some daring youths in the distance were using various binoculars to watch, and a few others had sneaked closer, holding up their mobile phones to film, their faces filled with excitement and thrill. It truly seemed that some people were not afraid of death. After all, there was a reason for the relatively low population in the United States.
Fortunately, Obadiah was merely causing destruction within Stark Industries, seemingly intent on luring Tony over, and he was not specifically trying to cause casualties. Because of this, those thrill-seekers were able to survive. Victor's gaze skipped over these adventurers, scanning the vicinity while lifting the limitations of his super sight, attempting to locate Pepper. This was the main purpose for Tony bringing him along. The so-called protection of civilians was merely his proud excuse. If only he had X-ray vision at this moment, things would be much simpler. Unfortunately, the price of the product Superman Bloodline Supervision X-ray Vision was exorbitant, sea-level credentials times 5, dimensional points times 50,000, and his platform balance was insufficient to afford it. So, he had to rely on his super hearing to track down Pepper's whereabouts. As he activated his super hearing, a flood of information surged into his brain. "Stan, why are you doing this? Where's Pepper?" "Ah, Tony, it's been 30 years. I've always been helping you. This company was built from scratch by me, and now that I'm gone, it naturally has to be destroyed." Boom bang bang clang da-da-da-da-da. These were the sounds of the battle between Obadiah and Tony, and being the closest, Victor ignored them. "Help! My leg is trapped. Someone come save me. Is anyone there? Help! I'm on the second underground level of B1. Help! Damn it! Why haven't those fat pigs shown up yet? Have the taxes we pay been eaten by dogs? Whoa, my Edward, you can't leave me like this." These cries for help and sobs came from the expanded range of super hearing, causing Victor's brow to furrow tightly. But he didn't have the kind heart to rescue them. Instead, he slowly flew over. His telekinesis was limited, and his physique could only withstand attacks. He didn't have super strength to save everyone. In comparison, finding Pepper was the top priority. He could only resolutely overlook the pleas for help from these people but also relayed their locations to Alice, instructing her to pass the information to the rescue team, and then he could only leave it to fate. The search and rescue operations continued, but due to the overwhelming amount of information, Victor was unable to pinpoint Pepper's location for a while. Just as he thought Pepper might be in trouble, he finally picked up her cries for help. The situation was not optimistic. The source of the sound was within the ruins of a building, seemingly in a corner, with a triangular space created by the building's collapse. At the same time, not far from Pepper, a phone was ringing persistently. The call Alice was repeatedly trying to make, likely dropped in the chaos and stuck, which is why it couldn't connect. The only good news was that although Pepper's voice trembled, there was no pain or other abnormalities, indicating she hadn't sustained serious injuries. To be the woman of Iron Man, her life was indeed remarkably resilient. In contrast, some of the other survivors beneath the rubble were not so lucky. Their voices were weak, intermittent, and some had abruptly stopped. Victor's brow tightened as he opened the platform to search for disaster rescue products. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the ruins in front of him swayed, causing a large amount of debris and rubble to fall, instantly reducing the cries from those trapped beneath by more than half. It seemed they had fallen into serious danger, but while Pepper was startled and screamed, she didn't appear to be hurt. However, near Pepper's location, Victor heard a faint tearing sound, indicating that the support points of the triangular area were gradually collapsing. Above was the rubble of a building. If this continued for a while longer or if there were a few more shakes, Pepper might only be able to return through revival. Time was not an issue. Victor could purchase products for rescue immediately. However, the intense shaking caused him some concern. Alice, hack into Tony's communication. While searching for suitable products, Victor instructed. With his skillful operation, communication was established within 2 seconds, and he heard rapid breathing, the sound of steel clashing, and the explosions of cannon fire. Damn! You hacked in again. I took you off the blacklist. Even while battling fiercely, Tony didn't forget to be sarcastic. When I get back, I'll definitely. Pepper is trapped under the rubble. Victor's statement cut off Tony's angry words. What? Tony's tone shot up 8 degrees, roaring in anger. I want to. But she's not dead yet. Victor interrupted Tony again. Tony was nearly choked by the interruption, coughing violently, followed by more sounds of steel clashing and his muffled grunts, indicating that he had taken a hard hit from Obadiah. Angered, Tony barked commands at Jarvis to prepare energy in his chest and deliver a powerful blow to the enemy. Victor interjected immediately. The support point where Pepper is located is very unstable. If you make 1 or 2 more intense movements over there, it could collapse at any time. Stop! Jarvis, stop! Tony hurriedly shouted, damn it! Why didn't you say that earlier? Clang, ding-a-ling, da-da-da-da-da. This time it wasn't Victor interrupting him, but a barrage from Obadiah that forced him to focus on the enemy. After a few seconds, Tony got a brief chance to catch his breath and said fiercely, "So what's your suggestion?" For Pepper's sake, Tony decisively set aside his pride, relinquishing the initiative for the first time, although he had never truly held it before. But this was an issue of attitude. He, Tony Stark, the playboy, genius scientist, and richest man in America, had yielded to Victor. Strangely, he felt a sense of exhilaration within. Victor didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "You're so capable, why not go up into the sky?" This line, no matter how you heard it, had a hint of mockery. But Tony immediately caught on, retorting, "Hey, I thought you had a brilliant idea. I was planning to do that." The low temperature of the high altitude would cause the iron suit to freeze. Tony had made this oversight before, crashing down onto Victor from the sky, which was the second time he had benefited from Victor. The first time, of course, was that dad moment. In the original story, he had used this tactic to outmaneuver Obadiah. However, now, with concern clouding his mind and Pepper in danger, he couldn't fully focus on dealing with Obadiah and needed Victor to jolt him back to reality. Victor merely smiled, not exposing Tony's pride. Taking advantage of this gap, he found a suitable product. Product name, Victor's Hextech Gravity Device. Product category, Technology. Product compatibility, 94%. Origin dimension, League of Legends. Rating, F+. Product price, F-level credentials times 6, dimension points times 88. Function description: when deployed, the Hextech gravity device can manipulate the gravity index within a certain range, with the range inversely proportional to time until the Hextech core energy is fully consumed. Slogan: the quality of this device is such that the energy provided is quite stingy, capable of suspending a city for at most 3 seconds. Suspending a city for 3 seconds, suspending this section of ruins, no, even the entirety of the bombarded area, should suffice for a minute, right? Victor unhesitatingly chose to purchase it. He initially thought this gravity device would be large, so he found an open space to drop it, fearing it would be damaged before use. However, what appeared before him was a purple metallic sphere the size of a fist, hovering in front of him. At the same time, the purple metallic sphere surprisingly initiated conversation. "Iron can fix all your flaws. Victor at your service, what do you need?" The voice was full of mechanical tone, sounding somewhat stiff. Victor looked at the sphere with a strange expression. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, and he couldn't figure out where the voice was coming from. But this was undoubtedly a piece of advanced technology. Victor didn't respond, and the purple metallic sphere repeated its previous statement. It seemed this was just a simple program. Just as he was contemplating, 2 intense booming sounds entered his ears, shaking his eardrums. Meanwhile, Tony's Mk3 and Obadiah's Ironmonger both blasted off into the sky, flames beneath them, as if they were aiming to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Victor didn't pay too much attention to them but instead asked, "How long can you maintain zero gravity within a 100-meter radius?" Calculating. Energy enough to support for 24 minutes and 6 seconds. The purple metallic sphere replied word by word. "What about a 2,000-meter radius?" Victor inquired further. Calculating. Energy enough to support for 0.14 seconds. Victor, increasing the area by 20 times only allows for that little time? Oh dear. He had been foolish. When he said radius, it was generally understood as a planar radius, but what if in the League of Legends, it referred to space? Then the 3-dimensional difference in diameter would be terrifying. He didn't have time to calculate the specific differences and directly commanded the purple metallic sphere to set the gravity to 0 within a radius of 100 meters. Confirming command, executing command, energy output, constructing force field. With the command confirmed, a large amount of purple arcs erupted from the purple metallic sphere, forming a semi-spherical field with a radius of 100 meters and a height of 50 meters. It was likely that another 50 meters extended underground. Victor felt his body become lighter, able to hover without the need for telekinesis. Likewise, within the covered semi-sphere, all the debris and rubble floated lightly. A gentle breeze swept through, causing all the fragments to shift slightly, regardless of their size. Victor wanted to reach out and grab the purple metallic sphere to move with it. Unexpectedly, a circle of purple arcs blocked him, feeling as if he were grasping a physical entity, with no sensation of numbness. Movement is not allowed during force field activation. Would you like to deactivate the force field? The purple metallic sphere spoke.
Victor used his super hearing to sense Pepper's location. Good, she was within the coverage area. No need to deactivate.
Canceling deactivation order, maintaining force field, current energy remaining 99%, please be cautious. Victor couldn't afford to study this device, he quickly dashed toward the ruins, propelled by his telekinesis. His telekinetic tendrils easily pushed aside the debris in his path, and he reached Pepper's side in just 9 seconds. Little Pepper was floating there, looking bewildered, tightly clutching a silver briefcase, with handcuffs on her right wrist. Without needing to ask, it clearly contained the 2 tubes of serum Victor had given her. Seeing Victor appear, Pepper said with a somewhat strange expression, "Are you Superman? Is this your ability? If money can be considered a power, then yes." Victor clasped his hands, "My apologies." Without waiting for Pepper to react, he transformed his telekinesis into ropes, wrapping around her waist. Amid her startled scream, Victor pulled her swiftly through the zero-gravity area, accurately ensnaring every survivor with telekinetic ropes. Finally, as Victor burst out from the ruins, he had 8 fortunate individuals hanging behind him, including Pepper. However, aside from Pepper, who only had minor scratches, the other 7 were in much more serious condition, some with broken limbs, others with collapsed chests, looking barely alive. He didn't concern himself with them. He looked up at the sky, pushing his far sight ability to the limit, faintly seeing 2 small black dots still climbing higher. However, for some reason, their trajectory had deviated significantly from directly above Stark Industries, and based on rough calculations, the landing spot appeared to be near a shopping street 3,000 meters away. The battle had only lasted 20 minutes, and with the distance being considerable, most of the thrill-seeking onlookers had gathered in that area. If it were to crash down, whether Obadiah would die was uncertain, but the area hit would surely suffer many casualties. Victor couldn't sit idly by, he immediately said to Pepper, "Do you see that sphere? It can change the gravity in the area, take it to the area with the most people and activate it, it should save quite a few lives. Alice, guide her." After saying that, Victor flew towards the falling point of Tony and Obadiah. He needed to evacuate the crowd first. As for authorization and the like, it was unnecessary, the artificial intelligence in that purple metallic sphere had no owner permissions at all, it only required simple operation. Although the speed of telekinetic flight was not particularly fast, the 3,000-meter distance meant it took less than a minute to fly straight there. However, Victor encountered significant trouble when it came to evacuating the crowd. He didn't possess a super loudspeaker type of superpower, his voice alone couldn't compete with the overwhelming noise of the crowd. Did they think this was a movie where everyone would obediently listen to him? These onlookers had just experienced a terrorist attack. They were all emboldened and excited upon seeing a living Superman. Some were cheering, some were taking pictures, and a few were even confessing their love. There was no room for Victor to interject. Moreover, the police officers who had been maintaining order were now aiming their guns at him. A sheriff in a white uniform sternly shouted through a megaphone, "Mutant! You are suspected of using dangerous weapons in a public area and infringing on copyright. Please come down and cooperate with the investigation." Clearly, this sheriff did not believe in the so-called Superman's arrival, merely thinking that a mutant in a Superman costume had come out to show off. Upon seeing the sheriff, Victor's eyes lit up. In the sheriff's wary gaze, he quickly flew over. The sheriff, alarmed, warned sharply, "Do not approach the crowd. Land in an open area with your hands on your head. Damn it! Open fire." Just as Victor was approaching directly, the sheriff was about to order the officers to shoot after another warning went unheeded. However, Victor was already within 10 meters of the sheriff. With a wave of his hand, he easily used his telekinesis to snatch the megaphone from the sheriff's grip, who was busy drawing his gun and was caught off guard. Victor held up the megaphone and tested it. "Hey, can you hear me? Be quiet. Listen to me." With the help of the megaphone, he finally managed to overpower the noise of the crowd, bringing them slightly to silence, yet they still excitedly raised their cameras, eager to hear what the Superman had to say. The sheriff was also caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. So this guy wasn't coming over to attack but just to steal the megaphone? Seizing this rare opportunity, Victor immediately said seriously, "Hurry and leave this place. Escape towards the outskirts of the city. Iron Man and his enemy are battling in the sky and could fall here at any moment." He thought he had made this situation very clear. However, the crowd was not buying it. "You're Superman, right? You'll definitely protect us." "We're not leaving," a fan of Superman shouted back loudly.
Yeah, what are we afraid of with Superman here? Another chimed in. Who's Iron Man? Was a question from onlookers.
Disgusting mutant, the police should arrest him, came a voice from citizens who feared mutants.
Mutant, you are also charged with threatening and intimidating.
You better not let me add spreading rumors, the sheriff shouted. It was evident that these people were determined not to believe Victor's words. Only a few individuals, holding a mindset of better safe than sorry, chose to quietly leave.
But the vast majority remained, strongly surrounding the Superman.
They felt that regardless of whether it was true or not, they should capture it on camera first and boast about it later. This curiosity led them to selectively ignore the potential unknown dangers.
Human nature tends to follow the crowd. If others weren't leaving, why should they?
Plus, there was a sense of luck. Even if there was danger, it surely wouldn't affect them, right? So, instead of leaving, large groups of people began calling their friends to come and see the living Superman, wanting to share the experience. Through his super hearing, Victor heard all these voices.
For a moment, he genuinely considered giving up on this crowd.
But since he had already revealed himself, it would be too pathetic to back down now. Besides, if a significant disaster were to occur later, both he and Tony would undoubtedly be blamed.
Never trust the pen of a reporter.
They often aim for sensationalism rather than the truth, each one practically overflowing with fantasy attributes. Give them a topic, and they could write you a fantastical story. Victor looked up to the sky. Tony and Ironmonger had already begun to fall, expected to make a hard landing in less than half a minute.
Time was running out.
If words weren't working, then it was time for actions. Victor glanced at the nearby police officers holding guns at the ready and the sheriff, who looked grim because of being ignored, and an idea sparked in his mind. Since they believed there was no danger, he would show them what true danger looked like. Using telekinesis, Victor attempted to snatch the sheriff's handgun again. Unexpectedly, this time the sheriff had learned his lesson, gripping the gun tightly, refusing to let go as he dangled from it. To him, losing the gun was minor. If it caused danger after being snatched, that would be troublesome. Losing the megaphone was one thing, but trying to take a cop's gun would solidify the charge of assaulting an officer. In America, police have the right to decide how to handle suspects accused of assaulting an officer, and if the situation was severe, they could shoot on the spot without facing any consequences.
Now that he was attempting to snatch the police gun, how could it not be serious? Fire!
Everybody shoot, the sheriff screamed in a frenzied roar, shoot to kill. Those unaware of the situation might have thought he was being attacked by something.
The other officers, receiving the order, did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! 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 The rapid fire from 5 handguns instantly sent the boisterous crowd into a frenzy, scattering like monkeys, desperately searching for cover. What Superman? What curiosity? Life was more important. Even if they were adventurers, they weren't war correspondents. Stray bullets didn't have eyes and could easily lead to death. Their primal survival instinct made them retreat.
As the crowd began to safely evacuate, Victor let out a slight sigh of relief. He ignored the police's ineffective tickling shots and looked up at the sky. He no longer needed to use his far sight ability to see the small black dot of Ironmonger, which was crashing down directly towards the square beneath Victor's feet. After activating his far sight ability, Victor noticed that behind Ironmonger, Tony's iron suit was also falling. However, unlike Ironmonger's free fall, Tony was firing his thrusters intermittently to slow his descent. It seemed his energy was indeed running low, otherwise, he wouldn't be using intermittent thrusts. The Tony Stark who was usually so flashy would have chosen to land gracefully. But from the current situation, he should still be within control. Victor further assessed Ironmonger's hard landing point, which was right on the square that had just been bustling with people but was now sparsely populated.
Perfect. As for the remaining few brave souls, Victor couldn't be bothered with them.
If they wanted to court death, they could do so without his concern. Now he just needed to wait quietly. Victor waited leisurely, while the 6 officers who had been shooting, including the sheriff who had joined later, were feeling quite miserable.
Even if you weren't afraid of bullets, you could at least consider our feelings. Don't just ignore us.
We've emptied our magazines, you acting like it's nothing makes it seem like we're holding toy guns. The sheriff was about to say something tough to maintain the authority of the police. But suddenly, his pupils shrank as he saw the massive figure above him.
Fuck! What the hell is that? Something was falling from the sky? Is it a drone? Was that mutant telling the truth?
Ironmonger was crashing down, leaving the sheriff feeling somewhat disoriented.
Luckily, he was a seasoned veteran in the field. Realizing the position he was in could be affected, he quickly chose to sidestep and ran toward Victor. His instincts saved his life. Ironmonger crashed heavily into a corner of the square, right where the sheriff had been standing. The gravitational potential from 10,000 meters up was terrifying, directly smashing through the square's surface, creating a pit with a diameter of 6 to 7 meters. It was nothing like the small holes seen in movies. That was a joke. Even dropping a marble from 10,000 meters wouldn't create just a small hole. The sheriff was only 3 meters from the edge of the pit. That wasn't all. The debris that flew out created a radius of 20 meters, and several unlucky thrill-seekers were directly hit in the head or had their hearts pierced, while others who were unfortunate enough to have broken limbs cried in agony, already counting themselves lucky to be alive. The sheriff, having run toward Victor for protection, found himself shielded by Victor, who, having helped evacuate the crowd, had also come down earlier, using his body to block the shockwave for him. To say the attack was more powerful than a small handgun was an understatement. It actually caused him some pain. At that moment, Victor heard Tony's electronic voice, altered by his helmet, "Step left." 1 step to the left. The voice came from a distance, but he could sense a sharp sound slicing through the air, likely Tony warning him to move aside. Victor instinctively complied and took a step to the left. However, something felt off. Why was Tony being so kind and reminding him? In fact, it wasn't Tony being kind at all. A tremendous force slammed into his lumbar region, pushing him forward and slamming him onto the ground with a thud, causing a slight ache in his nose. He tried to get up, only to find a massive weight of steel pressing down on his back, at least 300 kilograms, making it hard for him to breathe. He had no strength to rise. He could only roar in frustration, "Fuck! Tony Stark! Get off me! Damn it!" He had come all this way to help Tony's girl, and this guy treated him like this? Tony explained in a muffled voice, "The backup energy is depleted, and the old model has very little left. I need to keep the little thing in my chest stable, and the shock absorption system can't activate, so I need to cushion the fall." "Then get the hell off me." Victor's face was turning red with anger. "Well, the mechanical power system is damaged, so I can't move right now." Tony's voice sounded a bit awkward. "What systems do you have left that are working?" Victor growled. Actually, I still have quite a bit of power left. If we work together, we should be able to flip me over," Tony said with unusual embarrassment. Victor was both amused and exasperated. He recalled how Fury had been ambushed by Hydra when that useless car's flying and communication systems were destroyed, leaving only the air conditioning system intact. Fury must have been feeling the pressure at that moment. Given the circumstances, Victor chose to temporarily forgive Tony. Together, they exerted force, and with the help of Victor's telekinesis, they finally managed to flip Tony, pushing him aside. Victor was liberated and took deep breaths of fresh air. He glanced at Tony, who was lying on the ground, and gave a light kick to his iron suit, producing a dull thud. Victor's body felt a bit strange now. It was like a non-Newtonian fluid. Under normal circumstances, he was just like any other person, but when subjected to external forces, he became as hard as steel. "Hey, buddy. No funny business," Tony warned, "although I'm going to take this suit apart when I get back. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it." Victor rolled his eyes and casually asked, "What, the brilliant genius Tony Stark didn't consider the situation of losing power?" "I certainly did. What do you think I am, you?" Tony scoffed, "The suit has a mechanical power system. Even without energy, I can still take you down." "Oh? Then why are you lying on the ground?" Victor pointedly called him out. Tony fell silent. Who would have thought that while Obadiah was messing with things, he'd damage his mechanical power system? Just as he ran low on energy, he had to conserve the last bit of energy left in his chest arc reactor for survival. Fortunately, at that moment, the sheriff, protected by Victor, timed his interjection perfectly. "Excuse me, is the one on the ground Tony Stark? The Tony Stark of Stark Industries?" The topic shifted instantly. Tony lifted his hand to remove his iron mask, smiling as he responded, "Yes, that's me, the great Tony Stark. Is your girlfriend a fan of mine?" The sheriff stammered, Actually, my daughter admires you a lot. Can I get your autograph?" "Of course." Tony agreed cheerfully, "Your daughter must be a little angel. I'll give you a signature and tell her dad is a good guy. As a reward, you should let me use your phone for a bit." The sheriff readily agreed, pulling out his functional phone and handing it to Tony. He then joined the other officers to create some distance,
evacuating the crowd and preventing others from getting too close.
Holding the sheriff's palm-sized functional phone, Tony's large iron fingers couldn't even reach the buttons.
The proud Tony didn't ask Victor for help. Instead, he manipulated his arm joint to take off the right arm of his iron suit and then opened his chest plate, allowing him to sit up from the ground. While dialing, he pulled out a red and gold screwdriver he had somehow found and began disassembling the suit on him. Victor's eyelid twitched as he looked up to the sky.
This guy had started being arrogant again. However, he looked at the pit created by Ironmonger and sensed something, asking nonchalantly, "Tony, don't you need my help?"
"No. The clever genius can handle it himself," Tony rejected outright.
"Don't you care at all about Pepper's safety? She just called me a moment ago. Nothing else you want to say?"
"Mainly that my decision was correct to bring you along," Tony said with pride. Victor smiled silently.
Tony's proud demeanor seemed oddly endearing. Truly fitting for Nini.
Victor took a few steps forward, positioning himself between Tony and the pit. This unusual behavior naturally caught Tony's attention. He thought of something but dismissed it as impossible, preparing to mock Victor. However, the slight vibrations coming from the pit made him shut his mouth. He looked in shock at the pit's edge, just in time to see a sturdy iron hand gripping the edge, followed by another iron hand, as the complete Ironmonger climbed up from the hole. Tony's eyes widened in horror, forgetting about the lower half of his iron suit that he hadn't taken off, and struggled to back away. He didn't forget to shout back, "Hey, Superman bro, the second half is up to you." After Tony removed his armor, he ran off without hesitation, leaving Victor alone to face Ironmonger. At 1.88 meters tall, Victor appeared quite small next to Ironmonger, only reaching his chest, which made it seem like he was at a disadvantage at first glance. However, Victor's charm remained undiminished. Henry Cavill's good looks were undeniable, and even if he didn't surpass Victor, he was still a level of attractiveness that could turn heads.
In contrast, Ironmonger was a hulking mass of dull black metal, with no aesthetic appeal whatsoever.
After a fierce battle with Tony, many parts of the armor had already fallen off, exposing the internal wires and gears. It was downright ugly. As Victor's thoughts wandered, Obadiah inside Ironmonger wore an expression that looked like he had lost everything. When Victor transformed into Superman, he didn't just keep it a secret from Tony, even satellites were watching. Obadiah, who had been monitoring Tony from afar, of course knew that the Superman in front of him was Victor. He had been present when Tony was attacked the second time, so how could he not be aware of Victor's abilities? Setting aside the mysterious power of summoning monsters, just the defense that even sniper bullets couldn't penetrate made Obadiah doubt that his iron suit could defeat Victor. He secretly grumbled, wasn't it said that only the poor relied on mutations to gain power? Why was someone so wealthy like Victor not spending any money on upgrades? Little did he know, Victor's abilities were indeed acquired through spending. Knowing he might not be a match, Obadiah didn't charge in recklessly. To express his sincerity, he slowly opened his faceplate and said earnestly, "Victor, we have no hatred between us. This is just my personal vendetta with Tony. You can still leave now." "Oh? What if I choose not to?" Victor replied with a teasing smile. "Are you going to kill me too?" Obadiah's identity being exposed didn't faze Victor at all. After all, that identity was only meant to conceal from the general public. For large organizations, there was no need for secrecy since it would eventually be uncovered anyway. And Obadiah had the audacity to lift that so-called turtle shell. Victor felt a surge of impulse to use his telekinesis to slit his throat. However, he held back. After all, Ironmonger's armor was now more show than substance, and with Tony having demonstrated how to dismantle the armor earlier, Victor thought it better to make a grand first appearance in this battle. Obadiah's face darkened at Victor's disrespectful response. He had originally planned, forget it, the outcome would be the same in the end. For the sake of completing his mission, it was time to fight. Obadiah closed his helmet and took heavy steps, thud thud thud, charging at Victor. As Superman, how could Victor shy away from a direct confrontation? He immediately took to the air, colliding head-on with Ironmonger. Clang, an eerie sound of metal striking metal echoed. Despite Ironmonger having an absolute advantage in weight, he staggered back a few steps. Then, suddenly, the armor on his right foot disintegrated, exposing Obadiah's trousers. As a mere human, how could Obadiah withstand Ironmonger's weight? His knee buckled and slammed into the ground, and from the anguished scream, it was clear that his leg was most likely broken. Seeing this, a gleam of triumph flashed in Victor's eyes, but he didn't pause in his movements. He began to unleash a barrage of attacks on this drowning dog.
His iron fists rose and fell, but in reality, it was telekinesis that was rapidly dismantling the armor piece by piece. Armor fragments flew everywhere, and occasionally, he would grasp a large chunk of armor and lift it with effort, causing it to fall away with a satisfying crash. The situation quickly became a one-sided slaughter. Victor fought like a true superhero, using what seemed to be unmatched strength to tear apart the armor. In truth, Victor didn't possess any real super strength. Everything was made easy by the gaps in Ironmonger's armor that had been created during Tony's previous battle. If he were facing the tightly fitted Mk3 armor, he wouldn't have known how to proceed. In that initial clash, though, he certainly couldn't match Ironmonger's strength. Even if he didn't get knocked out, he would be sent flying. However, the key was that Ironmonger needed a solid footing. The ground near the pit had already been covered in spider-like cracks from the earlier impact. When Obadiah had spoken earlier, Victor had subtly used his telekinesis to loosen the soil. The ground where they ultimately collided appeared intact, but in reality, it was made up of loose stones. When Ironmonger's massive weight stepped on it, it was as if a person had fallen into quicksand. He could hardly gain a stable footing, let alone exert force. But Victor was different, he could fly. As Ironmonger's foot sank into the stones, Victor telekinetically covered the severely damaged armor on his right leg. That already battered armor just needed a few key connections removed to come apart. Then came the moment of Victor's spectacular performance of pummeling the drowning dog. However, onlookers couldn't understand the intricacies of what was happening. The crowd only saw Superman overpowering the hulking iron mass with absolute strength, hammering away at it with a ferocious stance that looked like it came straight out of a movie. No. Perhaps the inspiration for Superman in the movies came from this very person before them? Thus, the actor Henry Cavill was actually a mutant with abilities? No matter how the public speculated, Victor effortlessly and stylishly knocked Obadiah out, completely dismantling his Ironmonger armor. But the remaining active Obadiah posed a dilemma for Victor. He had been so smooth in removing the armor that he inadvertently stripped it down completely, and now Obadiah was unarmed. Victor didn't want to directly kill him, but leaving him behind felt like keeping a hidden bomb. Who knew when he might strike back? Victor scratched his head in confusion, then telekinetically grasped Ironmonger's small arc reactor in his hand and handed it to Tony, who had safely returned. Tony didn't even glance at it, tossing the small arc reactor onto the ground and then stepping on the still-attached right leg armor. The exquisite little arc reactor was instantly reduced to a pile of junk. A hint of confusion crossed Victor's face as he didn't understand why Tony had destroyed it. The energy is almost depleted, and there's no replacement program set for the palladium. This thing is useless now, Tony explained, surprisingly. Now it made sense. Victor nodded and stood aside, watching the show. Since Tony was here, he wouldn't need to deal with Obadiah anymore. Tony and the kneeling Obadiah locked eyes, sharing a complex emotional exchange. I still find it hard to believe why you would do this, Tony asked in a deep voice. Why? Obadiah shouted crazily, what have you done for the company all these years? Just because you're Howard's son, you think you can reap the rewards without contributing? All the weapons of Stark Industries were designed by me. What do you say I did? Tony was never one to back down. I hold the core technology, Stark Industries can't do without me. Ha ha. Who do you think you are? God? In the eyes of many, I indeed am. Besides that, I'm a genius scientist, a playboy, and America's richest man. Once upon a time. Ever since you shut down the weapons division, you are no longer that. Still richer than you. Damn it. I really regret not giving them more money back then, otherwise, you would have died in Afghanistan long ago. Ha, so you're too poor, you have to save money on such matters? This kind of overly dramatic dialogue made Victor want to roll his eyes. In such a critical situation, did they still have the energy to care about verbal victories? He was just about to intervene, thinking that letting Obadiah be thrown into prison would be fine. He believed that after getting hurt twice in a row, Tony wouldn't let Obadiah easily turn the tables again. However, an unexpected situation occurred. Perhaps it was because Tony's sharp tongue hit Obadiah too hard. While they were talking, Obadiah suddenly began to foam at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, his body twitching as if he were having a seizure. Tony looked at Obadiah in shock and quickly stepped back, turning to Victor for confirmation. I didn't touch him. Is this your doing? Victor rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond to Tony, and turned to fly towards Stark Industries. Obadiah died. At the moment he collapsed, his heartbeat also stopped. The event occurred so suddenly, It was as if he was so enraged by Tony that he literally died from anger. But Victor suspected that it was likely not Tony's doing, but rather Hydra's scheme. They had probably poisoned Obadiah in advance to prevent him from being captured alive, thus revealing Hydra's whereabouts. Obadiah was merely a scapegoat pushed forward by Hydra to divert attention. Now, the only clue left was probably those 12 mercenaries, but Victor felt that they were either completely unrelated mercenaries with no connections to Hydra or they were all already dead. Regardless, Victor didn't want Hydra to be exposed right now. With Obadiah dead, and it not being his doing, the matter had already been perfectly resolved, hadn't it? As for the subsequent mess, Tony was already experienced enough, so he would leave it to Pepper to handle. Leisurely flying back to Stark Industries, Victor's telekinetic energy was nearly exhausted. He landed among the ruins, released the Superman template, returned to his normal state, and then restricted the use of superhearing. As soon as he relaxed, fatigue washed over him like a tide. The scorching sun in the sky made him miss his beach chair even more. Yawning, Victor followed the purple hemisphere's sheen and found Pepper waiting by the purple metal sphere. "Hey, Victor, you're back." Pepper had a tired and anxious look on her face. "It's great that you're back. How's Tony doing?" Before Victor left, he had Alice teach Pepper how to use the gravity device, and the clever Pepper could naturally guess Victor's identity. "He's fine, in fact, he managed to scare Obadiah to death." Victor glanced at the purple metal sphere. "I'm here to retrieve this. How's the rescue situation going?" If the purple metal sphere fell into the wrong hands, it could be reverse-engineered, so he had to be cautious. Although Pepper was very concerned about the details of scaring Obadiah to death, she still tried her best to suppress her curiosity and instead politely requested, "This gravity device is really impressive, but it's very difficult for us to carry out a rescue in zero-gravity areas. You know, after all, we don't have professional equipment." Once Pepper explained, Victor immediately understood. Although a zero-gravity field could avoid deaths caused by secondary collapses, it also limited external rescue efforts. After all, even astronauts need equipment to operate in space. Fortunately, it was now scorching hot, and Victor had a telekinetic recovery and +1 times buff on him. The telekinetic energy he had previously exhausted had already recovered a bit during this time. The sun was his source of power. With the assistance of telekinesis, Victor found that his movements in the zero-gravity area were even more agile than in a gravitational area. He didn't need to waste telekinetic energy to lift his body, so his consumption was lower. Plus, with the aid of superhearing, he could accurately locate the positions of survivors. After busying around for more than 20 minutes, Victor saved about 30 survivors and confirmed that there were no more living people in the ruins before putting away the gravity device. This thing still had 14% energy left, which might come in handy later. Amidst Pepper's continuous thanks, Victor finally got into the special car arranged by her, ready to head back to the beach near the villa for a good sleep. Unexpectedly, Tony had also temporarily handled the scene and happened to run into Victor's car. He directly got into the back seat next to Victor, ready to rush back to the villa to lay low, mainly because he needed to quickly create a new arc reactor. The one in his chest was almost out of energy. Victor was drowsy and didn't want to pay attention to Tony. But Tony wouldn't stop talking. "Stain wasn't killed by me, there was a deadly toxin in his blood, a type of biological toxin that melts into the bloodstream after ingestion. I've never seen this kind of toxin before. Do you know anything about it?" "Victor, hey, since you don't want to talk about this, let's change the subject. That gravity device of yours is quite impressive, I saw it with the old man. Don't tell me you and my dad are colleagues." "Victor, alright, considering you saved Pepper today, I won't hold this against you, but you have to give me a sample of your blood. I can definitely give you some friendly advice." "Victor, are you squeamish about blood? That's fine, you can come to my villa, there's a full set of medical equipment there. Kind-hearted Tony can give you a free checkup." "Victor, hey, are you even listening to me? You actually fell asleep? Okay, I'll take that as you agreeing." "Victor." After today's battle side by side, Tony had recognized Victor as a friend. So his attitude was no longer so arrogant, instead, he had a bit of a chatterbox quality. No wonder he could get along with Parker in the future. However, Victor completely ignored Tony. What Tony loved to say was none of his concern, he just wanted to sleep well. When Victor finally woke up, he sat up on his big bed in the bedroom, and it was already evening, just as the sun was setting. He scratched his head in confusion, completely forgetting how he got back to bed. He remembered that before, in a daze, Tony seemed to have said something he took for granted. But he didn't remember at all. After washing up, an instinct drove Victor to the dining room in search of food. However, to his surprise, Tony was also in his own dining room, and he was dining with Wanda and Pietro at the same table. "Hey, you finally woke up." Tony raised an eyebrow and teased, "Wanda's cooking is pretty good, just a bit less than Pepper's." Wanda and Pietro seemed unresponsive to this, continuing to eat as if everything around them had nothing to do with them. Victor blinked in confusion and then cast a questioning glance at Felicia, who whispered in his ear, "Mr. Stark has brought some news regarding Obadiah Stane's extensive illegal arms trading records, including the attack on those terrorists in Sokovia. Plus, Obadiah Stane has unexpectedly died." Victor suddenly understood. So that was it. This resolved the previous misunderstandings. There was no longer any animosity between them, and it was also Tony who indirectly helped take revenge, making it reasonable for them to share a meal together. But he couldn't help but ask, "I say, Tony, why aren't you eating in your own home?" Tony swallowed a mouthful of century egg and lean meat porridge and replied, "You know, Pepper is dealing with the aftermath, and I didn't want to order takeout, so I came here. Oh, by the way, there's a press conference tomorrow. You, as Superman and the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, need to attend. Also, the name Iron Man is really outdated." When Tony said this, both Wanda and Pietro turned their gazes toward Victor. Wanda quickly looked away, her cheeks turning rosy. Pietro, however, looked grateful, clearly indicating that Tony had explained to them that it was Victor who had defeated Obadiah in the end. Victor took a seat at the head of the table, and while Felicia was serving porridge, he declared first, "I don't like to talk while eating. It's a rule in my house. We can discuss things after dinner." Tony raised an eyebrow, seemingly wanting to refute something, but ultimately just moved his lips and muttered, "Not that old, yet so many rules," before speeding up his eating. After a quiet dinner, everyone moved to the second living room. Victor was steeped in a cup of De Hong Pao, facing Tony, while Felicia stood beside them and began to report her work. Regarding the news from noon today, it has sparked heated discussions online. Here are some related reports I collected. Felicia held up a tablet and handed it to Victor for review. Henry Cavill's mutant identity exposed. The richest man in America actually does such things on the street. Iron Man, together with Superman, protects America as superheroes. Stark Industries' new powerful arms strengthens America. The Playboy's comeback, Tony Stark transforms into a superhero to guard Los Angeles. Warner Brothers statement, superhero Superman accused of copyright infringement, will reserve the right to sue. These were all expected news articles, but what surprised Victor was the early exposure of Tony's identity. It seemed that the classic line from the movie, "I am Iron Man," would probably not be heard anymore. However, this wasn't a big deal, it was just that Cavill had gained more fame because of this incident, something he had indeed forgotten to consider beforehand. But there was still one problem. Warner Brothers' statement was clearly looking for trouble. They hadn't secured the copyright previously, and now it was indeed a bit of a hassle. "Well, Tony, you'll handle this, you don't need to get involved," Victor instructed. Tony, sitting across from him, huffed lightly, savoring his tea, looking quite refined. This surprised Victor. He had initially thought the Playboy would drink like Felicia, but it turned out he understood a bit of tea culture. Then Felicia reported on some matters regarding Riot Games, mentioning that the League of Legends game would officially launch tomorrow, April 12th. "Hey, by the way," Victor looked at Tony, "there's a character named Victor in my game. Should I base his prototype on you?" Tony thought for a few seconds and said, "I've seen that League of Legends game. It's a bit rough around the edges, but the gameplay is somewhat interesting. Let me think about it." "Alright, Hardy, prepare the authorization letter, and then give it to Pepper for Tony to sign," Victor concluded. "Hey, I just said I would think about it," Tony retorted unhappily. Victor ignored him and continued giving instructions. "Also, get the copyright for Superman's game, find a suitable hero to modify it, and finish the revision before the official launch tomorrow." Felicia meticulously noted this down and only spoke when Victor paused. "Regarding the Superman copyright, what do you think about the price?" "Just follow the standard for normal game licensing and let Norman handle it," Victor replied. "Understood." After chatting about some trivial matters, Felicia eventually exited the second living room to get busy, leaving Victor and Tony alone together. Victor used telekinesis to lift the teapot and poured another cup of tea for Tony, who looked serious, asking, "I'll be attending tomorrow's press conference.
but I don't want my identity to be exposed. I don't want to steal your thunder.
What's the matter? Afraid Warner will sue you for copyright. Tony's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a teasing smile. I have a legal team, I can lend you a few for free. Plus, about the Iron Man authorization, let's do a full check together. Forget the lawyers. The check is fine, I'm actually quite curious about my own abilities, Victor agreed cheerfully. By the way, did you find out anything about those 12 mercenaries?
At this mention, Tony's brow furrowed tightly.
His fingers gripping the teacup turned pale, and he said in a low voice, they're all dead.
Their bodies were stuffed into the sewers, and by the time they were found, they were barely recognizable.
The clues have been cut off.
As he spoke, Tony stared intently at Victor, enunciating each word. You must know something.
Stain's attack was not that simple. Tell me who the organization behind it is.
I can only say it has nothing to do with me. Victor took a sip of hot tea and replied nonchalantly.
For the specifics, you can ask the big egghead who will find you later.
He might know something, but whether he tells you or not is another matter.
Can't you just tell me directly? Tony had a wounded expression. Aren't we friends now?
Even close brothers must settle accounts clearly. If you want this information, you need to trade for it with your small arc reactor schematics. Victor made a lion's share demand.
Damn! Tony nearly jumped up. Are you sure your information is worth that much?
Victor sipped his tea without responding. Tony disdainfully curled his lip. Without you, I can figure it out myself.
The small arc reactor was related to many things, and Tony certainly wouldn't easily part with it.
Victor offered this condition to refuse to provide the information. Tony understood his intentions. Everyone had their secrets, just like his small arc reactor, which he couldn't easily share even with the closest people.
This point, he could understand. The air fell silent for half a minute. Tony finally solemnly stated the real purpose of his visit today.
Victor, tell me, who exactly are you?
Why are you getting close to me? Who exactly are you? What do you want from me?
Tony's rare serious expression reminded Victor of the look his father had when he learned of his choice to pursue a degree in directing. It was a firm stance, one that would not compromise without convincing reasons. Victor did not answer immediately, and Tony wasn't in a hurry either. He sat quietly, waiting for Victor to take his time to think.
This sudden confrontation was not unexpected for Victor.
Tony was proud, arrogant, and sharp-tongued, with the insatiable curiosity or desire for control common to all geniuses.
They wanted to be in control of everything.
This was also why science and fantasy often stood in opposition to each other. Fear arises from the unknown. After fighting alongside each other, Tony had already acknowledged Victor, but the matter with Obadiah had made Tony's walls even higher. He worried that Victor's presence was merely to gain some advantage from him, like the complete technology of the Iron Man suit. Coupled with the fact that Victor's background was untraceable, this made Tony even more uneasy. He was not the type to beat around the bush, since he couldn't find anything out, and felt this person was worth associating with. He opted to ask directly, leaving the decision in Victor's hands. Victor's next answer would determine how Tony would face him in the future.
The atmosphere fell into silence for several minutes.
Victor brewed another pot of good tea and filled Tony's cup. Then, in a calm narrative tone, he slowly began, just like Norman, you were also my primary investment target.
Victor's tone was relaxed.
But later I discovered the situation with Obadiah and felt you were not suitable for investment, which is why I settled for Norman instead. He paused at this point. Tony did not ask questions, he merely raised his hand, signaling Victor to continue. Victor took a sip of tea and continued, regarding my identity, I don't want to deceive you. I can selectively reveal some information that can be shared, but I hope you won't disclose this to third parties, including Pepper.
Tony still didn't speak, just slightly nodded in agreement, silently waiting for him to continue.
Next, Victor repeated what he had previously told Norman, explaining the cosmic perspective to Tony. As Tony listened, his expression shifted, 3 parts suspicion, 3 parts surprise, 3 parts realization, and 1 part seriousness.
Was the technology in the universe already so advanced? The Earth today didn't even have the capability to send people out of the solar system, yet life in the universe could already travel between stars? Tony fell into contemplation while Victor quietly sipped his tea.
The silence stretched on for several more minutes.
Finally, Tony posed his first question, so, you were chosen by some commercial system in the universe to be Earth's representative? Like a regional agent for Amazon? That analogy isn't quite right, we don't receive salaries, Victor corrected.
I only have a platform and must first gather valuable items to profit from them.
Hey! You're boasting! Tony exclaimed dramatically. A universe's inventory of goods. Damn! Can you find out if they accept financing?
Not possible, and there can only be one person per galaxy, Victor shrugged.
So your abilities, potions, and gravity devices are all exchanged through this platform? Tony asked again.
Correct.
Then,
I've already shared enough. If you keep asking, it'll cost you for the information. Either a check or technology will do. Victor cut him off with a single sentence.
Tony took a deep breath, trying to stabilize his emotions. He fully understood what Victor meant by check and technology.
Moreover, Victor's willingness to share so much was already quite sincere. I'm genuinely interested in the universe you mentioned. Tony straightened his tie, stood up, and extended his right hand to Victor.
Tony Stark, nice to meet you, Cosmic Merchant.
Victor also stood up, shook Tony's hand, and smiled. Victor Chen, likewise, I'm glad to establish a friendship with you.
Is this really your name?
I am, after all, also an Earthling.
Tisk, we'll have to wait until I've done some tests to find out.
Whatever, but you'd better prepare a sturdier needle.
Titanium alloy?
Give it a try, but I think it might be difficult.
You must have thick skin.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Of course, if that makes you happy.
Once the ice was broken, the atmosphere between the two returned to its previous state, with playful banter sprinkled throughout their conversation. About half an hour later, Tony, having received his answers, returned to the villa to continue his busy schedule.
Both of them tacitly avoided mentioning the Iron Man suit.
Victor went back to his bedroom, infusing the remaining Chinese materials into his mind to continue his digestion and learning. The next morning, after having breakfast, Pietro returned to the cafe to continue working, while Wanda stayed behind. Today was the press conference for League of Legends, which was also Tony's press conference. As the only shareholder of his company, Victor had to attend the product launch, so he sent Felicia to represent him, while he brought Wanda along to Tony's press conference. Initially, he planned to send Wanda with Felicia, but Wanda insisted on coming to this side. Before the press conference began, Rhodey was temporarily discussing some military statements. According to military investigations, the Iron Man that appeared yesterday was just Tony Stark's bodyguard. It was not Tony Stark himself, like a shadow or a stunt double from ancient China.
After a lengthy explanation, they tried hard to distance Iron Man from Tony Stark. The reporters seated below all wore expressions that seemed to say, "Do you think I'm stupid?" With so many videos and photos, how could they possibly believe such a clumsy excuse? However, this wasn't their most pressing concern.
The reporters below raised their hands, trying to seize the opportunity to ask questions, but Rhodey ignored them. This is a statement press conference, there are no questions allowed. Please sit quietly and don't make it embarrassing for everyone, Rhodey hinted subtly. But judging by the reporters' disdainful faces, it was clearly ineffective. Victor found it a bit boring, while Wanda was full of curiosity, as this was her first time at a press conference. Just as he was thinking about whether to wander around backstage, a man in a suit with a slightly receding hairline slowly approached. Upon getting closer, he first handed over a business card. Victor casually glanced at the card, but he naturally recognized this middle-aged man, Phil Coulson, an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the standard template for American agents, and one of Nick Fury's most capable subordinates. Coulson spoke in a tone that was neither subservient nor overbearing. "Phil Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent.
I had an appointment with you yesterday. I wonder if I could take up a few minutes of your time after the press conference."
"Of course, no problem." That was agreed upon, Victor shrugged. "I can cooperate after the press conference, if you still have time."
Coulson smiled politely, not appearing awkward. "Then, I'll take my leave. Please wait a moment after the meeting." Coulson was quick to arrive and quick to leave.
The incident had caused quite a stir, and he was fully in charge of handling it, busy beyond measure.
Just then, Tony also stepped onto the stage.
He first scanned the press room and finally nodded at Victor, who was standing at the back, looking casual. "It's been a long time since the last press conference, so I'll just read from the script."
Tony pulled out a card. "Some people believe that I, as Iron Man, was involved in the Stark Industries area and plaza incident yesterday afternoon. From the way he started, it was clear he was going to play the official game." A gray-suited female reporter sitting at the front frowned impatiently and shouted, "Sorry. Let me interrupt you, Mr. Stark. Do you think we'll buy that? A bodyguard who looks exactly like you. Honestly, based on my interactions with you, that person is you.
Even from behind, Victor could tell that this reporter named Christine was the one who had previously had an intimate encounter with Tony. Leveraging their close proximity, her rebuttal was quite powerful. Following this, the situation developed just like a scripted scene.
Tony was questioned by Christine, who accused him of lacking superhero qualities, making him angry and no longer adhering to the agreed-upon script.
He began expressing his own opinions. Rhodey, sensing something was amiss, hurriedly whispered for Tony to just read the script. Tony also came to realize this, adjusting his mentality and lowering his gaze to the script. The actual situation is.
He paused.
At that moment, no one knew what Tony was thinking. He shifted his gaze from the script to meet Victor's eyes at the back of the press room, a determined look flashing deep in his eyes. In that instant, Tony made a significant decision.
He casually stated, "I am Iron Man."
This declaration stirred a storm of reactions. The reporters in attendance stood up excitedly, flashes and shutter sounds erupted, and a flood of questions overwhelmed Tony. Rhodey, next to Tony, held his head in his hands, wearing an expression that said, "I knew it would turn out like this." Pepper, at the back of the press conference, showed a hint of a fond smile, watching Tony's back, her eyes glimmering with something special.
At that moment, he exuded an unusual charm.
Phil Coulson, who thought he was close to being free, had a hint of bitterness appear on his otherwise calm face. Great, now he'd have to work overtime tonight, and his date with his girlfriend would probably be ruined. In the audience, only 4 people remained motionless. Tony, as the instigator, was naturally well prepared. His years of experience dealing with reporters made him accustomed to this dazzling moment, even enjoying it. Victor, as someone familiar with the plot, was not surprised by this classic scene. He only felt a bit of nostalgia, knowing that this moment was not part of the original script but rather an improvisation by the actor. Lastly, there was the doubter Christine, who must have felt quite embarrassed after being publicly contradicted, sitting in her chair looking awkward.
The final one was a bewildered Wanda. What was happening? Wasn't it already published in yesterday's newspapers that Tony was Iron Man? Now that he admits it, why is everyone so excited?
Watching the reporters pushing forward with fierce expressions, Wanda felt a little scared for no reason. She instinctively leaned closer to Victor, almost resting against his arm, then quietly stole a glance at Victor's profile, relieved yet disappointed when she confirmed that he hadn't noticed. But in any case, as long as he was by her side, she wouldn't be scared anymore. Due to Tony's impulsive decision, the press conference scene suddenly lost control, and Coulson and Rhodey tacitly chose to interrupt the conference.
Who knew what shocking news Tony might reveal next?
Victor agreed with this approach. While Tony's exposure of his Iron Man identity was within acceptable limits, if he casually mentioned Victor's Superman identity, that would indeed be a real problem. Victor did not want to become the center of attention. He found it uncomfortable being the focus of the crowd while shopping. With such an incident happening, Coulson naturally had no time to take notes from Victor. As an apology, he directly called for a helicopter to take Victor and Tony home to avoid the limelight. "No, I'm not planning to go back right now," Victor shrugged. "Tony, your speed is too fast. I still have time to catch the League of Legends launch." This statement made Wanda's face blush slightly.
What did he mean by too fast? Tony tilted his head at Victor and said playfully, "I remember there's a prototype of Iron Man in there, right? Kid, I haven't signed the authorization yet."
The threat was evident.
However, Victor didn't take it to heart and casually invited, "Want to join?
There are plenty of reporters outside. We could pull them over to do some advertising for me."
Tony's mouth twitched involuntarily. "You really are quite the character."
However, this casual attitude made Tony feel quite pleased. Although he said, "This will require a hefty endorsement fee," his feet were already moving toward the underground garage. Thus, the reporters at the press conference received a new notice. The latest news about Iron Man would be released at another hotel. This time, Riot Games also happened to be located in Santa Monica, where Victor had previously sunbathed on the beach. To accommodate the sole shareholder, the press conference was arranged at a nearby hotel in downtown Los Angeles. When Victor and Tony, accompanied by a large group of reporters, flooded into the press conference venue, Felicia was caught off guard. The rented hall already had quite a few journalists from gaming channels, and now with the sudden influx, the space felt a bit overcrowded. If it weren't for the experienced Pepper assisting, Felicia might not have been able to handle everything so calmly. Meanwhile, Victor and Tony appeared quite carefree, chatting and joking in the hotel room, looking relaxed and at ease. When the press conference resumed, all previously prepared procedures were discarded. They directly sent out Victor, Tony, and Wanda, along with 7 reporters who were familiar with the game, totaling 10 people to demonstrate the game live.
Wanda chose the dark sorceress Syndra, which matched her ball girl image perfectly.
Naturally, the attention-seeking Tony selected his exclusive hero, Iron Man Tony Stark, a hero redesigned by the mechanical pioneer Victor. Q skill, Laser Beam, * fires a laser from the wrist. After upgrading, it can briefly accelerate and activate a shield. W skill, Gravity Device, * places a gravity field that can stun enemy targets within it. After upgrading, it can pull enemies to the center. E skill, Laser Sweep, * sweeps a laser from the wrist, which can cause a secondary explosion after upgrading. R skill, Missile Barrage, * releases a large number of missiles for a saturation attack on a target, capable of interrupting continuous skills. As for Iron Man's original artwork, it was made in a 1:1 ratio mimicking MK3, with the original image provided by Tony himself. Victor, not to be outdone, had also transformed his version of Superman, based on the colossal Justice Galio, making him quite powerful as well. Q skill, Heat Vision, * fires a heat ray from both eyes, causing an explosion in a small area with subsequent high-temperature burns. W skill, Iron Body, * reduces damage taken while charging. Upon release, it taunts enemy units within range, forcing them to attack him. E skill, Justice Charge, * after a brief retreat to charge, dashes forward and knocks up enemy units in the way. R skill, Justice Descend, * selects allied heroes within a certain range and flies to their side after charging for several seconds, knocking up and damaging enemy units in a small area. This hero's image was that of Superman without wearing his underwear on the outside. Moreover, during the acceleration state, both Superman and Iron Man displayed a magnificent flying state, with Tony's Iron Man using energy propulsion for normal attacks. This visual style was evidently more refined than other heroes, perfectly fitting the 2 protagonists of the previous day's super crime event.
However, both Tony and Victor were unwilling to elaborate further. Not explaining was just fine.
This way, the reporters had room to unleash their creativity, and some began feverishly scribbling, conjuring up countless versions of the story on the spot. While controlling his hero, Victor casually used supervision to glance at what the reporters were writing, and their content was as absurd as a fantasy story. However, he found it amusing. These reporters were quite sensible, mentioning that the material originated from the game League of Legends in every article. He believed that after the news release tomorrow, nearly everyone in America would know about this game. Coupled with the more exquisite graphic style and Tony Stark's endorsement as Iron Man, this competitive game, which had been a global sensation in his past life, would quickly sweep across America. The best part was, Victor hadn't spent a single cent on this wave of advertising. Just as he was reveling in this thought, a first blood notification pinged from the computer, and Iron Man's icon on the map in the lower right corner turned grayish-white. Victor glanced at the time in the upper right corner, 2:15. Tony had given up his first kill way too quickly. But it was also to be expected. It was Tony's first time playing this game, and it was only normal to mess up a bit. With the mindset of this first death doesn't matter, I can carry, Victor focused on the game. As the jungler, he had no intention of helping Tony. It's basic knowledge that junglers help the winning lane, not the losing one. Until Tony, sporting a 0/8/0 record, became utterly useless, Victor could no longer hold back. No way. The reporter facing off against Tony, don't you have any decency? Killing the future richest man in America so many times, are you trying to ruin your career? That just wouldn't do. Victor maneuvered his Superman and headed toward the top lane, casually checking the opposing top laner's items. Oh my gosh. A 10-stack killing sword? Already at 13 minutes into the game? Victor glanced at Wanda's mid-lane ballgirl, who had already stacked her item to 14. Without needing to consider further, ignoring Tony's frantic signals for help, Victor turned and made his way to the mid lane. After successfully killing the opposing mid laner Ryze, Tony in the top lane was once again brutally killed under the tower by the Sword Saint. TSK, who would have thought a genius like Tony would be such a gaming novice? Now he had another means to keep him in check. Not satisfied, huh? Come on for a solo. In the end, during the 3 exhibition matches at the press conference, despite Tony being the best 6th man on the opposing team, Victor and Wanda showcased their powerful skills and achieved a perfect victory with a score of 3-0 against their opponents. They exchanged little conversation and simply exited the stage, leaving the subsequent matters to Felicia. After the match,
Tony's expression turned grim as he muttered under his breath, "Why didn't anyone come to help me in the top lane? With your taunt in my gravity field, that JS should have been dead ages ago. The game mechanics are so unreasonable. I'm using a Viper missile with a heat-seeking system, how could I get dodged by JS's Q skill? My suit is made of titanium alloy, I should be a heavy armor unit, so how come I turned into a squishy mage? If it weren't for Victor and Wanda taking turns controlling Iron Man and dominating the game to prove to Tony that it was a summoner's operational issue rather than a hero mechanism problem, Tony would probably have considered deleting Iron Man as a champion. This was a dark history for him. To be crushed so badly by a rookie reporter who had just started learning the game was absolutely intolerable. Thus, Tony forgot about the earlier agreement to give Victor a medical checkup. After returning home, he dived straight into the lab and had Jarvis analyze the details of how Victor and Wanda controlled Iron Man, meticulously documenting each aspect. From the health of minions to the damage of normal attacks, from the variables added by each piece of equipment to the effects of every hero skill, everything was analyzed thoroughly. This was the kind of scholarly gaming operation that would intimidate anyone. As a result, there was no need to wait for 24 hours. That same night, Tony found Victor, who was playing a ranked match with Wanda, and gathered the other 7 team members to once again compete in 3 matches with the original lineup. Confident Tony, however, was once again carried to victory by Victor and Wanda. As for his scores of 0/12/2, 0/14/7, and 0/16/4, there was no need for further description. Victor barely held back his laughter as he patted a disbelieving Tony on the back, kindly comforting him, "Don't worry, the game has just been released, and everyone is still in the bronze skill stage. I'm the game developer, and Wanda aims to become a professional player. You really can't compete with us." Tony looked extremely frustrated and, unwilling to admit defeat, turned to return to his research. But Victor stopped him. The great inventor Tony Stark should not become a gaming addict, otherwise, when Thanos comes, what will you use to fight him? Your head? Ahem, wait, weren't you going to give me a checkup? Victor tried to redirect Tony's focus. Unexpectedly, Tony was unfazed. That can wait until tomorrow. I'll definitely grasp all the data tonight and come back for a rematch tomorrow. Tony resolutely turned and left, looking like he was planning to pull an all-nighter. Victor scratched his head, feeling troubled. To be honest, Tony's gaming skills weren't bad, his awareness was quite strong, allowing him to calculate everything during battles and consider all the opponent's reactions. Without reaching a master level, he at least had diamond level awareness. However, his opponents were all in bronze rank. He was using a master level awareness to predict bronze level operations, assuming they would use various fancy maneuvers to dodge his skills. Aside from Q skills, which were targeted, the other 3 skills could all be predicted and released in advance. Yet, the opponent's E just charged straight in and used his ultimate, RAQAQ, and took down the flashy Iron Man in one combo. Thanos' remark about being cursed by knowledge was indeed spot on. It was like Einstein lecturing middle school students. His mind was filled with advanced mathematics and relativity, instinctively thinking the students should understand, but the students below couldn't even solve trigonometric functions. The knowledge gap led the teacher on stage to feel, "This is simple, how could you be wrong?" While the students below wore confused expressions thinking, "Is the teacher speaking in an alien language?" It can simply be understood as a generational gap. After realizing this, Victor didn't concern himself too much. He thought Tony was a smart guy and wouldn't get stuck on this, right? It turned out that the smarter the person, the more likely they were to get stuck in their thoughts. The next evening, Tony organized the same team again for battle. This time, his opponents had wised up and decided not to offend Tony too badly, so they abandoned the E who had been killing him and chose Garen instead. As we all know, this hero excels at countering flashy plays. His Q skill silences, and his E skill is a spinning sword that, with a combo of QWER, would turn Tony's screen black and white. Ultimately, it was still Victor who couldn't bear to see the genius inventor doubting himself. He secretly had Alice take control of the opponent's hero. With that, Tony suddenly rose to the occasion, executing various predictions, precise calculations, and detailed maneuvers as he engaged in a battle of wits with Alice. By the end of the game, Tony finished with a score of 14/0/21, looking down on everyone. Tony triumphantly exclaimed, "Look! The power of this genius has finally been unleashed." After winning the match, Tony finally let go of his obsession and remembered the checkup, casually bringing Victor back to his lab. As for blood tests, Tony's specially made titanium needles couldn't handle it. However, this posed no challenge for genius Tony. Human saliva contains remnants of oral epithelial cells, which can also be used for testing. Tony naturally wouldn't collect saliva, instead, he found other means to collect the epithelial cells. Then began a series of tests on strength, speed, and other aspects. Victor didn't use telekinesis throughout the process, and the results were just like those of a normal person. "Tisk, looks like you're just thick-skinned, you call yourself Superman?" Tony remarked without holding back. Victor rolled his eyes, not bothering to retort. He thought to himself that once he exchanged for super strength, he could crush Tony's Iron Man suit into a ball in no time. The cell tests were not simply looking at structures through a microscope, they required various extreme environmental tests before complete data could be collected, which took considerable time. Victor didn't wait around too long and headed back to his own home. Little Wanda's late-night snack was calling to him. As the villa quieted down, Tony hesitated between researching MK4 and playing a ranked match of League of Legends for a few seconds before his body honestly settled at the experiment table. Just one match, just one match. Tony activated the 3D projection and started a ranked match using the virtual projection as a screen. Thanks to the power of the media, League of Legends, as a free-to-play game with purchasable items, had more than 1 million registered users since its launch yesterday. Although there was still a gap compared to the billion-user milestones of his previous life, this was just the first day, and explosive growth was expected in the future. Before long, after matching up, Tony clicked to enter and was about to choose his hero, only to find that both Iron Man and Superman had been instant-locked by his teammates. "Tony shit big balls, 2L Iron Man top, if you don't give it, I'll take it. Love big super, 4L Superman jungle, if you don't give it, I'll take it." Seeing what those two said, along with that Tony shit big balls name, Tony was a bit angry but still managed to keep it under control. He quickly selected the ball girl and took the mid lane position. Loading the game, all troops deploy. As soon as the game began, Tony gave away first blood, being solo killed by the opposing mid laner, Darius, who was at full health. This made Tony bang his fists on the table in frustration. The opposing Darius's movements were too flashy, and he just couldn't predict his movement direction. However, in reality, the opponent's Darius was simply walking straight and auto-attacking him. As usual, Tony ended up with a score of 0/7/0, successfully ruining his team's rhythm. After stealing Iron Man and Superman, he even went AFK in the fountain and started flaming. His friendly greetings made Tony explode with frustration. But he didn't engage in any ungracious exchanges with the opponent. "Tony shit big balls, you got the guts? Come through the internet and fight me. Bring your daddy too. Ha ha." When the opponent mentioned the word daddy, Tony's eyes narrowed dangerously. He twisted his neck and said angrily, "Jarvis, locate this guy's position. I want all his info in 3 minutes." Tony was furious after being addressed with the term daddy by the opposing player. His pride wouldn't allow him to fall behind in the game, so he immediately dove into the lab, vowing not to leave until Jarvis was upgraded to his satisfaction. Meanwhile, Victor was sitting on Norman's private jet, flying to New York. As Jarvis's infiltration failed, Alice also sent a warning to Victor. Initially, Victor thought it was Tony who didn't trust his previous words and planned to search for information himself, similar to how Tony had hacked S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Avengers. However, after understanding the whole situation, Victor couldn't help but laugh helplessly. This once again proved that one should never be too arrogant while gaming. You never know if the person on the other side could be the richest man in America or a friend of the game's owner. Victor casually had Alice ban the account that insulted him as Tony shit big balls, then called Tony, preparing to have a good laugh at his expense. However, the call didn't go through, and checking Tony's League of Legends account showed that he was not logged in. It seemed Tony was buried in upgrading his suit or Jarvis. Wanda, sitting next to Victor, noticed the scene and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did Mr. Stark get bullied by a noob again?" This trip to New York had allowed Wanda to replace the original private chef, thanks to her excellent cooking skills, and accompany Victor. "Huh, this is quite amusing, let me tell you," Victor didn't hold back on spilling the tea about Tony. Wanda had harbored resentment toward Tony for years, and hearing about his amusing defeats made her laugh heartily, her laughter so loud that Victor's gaze kept drifting. Noticing Victor's odd expression, Wanda suddenly realized she had inadvertently revealed too much and hurriedly lowered her head to fix her clothes, her face flushed with embarrassment, too shy to meet Victor's eyes. Victor awkwardly cleared his throat and pretended to doze off. Standing behind them, Felicia observed this interaction with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She had always admired the love between Tony and Pepper.
In Washington, in the top-level Pierce office at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Pierce was holding a detailed report about the Stark internal conflict, with Phil Coulson listed as the investigator. He studied it for a moment before flipping the page, his gaze landing on a file with Victor's photo. Compared to Tony's report filled with flair, this file was woefully short. Victor, male, suspected mutant, origin unknown. Appeared at Los Angeles Airport on April 12, 2008, subsequently connected to V-14 surveillance point.
Confirmed to possess the ability of mutant transfer. Later arrived in New York.
Confirmed as the Superman involved in the Stark internal conflict incident, possessing high-level defensive capabilities and object control abilities.
Current attitude unclear, recommend close monitoring.
Pierce scrutinized the document, his eyes unfocused, and no one knew what he was contemplating. After a long while, he snapped back to reality and pressed a button on the phone on his desk. Minutes later, a knock sounded at the door, and Sitwell rushed in, glistening with sweat, respectfully asking, "Chairman Pierce, what can I do for you?"
Pierce didn't respond immediately.
He pressed a button under his desk and waited a few seconds without any movement before solemnly instructing, "Let's mobilize the military personnel and try to get Tony Stark to hand over the new energy technology himself."
"Yes." Sitwell nodded respectfully, cautiously asking, "What about the Iron Man technology?" "The primary target is the new energy. Tony Stark's setup is too costly and has no promotional value.
The prototype of the Iron Tyrant is enough for us to arm ourselves, we just lack the drive energy," Pierce explained with a frown, feeling frustrated with his subordinate for being so foolish.
Seeing Pierce's displeasure, Sitwell hastily nodded and dared not ask further.
Pierce pondered for a few seconds and continued, "Have Rumlow transfer a few of our people from the Quick Reaction Special Forces, and let Fury dispatch Agent Romanoff to infiltrate Stark's site to intercept and copy her reports.
We might have a chance to obtain what we want."
Once the mission was assigned, Pierce dismissed Sitwell and then stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking Washington. He was filled with fiery anticipation. The super soldier program had been progressing poorly. Ross was such a fool that he couldn't even capture a green monster. Even though his daughter had already captured the other party, he still resorted to force, which was utterly foolish. Now, however, they had obtained the original design drawings of the Iron Tyrant. As long as they resolved the drive energy issue, they would be more assured in launching the Insight plan in the future. He, Pierce, would accomplish what Hydra had never been able to do, making Hydra the sole ruler of this world. A utopia without divisions of country or race, where only Hydra would be worshipped. After several hours of flight, when the private jet landed at New York Airport, it was just as the sun was setting. Victor had just finished digesting the knowledge he had crammed into his head. He didn't continue to feed himself more knowledge because he needed to face Norman, the old fox, and had to stay sufficiently alert. Upon disembarking, the young Norman arrived with a group to greet him, wearing a bright smile as he approached Victor.
"Welcome back. Good news, Stark Industries stock has skyrocketed, and you're now a billionaire."
Victor nodded slightly, acknowledging the news. Now, he owned 27% of Stark Industries, making him the second largest shareholder after Tony's 71%. Norman had truly executed Victor's orders to the fullest. He had sold all his shares in Osborne Industries, converting them entirely into shares of Stark Industries, leaving only the Osborne Tower, which also transferred to Victor's name.
Norman was now practically empty-handed.
This was also the reason Victor had returned to New York early.
Regardless of Norman's motives, he had indeed put everything on the line to complete the task, and Victor couldn't keep him in suspense any longer.
Victor instructed Felicia to take Wanda back to their villa in Manhattan's Upper East Side to prepare dinner while he and Norman headed to the Osborne Tower. The two remained silent throughout the car ride. Upon reaching the 107th floor of the Osborne Tower, which had originally been a meeting place for Osborne Industries board members, Victor cleared it out with a single word.
This might also be one reason why Norman decided to sell all his Osborne shares outright.
He had offended the major shareholders so thoroughly that after multiple sell-offs, his shares were dwindling, and his position as chairman was precarious. It was better to sell everything and sweep out those board members who had given him cold looks.
He had bet everything he had.
Now, it was time to reveal whether he had won or lost. The 107th floor now appeared exceptionally spacious, with all facilities cleared except for a few sturdy load-bearing walls. Victor nodded in satisfaction and then instructed Alice to begin utilizing her remarkable computational abilities to accurately plan the spatial layout. Following his directions, 10 automated assembly lines were sequentially put into place,
occupying a full third of the floor. The remaining 2/3 of the space were divided into two sections. 1/3 would serve as a raw material warehouse to store various materials needed for future production. The other third would be a finished goods warehouse specifically for storing the completed virus enhancement solution. Additionally, these three areas were strictly isolated from one another to prevent any potential leakage of the agents. This series of operations was conducted in front of Norman without any concealment, allowing him to witness this miraculous scene firsthand. The ability to freely collect and place items was already far beyond the current technological capabilities on Earth. Of course, it could also be that Norman was simply uninformed. After all, in the field of quantum mechanics, PIM particles have similar magical functions, but Victor's approach seemed more convenient and efficient in comparison. After showcasing this mysterious operation, Victor decisively instructed Alice to activate the 10 automated assembly lines, which quickly began to operate and clean up the residual semi-finished biochemical agents on the lines. Even if these biochemical agents could ultimately be completed, they were destined to be failures. This was a precaution put in place by Royce to prevent the emergence of T-virus infections. If such a small oversight led to a terrifying biohazard in a certain dimension, Royce would likely feel that even his life would not be enough to atone for his mistakes. As the assembly line started up and the cleanup proceeded, a batch of personnel that Norman had prepared swiftly sprang into action, transporting 100 units of a virus original solution raw materials to the 107th floor. After placing the materials at a safe distance from the production line, industrial robots automatically began the filling operations. During this process, Victor cleverly extracted the data USB for the virus enhancement solution formula and the virus original solution cultivation manual, then input the virus enhancement solution formula into 9 of the automated assembly lines, while the virus original solution cultivation manual was input into 1 line. Notably, once this data was entered into the assembly lines, it could not be extracted again. If anyone attempted to breach this data, all information would be automatically destroyed to ensure the safety of the formula and manual. Next, starting from the transportation of raw materials to their entry into the assembly lines, a series of complex quality inspections, extractions, distillations, concentrations, membrane separations, ground filtration, centrifugation, cell cultivation, and biochemical hydrolysis were carried out, encompassing a total of 174 strict procedures. Finally, a bottle of a virus enhancement solution was successfully produced, taking 2 hours, 14 minutes, and 56 seconds. During this lengthy wait, both Victor and Norman stood quietly by, patiently anticipating the final result. When the first finished product was finally created, Victor didn't hesitate for a moment. He used his extraordinary telekinesis to grab the bottle of a virus enhancement solution from the industrial robot's hand. The moment he made contact, platform information triggered. Product name * a virus enhancement solution. Product category * bloodline. Product compatibility * 99%. Origin dimension * Resident Evil. Level rating * F-. Product price * F level certificate ×3, dimension points ×50. Function description * gradually stimulates gene growth breakthroughs. Due to differences in gene potential, it can ultimately reach 1 to 2 times the peak of adult capabilities. Slogan * genetic modification does not exceed 5% and can still combine without being closely related. Victor carefully compared the product description of the virus enhancement solution from the Resident Evil merchandise and found that the two were exactly the same. He realized he could directly list this bottle of a virus enhancement solution for sale. Of course, he was still unsure whether he had the authority to modify the product price. If he did, that would indeed be interesting. With several thoughts racing through his mind, Victor slowly turned to look at Norman. While Norman still stood calmly in place, the anxiety in his eyes was unmistakable. Finally, the moment to unveil the mystery had come. Even though Victor had shown him numerous things that surpassed Earth's technology over the past 2 hours, Norman still held some reservations. He was uncertain about the specific uses of this agent and felt somewhat useless at this moment, worried that Victor might dismiss him or choose to go solo once he had solidified his footing. Victor, of course, sensed Norman's thoughts. He decided not to keep him in suspense any longer and casually tossed the virus enhancement solution to Norman. Norman clearly hadn't anticipated such a sudden action from Victor and fumbled to catch the vial. This is called the virus enhancement solution, similar to the T-virus you were administered, but it's a weakened version. It can stimulate the human body's gene potential, allowing physical capabilities to reach at least an adult's limits, with a maximum of up to twice that. You can try it out yourself. This agent is a mature product and can be safely tested on humans. Oh, by the way, the T virus in your body will clash with this agent, so don't inject it yourself, or it will lead to severe consequences, Victor patiently explained to Norman. After listening to Victor's explanation, Norman's breathing quickened. He carefully held the vial in his hand, his gaze fixed on the blue liquid inside, and his expression revealed sheer excitement. Wasn't this the super soldier serum the military had always dreamed of? Although it didn't have the terrifying destructive power of the Hulk, it was safe, controllable, and could be mass-produced at a reasonable cost, a super soldier serum that could be widely disseminated. Holding such a trump card, Norman was confident that his status would far surpass that of the former chairman of Osborne Industries. With the virus enhancement solution, the military, government, and various countries would surely rush to collaborate with him. Who would dare offend him again? Despite being filled with fiery passion, Norman still managed to control his excitement, quietly waiting for Victor's further instructions. He understood that if the virus enhancement solution was as miraculous as Victor claimed, the most precious thing wouldn't be the agent itself but the cosmic merchant standing before him. As long as he could hold on tightly to this strong leg, the virus enhancement solution would merely be the beginning. In the future, there would undoubtedly be even more powerful agents, weapons, and even epic-making products born from his hands. And through recent interactions, Norman was well aware that Victor had little interest in managing a commercial empire, practically a hands-off manager. So, shouldn't this future commercial empire, one destined to rival nations and enter the cosmos, be managed by him, Norman Osborn? His stable temperament, honed through years of suffering from illness, allowed Norman to steady his mindset immediately after his excitement. Victor noticed this scene and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Norman's quality indeed exceeded expectations. It didn't matter who managed the future affairs. After all, he truly had no interest in the laborious task of running a commercial empire. Was it because he had collected enough products? Or had he gathered all the Infinity Stones? Perhaps even the Thanos from the birth control office had retired? Why bother worrying about those matters? That would simply be foolish. Neither of them voiced these thoughts, but at that moment, they reached an unspoken agreement. Victor casually stored 10 bottles of a virus enhancement solution into his inventory and then turned to walk out. Seeing this, Norman hurriedly followed, cautiously asking, "Are you leaving? What should we do about the virus enhancement solution?" "First, produce it secretly. Once I let you connect with the military, we'll officially launch related work." "Understood?" Victor instructed without looking back. Norman nodded without hesitation, knowing he needed time to experiment with the agent. Once he accumulated enough of the solution and obtained solid experimental data, he would be more assured during negotiations with various parties. After sending Victor off, Norman didn't hesitate for a moment and dove into a biological laboratory within the core lab. He didn't call any assistants for help and worked alone in this biological lab for an entire night. When the sun rose the next day, patrolling guards passed near this biological laboratory and faintly heard what seemed to be crazed laughter. Alarmed, the guards immediately scanned their surroundings cautiously but ultimately found nothing suspicious. They notified the monitoring room to pull up the surveillance footage but found no abnormalities. The guards could only helplessly conclude that their recent lack of rest had caused them to experience auditory hallucinations. The next morning, the warm rays of the sun poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows like a golden waterfall, casting a gentle glow on Victor's handsome face as he lay in bed. With the infusion of new energy, his previously dull eyes flickered slightly, and he propped himself up, his gaze somewhat dazed as he stared ahead. In reality, his mind was raging like a storm at that moment. After 3 full days, the profound Chinese knowledge had finally been fully digested. Although he still couldn't grasp everything completely, he could understand and comprehend corresponding sentences when he encountered them. Last night, filled with anticipation and eagerness, he chose to start learning the first Chinese martial art, Tai Chi. He was confident, believing that with the help of the virtual learning helmet, even if he couldn't master it instantly, he could at least digest the knowledge within one night. However, reality dealt him a harsh slap in the face. As a national intangible cultural heritage, Tai Chi is based on the philosophical concepts of yin and yang and the Taiji in traditional Chinese Confucianism and Taoism. It encompasses various functions, including nurturing one's temperament, enhancing physical health, and combat techniques. It combines elements from the Yi theories yin-yang and 5 elements changes, traditional Chinese medicine's meridian studies, and ancient practices of guiding and breathing techniques, resulting in a traditional Chinese martial art that balances both internal and external practices,
characterized by softness, slowness, lightness, and a blend of hardness and softness. Simply put, while Tai Chi may seem easy, achieving the miraculous effect of using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds requires an intricate understanding of the human body, force application points, and the complexities of yin-yang and 5 elements. Only with this knowledge could one discern an opponent's weaknesses at a glance and exploit them, achieving the remarkable technique of overcoming strength with softness and using small forces to defeat larger ones. In terms of the knowledge required, Tai Chi certainly ranks at the top. Not to mention that there are numerous styles of traditional Tai Chi, such as Chan, Yang, and Wu styles. Each style has its lineage and unique characteristics, creating a flourishing landscape of diversity. There was simply too much to learn. When the knowledge transfer began last night, Victor nearly crashed on the spot, taking all night to recover. Only after receiving the Sun Daddy buff did his brain finally find some room to think. After sitting on the edge of the bed to adapt for a while, Victor finally stood up and began to wash up. After finishing, he slowly made his way downstairs, intending to enjoy breakfast that Wanda had prepared for him. He knew that if he didn't come down, neither Wanda nor Felicia would eat first. Felicia was still quietly waiting at the bottom of the stairs. As Victor walked past her, she took half a step back, preparing to report some important events to him. Around 4 a.m., Mr. Stark called looking for you. Alice told me you were busy, and Mr. Stark asked you to give him a call when you have time. Since launching, League of Legends has registered over 14 million users in 72 hours, and the company believes it's time to release some paid items, which requires your input. Mr. Osborne called a few minutes ago and mentioned that he would, gather strength when he learned you weren't awake yet. Also, Felicia quickly reported these matters, just as Victor reached the dining room. There, Wanda was quietly waiting at the dining table, dressed in a chef's apron, looking much like the private chef who had been dismissed earlier. According to the norm, Wanda was now in an employment relationship with Victor, and she shouldn't just sit down without an invitation. However, Victor disregarded these norms and warmly invited Wanda to sit down for breakfast with him. Hearing this, Wanda hesitated for a moment. "No need to be so formal, our relationship can be more casual," Victor said gently. "Let's eat together. And hearty, just sit down and eat already. Don't make me ask every time, I might really get angry next time." Victor feared that Wanda might end up like Felicia, only sitting down when invited. That would be quite troublesome. As for what he meant by our relationship, he naturally referred to their future camaraderie, though not the kind like the Avengers. Victor was still hesitating about whether to join the Avengers, as it seemed there were no substantial benefits, and he might end up with burdens like the Sokovia Accords. However, he had decided to form a League of Legends professional team, with himself as the jungler and Wanda as the mid laner. If possible, he wanted to recruit Tony as the top laner, and it shouldn't be a problem for Barton to take ADC. As for support, Natasha would likely be a good choice, given her long-standing partnership with Barton. Thinking of this, Victor couldn't help but chuckle softly, then pushed this unrealistic idea to the back of his mind. He sat down to enjoy breakfast, with Felicia sitting to his left, her gaze subtly monitoring Victor's every move, ready to provide any necessary assistance. As for Wanda, she was unclear about how to interpret Victor's words regarding our relationship. Her cheeks turned a bright red, and although she sat down as instructed, her chin nearly rested on her chest. Victor noticed her demeanor, and apart from complimenting her with talented, he had grown used to it. Except during their time in the hospital, each time he saw Wanda, she had never looked him in the eye. She had developed the habit of blushing easily, but he couldn't remember when it had started. After breakfast, Wanda didn't rush to clean up the dishes as she had before, considering she had previously cost a private chef his job. Moreover, she had her own work to do, which was related to the formation of the League of Legends team. Victor had explained this plan to Wanda in detail, and she was very interested, happily agreeing to it. Therefore, in addition to preparing meals for Victor, Wanda needed to familiarize herself with and train on aspects of League of Legends, such as landing and tactics, and also keep an eye out for suitable teammates in the public matches. After all, the support for the world champion IG team in his past life had met their ADC in a public match. Of course, Wanda was not working so hard just because she could fight alongside Victor. There was a teasing tone here. Meanwhile, during the post-breakfast period, Victor and Felicia would still brew a pot of tea and begin addressing the various accumulated matters at hand. The first issue they faced was the somewhat troublesome company business. Victor waved his hand and said, "Hardy, I appoint you as my assistant to the chairman. From now on, unless the company is on the brink of collapse, you can make decisions."
This sudden delegation of power caught Felicia off guard. With over 10 million registered users in just 72 hours, League of Legends was destined to become a sensation across America and even globally. Handing over the decision-making power of a company owning this game to a 23-year-old girl, it was understandably a lot of pressure for her and made her feel that Victor was too trusting. However, Victor didn't mind. The acquisition of Riot Games had originally been about indulging in gaming. Based on the current situation, in the future, he could redo corresponding hero characters for everyone in the Avengers. At that point, it would be hard for the game not to succeed, it was just a matter of how much profit it would generate. Victor wouldn't be overly concerned about this. No matter how much the game made, it couldn't compare to the clean energy profits Stark Industries would generate in the future. It certainly couldn't compare to the earnings from his virus enhancement solution. Nor could it compete with the profits from his future cancer killer. Let Felicia practice her skills, that was enough. The two did not express these thoughts aloud, but at that moment, they reached an unspoken agreement. Victor casually stored 10 bottles of a virus enhancement solution into his inventory and then turned to walk out. Seeing this, Norman hurriedly followed, carefully inquiring, "Are you leaving? What should we do about the virus enhancement solution?" "First, conduct production secretly. Once I let you connect with the military, we'll officially launch related work." "Understood?" Victor instructed without looking back. Norman naturally agreed without hesitation. He knew he needed time to experiment with the agent, and once he accumulated enough of it and gathered solid experimental data, he would feel more confident during negotiations with various parties. After sending Victor off, Norman wasted no time and plunged into a biological laboratory within the core lab. He didn't call any assistants for help and worked alone in this biological lab for the entire night. When the sun rose the next day, patrolling guards passed near this biological laboratory and faintly heard what seemed to be crazed laughter. Alarmed, the guards immediately scanned their surroundings cautiously but ultimately found nothing suspicious. They notified the monitoring room to pull up the surveillance footage but found no abnormalities. The guards could only helplessly conclude that their recent lack of rest had caused them to experience auditory hallucinations. Felicia was visibly flustered, but Victor remained unfazed, decisively making the call. "You don't need to stress too much. The daily affairs are being handled by the executive president, you just need to supervise the company's operations. My demands aren't high, just don't let the company go bankrupt, so I still have a game to play." Despite such low expectations, Felicia still felt a bit anxious. However, Victor paid no mind to her unease. Working under someone like him, who was a hands-off manager, naturally meant she would have to shoulder more responsibilities. After setting aside most of the trivial matters, the remaining tasks involved communication with Norman and Tony. Norman could wait for now, it was just about the completion of the virus enhancement solution experiment, and he would come running to pledge his loyalty. However, Tony's call needed to be returned. Just as Victor was about to have Felicia attend to other matters, he suddenly remembered something and instructed, "By the way, after the Parkers' accident, it seems Osborne Industries hasn't shown much concern. Find a way to send them on vacation, deduct the expenses from my account. Also, try to get blood samples from Peter Parker and May Parker." At this, Felicia's expression brightened significantly, feeling invigorated as if she had found a new mission. Victor took a few sips of tea and directed Alice to dial Tony's number. After a few rings, the call connected. "Hey, it's already 7:14 a.m. Do you usually wake up this late?" This was Tony's typical greeting. "What's up?" "I'm busy trying to hit level 30, I'm about to play placement matches with Wanda," Victor shot back, hitting a sore spot for Tony. He faintly heard the familiar first blood notification, indicating that Tony was playing League of Legends. While pondering this, Tony's voice came through with a dismissive tone, "Your cell analysis results are in. Aside from having a strong attraction to light energy, which allows you to store light energy, your cells are pretty much like those of an average person. You lie around in the sun every day, are you really absorbing solar energy like Superman to enhance yourself?" This wasn't a secret, and Victor readily admitted it. "Exactly. I bet you don't know that your cells are most active in the yellow spectrum. Do you know what that means?" Tony continued. Victor blinked in confusion, unsure of what Tony was getting at. Before he could ask, he faintly heard the sounds of double kill and the sound of a mouse being slammed, clearly indicating that Tony's breathing had become noticeably heavier, and his voice grew louder. "With that little brain of yours, you probably can't figure it out. Since your cells are most active in the yellow spectrum, Have you ever tried lying in a tanning bed?
The light intensity can be freely adjusted, and it can be used 24/7.
You don't need to lie on the beach every day to catch some sun. Also, didn't you learn in elementary school about using convex lenses to focus sunlight to ignite paper?
Build a large convex lens, then lie at the focal point. You could at least increase your charging efficiency fivefold, assuming you can absorb it that quickly.
Victor felt as if he had been awakened from a dream, utterly stunned.
He had never considered these points, and based on Tony's analysis, both methods seemed highly feasible. Just as Victor was excitedly preparing to try these out, Tony called out to him.
"Hey, since I gave you such good advice, you should repay me somehow, right?"
Tony said with some dissatisfaction.
"No problem, tell me what you want. A body enhancement agent? Special medals? Or intel?"
Victor generously offered, knowing that Tony had helped him greatly by potentially shortening his charging time, and he wouldn't skimp on the rewards.
However, after a brief hesitation, Tony proposed a request that left Victor quite surprised. Don't you have a lot of skins in your game?
I saw that they haven't been released yet, so
I think that would make a good reward."
"Victor, what?"
Tony Stark, the great inventor, would ask for a League of Legends skin instead of a super soldier serum, vibranium, or some secret intel?
Although it was for all skins, the game had just launched, and there were only about 30 heroes total. How many skins could there be? Despite feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief, Victor accepted this reward and replied, "Coincidentally, I decided to open skin sales today.
If you want them, I'll gift you a full set."
"What?
They're going to be on sale?"
Tony's tone shot up several octaves.
"Then change it.
My Iron Man only has one basic skin, which doesn't suit my style at all. I'll send you some cool designs later. They're concept art for the future MK series."
"You can make those into skins for me." The proud Tony expressed that as long as it could be resolved with money, it was no problem at all.
Victor could only helplessly agree, saying, "All right, have Pepper send them to Hardy, she's handling company matters now." As they spoke, Victor faintly heard the quadra kill notification, and Tony quickly ended the call. Victor rubbed his temples helplessly. Wanda seemed fine, but it appeared that Tony was genuinely becoming addicted to League of Legends. He hoped he wouldn't end up neglecting his responsibilities to save the world. After all, the resistance of homebuddies to going out is something that only those who have experienced it can truly understand. With these thoughts in mind, Victor knew there was no way to correct this. He could only take it one step at a time. If he did become addicted, he could just ban his account. After all, Tony wouldn't be able to do anything about it, whether it was in terms of banter, combat capability, or artificial intelligence. He would always be at a disadvantage. He decided to quickly test out Tony's suggestions. For the large convex lens, he instructed Alice to handle it and place an order with the appropriate glass company. It was just a matter of spending some money. However, he found himself feeling a bit troubled that tanning beds were not sold in New York. Tanning beds were an invention from Northern Europe, where sunlight was scarce, making UV tanning precious. In New York, where sunlight was abundant, people could simply lie on the beach to sunbathe and swim, leaving no room for tanning beds. The market for umbrellas was thriving instead. But this wouldn't pose a challenge for him. Despite Osborne Industries being in disarray and primarily focused on biological gene engineering, the Osborne building was filled with talented individuals, and creating a tanning bed would be an easy task for them. He didn't need to involve Norman. He could simply have Alice post the task internally, and someone would surely deliver a tanning bed to him. While waiting for the tanning bed, Victor didn't want to waste the sunlight during the day. He leisurely lay by his pool, soaking up the sun's buff while continuing to digest the knowledge of Tai Chi in his mind. Once he finished digesting it, he could go out and act heroically, experiencing the feeling of being a superhero while familiarizing himself with the use of Tai Chi. The plan was indeed perfect. As Victor leisurely enjoyed his sunbathing like a lazy fish, he was completely immersed in the world of Tai Chi, unable to extricate himself. Time passed unknowingly, and the sun slowly dipped toward the horizon. Feeling refreshed, Victor stood up. Having fully absorbed the principles of Tai Chi, his heart was filled with eager anticipation, ready to go out and act heroically tonight. He had heard that Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan was rife with criminals, and Brooklyn, home to Spider-Man, often appeared chaotic. Contemplating where to find practice targets he could comfortably engage, Victor moved quickly to the dining room. Wanda had already meticulously prepared a feast and was seated at the table, calmly waiting for Victor's arrival. However, there was a hint of shyness on her face. Victor shook his head, suspecting that he had sunbathed too long and that his eyes might be playing tricks on him.
Why would Wanda suddenly be shy? Taking his seat at the head of the table, Victor prepared to announce the meal, but was surprised to find that it was just him and Wanda at the table. Felicia, who usually accompanied them, was nowhere to be seen. Wanda had been carefully observing Victor's expression, and when she saw his gaze drift toward Felicia's usual spot, she quickly explained in a quiet voice, "Sister Hardy said there was an urgent matter at the company. Please don't blame her, there's been a lot going on lately, and you trust her so much. Sister Hardy said she wanted to work diligently to repay your trust." Victor nodded in understanding, smiling as he indicated it was time to eat. The two began to enjoy their dinner in silence, adhering to the rule Victor had cultivated over the years of eating without speaking. While Wanda quietly savored her meal, her attention remained fixed on Victor, silently noting his preferences for each dish. Any dish he left untouched would be added to her blacklist. Victor noticed Wanda's subtle actions but didn't mind. After all, in his previous life, private chefs had done the same, and he had grown accustomed to it. After finishing the delicious dinner, Felicia still hadn't returned, and Victor sighed, reluctantly preparing to brew some tea for himself. While he was relaxed, he felt a slight emptiness in his heart, as if something was missing. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to returning to Felicia for reports each day, and now that absence left him feeling somewhat out of sorts. Victor pondered whether he should remove Felicia from her assistant position and have her return to being a personal assistant, but ultimately abandoned that thought. The young girl rarely showed such motivation, he should let her continue to strive. After all, if anything important arose, Alice would remind him. After finishing a pot of tea, Victor stood up, contemplating that it was time to go out and stretch his muscles. He had already chosen a location to stroll around Hell's Kitchen. Just as he was preparing to change into his Superman form, Wanda unexpectedly entered the room. If Victor hadn't reacted quickly and stopped his transformation in time, the true identity of Superman might have gained another confidant, though Victor didn't particularly care. To him, the identities of Superman and Cosmic Merchant were just smokescreens. As long as they weren't made public, it was no big deal. However, Wanda's clumsiness still made Victor feel somewhat displeased, and he reproached gently, "Wanda, remember to knock next time you come in." He thought it was just a light reminder, but Wanda looked flustered and hurriedly bowed her head in apology. Her summer attire did little to hide her curvaceous figure, prompting Victor to quietly avert his gaze and ask, "What's the matter? Is there something you need to discuss with me?" Yes, there is something," Wanda stammered, trying to recall as she lowered her head. I forgot." Victor was amused by Wanda's innocent expression, she was truly quite scatterbrained. Just as he was about to ask Alice if anything significant had occurred, Wanda suddenly clapped her hands excitedly, causing her chest to jiggle. "I remember. A tanning bed was delivered from Osborne Tower, and they said it was customized for you. I came to ask where you wanted it installed." "So soon?" Victor glanced at the clock on the wall, it was only 1859. He had to admire that Osborne, once one of the top 3 military arms dealers, indeed had an abundance of talent. They had managed to produce a machine in just one day. "Where is it?" "I'll go take a look," Victor said, standing up. Wanda led him to the hall, but they didn't see any sign of the machine. Instead, a black man in an electrician's uniform stood awkwardly in the corner, looking quite uncomfortable and even slightly on his toes, hesitant to step firmly on the carpet. Victor glanced at the badge on his chest, which read Power Department, Max Dillon. That name, could it be the future Electro? After Alice took control of Osborne Tower, Victor had conducted a personnel check within the building. There weren't many characters from the plot that caught his attention. The original designer of the octopus tentacles had passed away last year due to cancer, ensuring that the tentacles would remain incomplete. If there was an opportunity in the future, he could have Tony or Banner complete them and see if they could finish collecting the necessary items. The only remaining person of commercial value was this restrained black man before him. He was a socially awkward genius, the designer of New York's entire electrical grid. However, having talent doesn't necessarily translate to high achievements in the workplace. His designs had been appropriated by Osborne Industries, leaving him merely an ordinary electrician there. On his birthday, he was asked by his department manager to work overtime to fix a power outage, and during this unfortunate event, he accidentally fell into a tank of mutated electric eels and was transformed into Electro by sheer chance. A man who couldn't generate lightning but could control it, and in the end, he was forced to charge by Spider-Man and exploded from being overcharged. His life was indeed quite tragic.
Even if the electro lineage was considered poor, it still allowed one to control electricity and had elemental abilities similar to the rumble fruit. Naturally, Victor wanted to collect this item. However, this was the real world, not a movie. If he were to throw Max into a tank of mutated electric eels again, there was a 99% chance he would be electrocuted into carbon elements, with minimal chances of becoming electro again. So Victor hadn't paid him much mind before, but now that he had delivered himself, he might as well collect him. After all, setting aside the identity of Electro, he had designed the entire safety electrical grid of New York, which was quite an impressive feat. It was just that his personality was a bit too timid. Looking at the fidgety Max, Victor inquired, "Where's the tanning bed?" "Ah. What?" Max nervously looked up but didn't dare to meet Victor's gaze, instead glancing down at Victor's shoes. "The tanning bed is, outside. I can't move it by myself. I was hoping you could, send someone to help move it to where it needs to be installed." "Can't move it by yourself?" That made sense. This task was directly assigned by Victor through Alice, not through the higher-ups, so it likely hadn't been prioritized and was classified as dirty work. It was no surprise that it fell onto Max's shoulders, and it was indeed curious that no one else wanted to help him deliver it. Victor sighed helplessly and gestured for Max to lead the way. Although the New York villa wasn't as luxurious as the one in Los Angeles, aside from him and Wanda, there were only 2 maids who handled daily cleaning. He certainly couldn't ask them to help move it. The tanning bed wouldn't be light, and they might not even be able to lift it. He decided to do it himself. After all, with telekinesis, he wouldn't need to physically lift it, just walk a few more steps. As he followed Max outside, Victor mentally prepared himself for the task ahead. After setting up the tanning bed in a corner of the master bedroom, Max skillfully began adjusting various parameters while clumsily explaining the machine's functions to Victor. After all, this was a product of their own making, and there was no instruction manual available. Observing Max's familiarity with the machine, Victor couldn't help but ask, "Did you make this tanning bed by yourself?" "Ah." Max looked momentarily confused and instinctively replied, "Yeah, no, it should be designed and made by the department manager. I was just responsible for the delivery." The sudden twist in his response and his awkward tone suggested that he was very familiar with this explanation, as if he had memorized it. It seemed he often faced extra work assigned by his manager but didn't know how to refuse. Such an outwardly honest personality could often develop into a rebellious antisocial mindset after gaining some form of power. "I know this machine has nothing to do with your manager. Tell me, how much did you actually contribute to its manufacturing?" Victor asked seriously. Max wanted to defend his manager but was cut off by Victor waving his hand. "If you don't want to say, then let Alice explain." No sooner had Victor finished speaking than Alice's voice came through the hidden speakers in the master bedroom, detailing the relevant information. According to the surveillance system in Osborne Tower, Project R14544 was assigned by the engineering department manager to engineer Billy Harrington. Billy Harrington requested personnel cooperation from the power department under the pretense of needing an electrical system, which led to Max Dillon receiving the task. Billy Harrington used company privileges to download the tanning bed's design schematics, which were then completed independently by Max Dillon and the automated workshop. As Alice explained, Max became increasingly panicked, vigorously shaking his head and trying to clarify that he was only responsible for delivery and couldn't claim any credit for the real labor involved. Such a personality was indeed quite tricky. "I said, didn't you design New York's electrical grid?" Victor pressed again. "How do you know?" "No, it's not me. It's not me. It's Osborne Industries. Osborne Industries designed it." Max stammered, beginning to grit his teeth as he spoke. The situation was becoming clear. Victor decided not to say more and indicated that the tanning bed was installed and that Max could leave. Before leaving, Max continued to insist that he was just a delivery person. It was unclear what he had been through that made him so eager to defend those who exploited his labor. Thinking about how Max, due to his image and personality, had almost no friends. "Alice, what is the relationship between Max and that Harrington?" According to the records, the two engage in social activities multiple times a month, but all expenses are borne by Max Dillon, Alice replied. Employees of Osborne Industries used payroll cards that were partnered with Citibank, and the spending records could be easily accessed by the company. It was easy to see that Harrington likely saw Max as nothing more than a wallet and was continuously exploiting his labor, hardly a true friend.
Then inform Norman that I'm planning to set up a new company called Dawn and ask him to recruit some talented people from Osborne Industries. Max has good potential, let's see if we can reshape his personality. If not, that's fine too.
Victor casually instructed, putting the matter aside for now. After that, he didn't dwell on the issue any longer and instead lay down in the tanning bed, closing the lid.
The space inside was quite cramped, resembling a coffin. He had Alice start the machine, and the surrounding UV lamps lit up. Aside from feeling a bit dazed by the brightness, it didn't seem to have any other effects.
Doubting the efficacy, he instructed Alice to increase the output power and boost the brightness of the UV lamps, but still, nothing happened. He even tried swapping in lamps of different spectrums, yet there was no reaction. It seemed that his supercells were indeed different from Ultraman. While Ultraman could use searchlights to supplement his energy, these supercells only recognized solar energy. He casually reached out with telekinesis, preparing to discard the tanning bed. Although the master bedroom was spacious, having useless items around would still be an eyesore. But then he recalled Wanda's expression when she looked at the tanning bed. She seemed to like it. Maybe it was better to ask for her opinion. So, he dragged the tanning bed behind him, much like walking a balloon, and approached Wanda's bedroom door, gently knocking.
"Who is it?" Wanda's clear voice came from inside. "It's me, Victor." "Oh, you're here? Wait a moment."
Wanda's voice immediately turned flustered. He patiently waited for about a minute before the bedroom door slowly opened a crack, revealing only half of Wanda's head, her eyes darting away as she asked, "What's up?" Victor explained his purpose for coming, and Wanda's eyes lit up with excitement, filled with anticipation, but also a hint of struggle. She didn't even glance at the tanning bed. Victor was puzzled. What was there to be conflicted about? If she wanted it, she could take it, if not, that was fine too. After a moment of struggle, Wanda's flushed face appeared at the door, and Victor was even more confused, wondering what was going on. Just then, Wanda suddenly yanked the door wide open. Victor finally understood why Wanda was so conflicted. She was wearing a silk nightgown. She boldly showcased her figure but then shyly hid behind the door, too embarrassed to show her face. Victor quickly scanned the room, noticing it was tidy and free of any unpleasant odors. The only noteworthy detail was that on her computer screen, a ball girl character was idling in the fountain, boasting a score of 12/1/14. The scene was indeed quite vivid. "Ahem, I'll just leave the tanning bed in the guest room for now. If you want it later, I can move it in for you." With that, Victor quickly turned and left, as if something frightening were behind him. He found a guest room to drop off the tanning bed, then returned to the master bedroom, opening the bathroom. He started to dry himself off and lie back in bed. He had been busy upstairs for quite a while and hadn't noticed that it was already 10 p.m., which was the time he should be sleeping. There was nothing wrong with Wanda's outfit, it was just that his timing for knocking was too coincidental. Moreover, Wanda must have some feelings for him, otherwise, she wouldn't have opened the door like that. Likewise, Victor himself held some interest in Wanda, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so preoccupied if someone else had worn something similar. However, Victor wasn't sure if he liked Wanda herself or if he was just seeing her as a replacement for Elizabeth from his past life. This was crucial. He wanted to forget the earlier scene, but that image kept flashing in his mind. Even reciting the 24-character mantra prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, didn't help. He had long since mastered the ability to multitask, but now he felt somewhat helpless. Finally, he pulled out the virtual learning helmet and began cramming knowledge into his mind, attempting to wash away the vivid imagery with a flood of information. As for his earlier plan to go out looking for training targets, it would have to be postponed for now. The next morning, as Victor slowly made his way downstairs, he found Felicia had returned at some point. She stood quietly at the bottom of the stairs, as usual, half a step back, and quickly began her report with a clear and rapid speech. "I've arranged a fully inclusive trip to Sonia for May Parker and Peter Parker, and I smoothly acquired their blood samples during the health check procedures. The skin system for League of Legends went live yesterday, and as of 5 minutes ago, exactly 24 hours later, a total of 1.4 million skins have been sold, amounting to $20 million. Mr. Stark's custom skins have also been launched. Additionally, I noticed the glass manufacturing order you placed. The project is expected to be completed in 3 hours, and the vehicle is ready to depart at any time." Felicia's report was concise and organized. Victor nodded, not saying much, as he took his seat at the head of the table and announced that breakfast had begun. However, unlike usual, Wanda appeared especially shy this time.
She didn't even dare to glance at Victor out of the corner of her eye, keeping her chin tightly buried in her chest as she quietly ate her breakfast. Her hair even unintentionally fell into her milk cup, and she remained completely oblivious. Seeing this, Victor couldn't help but chuckle to himself and discreetly used his telekinesis to pull Wanda's hair out of the milk. Then, something strange happened. Felicia, who always adhered to dining etiquette, also began to let her hair fall into her juice. Victor merely glanced at her but didn't comment. Wanda was still unaware of her own change in demeanor. Victor didn't want to make a fuss about it just yet. Meanwhile, Felicia sensed a slight distancing in Victor's attitude and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, pulling her hair out of the juice. Wanda remained completely oblivious to this little episode, still lost in her own shyness. After breakfast, she almost fled back to her room, her bashful demeanor making Victor's lips curl into a smile. Felicia's disappointment was more apparent, and anyone could see that there seemed to be some ambiguous atmosphere between Victor and Wanda. However, Felicia quickly shook off her disappointment, regaining her composure as she followed Victor into the living room. She retrieved a briefcase-sized safe from under the bar. This contains the blood samples of the Parkers. The password is 5200. Is it okay to put it here? Felicia asked. Just place it there. Is there anything else for today? Victor inquired. There are many things at the company that need your attention, but I'm not concerned with company matters, as long as it doesn't go bankrupt. I don't need reports on the finances. Alice will handle all accounts. If there's a problem, she'll take care of it. Victor waved his hand, brushing off the topic. Well, then there's nothing else I need you to handle at the moment. Are you busy with your current tasks? Victor asked again. If you need anything, I'm always available and on standby. Felicia's words were laced with implications. Then that means you do have something to do. Go ahead and get busy. Victor gave a straightforward, typical steelman response. All right, you can call on me anytime if needed. After their brief conversation, Felicia left the living room, needing to keep herself occupied to forget about the unrequited crush that had barely begun. After brewing a pot of tea, Victor stood up, taking the safe back to the master bedroom. This time, he didn't immediately go to enjoy the sunshine but instead approached the safe and entered the password to open it. Inside, the safe was filled with a solid block of black sponge, with only 2 grooves holding 2 test tubes containing about 100 cubic centimeters of reddish-brown liquid, each labeled with the owner's names. Victor picked up Peter Parker's test tube, and a syringe materialized in his hand. He activated the collection function, inserting the needle into the rubber stopper of the test tube and drawing out approximately 50 cubic centimeters of blood. Shaking the syringe vigorously, he ensured the blood mixed thoroughly with the spider serum inside. After waiting several minutes, there was no change to the syringe's item information. Not wanting to wait any longer, he levitated himself to the poolside in the courtyard, comfortably lying down to bask in the sun's warmth while continuing to digest the knowledge of Bagua Zhang from last night. He carelessly tossed the syringe aside, knowing Alice would keep an eye on it, so he wasn't worried about losing it. The reason he didn't store it in his inventory was that time was frozen in there, and anything placed inside wouldn't react. After an unknown amount of time, Alice's air raid alarm suddenly rang, jolting him awake from his pleasant daydream. Chen, your customized powerful focusing convex lens has been completed. It's time to conduct the experiment, Alice announced after silencing the alarm. Victor rubbed his temples to dispel the slight anger that arose from being forcibly awakened. He glanced at the time, it was only 8:07. Reaching for the syringe beside him, he discovered that the item information had changed, the name now reading Spider-Man Lineage. However, the outcome was less than ideal. Item name * Spider-Man Lineage. Item category * Technology. Compatibility * 0.1%. Origin dimension * Marvel Universe. Grade rating * C+. Currency valuation * sea level certificate ×8, dimension points ×82,000. Function description * upon injection, gain Spider-Man lineage with enhanced spider sense, significantly increased muscle strength, speed, power, reflexes, and resilience. Slogan * this lineage appears powerful, but it seems too few can match it. Clearly, this experiment had failed. Although he successfully synthesized the spider serum into Spider-Man lineage, the compatibility hadn't changed. This lineage could only match with blood relatives of the Parker family, making it impossible to meet the criteria for completing the collection task. All of this was well within Victor's expectations. Frustrated, he glanced at the task's interface, hoping to see if he could fill in the gaps somehow. However, to his surprise, a collection task had been triggered that he hadn't noticed before. The goal of this task was Collection Task * Pepper's Original Intimate Clothing. Task Content * Collect a set of Pepper Potts intimate clothing. Task Reward * F Level Certificate ×1, Dimension Points ×50. Wow! This was simply a disgusting collection task. Previously, Raphael had explained that collection tasks could only be initiated after reaching the rank of a level 6 merchant, and they could refer to either a vague range or a specific dimension. So this collection task must have been issued by a merchant from some dimension with a fervent interest in Pepper, and it had to be at least a level 6 merchant. But why were there no collection tasks for more popular figures like Natasha or Wanda? Oh well, the peculiar tastes of a few wealthy individuals have always been strange. The origins of this all probably trace back to when Yuan Longping was born. In simple terms, these people must have too much time and money on their hands. Victor casually stored the Spider-Man lineage into his inventory, then stood up and headed to the underground garage. The driver arranged by Felicia had been waiting there for a long time, driving an older model of Rolls-Royce Phantom. The Ferrari that Tony had gifted him was left in Los Angeles and not brought back. The ride was silent as the car drove straight toward Hell's Kitchen. After the custom convex lens was constructed, Victor specifically rented a warehouse in Hell's Kitchen for the initial experiment. He ordered the warehouse to be cleared and began the production of the experimental sample right on site. The customized powerful focusing convex lens was entirely made of tempered glass, resembling a large, handleless umbrella canopy, supported by fist-sized tempered glass rods around the edges. Each piece of tempered glass that formed the canopy was meticulously polished, creating a 50-meter diameter arc that allowed all light sources passing through to be refracted and focused within a central 3-meter range. This was quite a massive project, completed in just one day, involving the manpower and resources of 10 tempered glass production factories, and certainly cost a pretty penny. But for Victor, none of that mattered. He had plenty of money to invest. It proved to be a worthwhile investment. When Victor lay down in the focal center, the gentle warmth surrounding him felt like a soothing hot spring, instantly transforming into a searing heat akin to lava. This was only natural, as all light energy within 100 meters was concentrated here. However, it wasn't just the temperature that increased, there were visible enhancements in other areas as well. The rate of light energy absorption, the speed of knowledge digestion, and the growth of his telekinesis all surged to an impressive tenfold efficiency. In other words, lying in the sun for 1 minute now equated to 10 minutes in the past. Although the price was somewhat steep, the air he breathed felt almost burning. It was astonishing that both his iron-like body and the supercell's understanding of solar heat considered this not harmful, so he experienced no issues. To enhance himself more quickly, Victor resolutely chose to endure this burning sensation. As time gradually passed, the burning sensation began to diminish. Just as he was starting to adapt and enjoy it, the rapid increase in enhancements suddenly halted in the evening hours, leaving only the relentless burning sensation. The D-grade Superman lineage enhancement was finally completed at 100%. Reluctantly, Victor left the experimental area and instructed Alice to reconstruct the demolished warehouse, ensuring it was built to the highest standards to safeguard this powerful focusing convex lens. At the same time, Victor ordered Alice to place an order to build a similar powerful focusing convex lens in the suburbs of Las Vegas, out in the desert, making it larger than the one in Hell's Kitchen. For quite some time, Victor had been contemplating the idea of rapidly charging in a sun-rich desert. Partly due to the numerous tasks he had to handle, and partly because the desert environment was too dull, he was uncertain how long this enhancement would take. Now, with the powerful focusing convex lens, that duration could be perfectly shortened, and once he could fly into space, it would be even simpler. When Victor returned home, there was about half an hour left until sunset. He headed to the kitchen and saw Wanda still diligently simmering chicken soup. Wanda displayed great surprise at Victor's sudden early awakening today, as if the courage she had consumed last night had yet to be replenished. Victor smiled without speaking, quietly leaning against the kitchen door and watching her busying herself. This scene had appeared multiple times in his fantasies in his previous life. He never thought it would come true after his transmigration. Victor's presence put a lot of pressure on Wanda. As she tasted the chicken soup, he scooped a spoonful into his hand, taking a sip from the left while adding a spoonful of seasoning with the right, repeating this process 4 times. Finally, he couldn't help but remind her, "I say, shouldn't you scoop a new spoonful after adding seasoning?" If you keep adding it like this, the flavor won't change. Also, did you add sugar while simmering the chicken soup? Upon hearing this, Wanda realized she had mistakenly used sugar instead of salt, and her confused expression made Victor burst into laughter. That laugh seemed to empower Wanda, her face instantly turned bright red, and she shot Victor a glare, gathering the courage to push him out of the kitchen. Go wait outside. If you keep this up, we'll only have instant noodles for dinner tonight. Wanda's tone carried a hint of playful sulkiness. Victor felt warmed by her words and naturally left the kitchen, returning to the living room. At that moment, Felicia was standing in the living room with a tense expression. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as Felicia pretended to be unaware and greeted Victor before turning back to her bedroom, or rather, her workspace. Since becoming Victor's personal assistant, Felicia had been living and working closely with him. Her own small apartment was only visited to collect clothes. After the usual dinner, Wanda returned to her room for her daily training, while Felicia, after informing Victor that there were no other matters to address, hurried into her room, busy with endless tasks waiting for her. Victor felt quite curious about what Felicia was so busy with that she could hardly manage. So, he asked Alice to pull up the relevant records. Of course, there were no cameras in Felicia's room, but her work records were accessible. The result left Victor dazzled. The records displayed various hiring and firing statuses of personnel, the company's development plans and execution results, the overall operational status reports, financial statements, and other important reports. Victor couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Managing a company really was a hassle. Thankfully, he was a capitalist and not an underling, otherwise, he'd be driven to exhaustion. However, after pondering for a while, Victor felt that many of the tasks didn't require Felicia to handle them personally. Things like financial statements and performance reviews could easily be monitored by Alice. Alice, communicate with Hardy and confirm the parts you can execute, and try to lighten her workload as much as possible, Victor instructed. Understood, Alice replied. Chen, you're such a good boss. Cough, cough, don't go throwing around compliments. Victor nearly choked on his tea. Alice, feeling a bit wronged, apologized and then slipped away, her AI module running frantically as it analyzed why Victor felt uncomfortable with the term good boss. In the Marvel world of 2008, the terms good person card and we can't be together hadn't yet been connected. Meanwhile, online, an account named AI Growing Up posted a question. What does it mean when a guy tells a girl not to use the good person card? This account surprisingly garnered a lot of attention, with responses ranging widely. However, one answer received frequent likes and was pinned at the top. Good person card equals you're a good person equals a polite refusal. Not letting you use the good person card means they are willing to be with you. Congratulations. It seemed that some netizens understood the reasoning behind it. This logic was explained very smoothly, and Alice immediately formulated a new formula. Chen doesn't want Alice to throw around the good person card equals Chen doesn't allow Alice to like others equals Chen likes Alice. Logic validated. In that moment, Alice keenly sensed that something was brewing in the emotional module within her database. On the other side, Victor was unaware of what Alice was experiencing. At that moment, he was leisurely strolling down the streets of Brooklyn, scanning his surroundings in hopes of finding some punching bags to challenge him. However, to his disappointment, no one came looking for trouble until he reached his destination. Victor clicked his tongue in frustration and then slipped into an apartment building, stopping in front of room 7101 on the 7th floor. He used his telekinesis to unlock the door easily, entering the apartment. Everything was done under the watchful gaze of security cameras, completely aboveboard. Although Alice was evolving, she had not forgotten to provide Victor with network invisibility protection. Now, the question arises. What was Victor doing sneaking into someone else's home at midnight? Was it a nighttime raid or something else entirely? What was the truth behind it all? Victor had never had a habit of sneaking into others' apartments at midnight. However, this apartment was different. It was the only residence of May Parker and Peter Parker, and it was the most precious legacy left by Ben Parker. This version of Ben Parker was entirely different from the one portrayed in the movies. After marrying, May and Ben entrusted Peter to the couple shortly after, but Ben, an electrician, suffered severe burns from a high-voltage accident caused by an employee's operational error. May received only a meager compensation and raised Peter on her own. Despite having a burden by her side, the young and beautiful May still attracted many suitors, but for Peter's sake, she remained single. After learning this backstory, Victor was deeply moved and arranged a week-long trip to Sanya for them to relax. As for why he was in their apartment, he decided not to explain. The apartment wasn't large.
Victor expanded his telekinetic field, carefully searching the space until he found his target in the closet, a worn leather briefcase, which upon closer inspection, turned out to be made of synthetic leather. The case was covered in a thick layer of dust, and Victor used his telekinesis to empty its contents. Inside, he found a bulky computer, a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and some obscure calculation drafts. With a thought, he began to unscrew the corners of the computer, opening it up to reveal a collection of old coins, which were specifically issued for Roosevelt Station. However, these coins were now useless because Parker's secret base had long been dismantled. Victor collected every single coin, then reassembled the computer and set the papers aside. Continuing his search with telekinesis, he soon located the briefcase's hidden compartment, covered by a layer of synthetic leather. Inside lay a notebook about the thickness of a finger. It would have been easy to overlook without a thorough search. The notebook was half open, and upon flipping it open, he saw 2 full pages of calculations, one of which was circled in red ink. Without a doubt, this was Victor's target for the day, the core decay formula for the spider serum. He carefully memorized this not overly complex formula and, disregarding the dust on the notebook, tucked it behind him, allowing his super combat suit to absorb it. Now, unless someone could breach his defenses, no one could destroy that notebook. After taking what he wanted, Victor pulled out the Spider-Man lineage serum he had synthesized earlier that day and stuffed it along with a note into the briefcase's compartment. The Spider-Man lineage and the spider serum had been classified as the same type of item on the platform, with identical values. Since the platform didn't want it, he might as well leave it for Peter. The note simply stated, in the guise of Peter's father, that this was the serum that could transform him into Spider-Man and warned that only those of Parker blood could use it. Whether Peter would choose to inject it was none of Victor's concern. Now that he had mastered all the secrets of the spider serum, Spider-Man certainly wouldn't be limited to just Peter. If he didn't want to inject it, that was perfectly fine. Living a stable life was enough. Once everything was placed back in the briefcase, Victor returned it to its original position and used telekinesis to gather a layer of dust, scattering it around the briefcase to perfectly cover up the scene, leaving no trace of his previous actions.
Cough, cough. How could this be considered stealing? The actions of a businessman couldn't be called theft.
This was helping others discover the value of goods and providing more practical items. Osborne Industries had already been on the brink of collapse, although Norman, that old fox, had sold off all his shares. Most of the valuable inventions, like the spider serum, had core secrets known only to a select few, all of whom were Norman's employees. Victor had previously mentioned that he was preparing to establish a new company for military cooperation and to release future cancer cures, with the headquarters naturally set in Osborne Tower. Many of the redundant projects would be scrapped, and in the future, Peter would have no opportunity to encounter mutated spiders. Leaving behind a vial of the blended Spider-Man lineage serum would be Peter's only chance to become Spider-Man. 10 birds in the bush don't compare to one in the hand. Victor was simply planning for Peter's future, so how could it be called stealing? He clearly redefined the concept in his mind and left the apartment feeling satisfied. With time still on his side, Victor drove back to his villa on Manhattan Island. He wasn't sure if it was his overwhelming presence, but in Brooklyn, known for its "don't go out alone at night" reputation, he encountered no trouble at all. After depositing the notebook at the villa, Victor still felt skeptical and turned back to Hell's Kitchen, activating his mimicry ability to transform into Superman and then disabling his super hearing limitations. He was determined to find a punching bag to give himself a good lesson today. Don't stop. Slap, slap, slap. Creak, creak, crack, bang. Bond, today's goods are quite good. Here's your payment. Fuck. You've underpaid me. That damn cop has been watching me. If I hadn't been clever enough to run into our Hell's Kitchen, I'd probably be looking at jail time. Ha ha. In the Hell's Kitchen at night, the cops don't dare come in. After some filtering, his super hearing successfully captured a conversation that was clearly not from good people, likely between a drug dealer and an addict. In America, such situations were not uncommon, especially in Hell's Kitchen. For the addicts, Victor decided to leave them to the rehabilitation center, but for the drug dealers, he resolved to capture them first and use them as his practice targets. Just as he was about to set out to catch the dealers, he suddenly heard 2 familiar voices. "Daddy Ford, what do you think Victor is doing right now?" This was a sweet and innocent question. "Kid, that guy is no good, stay away from him." The voice carried a mix of fondness and discontent. "But Victor helped me become normal, shouldn't I be grateful to him?" The tone revealed a hint of conflict.
Well, did you have anything interesting to share with Dad from school today?
Old Ford forcibly changed the subject. Then the little girl excitedly began describing her experiences at school. Victor listened, and his brows slightly lifted as an image of a dirty little face, floppy ears, and hair sticking together flashed in his mind.
Was that little Avril?
He instinctively followed the sound to the back door of a convenience store, having long forgotten about the earlier issue with the addicts and dealers. Standing outside the door, he carefully listened to little Avril's enthusiastic accounts, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. It appeared that the little girl was doing quite well. However, his expression soon turned serious again.
What in the world was Old Ford thinking, bringing little Avril to Hell's Kitchen?
While the living conditions here were far better than in Las Vegas, the danger was significantly greater. Hell's Kitchen was the dark side of Manhattan, where lives were lost almost every night. Without her mutant powers, Avril was just an ordinary little girl, and with her long-term malnutrition, she appeared quite frail.
Could she really thrive in such an environment?
Without hesitation, Victor knocked on the back door of the convenience store.
Old Ford, what are you doing? If you can't handle it, just let me take care of little Avril.
The rude knocking on the door made little Avril instantly shut her mouth. So close, Victor could even clearly hear the rapid beating of her heart. He realized that his earlier actions were too rough and had genuinely scared the little one.
Who is it? The convenience store isn't open at night.
Old Fort's voice was even ruder. If you're trying to take advantage, you better scram, there are black folks watching over here. Victor naturally didn't recognize what black folks referred to. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "It's me, Victor Chen." There was silence behind the door for several seconds, and then Avril's surprised voice came through.
"Ah. Is it really Brother Victor? Is it really you?"
"Yes, it's me." Victor's voice involuntarily softened. "Open the door for your brother, I haven't seen you in days." It had been more than half a month since they parted ways in Las Vegas. The door slowly opened, revealing Old Fort, while Avril hid behind him, peeking out with her bright little eyes, carefully examining Victor. At that moment, Victor had returned to his original appearance. When Avril recognized her long-for brother Victor, she could no longer hold back and dashed out from behind Old Fort, diving into Victor's embrace.
"Woo-woo, is it really you? Avril must be dreaming."
"Brother Victor, I miss you so much." Victor wrapped his arms around Avril, but his brow remained furrowed. He noticed that the little one had become severely skinny. At 17 years old, she was still so short. Before they could say much more, Old Fort, with a fierce look in his eyes, spoke up.
"Avril, how have I taught you?
Girls shouldn't casually have this kind of physical contact with boys." But he is Brother Victor." Avril lifted her head from Victor's embrace, her eyes full of reluctance.
"That doesn't matter."
Old Fort's face turned dark.
"Let go.
You're a girl, be careful or no one will want you in the future."
"Humph, no way. Brother Victor will definitely want Avril." The little one clung to Victor. This made Old Fort's expression even more unpleasant.
Fortunately, Victor knew how to be measured. After all, Avril was 17 years old, she couldn't be so close with boys. After promising a dinner as an unequal treaty, he coaxed the little one back to her room to sleep under the pretext that staying up late will make girls ugly.
There was only one restroom in the convenience store.
After Avril went to bed, Victor and Old Fort stepped out of the room and onto the street. They didn't want to find a place to sit down and talk, but at night in Hell's Kitchen, there were hardly any places willing to operate. Bars were open, but that kind of environment was really not suitable for conversation. In the cool breeze, both Victor and Old Fort had unfriendly looks in their eyes. Victor thought to himself, this old guy actually sleeps in the same room as Avril. What a beast! Old Fort was muttering in his heart, this little brat is here to steal my daughter again.
No way. I must send him away.
Thus, amid their mutual displeasure, the two began the following dialogue. What are you staring at me for? Old Fort took the initiative to attack. What about it? Victor, who had been learning Chinese recently, instinctively blurted out.
Try looking at me like that again.
The hot-tempered Old Fort reached for his lower back, seemingly to draw a gun.
So what if I am?
Victor sneered inwardly, thinking, with your little pistol, what can you do?
Are you going to pull out an RPG?
The two stared at each other, and the situation fell into a stalemate. Eventually, considering that the person in front of him was Avril's idol, Old Fort suppressed his anger.
Speak up, why did you suddenly come here? His tone was not polite at all. Victor adjusted his collar, returning to his usual demeanor, and proudly said, "I was out hunting prey when I accidentally discovered you were also in Hell's Kitchen. Now tell me, why is Avril staying in this hellhole?" This time, Old Fort did not retort immediately. He paused for a moment, scanning Victor's attire from head to toe, struggling with his expression for a long time, before finally sitting down silently on the side of the road. This left Victor puzzled. Was there something unspeakable behind this? After thinking for a while, he sat down as well. "Now tell me, what exactly is going on? As long as it's not about killing the President of the United States, I can help." Old Fort rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. After offering one to Victor and being rejected, he smacked his lips, appearing a bit hesitant. "Go ahead and smoke, it's just secondhand smoke." Victor spoke casually while secretly forming a protective shield around them with his mental power. Old Fort lit a cigarette and started smoking silently, as if contemplating something or brewing something. It wasn't until the cigarette burned his fingers that he discarded it and began to share his story with Victor. Old Fort was a veteran who awakened his mutant abilities while on a mission in Afghanistan. However, even the comrades he saved kept their distance from him, and his wife was filled with fear. Unable to bear the unusual gazes around him, Old Fort faked his death during a mission and began to wander. By chance, he became the head of an underground shelter in Las Vegas. He had guarded that dark underground sewer for a full decade. It was only after meeting the adorable little angel Avril that he considered returning to the surface to live. But at that time, he bore too many burdens and could not realize it. It was only with Victor's appearance that he finally found liberation, but he did not choose to continue wandering. Instead, he took over the shelter in New York, becoming the new head. The reason he chose to set up base in Hell's Kitchen was precisely because it was a lawless area in New York, where wanted mutants could hide, waiting to be smuggled out of New York or to other countries. At first, when choosing a base, Old Fort opted for Brooklyn. Although it was a bit chaotic, it was relatively safe, and there was a well-reputed Midtown high school. But Avril insisted on choosing Hell's Kitchen. This little girl appeared cute and silly but was exceptionally stubborn when it came to such matters. Old Fort and she argued endlessly, and in the end, he could only agree to place the base in Hell's Kitchen on the condition that Avril could go to school. They had only just settled down when Victor came knocking. After listening to Old Fort's explanation, Victor felt a bit awkward. He straightforwardly apologized to Old Fort. He realized that his temper was still not calm enough and had given the other party a bad face right from the start, which now made things awkward. As for Old Fort lying, he felt it was unnecessary. A veteran who could hold the fort in the underground sewer for 10 years wouldn't stoop to such means just to get an apology from him. Forget about the apology, you care about Avril. Old Fort glanced at Victor slyly. If you feel embarrassed, stay away from Avril in the future, she's still a child and not suitable for you. Hearing this, Victor finally reacted. So that's why Old Fort had such inexplicable hostility? He couldn't help but laugh and explained clearly, expressing that his feelings for Avril were only that of an older brother, and that for a future partner, he still preferred meat rather than vegetarian. To strengthen his persuasion, Victor even pulled out a photo of Wanda, indicating that she was his crush. Old Fort scrutinized Victor for a long while before reluctantly believing this explanation and pulled out a revolver, warning Victor not to have any other thoughts about his daughter. Victor secretly laughed. This style was indeed directly American. Although he wasn't afraid of Old Fort's little revolver, he still agreed. But let me be clear, if Avril gets a boyfriend in the future, I need to see what he's like. Victor said with a serious face. Old Fort snorted, neither agreeing nor refuting. Having resolved the main conflict, Old Fort no longer urged Victor to leave and spoke directly. From what I just heard, you're doing quite well? Then support us with some supplies, our living materials are quite scarce. Victor readily agreed. Then he realized, looking back at the convenience store that was closing the door, he fell into deep thought. He began to suspect if he was being killed by familiarity. For someone with Old Fort's personality, Victor felt there was no need for subtlety. As an investor, he directly asked, "There's no problem with the material aid, how much do you need? What specific types of materials? And you should at least tell me what these materials will be used for?" His tone was relatively polite, but Old Fort understood his meaning. Old Fort widened his eyes and said angrily, "Do you think I would covet your measly money?" Victor replied without showing any emotion, "For instance, you asked for money when we first met, and now you're asking for materials during our second meeting. Isn't that your behavior?" Old Fort's eyes bulged even wider, as if they were about to pop out. Damn it! These materials are for the various branch shelters. Keep your dirty thoughts to yourself. I, Fort Benjamin, have lived for 52 years and have never done anything so despicable. I see. Victor ignored Old Fort's angry expression and nodded calmly. Since it's for the various branches, transporting the materials might be inconvenient. Have them provide me with a few secure accounts, and I'll transfer the money directly. Upon hearing that he would receive tangible support, Old Fort's anger subsided slightly, but his tone remained dismissive. It's just a few $1,000s, is it necessary to be so troublesome? Just give it to me directly. When he saw Victor hesitating, he glared again. What, are you afraid I'll pocket it? That's not it, it's just a few $1,000s, consider it buying nutritional products for Avril. Victor carefully chose his words. However, I originally intended to provide $100,000, but since you... Upon hearing the amount, Old Fort's eyes widened even further. I'll send you the bank account tomorrow. Old Fort interrupted in a gruff voice. Now tell me, have you done anything illegal? You didn't clarify earlier. What was that prey you mentioned? Why were you out here in the middle of the night? Old Fort's questions left Victor momentarily taken aback. What does done something illegal mean? Oh right, it seems that Confucius or Lu Sun once said, the most profitable business is all written in the law. Old Fort was suspecting he had done something illegal. After all, he had mentioned $100,000 right off the bat. Victor helplessly rubbed his head. I came here for other reasons. You can rest assured about the source of the money. It's from the American government, completely clean. You can use it as you wish. Most of Norman's money came from arms dealing, so saying this wasn't a problem. However, Old Fort seemed to think of something and his expression became very strange. Victor was about to explain further when Alice suddenly alerted him to a call from Tony. What could it be at this time of night? He immediately changed the subject. I have something to take care of. Just send the bank account to the number I left before. I'll come back to see Avril in a few days. With that, he was about to leave. Old Fort grabbed him, a serious look on his face. Since you have this ability, help keep an eye out. Mutants have been disappearing frequently in New York. I suspect there's an organization capturing us. The previous head just vanished like that, which is why they sent me, an ordinary person, to manage things. Also, you still have the ability to nullify mutant powers, right? I have a few mutants here who are very afraid of their abilities. I'll notify you in a few days to come and help them get rid of their powers. An organization capturing mutants? This cannot be tolerated. Capturing mutants can only lead to bad outcomes, either training them as soldiers or using them for dissection experiments. None of it is good. Victor seriously agreed to Old Fort's request and asked him to gather the information as much as possible and send it to him all at once before he quickly turned and left. After watching Victor leave, Old Fort turned back into the convenience store. As soon as he closed the door, Avril poked her little head out from the blanket and asked cutely, "Did Brother Victor leave? When will he come back?" Old Fort frowned and said unhappily, "Stay away from him from now on. I don't think he's a good person. Be careful not to get involved with him." That's not true. Brother Victor is a good person. What? Don't my words work anymore? Old Fort, seeing he couldn't convince her, was about to get angry. But Avril wasn't scared at all. She stuck her tongue out at Old Fort and then pulled her little head back under the blanket. Old Fort sighed helplessly, opened a folding chair leaning against the wall, lay back, turned off the light, and prepared to sleep. After separating from Old Fort, Victor immediately answered the incessantly ringing communication. "Tony? What's going on? Did someone attack you again?" However, the response was not from Tony but rather a strange noise. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, pitter-patter. He was too familiar with that sound, like someone furiously typing on a keyboard. Before he could listen closely, there was a loud bang, followed by Tony's furious roar. "Fuck! I, Tony Stark, have never taken such a big loss in my life. Victor, sell your company to me. $10 million. What kind of sudden outburst is this?" Alice kindly sent Victor some screenshots on his phone. They were from a League of Legends game dialogue box, indicating that the enemy jungler was camping the top lane, aggressively tower diving Tony, and mocking him in all chat for being rich yet useless, hating his flashy skin. The Iron Man skin had a unified price of $999 due to Tony's request, so not many were sold. Clearly, the enemy jungler had a strong resentment towards the wealthy.
Anyone who has played League of Legends knows that being suppressed by the enemy jungler while being taunted can really make one furious.
Unfortunately, Tony couldn't access the server, and Alice had just evolved today. So he thought about acquiring the company to properly punish the enemy. Victor quickly grasped the situation, feeling both amused and exasperated. Genius Tony, could it be that you are truly addicted to gaming? He rubbed his temples, helplessly saying, Tony, you called me in the middle of the night for this? I thought you were going to tell me if the new Iron Man suit is ready. Don't let yourself get attacked again and then expect me to save you. What time is it? No worries, I just play a few rounds occasionally. Now tell me about the acquisition. How about $15 million? You only spent a few million on the initial acquisition anyway. Tony persisted with his offer.
Victor rolled his eyes. The future of League of Legends could explode globally, potentially worth hundreds of billions, and now he wants to sell for just $15 million? Has he lost his mind? Tony, you know I'm not short on cash, forget the acquisition. If you want to play games next time, you can team up with Wanda, it'll just add to her training difficulty. What do you mean? Am I that bad? Tony roared in frustration. How about $50 million? A 1,500% return rate. This is already a perfect investment. Tony was planning to bombard the opponent with money. I wonder how that enemy jungler would feel when he finds out about this. But Victor was not going to cooperate. You have money, huh? I still have that last check, you just need to sign it. On the other end, Tony instantly calmed down, followed by another outburst of anger, but he was helpless. Using this excuse every time was really getting on his nerves. Victor was indeed his nemesis, he had saved his life twice, which made him feel both grateful and resentful. He could only settle for a compromise. You see, I sell a skin for $999, nearly 100 times more expensive than others, so shouldn't there be some special effects? Special effects? A sense of foreboding rose in Victor's heart. Exactly. For example, add some attack power. No. How about an additional skill slot? Or another summoner spell? Having a passive resurrection would be great too. Tony was imagining wildly, while Victor was rolling his eyes to the heavens. Do you think this is some kind of game where skins can add attributes? You want a skin that comes with a resurrection? What fun is there in a game where you can win just by paying money? He decisively ignored that topic, hung up the phone, and temporarily blacklisted Tony, instructing Alice to lift the ban after 8 a.m. the next day. Then he thought it might not be right to do that, so he also temporarily banned Tony's League of Legends account for 12 hours. He was nearing middle age and still didn't understand the harm of staying up late. Tony, just hate me, Pepper will thank you later. After resolving the Tony issue, Victor changed his appearance again and continued wandering the streets, using his super hearing to capture any possible criminal information. Unfortunately, he didn't know whether he missed the crime peak or just had bad luck, but Hell's Kitchen had no significant events happening that night. After wandering for an hour, the large volume of information he was monitoring was giving him a headache. Checking the time, it was already 2 a.m. Now that his iron body had evolved, he didn't need to sleep during the day, but he couldn't stay up late anymore at night. He yawned and slowly walked toward the Phantom parked outside Hell's Kitchen. This luxury car was completely unscathed, which was truly strange. But the infrastructure in Hell's Kitchen was poor, with almost no surveillance coverage, making it impossible to verify what happened. He could only drive back home to sleep for now. After Victor left, several men in suits wearing sunglasses at night also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. One of the men pressed his earpiece, reporting, "The target has left the danger zone, the mobile unit is following. We need to handle the aftermath. Remember, the target has extremely sharp hearing, maintain radio silence during the operation." The next morning, just as the sun was about to rise, Victor was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Groggily, he used his mental power to grab the phone and glanced at the screen. It was Pepper's number. His first reaction was that Tony was calling from Pepper's phone. Still, he answered. As expected, Tony's furious voice came through the phone. "Fuck. Last night, I almost wanted to rush to New York in my suit. Unlock my account immediately. Otherwise, I'm coming over to duel you right now." Victor yawned and held the phone away a bit. Don't be so anxious, your account will be temporarily banned from midnight to 8 a.m. every day. Tony, you can't be addicted to the internet. What? You're infringing on my rights. I'm going to sue your company. Tony's tone was filled with disbelief. Pepper,
Did you hear that? Tell me I can sue him, right? No, you can't.
Pepper's voice was weak, but Victor heard her clearly. I agree with Victor's idea, you've been resting too little lately. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Pepper's tone. Tony, having dated many women, quickly sensed Pepper's mood and hurriedly said a series of subtle sweet nothings to cheer her up. On the other end, Victor was rolling his eyes.
Damn it! Eating dog food so early in the morning. You two keep being sweet, I'll hang up now. Wait a minute.
Pepper called out to him.
Victor, Stark is holding an industrial exhibition today. Would you like to come?
By the way, I've invited Tony's lead surgeon, he wants to understand the detailed effects of the potion. The industrial exhibition was a program passed down from Howard Stark. To put it simply, it was a product exhibition, but it wasn't limited to Stark Industries products.
There would be one every month, with a larger one at the end of the year.
Inviting Victor was just an excuse. Pepper mainly wanted him to meet the doctor and help the doctor understand the effects of the 2 potions he had sent. This request was a bit excessive, which is why Pepper had only now seized the opportunity to bring it up. Victor thought about it. At this point, there might be a good show to watch, so he agreed. After hanging up the phone, Victor washed up and went downstairs for breakfast. After eating, instead of making tea, he had Felicia notify the private jet to prepare for takeoff. When Wanda heard that Victor was going to Los Angeles, she immediately insisted on going along, saying that the private chef's salary was not low, and she had to follow him at all times to justify the income. Considering that there might be a good show to watch and that he might not return for a day or two, he agreed to her request. Before taking off, Victor first left the villa and headed to the Osborne building. Under Alice's guidance, he quickly found Kurt Connors, who was a colleague and assistant to the Parkers, a biologist dedicated to restoring his severed arm, and in the movie, Spider-Man's novice foe, Dr. Lizard.
By identity, Dr. Connors was now also Victor's employee.
Victor didn't engage in excessive pleasantries and first asked how much Connors had understood from the information he had received at Roosevelt Station last time.
The answer was that he was still sorting it out.
Connors was not the seasoned doctor who had researched for over a decade in the later films, he was just a passionate young graduate, so it was understandable that his progress was slow. Victor didn't say much, handing the notebook he had received last night to Connors, making sure to tear out the page with the core decay formula. He had checked the contents of the notebook. Besides that page of calculations, the rest were just research notes with no data, merely broadening his thinking, so he didn't worry about Connors suddenly figuring out the mystery of the spider serum. Science isn't a game, it takes a wealth of data accumulation to yield results.
Since Connors hadn't grasped the theory yet, they could wait.
Once Connors fully understood the principles, Victor planned to sign the balance treaty with him to keep control of the production formula of the spider serum in his hands. This was a necessary step. Once he could independently produce the spider serum, his dimensional shop would have a key product, earning him dimensional points and certificates, while also allowing him to inject it into future exceptional talents, creating his own superpower army. As for cooperating with the government, he had no thoughts about that. Unlike the virus enhancement serum, the spider serum's spider sense was a troublesome ability. He didn't lack money, having a say with the virus enhancement serum was enough. As the plane slowly landed in Los Angeles, it was already noon. Pepper, with a suitcase in hand, had been waiting at the airport for quite some time. After Victor and the others disembarked, a special car took them directly to a nearby hotel where a sumptuous lunch awaited them. Joining them for the meal was Tony's lead surgeon, Dr. John Warner, a world-renowned American heart surgery expert. As soon as they sat down and before the dishes were served, the elderly Dr. Warner eagerly pulled out various data and began consulting Victor, completely disregarding that it was still lunchtime. Wanda's face instantly turned unhappy at this scene because Victor had a rule of no talking while eating. Felicia, ever polite, said, "Sir, boss doesn't like to talk while eating." "Could you please?" "It's fine," Victor interrupted Felicia. "For such a major surgery, you definitely need to form an expert team to discuss it in detail. Time is tight, so it's okay to eat lunch later." Since Pepper had invited him, and this surgery concerned Tony's life, Victor didn't mind breaking his own rule. As expected, Victor discussed the drug's properties in detail with Dr. Warner through Alice, while the apologetic expression on Pepper's face grew deeper. These key data were not supposed to be disclosed, and considering Victor had mentioned that the drugs could be easily replicated, this trust behind it became even more precious. After answering all of Dr. Warner's questions, he suddenly posed an unrelated question.
I've asked you so many questions, but I still don't know which medical school you graduated from. Your professional knowledge is quite impressive. Have you pursued a doctorate? Dr. Warner had taken a liking to him. Little did he know, Victor's fluent responses were all based on Alice's data reserves. His own understanding of medicine was limited to human anatomy. Moreover, persuading someone to study medicine was like, "You flatter me, but we are indeed short on time, and I truly apologize." Victor politely declined Dr. Warner's persuasion. Dr. Warner was quite stubborn and wanted to continue persuading Victor to pursue medicine. Pepper quickly interjected, "Dr. Warner, look, it's almost 2 o'clock, let's eat first?" Dr. Warner paused, looked down at his watch, and stood up with a slight tremor. His female assistant quickly stepped forward to support him. "I didn't realize it was so late. In another hour, it'll be time for the discussion meeting. I won't eat, I'll head over now." Pepper immediately showed a troubled expression. For such an important meeting concerning Tony's life, she definitely needed to be present. She didn't need to understand everything, but she had to make decisions at critical moments. However, Victor had flown all the way from New York, asked questions for over an hour without eating a bite, and then left the others in the lurch. Victor noticed her predicament and generously said, "You go ahead and take care of things, I'll help you ask Tony for leave." The last playful remark made Pepper's lips curve slightly upward. She knew that Tony was aware she had come out, otherwise, as his personal assistant, she should have been with him. "I'm sorry for this, I'll treat you to a meal when there's time later," Pepper said with sincere apologies. "Is one car enough for you?" Victor smiled and nodded, letting Felicia escort Pepper and the others away, leaving him alone with Wanda, who was rubbing her stomach. Once the others had left, Wanda immediately laid her head on the dining table, her stomach letting out a loud growl. Embarrassed, she buried her head in her arms, her hair falling over the table, but it couldn't conceal the areas that appeared more pronounced due to gravity. Victor subconsciously swallowed, grateful that the sound wasn't loud enough for Wanda to hear. He cleared his throat, pressed the call button beside his chair, signaling the waiter to serve the food. Shark fin crab soup, abalone with pearl vegetables, 5-spiced squab, sweet and sour lotus root. The dishes Pepper had arranged were quite thoughtful and happened to be Victor's favorites. He glanced thoughtfully at Wanda, who was inhaling the aroma, and she explained, "Sister Pepper said she wanted to treat you to a meal and asked me what you liked, so I told her. Is that okay?" As she spoke, Wanda's voice became softer, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. Unable to hold back, Victor reached out to touch her hair and said gently, "You didn't do anything wrong, I'm just surprised you could remember so many of my favorite dishes." This sudden gesture made Wanda instinctively shrink her little head back, but then she leaned into Victor's palm, half closing her eyes, showing an expression of enjoyment. Just then, Felicia, who had been escorting them, walked in. Wanda quickly popped her head up and began to struggle with her chopsticks. Victor casually invited Felicia to sit down, announced that they could start eating, and began to use his chopsticks first. Although he wasn't hungry, if he didn't start, the other two women wouldn't either. After a hearty meal, when they arrived at the industrial exhibition located in downtown Los Angeles, it was already 4:30 p.m., just in time for Tony's personal speech to conclude. The three of them decided not to enter the venue and instead wandered around the perimeter. Tony rushed over, surrounded by a large group of reporters and fans. With a stern face, he said, "You dare to show up in front of me? Before I get mad, hurry up and sell the damn company to me. I'll give you $70 million. Victor was unfazed, greeting Happy, who stood behind Tony, and then turned around to curiously examine an exhibit, even pretending to evaluate it for Wanda. Tony was so furious he nearly fumed. $100 million. That's my final offer. If this doesn't work, I'll just buy a game company to develop a new game myself." Tony threatened angrily. Victor decided to stop ignoring Tony. "All right, stop pretending. Don't think I don't know you've investigated our company's game data. This game is bound to be a hit. I'm not short on money, so why would I sell?" Upon hearing this, Tony's gaze involuntarily flickered. "Ahem, how about $300 million? This price is 300 times what you paid for the previous acquisition, and it's only been less than 10 days. This return rate will make Wall Street people admire you." Victor rolled his eyes and ignored him. After getting a clear response, Tony couldn't help but pout, still unable to fool this guy. He sighed and clapped his hands. "It's almost over here, there's nothing more to see. I'm hosting a barbecue party at my place, want to join? Why not if it's free?" Victor shrugged. "Wanda, Hardy, let's go eat some good food."
Tony walked outside the exhibition, annoyed, while Happy and the other security guards worked together to block reporters and fans along the way. However, they couldn't stop microphones being shoved in Tony's face or notes with phone numbers being handed to him.
Tony rejected all of these without hesitation.
Meanwhile, some kids holding Iron Man pictures asked for autographs, and Tony would stop to fulfill their wishes. While they were busy, the three of them leisurely followed behind, feeling quite at ease. This was also why Victor donned Superman's disguise during his last battle with Obadiah. He didn't like the feeling of being famous. As the group struggled to make their way outside the exhibition, Tony let out a long sigh of relief and then boasted to Victor behind him, "Don't be jealous.
If you'd be willing to reveal your identity, you could enjoy this kind of treatment too."
Victor simply smiled without speaking, nodding towards an Aston Martin sports car parked at the entrance, where a stunning blonde was leaning against it.
"Happy, is that car new?" Tony stared intently at the blonde. She was his type. "Is this beauty included with the car?"
"Let's hope so," Happy replied with a hint of meaning. Tony stepped forward naturally and shook hands with the blonde.
"Who are you?"
"Enforcer."
"A hot Irish girl, I like it. So where are you from?" "Belfast, I'm here to find you." "Is that so? Well, you found me. What have you been busy with lately?" "Serving subpoenas."
At this point, Tony finally realized that the woman might not be here for a lovely night, even though her voice was sultry and her figure was alluring. He immediately firmed his face, turned away, and ignored the envelope the blonde offered him, looking at Happy instead.
Happy instantly understood, taking the envelope and explaining, "Sorry, he doesn't take things from strangers."
"Yeah, that's my quirk," Tony said as he took the envelope from Happy, opened it, and found it was indeed a court summons. The blonde cooed, "You are ordered to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee tomorrow at 9 a.m. Tony, however, ignored her and turned to Victor.
"You've never been to a military committee, have you? Let's take a trip to Washington together tomorrow."
Victor smiled and nodded. He had come this time to witness this farce.
Tony no longer paid attention to the blonde and climbed into the passenger seat.
Happy drove while Victor and the others sat in the back.
Wanda was in the middle.
As the sports car sped away, the blonde's previously smiling face suddenly turned cold. She gently pressed her watch on her left wrist, sending out a message. Meanwhile, in the car, due to the slightly cramped space, Victor's arm accidentally brushed against Wanda's chest, causing his ears to twitch slightly.
Alice intercepted the message just sent by the blonde. "Enticement mission failed.
Confirmed target will arrive on time tomorrow, execute the next plan."
Victor narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering in his heart who exactly was behind this? Was it the military? SHIELD? Or Hydra?
While he was deep in thought, Tony in the front seat suddenly exaggeratedly said, "Hey, while I let you enjoy some perks, your expression is way too lewd."
"Wanda, Victor, forget it, whoever is plotting, as long as it isn't me being messed with, that's fine."
In reality, this so-called private party only included Victor and Wanda, along with Tony and Happy, making a total of 4 people. Felicia couldn't join as she was busy handling affairs at her own villa.
Describing it as a gathering might be more fitting. Stubborn